Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Tokyo Ghoul Dual Kamui and Susanoo 1TG Chapter 1 Double Kamui. P.S. Brain storage. P.S. This book has a single female protagonist, the only female protagonist, Takatsuki Izumi. Real name, Yoshimura Ite. Tokyo, Japan. I really traveled through time. Uchiha Baiye couldn't help but murmur as he looked at the completely unfamiliar scene in front of him. He has figured out the current situation. In his previous life, he was sent away by a dump truck and in the blink of an eye he traveled to the world of Tokyo Ghoul. This is still Earth, but it is different from the Earth he lived in his previous life. The biggest difference is that in this world's modern cities there is a kind of weird people who regard humans as food. They're called Ghouls. Ghouls are generally much stronger than ordinary humans, so this is a relatively dangerous world. Of course, as a time traveler, the most indispensable thing for Uchiha Baiye is cheat. Mangekyō Sharingan Kamui, double Kamui to be exact. Uchiha Baiye moved his mind, and his normal black pupils suddenly turned into blood-red pupils. There were 3 sickle-shaped magatama in each of the blood-red pupils, which was the unique shape of the double Kamui. With another thought, his pupils turned back to their original black color. Not only that, there is also a system. It is thanks to this system that he was able to travel here and obtain the double Kamui. Uchiha, how do you feel about starting to work here? Just then, a voice from the side interrupted Uchiha Baiye's thoughts. He turned his head and saw that it was Shunji Shiono, then nodded and smiled. I feel fine. Thank you for your concern, Senior Shiono. That's right, Uchiha Baiye is currently working at a publishing house called Shuisha as a new editor. However, his true identity is actually an investigator of CCG, and he is currently on a mission to infiltrate the Shuisha to investigate ghouls. The so-called CCG is a government agency that pits humans against ghouls. Its full name is Ghoul Countermeasures Bureau, and it is an agency that conducts investigations to resolve ghoul-related incidents. Oh, it's great to be young. Just now, a girl who looks very young came to see me. Although her courage is commendable, what can such a little girl write? And she was forced to write a large stack of books. Who can read it? Shunji Shiono sighed as he sat at his office. Girls? Advertisement. Uchiha Baiye suddenly thought of something and immediately asked Shunji Shiono, Senior Shiono, can you show me the girl's manuscript? If nothing unexpected happens, the girl is most likely Yoshimura or the future teacher, Takatsuki Izumi. Ah, are you talking about that little sister's manuscript? It's a thick stack. If you don't mind, I'll just give it to you. Shunji Shiono handed the large stack of manuscripts to Uchiha Baiye. He didn't take the manuscript seriously at all, because he has a lot of other things to do. How can he have the time to watch the self-entertaining work of a young newcomer? Of course, this was Shunji Shiono's preconceived subjective idea. He hardly even looked at the contents of the manuscript and thought that the work of a young newcomer could only be self-satisfaction. Okay, thank you, Shiono-senpai. Thank you, Uchiha Baiye. In fact, he can communicate normally with Shunji Shiono because the system has given him Japanese language skills comparable to those of native speakers. After receiving the manuscript, he confirmed that this should be the first draft of Izumi Takatsuki's debut work, Takafka. Moreover, it is a purely handwritten manuscript, and a rough glance shows that it is at least several hundred pages. In his previous life, Uchiha Baiye was an online writer, and he basically typed on a computer. Writing by hand is very slow. It's hard to imagine how long it took Fankin Ite to write so many articles. P.S. Takatsuki Izumi's real name is Yoshimura Ite, and there are different translations, Yoshimura Ganzi, Yoshimura Aizi. In fact, I personally prefer Yoshimura Aizi, because in the comics, Yoshimura Kosen said to Noroi, I hope this child will receive love and care. This is the meaning of his name for his daughter, but the most popular translation is Yoshimura Ite. So after weighing the pros and cons, this book still uses Yoshimura Ite as the standard. Ding! Host obtained a special item, first draft of Takafka, activating the hidden mission, genius writer Takatsuki Izumi. A system prompt sound suddenly came from his mind, and Uchiha Baiye was surprised for a moment. I didn't expect there were such things as hidden missions. Then, 3 lines of system characters appeared in front of Uchiha Baiye's eyes, and only he could see them. Task 1. Become the editor-in-chief of Fankin Ite. Task time limit. Within 3 days, task reward, 10 attribute points. This task is not difficult. Advertisement. As for the attribute points rewarded by the mission, they're very useful. Uchiha Baiye suddenly had an idea, and a system panel appeared in front of him, which only he could see. Host. Uchiha Baiye, race, half-human, identity. CCG investigator, bright, berry court half-human, dark. Age. 18, constitution. 20, the average constitution value of a healthy person is 10. RC cell value. 500, the average RC value of a healthy person is 200 to 500. Current attribute points. 0, it can be seen from the system panel that Uchiha Baiye is neither a pure human nor a pure ghoul, but half-human. The so-called half-humans are the offspring of reproduction between humans and ghouls. The RC cell values in their bodies are generally higher than those of ordinary humans but lower than those of ghouls, and their physical fitness is generally stronger than that of ordinary humans. As for RC cells, they are a special type of cell that exists in both humans and ghouls. They flow like blood, but are harder than teeth. Since Uchiha Baiye has no chakra in his body, the double Kamui has become a way to consume his RC cells under the system's magic modification. The consumption of a single-eyed Kamui is terrifying in itself, and Obito has Hashirama cells so he can use the Mangekyō Sharingan at will, let alone a double-eyed Kamui. With Uchiha Baiye's current RC cell value of 500, although it is very high among ordinary people, a casual use of Kamui's eye technique would probably cause him to be severely overdrawn. The higher the RC cell value, the easier and more casually he can use double Kamui. In addition, there is the attribute of physique, which simply means physical fitness. Since Uchiha Baiye is half human, his physical fitness is about twice that of an ordinary person. However, this constitution attribute has an additional focus in that it allows his RC cells and the Mangekyō Sharingan's eye power to self-heal. The higher the constitution attribute, the faster the RC cells and pupil power will recover. It is known that ghouls restore and maintain their RC cell values by eating human flesh. In this case, Uchiha Baiye doesn't need to eat human flesh. He can't accept this, so the physique attribute is also very important to him. However, both RC cell value and constitution need to be improved through attribute points, and the way to obtain attribute points is not easy. Ding, host has received a newbie gift pack. Do you want to open it? Chapter 2. Yoshimura at a newbie gift pack. Uchiha Baiye was immediately delighted and chose yes without hesitation. Ding, host has opened a newbie gift pack and received rewards, 100 attribute points, and activated the system mall. Uchiha Baiye was already very satisfied after getting 100 attribute points for nothing. However, he is not in a hurry to add points now, because he is not able to weigh the important proportions of physique and RC cells, so he doesn't want to add points casually for the time being. If this newbie gift pack is excluded, he can also gain attribute points by signing in with the system every day, completing system tasks, and killing ghouls and people. In principle, he could not accept killing. Unless the other party was truly a heinous criminal, he would not be able to kill any innocent person. As for the ghoul, he actually has a similar mentality. The biggest difference between ghouls and humans is the difference in RC cell values. It can even be said that the root of all evil is RC cells. When the RC cells reach a certain level, humans or ghouls will be unable to eat normal food and can only eat human flesh. This is true even for half humans. If the RC cell value is high enough to be on the same level as a ghoul, they will not be able to eat normal food. Moreover, eating human flesh can keep the RC cells in the body of ghouls active, which allows them to maintain or even enhance their strength. The RC cells stored in the blood will be transferred to an organ called Kakuban, which is one of the most important organs of ghouls. By the way, as a half-human, Uchiha Baiye does not have the organ, Hebao. The fact that ghouls must eat human flesh means that ghouls, who appear to have the same appearance, feelings, words and deeds as humans, are destined to be the mortal enemies of humans. Of course, there are also innocent ghouls among them, such as those that only eat corpses, and Uchiha Baiye is unable to attack these innocent ghouls. His principle is to treat humans and ghouls equally and not to kill innocent people or innocent ghouls. Just as Uchiha Baiye was lost in thought, Shunji Shiono reminded him. But I still suggest that you don't spend too much time on that manuscript. For now, you'd better focus on the internship assessment. Come on, young man. After saying that, Shunji Shiono continued to deal with his work. Uchiha Baiye nodded slightly without saying much. In the original work, Shunji Shiono also looked down on the manuscript that Yoshimura mentioned and almost threw it away as garbage. As a result, the manuscript was accidentally seen by another editor. After being severely scolded, Shunji Shiono hurried to find Yoshimura 8, and almost missed the talented writer Yoshimura 8. But now, the manuscript has been taken away by Uchiha Baiye. Advertisement it can be considered as intercepting, but not completely. After all, Shunji Shiono really looked down on this manuscript from the bottom of his heart. After confirming that this was the manuscript that Fankin mentioned, Uchiha Baiye immediately stood up. He stuffed the stack of manuscripts into his bag and left the office. There is no doubt that Uchiha Baiye is going to find Fankinite. Halfway through, he opened the system panel, planning to prepare for the meeting with Fankinite later. Although it is 10 years before the original timeline, at this time, Yoshimura Ito is already an SSS-level ghoul, one-eyed owl, and his cruelty and danger are both top-notch. This world has a classification of the degree of threat of ghouls, from low to high, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. SSS is the highest threat level, and the threat level is largely linked to the strength of the ghoul. If Yoshimura Ito, who is already SSS rank, were to kill Uchiha Baiye, he would surely die without the help of the double Kamui. However, he couldn't just leave the double Kamui unused, he just had to be careful about the extent of their use. With his current RC cell value, he couldn't use the double Kamui's eye techniques casually. For the time being, there is no problem with self-preservation. In the world of Tokyo Ghoul, there is no means to crack the hollow. But he can't waste time, because with his current RC value, he can easily kill himself. Let's focus on allocating attribute points to RC cell value first. Uchiha Baiye made a decision in his heart. He just did some research and found that the conversion ratios of RC cell value to attribute points and physique to attribute points are not the same. The exchange ratio of RC cell value to attribute points is 1:1, and the exchange ratio of physique to attribute points is 1:10. That is to say, one attribute point can be exchanged for one RC cell value, and can only be exchanged for 0.1 point of constitution. After some consideration, he decided that RC cells were the priority given his current situation, because RC cells were the main factor that directly affected the extent to which he could use the dual Kamui eye technique. Of course, this does not mean that the physique attribute has a poor cost effectiveness. Attributes that can enhance physical fitness and self-repairability will always be the hard truth. Open black lens bracket ding. Host added points successfully. Close black lens bracket, RC cell value plus 100. Attribute points minus 100. Time goes back 10 minutes. Advertisement inside the building where Xiangying Society is located. Shunji Shiono was receiving a guest, a girl with green hair, green eyes, petite figure, delicate and cute features, and slightly messy and naturally curly hair. How old are you? 18 years old, Upon learning the other person's age, Shunji Shiono fell silent. He looked at the thick stack of manuscripts that the other party handed over and was stunned. He was busy preparing for the dinner and also had to attend meetings, so he had no time to play house with this little sister. Shunji Shiono casually glanced at the contents of the manuscript and commented, "At first glance, it seems to have some literary style, but it is mostly flowery words with no substance and seems too long. But, considering your age, it's pretty good to be able to write like this." After giving a rather perfunctory review of the manuscript, Shunji Shiono put down a business card and said, "This is my business card. If you have any more works in the future, you can contact me." He actually didn't read the content much, he just wanted to get rid of the other party quickly because he had other things to do. The green-haired girl was silent for a while as she looked at the business card. "Wouldn't you like to finish reading it first?" Shunji Shiono sighed immediately. "I still have things to do. Your manuscript has too many pages. But it's only been a dozen minutes. 10 minutes is still time, and every minute is very precious to us." "Yes." The green-haired girl sighed slightly and gave up. After leaving Xiangying Society, the weather outside was quite cold. The green-haired girl was only wearing a thin, plain shirt and an old white coat, and her long skirt had many patches on it. She then tied the scarf around herself. The petite and frail figure seemed to be blown down by the cold wind at any time. Chapter 3 Wallet Thief. Alas. I thought I could earn some money by writing articles, but I didn't expect to meet an editor with such poor vision. Fankin-eyed squatted in a corner, looking at the only 2 coins left in his hand and sighed slightly. Although she is the SSS class ghoul, one-eyed owl, that scares the entire CCG, she can only sneak into human society to survive. Because CCG is not her real enemy, the real enemy she faces is much stronger than the entire CCG, and she is very clear that she is not yet a match for those guys. If you want to live like a normal human being in human society, then, money is definitely indispensable. But she has little money left. Let's see if we can find a temporary worker who can earn a daily wage. Yoshimura had stood up and prepared for action, but she knew in her heart that there was little hope of this happening because she was too young and normal places would not dare to break the law and let her work. But she had no other choice but to try her best to make money. When walking on the street, a traffic accident immediately caught Fankin-eyed's attention. "I've already told you that it was the other party who bumped into us, please deal with it quickly." The driver who was communicating with the police was obviously impatient, as if he had something urgent to do. "Oh, so that's how it is. Then please follow me to the police station for details." The policeman was interrupted by the driver before he could finish his words. "That's why I said I was in a hurry," at the same time. Fankin-eyed quietly observed the scene as he passed by. She immediately thought of a good idea. Fankin-eyed immediately walked towards one of the accident cars. An innocent passenger was sitting in the passenger seat. He was waiting anxiously in this car because he also had something to do in a hurry. Dong, dong, just then, he suddenly heard someone knocking gently on the driver's seat window. He then rolled down the driver's window. Advertisement. "Excuse me, the police officer wants you to come over." Yoshimura said. I want one too?" The distressed passenger immediately got off the bus. "This is so troublesome." But he forgot to close the driver's window. Fankin-eyed took the opportunity to quickly steal the wallet on the driver's seat through the car window. "He is the driver, why should I be questioned too?" "Huh? I didn't ask you a question?" While the passengers and police were in a daze, Fankin-eyed had already walked away with the wallet. She hummed a little tune while fiddling with her wallet. The money was enough for her to live a normal life for a while. However, at this moment, a young man with black hair, black eyes, handsome face and slender figure came towards them and stopped in front of Fankin-eyed. His expression and tone were very calm, and he was wearing a black windbreaker. "Miss, it's not a good idea to take someone else's wallet without their permission, right?" Hearing what the other party said, Fankin-eyed immediately stopped and the tune he was humming came to an abrupt end. So, Fankin-eye's cute face turned cold. If you get caught in the act, it will be really troublesome. Even though she has extremely powerful strength, she dare not reveal her identity as a ghoul in public. When she attacked the CCG branch before, she also deliberately concealed her appearance. She must not let anyone see the true face of the one-eyed owl, otherwise, she would be found by those enemies, soon, and then she would be doomed. So, this is my business card. Uchiha Baiye handed his business card to Fankin. After seeing Fankin in person, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly that she is really petite. She looks to be only about 1.4 to 1.5 meters tall. Her current hairstyle is still a slightly long, messy short hair, but her facial features are very cute. The clothes he wears are all relatively old, but with his great looks, no matter what he wears, he will never look ugly. As for why Uchiha Baiye has black pupils, he certainly cannot show his Mangekyō Sharingan in broad daylight, because Mangekyo's blood-red pupils can easily be mistaken for the red eyes of a ghoul. Advertisement ghouls have blood-red eyes that normal humans do not have. They usually live in human society with normal eyes, but when they fight, their eyes turn red. The people in this world have no idea what the Mangekyō Sharingan is. Once they see Uchiha Baiye's Mangekyō Sharingan, their first reaction will definitely be the ghoul's Kakugan. In addition, he is a half-human from the White Sun Court. This identity is quite special and will bring him great trouble, or even death. Fortunately, the system gave him the privilege of being able to freely turn on and off the Mangekyō Sharingan at the beginning. When it is turned off, his black pupils are normal. Although he cannot use pupil techniques, he still possesses the basic abilities of the Mangekyō Sharingan, such as insight far beyond that of ordinary people. And when it is closed, it does not consume RC cell value and pupil power. If you want to use the dojutsu, the Mangekyō Sharingan will automatically appear. But it's not that there is no way to deal with it, it's just that the method is a little more troublesome. What? Fankin at first he didn't understand what the other party was trying to do, but after looking at the business card carefully he felt that it looked familiar. This seems to be the business card style of the editor of the Xiangyingshi publishing house. As for the business card that the short-sighted editor gave her, she had thrown it away long ago. This worthless thing was of no use to her, and she also knew that there was absolutely no point in her cooperating with that short-sighted editor again. My name is Uchiha Baiye, and I'm a newly hired editor at Shuisha. I've read your manuscript and I like it very much, so I came here to see you. Uchiha Baiye directly stated the purpose of his visit. Ah, really? When he learned that the other party was an editor of Xiangyingshi and that he had taken a fancy to his manuscript, the indifference on Fankin's face suddenly disappeared. In short, I hope to help you publish this work successfully, and I also want to make you a first-class writer. Uchiha Baiye continued, but, in the future, if the black material of a first-class writer who has stolen something gets out, it will be a headache. All right. Fankin had hesitated for a moment and finally compromised. Rather than the little money she stole, she hoped that all the works she had worked so hard to write could be signed or even published. As for becoming a first-class writer, she didn't dare to think about it, and felt it was completely unrealistic. She felt that it would be good enough to make some money. Creation is Fankin's only spiritual sustenance and pleasure. She was really happy inside that she was recognized by others. But if the other party is here to deceive and fool her, then she will definitely kill and eat the other party one day. Chapter 4 Miss Fankin, please give me your advice. After making up his mind, Fankin returned the same way. Fortunately, the passenger and the driver were still arguing with the police, and she had not walked far, so she took this opportunity to quickly put her wallet back to its original place through the car window. Then he walked away calmly as if nothing had happened. I have returned the wallet, so when are you going to sign the contract with me? Walking back to Uchiha Baiye, Fankin had said bluntly. She wanted to confirm whether the other party was sincere or just fooling her. If you have nothing else to do, we can go back to the publishing house now to sign the publishing agreement. Uchiha Baiye answers. Okay. Fankin was a little surprised. The other party was really serious. At this time, Uchiha Baiye took out the manuscript that Fankin mentioned from his bag and said, I have your manuscript here. Should I keep it for you temporarily or give it back to you first? When the other party took out the manuscript, Fankin found that his stack of manuscripts had been carefully packed by the other party, which could prevent them from being scattered and facilitate storage. Fankin once again felt the other party's sincerity. Her trust in Uchiha Baiye suddenly increased a little. I'll leave it to you for safekeeping, Fankin immediately replied. Okay. Uchiha Baiye nodded slightly and put the manuscript back into his bag. Afterwards, he set off to return to Xiangying Society, and Fankin followed him silently. On the surface, she looked so well-behaved and cute. No one could possibly associate her with the extremely brutal SSS-class ghoul, One-Eyed Owl. Only Uchiha Baiye, a time traveler, could know everything. Uchiha Baiye returned to Shuisha with Yoshimura. When Uchiha Baiye entered the office and was about to take the contract to sign with Yoshimura, Shiono Shunji, who was standing by, immediately noticed his behavior. Uchiha-san, have you already chosen a writer you want to collaborate with? Advertisement Shunji Shiono asked out of curiosity. Yes, she's the writer of the manuscript that Shiono-senpai just gave me. I think she has great potential. Uchiha Baiye answers. Oh, Shiono Shunji didn't react at first. Huh? Are you serious? That's a junior high school student, and the number of contract places you can sign during your internship is limited. If you want to pass the internship assessment, you can't be careless about every place. In fact, this was just good-intentioned advice. From his point of view, this would only waste a place for Uchiha Baiye. If it caused the publishing house to suffer serious losses, Uchiha Baiye's internship would be ruined. However, Shunji Shiono didn't know that Yoshimura Ito was waiting outside the office. Of course, she also heard the conversation between Uchiha Baiye and Shiono Shunji. She still felt helpless about the short-sighted editor's attitude towards the manuscript she wrote, but something he said made her take it seriously. It seems that my manuscript will affect the future of that new editor. I know, thank you for your advice, Senior Shiono, but I still trust my feelings. Uchiha Baiye said in a firm tone. Okay, then you do your best. Faced with such a stubborn Uchiha Baiye, Shunji Shiono felt there was no need to say anything more. After all, he's a newcomer, so it's normal. Who hasn't been full of vigor and vitality when they were young? Once you are tortured by reality many times, you will naturally understand everything. But, Uchiha-san, how old do you think he is? Shunji Shiono suddenly remembered that the other party seemed to be only 18 years old, which was quite young for a profession like editor. He must be a rare genius, but he was still too young. Uchiha Baiye prepared the contract and left the office to find a place to sign the contract with Fankun-ite. At this time, Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura-ite were sitting face to face, and he handed the contract to Yoshimura-ite. Please review the details of this contract first. Uchiha Baiye started the signing process. Okay. Fankun-ite then looked through the contents of the contract. When she saw the contract contents from the publishing house for the first time, she felt quite fresh about it. Advertisement. But as he watched, a subtle change occurred on Fankun-ite's face. Because she just found out that the publishing cost has to be shared by the publisher and the author, and she only has 2 coins on her. Of course, this is a common ordinary agreement, and there is no need to mention the special agreement. Or the writer publishes the book at his own expense without cooperating with a publishing house. Co-publishing and self-publishing are the most common ways, but Fankun-ite has never specifically learned about this aspect. Before this, she just wanted to exchange some money for the manuscripts she wrote. If you have any doubts, feel free to speak up. The Mangekyō Sharingan gave Uchiha Baiye a strong insight, and he easily noticed the subtle changes in Yoshimura-ite's facial expression, so he also said it. The contract states that we have to share the publishing costs, but I don't have any money. Fankun-ite directly stated the biggest problem he was facing. I don't have any money. Uchiha Baiye pretended to be thoughtful for a while. It's not a big problem, actually. I can provide you with the publishing fee privately. Fankun-ite was a little surprised that the other party was willing to help her to this extent. Originally, she pretended not to know that her manuscript might affect the other party's future, because she was eager to make money from the manuscript. But this time, the other party's sincerity and kindness made her attitude waver. Thank you, but is it okay? I just heard what that person said. If you mess up, your job will be in jeopardy, right? It's okay. I have great confidence in your manuscript and your potential. I also believe in my own judgment. Uchiha Baiye said to Fankun-ite in a confident tone. He was of course well aware of Fankun-ite's talent and believed that he would become a first-class writer in the future. And no matter what, even if he lost the job, he just wanted to get the attribute points as the mission reward. What's more, his real identity is working for CCG, and he infiltrated Shuisha just to investigate a certain ghoul. He was placed in Shuisha by CCG through special means, so it is impossible for him to be expelled until the mission assigned to him by CCG is completed. Okay, I understand. The other party said it was okay, so Fankun-ite didn't think about it anymore. There was absolutely no reason for her not to sign the contract. After a while, the contract was signed. Uchiha Baiye then extended his right hand to Fankun-ite. Ms. Fankun, please give me your guidance in the future. Chapter 5. Hezi, Hudge. Yoshimura-ite stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Uchiha Baiye. After a brief moment, he let go. Uchiha Baiye felt like she was being held in a soft and cool little hand, but this cute little girl who looked so fragile was the one-eyed owl, with the highest threat level. When ghouls are not fighting, they look almost the same as normal humans, so as long as they are careful they can integrate well into human society. But when fighting, not only will the eyes turn into red eyes, but the exclusive organ, Hibao, will also release predatory organs, Hizi, formed by a large number of RC cells. The lethality and defense of the Kagun are very strong, and there are 4 types of Kagun, namely, Feather Kagun, Armor Kagun, Scale Kagun and Tail Kagun. Each has its own characteristics and there is a restraint relationship between them. This is the shape of the Kagun in the original work by Yoshimura Ito. Then there is another form of ghoul that is superior to ordinary ghouls, called Kakusha. There are multiple Kagumaki in the body, and the whole body is covered with Kagumiko, which is a Kagumizer. These extremely powerful Kagumizers evolved by eating their own kind, that is, ghouls eat ghouls. The Yoshimura Ito in front of Uchiha Baiye at this moment is the Heezer, who once ate a lot of ghouls in order to survive in the most chaotic 24th district, because in that kind of place, if you don't kill your own kind, you will be killed by your own kind. The body size of a ghoul who transforms into a Hekuja will become extremely large. Normally, Yoshimura 8, who is only 1.4 to 1.5 meters tall, will be at least 3 or 4 meters tall after transforming into a Hekuja. And as his strength grows, his body size will get larger and larger. This is why, despite Yoshimura Ito's repeated attacks on CCG members, CCG branches, and ghoul shelters, she never revealed her true identity. Her Heeger form is too different from her usual appearance. Fankun-ite's early Hudge form. P.S. This picture is the Heater formed 10 years ago in the original work by Yoshimura 8, which is the timeline where Uchiha Baiye is located. Ding. Host successfully completed. Task 1. Become the editor-in-chief of Fangkunite, and receive the reward, 10 attribute points. Closing square bracket. Task 1 has been completed. Activate Task 2. Closing square bracket. Task 2. Takatsuki was successfully published and sold. Task time limit. Within half a year. Task reward. 50 attribute points. At this time, Uchiha Baiye received a reminder from the system, not only obtaining the reward for Task 1, but also activating Task 2. Advertisement. He suddenly felt that the task process of Fangkunite should be quite long, such as the sales after publication, the publication of the second work, the publication of the third work. These can all be used as the next task goals. Although Uchiha Baiye's career as a publishing house editor may not last long, he just needs to get the attribute points he deserves right now. As for the half-year deadline, it is actually a normal time for publishing a book. Because there are many procedures to go through, unlike online articles where you can submit your manuscripts online or publish books directly, if everything goes well, the contract can be signed and you can start generating income in a few days or even on the same day. Of course, this does not mean that Uchiha Baiye has to spend half a year on this task. He can also find ways to trigger other hidden tasks at the same time. By the way, I can't get the money right now, right? At this time, Fangkunite suddenly asked. Although she was happy to have signed the publishing agreement, she was in urgent need of money. That's true. It will only start to generate revenue after it is published and sold. If Miss Fangkun is in financial difficulty, I can also provide you with some financial assistance. Uchiha Baiye talks. Really? Thank you very much. Fangkunite nodded. It's rare for her to meet such a kind-hearted human being. If I have to say, Uchiha Baiye is probably half out of kindness and the other half is for itself. If he doesn't provide help to Fangkunite, it will be difficult for him to complete the task and gain attribute points. Do you have a computer? If possible, please give me an electronic version, so that I can revise the full text before it is officially published. Uchiha Baiye questions. I don't have a computer, or even a home. Yoshimura Eto replied. Uchiha Baiye certainly knew that Fangkunite had neither a home nor a computer, but now he could only pretend to be an ordinary human editor in front of Fangkunite. Okay, then I'll take you to the printing shop to make an electronic version of the entire manuscript. If you want to revise it, you can use my computer at home to revise it. Advertisement. Uchiha Baiye proposal. In the future, if Fangkun wants to refine the manuscript, he will only have 3 options: the computer in the internet cafe, the computer in the office, and the computer at Uchiha Baiye's home. Going to an internet cafe is a waste of money, and the office computers cannot be allowed to be used by outsiders, so there is only the third option. Yes, thank you. Fangkun naturally had no objection. She didn't sense any strange intentions from the other party. Even if that happened, her strength and status as a ghoul would be enough to give her an extra meal. Let's go to the printing shop first. You can find an electronic version of the manuscript at any printing shop on the street. It's just that the manuscripts provided by Fangkunite were too much, and several hundred pages seemed to be the complete content of Takatsuki. After appropriate refinement and completing the process, it could be published. It is rather troublesome to prepare electronic versions of so many manuscripts, and of course it will be more expensive. Fortunately, Uchiha Baiye had some money. Although he had just traveled through time today, the system provided him with a complete identity and background. To put it bluntly, he was the same body and the same person in his previous life. It was neither a transmigration of souls nor possession of other bodies, but the system directly tampered with the memories of people related to him in this world, making everyone believe that he had always existed, including his colleagues in CCG and those in Baiye Ting. The system arranged for him to have a life story in which both his parents were orphaned. In fact, his parents in this world did not exist at all. The system also transformed his body into a semi-human one. The biggest difference between him and ordinary humans is that he has stronger physical fitness but a shorter lifespan. If nothing unexpected happens, Uchiha Baiye can only live to be in his 30s, just like Arima Kisho, but the problem of lifespan can actually be solved. After all, there is a system. In short, he now has double salary from CCG and Shuisha, but he just started working at Shuisha and hasn't received his salary yet. These wages are enough for his normal life and to provide assistance to Fangkunite. At this time, Fangkunite stood quietly by the side, watching how much money it would cost to scan his manuscript into an electronic version. I suddenly felt that without the help of this human, I would be unable to move forward. Chapter 6 Takazumi. After the electronic version of Takatsuki was printed, Uchiha Baiye asked the print shop owner to send the electronic version to his email address. This way he can receive the electronic version directly on his computer when he gets home. Afterwards, Uchiha Baiye returned the manuscript to Yoshimura, saying, Ms. Yoshimura, please keep this manuscript. Also, Ms. Yoshimura can think of a pen name. Generally speaking, all writers have their own pen names. Pen name. Fangkunite thought for a moment, and then he made up his mind. Let's call it Takatsuki Izumi. Takatsuki Izumi, what a nice name. I will call you Takatsuki, teacher from now on. Uchiha Baiye praised. That's it, then. I should go back to the publishing house to continue working. When I get home from get off work, I'll take a closer look at Mr. Takatsuki's manuscript and see if I can help mark some valuable revisions. After saying goodbye to Fangkunite, Uchiha Baiye left. But he had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly remembered something. He turned around and gave Yoshimura a 10,000 yen note. I almost forgot. Mr. Takatsuki, please use this money to get by for a few days. My salary will be paid in a few days, so I'm a little tight on money before then. Okay, that's enough actually, thank you very much. Yoshimura had immediately accepted the 10,000 yen and thanked him. By the way, do you have a cell phone? If not, I'll take you to buy one, otherwise we won't be able to communicate normally. Uchiha Baiye still has enough budget to buy a mobile phone. I don't have a cell phone. Yoshimura Eto replied. Afterwards, Uchiha Baiye bought a mobile phone for Fangkunite in his own name, and of course he also paid the usual phone bills. After Uchiha Baiye left, Fangkunite also returned to his base, which is the base of the Bronze Tree. This is a ghoul organization that she had just founded. It doesn't have many members, but it already has a certain level of strength overall. The apparent purpose of the Bronze Tree is to rescue ghouls persecuted by humans and fight against CCG. However, this stronghold is very shabby. It is a dilapidated house that has been abandoned for a long time. There are weeds and woods around it, and ordinary people rarely pass by. Advertisement. Wow, that's amazing. How did you make 10,000 yuan in just one day? Yoshimura is really different from us. He was also very powerful when he attacked CCG before. Looking at the 10,000 yen in Yoshimura Ito's hand, the other members of the Bronze Tree were immediately amazed. Since most ghouls do not have a legitimate identity, it is difficult for them to work and earn money normally like humans. Even many public places have gradually begun to install RC detection gates, which means that the RC cell value in the body will be detected when passing through such gates. The RC cell values of ghouls and humans are completely different. When they reach the detection gates criteria, an alarm will be sounded, and the ghoul's identity will be exposed. The living environment of ghouls in human society is gradually being squeezed, and their situation is becoming increasingly dire. This money will last at least a few days and needs to be properly distributed. I will go buy some supplies tomorrow. Fangkunite said to these members. Except for her, all the members of the Bronze Tree are pure ghouls who cannot eat human food and can only regard humans as food, so she does not need to buy food for these members. However, the Bronze Tree organization needs financial support, otherwise it will be difficult to retain these members. The only exception is Yoshimura Ito, who is the only natural half-ghoul in Japan, if not the whole world. Half-ghoul and half-human, these two special beings are the offspring of humans and ghouls. The mortality rate of offspring of humans and ghouls is extremely high. Even if they do not die young, they are basically half-human. Yoshimura Ito, a half-ghoul, is a special existence among special ones. Half-humans do not have black eyes, black bags and black spots, can eat normal food, have stronger physical fitness than ordinary people, and have a very short lifespan. Half-ghouls have one kaku eye, as well as the kaku bu and kaku ko that normal ghouls have. They can even eat like normal humans and have the same lifespan as normal people. In theory, the upper limit of the strength of half-ghouls is the highest, but there is a bug character named Arima Kisho on the half-human side. Afterwards, Fangkunite sat alone in the dilapidated house. She put the manuscript of Takafka aside and held a notebook in her hand. This is the notebook her father left her with a lot of content written by her mother. Mom, I won't run away from this like Gongsun did. Advertisement. Fangkunite raised his head slightly and thought to himself. She also needs more power and more people to strengthen the Bronze Tree, otherwise she will not be able to defeat them. The other side, Uchiha Baiye did not actually return to Shuisha, but went to the CCG branch in Area 2. In the world view of Tokyo Ghoul, the entire Tokyo is divided into 24 areas. The CCG headquarters is located in Area 1, also known as the Ghoul Countermeasures Bureau headquarters, and Shuisha is located in Area 2. Except for Area 1 where the CCG headquarters is located in the most special underground maze like Area 24, the remaining 22 areas have CCG branches. Uchiha Baiye is currently working at the CCG branch in Area 2, and he wants to come back to confirm some things. He successfully passed the RC inspection gate of the CCG branch, and he also had the work certificate of a CCG investigator, so it was easy for him to investigate some intelligence. The CCG system has a lot of public information, and every CCG investigator can view this public information, and Uchiha Baiye is no exception. He used the computer here to check some public intelligence. I see. The one-eyed owl has already attacked the 2nd district branch twice. The ghoul shelter in District 23 has also been attacked. After checking the information he wanted, Uchiha Baiye figured out the specific timeline he was in. The one-eyed owl, also known as Yoshimura Ito, was not immediately classified as an SSS level ghoul by the CCG. He first killed Special Investigator Kanae Kanto in Area 3. The CCG determined that his combat power was superior to that of special investigators, so they initially classified him as an S-rank ghoul. By the way, the ranks of CCG investigators are divided from low to high, 3rd class, 2nd class, first class, senior class, quasi-special class, and special class investigators. There are also strong and weak special investigators, but in the current timeline, Arima Takashi has not yet become a special investigator, and the strength of the existing special investigators of CCG is not much different. Afterwards, Yoshimura launched a surprise attack on the CCG branch in Area 2, causing heavy casualties. Because its body is covered with feather-like Kagun, its code name is Owl. And because it has only one Kagun eye, its full code name becomes One-Eyed Owl. After this surprise attack, the threat level of One-Eyed Owl rose from S to SS. Afterwards, One-Eyed Owl led many ghouls to attack the ghoul shelter in Area 23, and the threat level rose to SSS level again. Not long ago, One-Eyed Owl attacked the CCG branch in Area 2 for the second time, but this time he was severely damaged by Kuroiwa, who was still a senior investigator. Kuroiwa caused fatal damage to the Heku, the most important organ of One-Eyed Owl, and One-Eyed Owl had to evacuate. In other words, at this time, Fangkunite still had a fatal wound that had not yet healed. Chapter 7. Investigating Ghouls Part 3. If nothing unexpected happens, Owl will attack the CCG branch in Area 2 for the third time in the near future. However, this Owl is not the One-Eyed Owl, but Yoshimura Kauzen, the father of Yoshimura et. The SSS level ghoul, the Unkillable Owl, in the original work, the strongest among the pure-blooded ghouls, is Yoshimura Kauzen, and he is also one of the most tragic characters in the original work. Of course, the Unkillable Owl was a code name from the original period, because it was not until then that the CCG discovered that the Owl who attacked the Area 2 branch for the third time was not the One-Eyed Owl. In order to distinguish these two owls, Fangkun Gongshan was code-named the Owl that cannot be killed. The reason why the CCG branch in Area 2 was attacked was that Yoshimura Kauzen learned that his daughter was fatally injured. In order to protect his daughter's safety, he changed his own form to be almost exactly like his daughter, pretending to be One-Eyed Owl, to attack the Area 2 branch. The main purpose was to create a sleight of hand for the real enemy behind the scenes, making them mistakenly believe that everything the One-Eyed Owl did was done by Yoshimura Kauzen. After all, Yoshimura had inherited half of Yoshimura Kauzen's bloodline, and his Kagun bag and Kagun are similar. In addition, high-level Kagun can change their Kagun form at will, so Yoshimura Kauzen's sleight of hand can be said to be very effective. Uchiha, you're back. I remember you were sent to the Shoei Society to investigate ghouls, right? Just then, a person passed by and greeted Uchiha Baiye. Yeah, I'm just curious about some information. Uchiha Baiye has been instilled with a lot of memories by the system and knows this colleague, whose name is Yamada Sake. Yamada took a curious look at the computer screen and found that it was about the One-Eyed Owl. So you were looking at the information about the One-Eyed Owl. This guy is really scary. Even Guijiang was killed by this guy. He has become an SSS level expulsion target in less than half a year. Uchiha Baiye was silent for a moment. In his memory, this Yamada was quite talkative, so he decided to wait for this guy to finish talking first. Luckily, we have the dark horse Black Pan Shangdang. He dealt this guy a fatal blow last time. He probably won't dare to do evil again in the short term. It's a pity that Black Pan Shangdang was also seriously injured and went to the hospital to recover. Kuroiwa Iwa is a senior investigator, and is also one of the pillars and special investigators of the future CCG. When Yamada-chi had almost finished speaking, Uchiha Baiye said, I've checked almost everything. Do you want to use the computer? Ah, no, I just happened to be passing by. Yamada scratched his head. Okay, I'll be leaving now. I still have to work on the investigation. Uchiha Baiye said in a calm tone. Oh, thank you for your hard work. We'll talk again next time we have a chance. Advertisement. After saying goodbye to Uchiha Baiye, Yamada was still sighing in his heart that Mr. Uchiha was really dedicated. And it seems that he is an investigator from that place. I heard that the investigators from that place are all very young geniuses, and they are all directly airdropped into CCG. There is no need for ordinary investigators like them to graduate from an academy that specializes in training investigators before they can join CCG. Uchiha Baiye returned to Shuisha and began to prepare to investigate the ghoul matter. CCG assigned him this task because there were 2 cases of ghouls preying on humans near Shuisha recently. After identification, it was found that both were done by the same ghoul, and the incidents occurred in the same place. Given his origins in the White Sun Court, he was destined to work honestly in the CCG until he could use the dual Kamui eye techniques relatively freely. Because if they act recklessly, they will be wiped out by those guys that even Fangkuned is very afraid of. Although he currently has a certain ability to protect himself, he does not want to be hunted every day. If so, it would be better for him to stay in CCG and work comfortably. Therefore, it is necessary for him to complete the tasks assigned to him by CCG normally. Moreover, he could be promoted by completing the mission, and his salary would also increase. At the same time, he had his own reasons for choosing to stay in CCG. Let's see if we can wait for him tonight. The ghouls' previous 2 attacks were all on young students, and they were both in the alleys at night when the target was alone. Uchiha Baiye analyzed the intelligence related to the mission given to him by CCG. But it was not evening yet, and he planned to help Fangkunite look at the manuscript, the electronic version of To Kafka, in the office right now. While reading the book like a reader, don't forget to annotate your own opinions in certain places. Of course, it is just a suggestion for Fangkunite to do this kind of refinement, but it is not mandatory. The choice of whether to refine it or not is in Fangkunite's hands. This is what he believes the editor-in-chief should do. It was time to get off work, which was around 5 in the evening. Uchiha Baiye noted the pages he had read, then turned off his computer and went home after get off work. His current home was also arranged for him by CCG. It is in an apartment building not far from the Shongyingshi building. He can also get reimbursement for rent and other expenses from CCG later. Advertisement. Back in this ordinary little apartment, Uchiha Baiye simply solved the problem of dinner and continued to read the manuscript. After all, he didn't have anything else to do for the time being. Until midnight. It's about time. Uchiha Baiye then set out. Go to the alley noted in the mission information. 10 minutes later, Uchiha Baiye arrived here. There was a foul smell in the dark alley with almost no light, probably a mixture of sewers and various garbage that had been piled up for a long time. However, for Uchiha Baiye who possesses the Mangekyō Sharingan, he can observe everything around him clearly even in such a dark environment. At this moment, he was like an ordinary young man who was idle and bored, wandering here aimlessly. As expected, Uchiha Baiye was soon targeted. A ghoul was lurking in the darkest corner, staring at him intently, obviously considering him as its prey. Little did he know that Uchiha Baiye had already spotted this guy, his perception having been maxed out by the Mangekyō Sharingan. He could see that the ghoul was wearing a mask. Most ghouls would wear masks to hide their true faces when hunting or fighting, so as to avoid being endlessly hunted by the CCG after their true faces were discovered. At this moment, the ghoul launched an almost silent attack, and Hebauli immediately released a green Hebauzi of the Kaihei type, which turned into a sharp weapon and rushed towards Uchiha Baiye. Too slow. Uchiha Baiye said lightly, dodged to the side, and easily avoided the opponent's attack. These are the basic abilities of Mangekyō Sharingan. As long as he bases his opponent's initial moves on the opponent's move, he can accurately predict the opponent's subsequent movements. To put it bluntly, he can see through the opponent's behavior clearly. He can predict actions that haven't happened yet, so the opponent's actions seem too slow in his eyes. What? The ghoul didn't expect that his sneak attack would fail, and he looked at the human boy in disbelief. Chapter 8 Quink. Eric. I don't want to kill anyone casually, even if the other person is a ghoul. Uchiha Baiye said calmly, just surrender and I won't kill you. I see. You are the white dove, right? Do you dare to seek death without that thing? The other side ignored Uchiha Baiye's call to surrender and instead laughed at him. Since CCG investigators usually have a pigeon-shaped badge on their bodies, they are called white pigeons by ghouls. Another translation is white dove. As for the Quink, it is a weapon made by CCG using the ghouls' kukfu. This weapon is specifically used to deal with ghouls. Because the Kagun released by the ghouls' Kagun are formed by RC cells, they are extremely lethal and also very hard. Ordinary weapons and even bullets from guns cannot break the Kagun's defense. Therefore, CCG investigators always carry Quink with them when expelling ghouls. Only investigators who possess Quink have the strength to fight against ghouls. There is a most common warning within CCG that investigators can only fight ghouls alone if they carry Quink, otherwise they should run away without any hesitation. This is also why the ghoul in front of Uchiha Baiye dared to laugh at him. This ghoul believes that CCG investigators without Quink are lambs to be slaughtered, and in theory this is indeed true. I have long wanted to have a taste of you, white pigeons. Now you have come to me. Prepare to die. Keigaya's Kagun is located slightly below the shoulder blade on the back, and a Kagun that is larger than the previous one is released from the Kagun of this ghoul, probably trying to kill Uchiha Baiye with all his strength. Seeing this, Uchiha Baiye immediately shook his head and sighed. He raised his right hand to cover his eyes, so that the other party did not see the brief moment when Kamui's blood-red pupils appeared. As the space distorted for a fleeting moment, a white suitcase containing a Quink appeared out of thin air from the space Uzumaki. His right hand then pressed on the handle of the suitcase, which had biometric authentication technology, meaning that only he could use the Quink, preventing it from being stolen or abused. After the suitcase was opened, the Quink suddenly changed from a compressed Hercules into a sword-shaped weapon. This is the B-class Quink codenamed Eric. In other words, this Quink is made from the Kakuza of a B-rank ghoul codenamed Eric. It is a special Quink provided by CCG to Uchiha Baiye. However, he had kept it in Kamui space before. That is, the personal dimension brought to him by the double Kamui is completely isolated from the world dimension of Tokyo Ghoul. Quink. When the ghoul was immediately horrified, he didn't even see how the opponent's Quink appeared. However, he was only shocked for a moment, and rushed towards Uchiha Baiye even more fiercely. Advertisement. He hadn't hunted for a few days and was very hungry, so he had to eat the prey tonight. I gave you a chance. Uchiha Baiye quickly leaned back to avoid the ghoul's Kagun that was attacking him in the face. When the opponent's attack missed and rushed behind him, he turned around and slashed at the opponent's Kagun, severely damaging it. The kaki is the most important organ of a ghoul. Once it is severely damaged, it is difficult to recover, unlike other parts of the body that can heal quickly. With just one strike, Uchiha Baiye made his opponent lose his ability to fight. He did not give the opponent a chance to breathe, and immediately stabbed him through the heart with a knife, dealing a fatal blow. Ding. Host defeated the B-rank ghoul, and received a reward, 3 attribute points. Closing square bracket. Oh, so there's no need to kill them. Uchiha Baiye then realized that he could gain attribute points simply by defeating his opponent. But in the situation just now, the other party was determined to commit suicide. Otherwise, if he had surrendered obediently from the beginning, he could have sent him to a ghoul internment camp. Although that place wasn't very good, at least he wouldn't have to die. The battle was over and Uchiha Baiye took Eric back into the suitcase. Then called the duty officer at the Zone 2 CCG branch. This is second-class investigator Uchiha Baiye. The target has been successfully expelled. Just. Okay, we'll send someone to deal with the scene right away. Please wait there for a while to prevent ordinary people from accidentally entering and causing unnecessary panic. After briefly informing him of the situation, Uchiha Baiye hung up the phone. He stayed here and waited, taking a look at the ghoul's body. It was his first time killing someone, or to be more precise, a ghoul, so he couldn't help feeling a little out of place and uncomfortable. In his eyes, there is not much difference between ghouls and humans. But this world is like this, even more so than the world he lived in his previous life, where the strong prey on the weak. If you can't adapt to this kind of thing, you won't be able to survive. He could only stick to his principles as much as possible and not kill any human or ghoul easily. To deprive is a sin, but he has to deprive life when necessary. Less than 10 minutes later, people sent by the CCG branch arrived at the scene. Advertisement. These people are third-class investigating officers and assistant investigating officers. The rank of a third-class investigator is lower than that of a second-class investigator, where Uchiha Baiye is currently. And an assistant investigator is even lower than the third-class rank. These people's duties tend to be miscellaneous work in this area because their combat capabilities are not strong. Moreover, investigators below the second rank are not qualified to use the Quink. The conditions for using the Quink are not only to reach the level of a second-rank investigator but also to pass relevant strict assessments. Third-class investigators and assistant investigators can only use Q bullet. The bullets of this firearm are made of Ghoul's Kagun. Although its power is not as strong as that of Quink, it also has a certain lethality against ghouls. Uchiha second class. Thank you for your hard work, Uchiha-kun. These people all showed respect to Uchiha Baiye. Uchiha Baiye nodded to them and said, then I'll leave the scene to you. I'll go back and rest first. Yes, okay. Quote. They responded one after another. Afterwards, Uchiha Baiye leisurely left the scene carrying the Quink. These people began to examine the ghoul's body as usual. After the inspection, one of the third-class investigators could not help but exclaimed, this guy only has 2 wounds, one in the hernia and one in the heart. Both are very accurate and fatal. Normally, after an investigator fights a ghoul, the scene will be quite chaotic. It is rare to see a scene like the one in front of us with almost no traces of a fight. This means that the Uchiha second class killed the ghoul instantly, and his attack was very precise, leaving no unnecessary wounds at all, which is not something an ordinary second class could do. The true strength of that Uchiha second class has obviously far surpassed that of an ordinary second class investigator. As expected of a genius from that place, it's not unreasonable that he can become a second class investigator right after joining the company. And I just noticed that Uchiha too seems to be completely unharmed. His skills are really amazing. We still have to study at the Investigator Academy for 2 years before we have a chance to be promoted to second rank. The gap between us and this genius is indeed too big to describe. Quote. The third-class investigators and assistant investigators present were almost all boys and girls of the same age as Uchiha Baiye, so they all admired Uchiha Baiye, a genius of the same age. Chapter 9 Tiger Mask. Return to residence. After a quick shower, Uchiha Baiye went straight to bed and prepared to go to sleep. Whether human, ghoul, half human or half ghoul, everyone needs normal sleep. He placed the suitcase containing the Quink next to the bed and had no intention of putting it back into the Kamui space. Because every time he uses this space transfer eye technique it will consume RC cells and eye power, and in his current condition he cannot withstand using this eye technique 2 or 3 times in a row in a short period of time. His body was a little weak now due to the consumption of pupil technique, but it was not serious and he would be able to recover after a night's rest. In fact, it was clear after tonight's battle that Uchiha Baiye was able to crush ordinary ghouls with just the basic abilities of the Mangekyō Sharingan, and he was only using a B-rank Quink. At present, as long as he doesn't mess around and commit suicide, the basic ability of Mangekyō Sharingan is more than enough. Before falling asleep, Uchiha Baiye used his mind to open the system mall that he had activated before. Open black lens bracket level 1 system mall close black lens bracket. Product. Samsara Magatama mask. Description. The same white jade mask as Obito's in the early stages of the Ninja Wars. It has no special effects, but can be used to hide one's identity. Price. 5 attribute points. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket product. Tiger skin mask close black lens bracket. Description. The same red tiger skin mask as Obito in Night of the Red Moon, no special effects, can be used to hide the identity given as a gift Obito costume in Night of the Red Moon plus chain weapon. Price. 5 attribute points. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Product. Low-level longevity pill. Description. One pill can extend your lifespan by 1 year. Once used, your appearance will be frozen until the lifespan extended by the pill ends. There is no limit to the number of times you can purchase this pill. Price. 10 attribute points. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket product. RC cell storage close black lens bracket. Description. Excess RC cells can be stored here. When using pupil skills, the RC cells in the storage will be automatically consumed, which can prevent the RC cell value from being too high and causing the inability to eat normal food. Price. 50 attribute points. The system mall has already appeared in front of Uchiha Baiye. It can be seen that there are only 4 products in the system mall at the first level, but these 4 products are not useless. The Samsara Magatama mask or the tiger skin mask can help him hide his true identity when using the double Kamui, because when using the double Kamui's eye technique, his eyes will turn into Mangekyō Sharingan, which can easily be mistaken for a ghoul. Advertisement. In this case, wearing a mask is the best solution. If his true identity is known and he is mistaken for a ghoul without a mask, Uchiha Baiye will be in danger. The threat comes from the forces behind CCG. There are also low-level longevity pills that can solve the problem of him being half-human and having a lifespan of less than half that of a normal human. As for the RC cell storage, the price of 50 attribute points may seem expensive, but it is actually quite important. Because in the future, as the RC cell value in his body increases, once it exceeds a certain range, he will become like a ghoul and will be unable to eat anything except human flesh. In this world, only natural half-ghouls can eat normal food when their RC cell value exceeds a certain standard. Eating human flesh is something Uchiha Baiye absolutely does not want, so this RC cell storage device is very important to him. But now he doesn't have many attribute points, only 13 points. Let's buy a more necessary mask first, so that it will be convenient for future actions. Uchiha Baiye has made his decision. The first thing he wanted to buy was the tiger skin mask. Ding. Host successfully purchased the tiger skin mask. Attribute points -5, current attribute points 8. Closing square bracket. The purchase was completed, but the tiger skin mask did not appear in Uchiha Baiye's hands, so maybe it was in the system panel. He then opened the system panel. Host. Uchiha Baiye. Type. Half-human. Identity. CCG Second Class Investigator, Bright Berry Court Half-Human, Dark. Age. 18. Open black lens bracket Constitution. 20 close black lens bracket. RC cell value. 600. Current attribute points. 8 total attribute points. 113. Mall item. Tiger skin mask. Not to mention some changes that have taken place in the system panel, there is also an additional column, mall items, and the tiger skin mask I just bought is indeed here. Uchiha Baiye tried to put it on through his mind, and suddenly a red tiger skin mask appeared on his face, with some black tiger skin patterns on the orange-red mask. Although this mask has only one hole for the right eye, it does not affect the use of Kamui in both eyes. This is a special effect of this mask. His left eye can also see the outside world through the mask and use pupil techniques, but the outside world cannot see his left eye through the mask. Uchiha Baiye took the mirror on the table next to him and looked at himself. He felt that it was not bad. Except for the right eye Kamui, which can be seen, no other features of his can be seen. If that's the case, then can he also disguise himself as a one-eyed ghoul, or a half-ghoul? Advertisement. Uchiha Baiye moved his mind again, and the tiger skin mask returned to the system column. His face suddenly appeared in the mirror, and it was exactly the same as he had in his previous life. Although he can't be said to have a stunning appearance, he is very handsome, with beautiful and natural features. However, his eyebrows are rather deep, not the sunny type, but rather appears to be more calm and cold. After all, there are not many sunny and cheerful people in the Uchiha clan, so Uchiha Baiye has lived up to the Uchiha name. The next morning, Uchiha Baiye was called back to the CCG branch. Of course, the reason why he was called back was because of the ghoul incident last night. Second class Uchiha, I heard that you have successfully completed the mission. According to the autopsy report, both wounds on the ghoul were caused by your Quink, Eric. Well done. The person in front of Uchiha Baiye at this time was one of his superiors, the captain of his team, a senior investigator 2 levels higher than him, and also a half-human who also came from the White Sun Court. According to the memory in my mind, the other party is a young man with a relatively generous personality. His name is Sakai Joji. It seems that he is similar to what I remember. Sake Inoue and others are appreciated. Uchiha Baiye said with a calm expression. Ha ha ha, Uchiha second class is too modest. Those juniors who handled the scene were full of praise for you when they came back. Sakai Joji laughed and patted Uchiha Baiye on the shoulder. Keep going. I'm optimistic that you'll become a special player in the future. Thanks. Uchiha Baiye just nodded expressionlessly, without any emotion. Afterwards, he went through some routine procedures, such as commendation, psychological counseling, etc. Investigators who have fought against ghouls basically have to receive psychological counseling after the war. After all, ghouls look exactly like humans, and if you're not careful, it's easy to develop psychological trauma or mental illness. After Uchiha Baiye left, a senior investigator who had a good relationship with Sakai came over and said in surprise, "Sakai, are you kidding? It's not easy to be a special investigator. You should know that there are less than 10 special investigators in the entire Tokyo area. It is extremely difficult to be promoted to a special investigator. You must have an exceptionally impressive record to have a chance." Of course I know that, but my intuition tells me that Uchiha second class has a good chance of becoming a special investigator, or at least a quasi-special. Sakai Joji said confidently. Although the information showed that Uchiha No. 2's performance was rather mediocre when he was still in Berry Court, when he really saw Uchiha No. 2 with his own eyes, he felt that it was very different from the description in the information. The senior investigator next to him felt that quasi-special first class was somewhat possible, but special first class was too slim. Then we'll have to wait and see. Chapter 10 Discussion at Home, third update. The ghoul that was expelled yesterday was counted in Uchiha Baiye's battle record, which was so detailed that it even recorded the use of Quink. However, his investigator rank has not been promoted to first class so quickly. He only expelled a B rank ghoul, and he needed to expel at least a few A rank ghouls to be promoted to a first class investigator. If you become a senior investigator, you will need to expel at least one S rank ghoul. It is best to participate in large-scale expulsion operations and make outstanding achievements in the operations. This is the easiest way to get promoted. The record of defeating B-rank ghouls is of little value, unless you expel dozens or hundreds of them to increase the record. You can take administrative leave for a while. Relax during this time, but remember to stay close to Quink as much as possible. At this time, Sakai Joji reminded Uchiha Baiye. Well, I'll pay attention. Uchiha Baiye heading. The so-called administrative leave means temporarily being relieved of duties and taking a break for a period of time. You will also be paid during the leave, but you must receive psychological counseling on time. After leaving CCG, Uchiha Baiye returned to work at Shuisha as usual. Normally speaking, he had already completed the task of investigating the ghouls, so there was no need for him to continue lurking in the Shoei society. But he still had to deal with the publishing matters of Fankun-ite, so he planned to stay in Shongyingshi. Except for necessary mission operations, CCG generally does not forcibly interfere with the daily lives of investigators. Therefore, it is not a big problem for Uchiha Baiye to stay in Shongyingshi, but he cannot guarantee his daily attendance at Shongyingshi. But given his special identity as a CCG investigator, Shongyingshi will not make things difficult for him. Having just fought a ghoul last night, Uchiha Baiye came to Shuisha to clock in for work today as if nothing had happened. When he clocked in, he suddenly remembered that the system also required a sign-in. Ding. Host has completed sign-in and received reward. 1 attribute point. Closing square bracket. Note. Signing in for 7 consecutive days will earn you an extra 5 attribute points, signing in for 15 consecutive days will earn you an extra 10 attribute points, and signing in for 30 consecutive days will earn you an extra 20 attribute points. At the beginning, the attribute points you get from signing in are not many, but over time they will increase. Due to his status as an investigator, Uchiha Baiye brought Quink to the office as well, but he packed the suitcase with a handbag so that it would not be seen by ordinary people. Today, Uchiha Baiye's job, in addition to reading the electronic manuscript of Takatsuki and making annotations, is to help Fankun-ite follow up on the publishing process. In fact, as he possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan, he could read 10 lines at a glance without missing a word, but he also had to make comments on many paragraphs at the same time, which was the most time-consuming. When it was almost time to get off work, he finally finished reading and annotating the entire manuscript. The length of the manuscript was considered a novella, with a total of 200,000 to 300,000 words, just enough to be published as a book. Advertisement. After get off work and dinner, Uchiha Baiye called Fankun-ite. Teacher Takatsuki, I have read your manuscript carefully and made some comments. Can you come to my house tonight to discuss the manuscript? Uchiha Baiye talks. Okay, but I don't know your address. I'll text you the detailed address, and I'll just hang up now. After hanging up the phone, Uchiha Baiye immediately sent a text message to Fankun-ite. About half an hour later, there was a soft knock on the door, and the voice of Yoshimura was heard. Mr. Uchiha, it's me. The person outside the door was indeed Fankun-ite, but judging from his speed, he must have walked here. Uchiha Baiye then went to open the door for Fankun-ite. Teacher Takatsuki, please come in. I'm sorry to see you at my humble abode. Before Yoshimura came, Uchiha Baiye had already put Quink's suitcase into the closet to avoid being seen by Yoshimura. Won't. Fankun-ite still understands some etiquette in human society, such as taking off shoes when entering someone else's home. Oh, I forgot to prepare an extra pair of slippers. Uchiha Baiye suddenly remembered that he had neglected this matter. He had just come here less than 2 days ago, and he hadn't remembered that the Japanese had such requirements. It's okay. It doesn't matter if I don't wear shoes. Fang Kunite said. Okay, I'll show you the annotated manuscript first. In addition to the original chair in front of the computer desk, Uchiha Baiye pulled another chair to the side, which was naturally for Fang Kunite to sit on. Afterwards, Uchiha Baiye showed Fang Kunite the annotated places one by one. Sitting on the chair, due to Fang Kunite's petite figure, her feet cannot touch the ground when she sits normally. The pair of small feet seemed to sway back and forth subconsciously. Next, Uchiha Baiye and Fang Kunite discussed for 2.5 hours and preliminarily determined some of the modifications. As it was already quite late, Uchiha Baiye closed the manuscript even though the discussion was not yet complete. It's already 10 o'clock. Let's stop here for today and continue tomorrow or some other time. Advertisement. Uchiha Baiye said, but it's already so late, how about I take Mr. Takatsuki back home? Although he knew very well that with Fang Kunite's strength, he didn't need anyone to send him off, but he had to be an ordinary human editor after all, so it was completely logical for him to care about the authors he signed. Anyway, Fang Kunite will definitely refuse later, so he just said it for show. However, what Uchiha Baiye didn't expect was that Fang Kunite actually agreed directly. Okay. Then let's go. Uchiha Baiye was still able to maintain a calm expression and tone so as to avoid being noticed by Yoshimura. At this time, there are fewer pedestrians on the street, and even fewer people dare to walk in the alleys. There are too many ghouls infiltrating human society because everyone is afraid of being preyed upon by ghouls that may appear at any time. It is true that some ghouls are relatively friendly, but most of them still have strong hostility towards humans and simply treat humans as food. At this time, Uchiha Baiye was walking on the street with Yoshimura Eto. He did not carry a Quink, but in case of any accidents, he still had 2 Kamui. Just then, a burly drunkard came towards them from the front. He was so drunk that he couldn't even walk steadily. As soon as the drunk saw Fang Kunite, he coveted her beauty, little sister, hiccup. Accompany uncle and I to have a few drinks. Sure. Fang Kunite agreed without hesitation and said to Uchiha Baiye, Mr. Uchiha, thank you for sending me here. I have something to do and I will leave first. To put it bluntly, Fang Kunite had already regarded this drunkard as a target for prey. He. The drunkard immediately let out a greedy and smelly perverted laugh. A hint of disgust flashed across Fang Kunite's eyes, with a sinister murderous intent hidden in the deepest part. Uchiha Baiye could certainly see what Fang Kunite wanted to do, and he couldn't just sit back and watch. Boom. Uchiha Baiye punched the drunkard directly, knocking out one of his front teeth, and then hit him in the abdomen with a knee. The drunk man suddenly fell to the ground with a look of pain on his face, curled up, and vomited out the food he had eaten in the evening mixed with blood foam in his mouth. Then Uchiha Baiye didn't even look at the drunk man, he grabbed Fang Kunite's wrist and left. Given Yoshimura's petite figure, she was naturally easily pulled away by Uchiha Baiye. Fang Kunite was suddenly a little surprised. What was this human doing? Chapter 11 Inches ATM. Uchiha Baiye stopped only after he had walked far away. At the same time, he also released Fang Kunite's wrist. Why did you just? At this time, Fang Kunite couldn't help but ask Uchiha Baiye. Do I even need to ask why? I'm your editor-in-chief. How can I watch you do something that doesn't take care of your body? If you're really short of money, I'll try my best to help you with the money. Uchiha Baiye reacted quickly, he had already thought of a reason. Quote. Fang Kunite was silent for a moment. I understand. Then I would like to ask you to give me another 10,000 yen. She was not after the money just now, but wanted to lure the disgusting drunkard to a deserted place and kill and eat him. The ghoul wants to rely on human flesh to maintain her strength, and it can also speed up her recovery from injuries. Her fatal injury to her Kagun is still a big problem until now. But now her plan had been ruined by Uchiha Baiye, and she could only ask for funds. But, she didn't know how long it had been since she had been cared for so much, and this feeling wasn't bad. Quote. Huh, I just gave you 10,000 yesterday. Are you asking for another 10,000 so soon? Uchiha Baiye is an amazing person. Well, I accidentally spent a little too much. Fang Kunite said confidently. If you don't want to, don't bother me. I'll go back to find that uncle. Then let's not do that. Uchiha Baiye then gave Fang Kunite a 10,000 yen note. After receiving the 10,000 yen, Yoshimura Eto revealed an imperceptible malicious smile on his face. She suddenly felt like she had found a cash machine. But she would also be careful to avoid scaring people away in a few days. Fang Kunite did not hold out much hope of making money through publishing and sales. At least the initial funding for Bronze Tree has been secured. At the same time, Uchiha Baiye didn't know that Fang Kunite had already treated him as a cash machine. But he didn't care about this little money. The monthly salary of a CCG second-class investigator was normally over 400,000 yen, and there were additional commissions for completing missions. Advertisement. After all, CCG investigators are civil servants in Japan and their jobs are very dangerous, so the overall salary level must be higher. Compared to money, he cares more about strength. A capable ghoul investigator never has to worry about money. We're almost there. Mr. Uchiha, please take me there. At this time, Fangkun said. There is actually still some distance from here to her organization's base, but she certainly won't let the other party follow her to her base. Well, goodbye, Mr. Takatsuki. Uchiha Baiye nodded slightly. Goodbye. Fangkun responded softly. ... Ding. Host has completed sign in and received reward. 1 attribute point. Closing square bracket. Ding. Host has completed sign in and received reward. 1 attribute point. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. In the next few days, Uchiha Baiye worked normally at Shongyungsha, and discussed and revised the manuscript with Fangkun at home. The first version of Takovka has been preliminarily refined. Including the refinement of the first version, Fangkun was also completed through Uchiha Baiye's home computer. The reason why it is called the first edition is because it is normal for a work to be refined several times or even dozens of times. Of course, this all depends on the author's personal wishes, not the editor's coercion. Editors who force authors to refine or revise their work after the contract has been signed are often not very reliable. However, Uchiha Baiye's administrative leave is about to end. He received psychological counseling 3 times in the past few days, and no psychological problems were found. After it was confirmed that there was no problem, his administrative leave was shortened. But he had no objection to this. It was just what he wanted. After all, he didn't want to be idle all the time. ... Tonight, Fangkun came to Uchiha Baiye's house as usual. Now there is no need for Uchiha Baiye to call first. After dinner, Fangkun will come to the door on his own initiative. Advertisement. They are preparing a refined second edition. Every refined version will be backed up, including the original manuscript. Although one of the main reasons why Fangkun contacted Uchiha Baiye was to obtain funding, she also attaches great importance to her work. She enjoys the creative process. Therefore, she also paid close attention to the discussions and refinement of the work with Uchiha Baiye. It seemed like in the blink of an eye, it was already late at night and almost 10 o'clock. Fangkun was also ready to go back. But before leaving, Fangkun suddenly asked Uchiha Baiye, by the way, Mr. Uchiha, after reading my article, do you have any detailed thoughts? You want me to express my feelings? Uchiha Baiye recalled briefly, the writing is very good. Although there are many poetic descriptions, it doesn't make people feel boring. But behind the article, one can vaguely sense inexplicable sadness, resentment, emptiness, loneliness, and other dark emotions. The protagonist feels hopeless about everything and has no expectations or trust in anyone. Although he sometimes has new companions, he ends up alone again in the end. Thanks to the basic abilities of the Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Baiye can memorize texts instantly. And one can also more keenly perceive the core and profound meaning contained therein. Quote. You're right, this work of mine is pretty much like that. Fangkun was immediately surprised that this person had studied her article so thoroughly. No wonder this person seems to have become an editor at such a young age. He can be no more than 20 years old. It seems that he is very talented in editing. Unlike other editors who are mostly middle-aged men and women, this one is at least in his 20s or 30s. It's unbelievable. I remember that Mr. Takatsuki was only 18 years old, but he was able to create works in this style. It's as if he had many extremely dark experiences. Uchiha Baiye is a wonderful journey. In fact, he knew that Fangkun grew up in the most chaotic District 24. You should know that District 24 is the only area without a CCG headquarters or branch. In this lawless place where the strong prey on the weak, if you want to survive you must become stronger, and the fastest way to become stronger is to constantly engage in co-eating. The so-called co-eating means that ghouls eat each other. Therefore, Fangkun was already a master at such a young age, and even the notorious SSS level, one-eyed owl. The cruel and tragic experiences that Fangkun has endured in District 24 over the past decade are hard for ordinary people to imagine. Chapter 12 Area 24. Is it that exaggerated? Maybe I am more talented in this area. Fangkun naturally glossed over this topic. Her work is certainly influenced by her own experiences, but she certainly can't let people know about them. That's right, Mr. Takatsuki is indeed a genius. Uchiha Baiye did not question it, but echoed it. See you tomorrow. Oh no, I have something to do tomorrow. See you in a few days. After saying goodbye, Fangkun went back. This sounds like a normal sentence, but it attracted Uchiha Baiye's attention. Fangkun mentioned that something happened in the past few days, so it must be that there will be some action again. As the one-eyed owl. However, Uchiha Baiye cannot accurately judge what Yoshimura will do in the next few days. After all, the current timeline is 10 years before the original work, and there are too few descriptions about 10 years ago. Ding. Host has completed sign-in and received 1 attribute point as reward. Closing square bracket. Ding. Host has signed in for 7 consecutive days and received an extra reward, 5 attribute points. Closing square bracket. Today, Uchiha Baiye has reported back to the CCG branch. It looks like Uchiha number 2 should be fine. Let's officially return to the team today. Captain Joji Sakai confirmed that Uchiha Baiye officially returned to the team today. Captain Sakai, are there any missions related to Area 24 recently? At this time, Uchiha Baiye asked Sakai Joji. He speculated that the actions of One-Eyed Owl, also known as Fangkunite, might be related to District 24, because Fangkunite fought his way out of District 24, and the Bronze Tree he founded later would also take root in District 24 and become the ruler of District 24. Area 24. It really exists. Recently, the headquarters is recruiting personnel from each branch to form a search team specifically responsible for exploring Area 24. Sakai Joji said. But what do you want to do, Uchiha? The 24th district is a very dangerous, chaotic and mysterious area. It is rumored that the One-Eyed Owl came from the Ghouls in the 24th district. Advertisement. Which investigators have already joined the search team? Uchiha Baiye pursued route. I don't know the details. I only know that there is a special investigator and a quasi-special investigator. I only know that they are Marut Special Inspector and Mado Quasi-Special Inspector. I don't know about the others. Sakai Joji answered. This search team has a special and a quasi-special configuration, which is enough to show how dangerous Area 24 is and how much importance CCG attaches to Area 24. Among them, Mado Quasi-Special Class, also known as Mado Mu, is the most powerful female investigator in the current CCG. She became a quasi-special class at the age of 28. But the ending in the original book is very tragic. I would like to apply to join the search team of District 24. Uchiha Baiye applied decisively. He was completely certain that Fangkunite would take action in District 24 in the next few days. However, he joined the 24th District search team not to find Yoshimura Ito, but to prevent a series of tragedies from happening. Uchiha Baiye knew very well what would happen at that time. The search team encountered the One-Eyed Owl deep in the 24th District. After realizing that they were no match for it, the Captain Maruk Tokuho ordered everyone to retreat, leaving behind the strongest player in the team, Mado Wei. The rank of an investigator does not completely represent strength, but mainly represents merit, so Maruk Tokugawa is not as strong as Madoka Wei, who is a quasi-special class investigator. Madoka Wei just does not have enough merit, and if he does not sacrifice himself, he will become a special class investigator sooner or later. As a result, when the search team came back again, they found Makoto Wei, who had been eaten beyond recognition by the One-Eyed Owl. Not only that, Mado Wei's husband Mado Wushi was also in the search team. After witnessing all this, he suffered a mental breakdown. After that, he became very sick and obsessed with revenge on the One-Eyed Owl. He hated ghouls to the point of madness and even killed kind-hearted ghouls cruelly without mercy. In the original work, the tragedies of Kirishima Tuka, Kirishima Arata, the father of Kirishima Ayato, and Fueguchi Hinami's parents were all directly caused by Mado Gosho. But the reason why Junhu Wushu became what he was later was because his wife Junhu Wei was eaten beyond recognition by the One-Eyed Owl. No husband in the world could accept his wife being killed in this way. So Uchiha Baiye wants to save this series of tragedies from the root. Ding. Host applies to join the 24th District Search Team. Activate the hidden mission, 24th District Search Team. Closing square bracket. Task 1. Successfully join the search team and go to Area 24. Task reward. 10 attribute points. The hidden mission just happened to be activated, so there was no reason not to go to Uchiha Baiye. Advertisement. You really want to join that search team. You should think it over carefully. We have sent search teams to Area 24 many times before, but each time we didn't get much and suffered heavy casualties. To put it bluntly, that place is just a nest of ghouls. There are no humans living there at all. Sakai Joji persuaded Uchiha Baiye. He was very optimistic about Uchiha Baiye's potential, and that was why he didn't want Uchiha Baiye to die accidentally before he grew up. Area 24 is too dangerous and is not suitable for Uchiha Baiye, who is currently only a second-class investigator, to go there. Although he also knew that Uchiha Baiye's true strength was more than second-class investigators were generally only qualified to be equipped with B-class Quink. Quink was a very critical source of combat power for them. If the level of Quink could not keep up, it would greatly limit the combat power of the investigators. I've thought it through, Uchiha Baiye said firmly. Okay, then you have to be careful. Remember to follow Junto Mado closely. She is the strongest force in the search team. Sakai Joji emphasized to Uchiha Baiye. Little did they know that the enemy that the search team would face in District 24 was the One-Eyed Owl that even Junto Mado could not defeat. Uchiha Baiye didn't say much, but nodded in response. Then I will help you submit the application later. If nothing goes wrong, you will know the result today at the earliest or tomorrow at the latest. Basically, the application will definitely be approved because the search team of Area 24 can never be fully staffed. Everyone knows that place is very dangerous, said Sakai Joji. Excuse me, Captain Sakai. Uchiha Baiye talks. Sure enough, just one morning later, in the afternoon, Uchiha Baiye received the news that his application had been approved. Now he has been temporarily transferred from the team in charge of Sakai Joji to the 24th District Investigation Team, and his superiors have become Special Investigator Marutsai and Quasi-Special Investigator Mado Yu. Uchiha Baiye needs to go to Area 23 immediately to rejoin the team, because the search team is on standby in Area 23 and will not proceed to Area 24 until there are enough people. Chapter 13. The Journey to Takatsuki Spring. At this moment, Uchiha Baiye has arrived at the CCG branch in District 23. The rest of the search team responsible for searching Area 24 are waiting here. I'm Uchiha Baiye, a second-class investigator from the 2nd Division, equipped with AB rank Quink. Uchiha Baiye has already met the other members of the search team and briefly introduced himself. You can briefly introduce the level of your Quink, but it is best not to reveal the name of the Quink, especially when facing your colleagues. At this time, Uchiha Baiye was still wearing his usual black windbreaker, but what was different from usual was that he had an extra, white dove, badge on his chest, which symbolized his identity as a CCG investigator. The Quink briefcase that he had been carrying with him was now placed next to him. There was no need to carry it with him at all times in the CCG bureau. I'm the Marut who's in charge of leading you this time. So have a good rest tonight and set off for Area 24 tomorrow. The mission goal is to explore as deep as possible. We at CCG still have too little information about Area 24. Marutsai briefly explained the mission and then the group was dismissed. Uchiha Baiye, they can stay in the CCG branch and do their own things, or they can return to their temporary residence to rest. He chose to stay in the CCG branch for the time being and use the computers here to learn more about public intelligence. After all, this happened 10 years ago in the original novel's timeline. Even if he knew the original novel very well, he wouldn't know much about what happened 10 years ago. Just when Uchiha Baiye was about to find that kind of public computer, Mado Wushu next to him suddenly called out to him, Uchiha second class, can you let me see your Quink? In this timeline, Mado Wushu looks less than 30 years old. He wears a black suit and his cheeks are a little thin, but he is far from being as old and haggard as in the original work. As soon as I watched it, I wanted to watch Quink. Uchiha Baiye immediately thought that it turned out that Mado Wushi had been obsessed with Quink so early. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm first-class investigator Mado Wushu. At this time, Mado Wushu added another sentence. P.S. Although Baidu Encyclopedia lists him as a third-class investigator, when I read the comics, it was not clearly stated what rank Mado Wushu was. If I remember it wrong, please remind me. I personally think that those who can participate in the 24th Area Search Mission are at least second-class investigators who are qualified to carry Quinks, so I considered him as first class. Uchiha Baiye thought that it would be okay to show this guy the Quink. After all, it was only a B rank Quink. If it was A rank or above, he would have hesitated a little. But just as he was about to hand the Quink briefcase to Mado Wushu, Mado Wei came over and said, don't worry about him. He is always obsessed with Quink. But Quink is the most important thing for every investigator. You can't just give it to others. This is a pretty young woman in her 30s with short, slightly long hair and wearing a white combat uniform. He is also the strongest force of this investigation team, the Quasi-Special Investigation Officer Mamoru Uehara. Advertisement. Okay. Uchiha Baiye heading. Now he is just a second-class investigator who obeys his superior's orders honestly. It goes without saying which order has the highest priority, the first-class investigator or the quasi-special class investigator. Oops. Faced with Junhu Wei's obstruction, Junhu Wushu scratched his head in embarrassment. Although the other party was his wife, she was also his boss and instructor during his college years, and he was marrying into the family. So in fact, his original name was not Junhu Wushu. He changed his surname to Junhu after he married Junhu Wei. The reason was that Mado Wei felt that it was too troublesome to change her surname to the man's after marriage, so Mado Wo decisively chose to marry into the man's family, and then the former instructor, Mado Wei, and student Mado Wo, got married. This is also why Madoka Wei's strength and investigator level are so much higher than his. However, facts have proved that later on, Mado Wushu's strength was not much worse than Mado Wei. In the original work, Mado Wushong had made outstanding contributions to the CCG and could have been promoted to quasi-special class or even special class long ago. However, he felt that the special class was too strictly controlled by the CCG, which was not conducive to his revenge on the one-eyed owl, so he refused the promotion many times. However, Madogu was too obsessed with Quink and extremely hated ghouls, so he was killed by Kirishima Tuka and Fueguchi Hinami, who exploded in desperation. Mado, go back and have a good rest. Dangerous situations may occur at any time in Area 24 tomorrow, so you must be well rested to be prepared. Junhu Wei said to Junhu Wushu. In this kind of work environment, she always addresses her husband using this formal address. Yes, Mado Wushu could only leave with some regret. Although the Quink of the boy just now was only B level, he was also interested in researching it. Then Uchiha second class too, get some rest and I'll see you tomorrow. Mado Wei also said something to Uchiha Baiye and then continued to deal with his own affairs. This day has passed. Advertisement. Apart from eating and sleeping, Uchiha Baiye is checking various public intelligence and occasionally communicating and getting to know his colleagues in the search team who will be working together tomorrow. The entire search team has more than 20 people. The lowest rank is the second-class search officer, the captain is Marut Special Class, and the deputy captain is Mado-jun Special Class. The overall strength of this search team is already very strong, but everyone is still nervous about tomorrow's operation. Also, you must write a suicide note and hand it in before leaving tomorrow. This is the custom of CCG. Every investigator must write a suicide note before carrying out a more dangerous mission, so as to avoid accidentally sacrificing their lives during the mission and leaving nothing for their family. At night, Uchiha Baiye was sitting at a table in a temporary rented house, writing a suicide note. To be honest, he didn't know what to write. He didn't even have any family in this world. What was the point of writing a suicide note? After thinking for a while, he finally wrote down a few words. I wish, to Kafka, a hot sail, to Takatsuki-san. The only person Uchiha Baiye is relatively familiar with in this world right now is Yoshimura Eto. Anyway, as long as he didn't die in the line of duty, CCG would not send his suicide note to Takatsuki Izumi, or open his suicide note, so he just filled it out casually. The next morning, the search team has set off to Area 24. When Uchiha Baiye landed within the range of Area 24, a prompt sound came from the system. Ding! Host successfully completed. Task 1. Successfully joined the search team and went to Area 24, and obtained attribute points, 10 attribute points. Closing square bracket. Task 1 has been completed, activate Task 2. Closing square bracket. Mission 2. Defeat the SSS level Ghoul, One-Eyed Owl. Task reward. 100 attribute points. Chapter 14 Underground Labyrinth. Defeat the One-Eyed Owl. It's really difficult for him right from the start. Although Uchiha Baiye's trip was indeed to stop the One-Eyed Owl from killing Madoka, he only wanted to rescue Madoka instead of fighting with the One-Eyed Owl. If that's the case, then he plans to try to fight with the One-Eyed Owl at that time. District 24. This is not actually a formal district. To be precise, Area 24 is a huge maze dug by ghouls, and most of the underground of Tokyo is considered Area 24. Furthermore, the depth of Area 24 is unfathomable, and it is said that the deepest part is the lair of a large number of ghouls. Therefore, Area 24 is not a place where normal humans can survive, and it is impossible for CCG to set up a branch in this underground maze like other areas. All CCG can do is send a search team to explore this mysterious maze. Although CCG has already discovered more than one entrance to Area 24, only the entrance at the edge of Area 23 has more sufficient intelligence. The search team has entered the 24th area underground maze through this entrance many times and explored it to a certain depth, so they generally do not use the other entrances to avoid being ambushed by ghouls when there is insufficient intelligence. At this time, Uchiha Baiye's search team had entered the 24th area. Everyone should pay special attention to the movements around them. Ghouls may appear at any time. Captain Marutsai walked in front and reminded the rest of the search team. Everyone nodded solemnly. They all knew how dangerous this place was and did not dare to joke with their lives. Uchiha Baiye is certainly no exception. He is a relatively cautious person and will not get carried away just because he has two Kamui. While observing his surroundings, he also paid a little attention to the walls of the maze. If he remembered correctly, these walls were actually made of Kagun, just like how Quink was made of Kagun. It's just that Quink is a technology developed by CCG, while the walls of the maze are equivalent to the technology developed by the ghouls. The two sides, technology, does not have much in common, so CCG has difficulty breaking the walls of the Area 24 maze. This also brought great obstacles to CCG's search work in District 24. The search team's investigators did not want to waste too much energy destroying the walls, so they could only study the maze route while conducting the search. At this moment, Uchiha Baiye vaguely noticed a figure in front of him, lying on the ground and seemed to be gnawing on something. Advertisement. This is obviously a ghoul. But at this time, no one except him has discovered it. After a while, when they were closer, Marutsai suddenly noticed it and immediately gave the order. Stop. At the command, everyone reacted quickly and stopped. Prepare for battle, Marutsai said in a deep voice. Of course, the ghoul noticed the noise and immediately dropped the human corpse he was gnawing on. While running towards the depths, he shouted, "The white dove is coming. Another white dove is running in. I'm really unlucky. I'm about to encounter a big battle right after I come in." Marutsai immediately sighed. Once you encounter ghouls in the 24th area maze, you will most likely be besieged by a large number of ghouls. The reason why the casualties of the previous 24 area search teams were so high was because they encountered this kind of situation. This is unavoidable. Area 24 is the nest of ghouls, and ghouls will be encountered sooner or later. Don't act rashly now, and follow my orders. Marutsai stared intently into the depths of the maze ahead. The others waited for Maruti's order, clutching the briefcase containing the Quink tightly in their hands, and were so nervous that they could almost hear the sound of their own hearts pounding. Apart from Marutsai, the most calm ones are Mado-Wei and Uchiha Baiye, followed by Mado Wushu. After a while, as expected, more than a dozen ghouls emerged from the depths of the maze. They're coming. Equip your Quinks. Marutsai immediately gave the order. Everyone unlocked the biometrics of their suitcases and equipped their respective quinks in their hands. The shapes are basically different. Everyone's quink is unique. After all, the owner of the Kagun that was made into a quink is also unique in the world. Uchiha Baiye has always been in the middle and rear of the search team. His investigator rank is lower, so it is impossible for him to be at the front of the team like Marut Special Officer and Mado Associate Special Officer. Advertisement. Almost in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen ghouls rushed over fiercely and almost broke through the search team's formation. At this time, a ghoul happened to appear in front of Uchiha Baiye and seemed to have regarded him as its target. Uchiha, second class, be careful. Mado Wushu immediately reminded Uchiha Baiye. It seems that because Uchiha Baiye is a newcomer, both in CCG and in the search team, Mado Wushu is quite caring towards him. In the original work, Mado Wushu was also very caring towards his colleagues, especially Amon Kotaro, who was his subordinate and partner. However, when facing ghouls, he showed an extremely hateful and cruel face. Uchiha Baiye dodged the ghoul's attack by leaning sideways, and used Quink, Eric, to backhand through the opponent's neck. High-level ghouls have extremely strong self-healing abilities, and this kind of severe injury to the neck is unlikely to be fatal. But the ghoul that Uchiha Baiye faced was obviously of a low level, and he died completely after struggling for a few times. Ding. Host defeated the B-rank ghoul, and received a reward, 3 attribute points. Closing square bracket. As expected, it was just a B-rank ghoul, and it was easy to deal with. Thank you for the reminder, Mado-senpai. Although Uchiha Baiye had a clear insight into the movements of these ghouls and did not need any reminders from Mado Wushu, he still chose the most amicable response to Mado Wushu's kindness. Sharp. Mado Wushu couldn't help but comment on Uchiha Baiye's fighting performance just now. Such skills really come from that place. He was distracted for a short moment, then immediately focused all his attention on dealing with the remaining ghouls. In the end, this bloody battle ended without any danger. Some people were injured but no one died. After all, with Marut Tokusho and Mado-jun Tokusho present, these dozen or so ghouls of low level are not enough to deal with. Uchiha Baiye defeated a total of 3 B-rank ghouls in the battle just now, gaining a total of 9 attribute points. Let's take a short rest here first, treat the wounded as soon as possible, and then continue to move forward. At this time, Marutsai spoke. When Uchiha Baiye sat on a big rock to rest, Mado Wushu also sat next to him. Uchiha, you performed really well just now, but it's a pity that you can only equip a B-class Quink. I'll apply for an A-class Quink for you when we get back. Chapter 15 Encounter with the One-Eyed Owl. Mado Wushu's obsession with Quink is reflected in many aspects. Not only does he like to study Quink, he also attaches great importance to the strength of Quink. His point is that B-rank Quink is no longer a match for Uchiha Baiye's skills. Although this is true, it is difficult to apply for a higher level Quink if the investigator's rank is not high enough. Unless you expel the high-level ghouls yourself. For example, Uchiha Baiye is only a second-class investigator now, but if he personally expel an S-rank ghoul, the CCG will take back the ghoul's Kagun, and the resulting S-rank Quink will be his exclusive Quink. I appreciate your kindness, Mado-senpai, but I don't really care about that. Uchiha Baiye talks. How can I not care? Quink is very important, but I shouldn't force my ideas on you. Although Mado Wushu is very persistent about Quink, he will not insist on changing other people's ideas. After a while, when they had rested enough, Marutsai gave the order to continue moving forward. After the great victory in the battle just now, the members of the search team were much more relaxed and began to communicate in low voices. Although it was quite thrilling just now, it's really different with Junto Mado waiting here. Yes, after all, he is a Mado quasi-special class whose combat power is comparable to that of a special class. Unless he encounters the One-Eyed Owl, there shouldn't be any problems. Quote. Don't be such a pessimist. It will be terrible if you really run into him later. That shouldn't be the case, right? Didn't the One-Eyed Owl just get severely damaged by the Kuroiwa-san and a large number of investigators? Logically, he would hide away for a while, right? When Uchiha Baiye heard someone next to him mention the One-Eyed Owl, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He knew that he would definitely encounter the One-Eyed Owl later, and could only say that these guys' bad mouths were outrageous. The search team explored the maze of Area 24 for a long time. Thanks to the intelligence provided by the previous search party returning to the CCG, Marutsai has an accurate route to avoid getting lost in the maze in the beginning. But the deeper you go, the more difficult the exploration becomes because there is insufficient information deep in the maze. F-124 is ahead, but we need to go deeper. At this time, Marutsai reminded the team members behind him. Advertisement. At this time, they were still completely unaware of the seriousness of the matter. Only Uchiha Baiye knows exactly what the F-124 position means. Because the One-Eyed Owl will appear in F-124. After a while, as Uchiha Baiye expected, the figure of the One-Eyed Owl appeared in front of him. He was wearing a black cloak that covered his face completely. Some of his Kagun had been released from his back, but he had not yet transformed into a Kagun. Unknown. This guy seems to be the One-Eyed Owl. Someone has already recognized the one-eyed owl, because it was in this image that the one-eyed owl attacked the CCG branch in Area 2 twice in a row. The image of the one-eyed owl has also been publicized by CCG and a reward has been offered. All the members of the search team suddenly felt as if they were suffocating, and cold sweats broke out on their faces due to nervousness. What they are facing is the SSS-level Ghoul, one-eyed owl, a terrifying existence that almost destroyed the entire CCG branch in Zone 2 by himself. They have to face such a powerful enemy. After recognizing the one-eyed owl, Marutsai suddenly lost his composure. His expression became very heavy and he was already considering whether to evacuate directly. Mado Wei took a step forward and walked to the front of the team. She knew that apart from Marup Tokatsu, she was the only one present who could barely fight against the one-eyed owl. Madoka, Marup-kun, give the order for the others to evacuate, quickly. Gen Huey immediately said in a deep voice. She felt that if they did not evacuate in time, the entire search team would be wiped out by the one-eyed owl. Marutsai struggled for a moment before deciding to order an evacuation. An emergency has occurred. Everyone evacuate immediately. No way. Junhu Wushu suddenly realized something and hurriedly tried to stop Junhu Wei. It is already very obvious that the most powerful Junhu Wei stayed behind to cover the rear, while the rest evacuated. This is Mamoru's wish, and even though Marutsai can't bear it, he has no choice but to do so. Advertisement. Wushu, hurry up, otherwise it will be too late. Marutsai forcibly hugged Mado Wushu, who wanted to fight with Mado Wei, and pulled him away together. He knew that whoever stayed to face the one-eyed owl would surely die. Only Madoka Wei might be able to hold off the one-eyed owl for a while. The number of victims could not be allowed to increase any further. Let me go. Mado Wushu struggled violently. He absolutely could not bear to see his wife stay here and face the one-eyed owl alone. Wushu, didn't we agree to call me Junhu Jun Tokuden when we're working? Junhu turned back slightly and smiled faintly at Junhu Wushu. Mado Wushu was stunned for a moment, but his distraction was quickly relieved by Marutsai and others. While they were trying hard to take Mado Kur away, they ignored Uchiha Baiye who was standing in the corner. He stood here on purpose so that he would not be easily noticed by others and would not have to waste time and energy talking to Maruteto. Madoka looked directly at the one-eyed owl, with a serious expression, not daring to let his guard down at all, and of course did not notice Uchiha Baiye in the corner behind him. But at this time, the one-eyed owl was not looking at Ma Huei, because she no longer had the heart to care about Ma Huei, but was staring at the direction of Uchiha Baiye. Originally, when they first met, Fangkun had wanted to launch an attack directly, but he saw a familiar figure among those investigators. When she saw clearly that it was Uchiha Baiye who was in the search team, she was stunned for a moment, giving the search officers a chance to react and escape. Otherwise, in the original book, the one-eyed owl would have easily killed several investigators. Mado felt that the reaction of the one-eyed owl was a little strange. She followed the one-eyed owl's gaze and glanced behind her. Then she saw Uchiha Baiye. She immediately exclaimed, Uchiha second class. Why haven't you evacuated yet? Because I want to stay and fight with Jun Mado and others. Uchiha Baiye walked over slowly and spoke in a very calm tone. Don't be stupid, leave now. Mado Wei warily stared at the one-eyed owl, while advising Uchiha Baiye. She didn't have time to explain so much, and if she delayed any further, Uchiha number 2 would have no chance of escaping. However, Uchiha Baiye was not moved at all. After all, he came here to save Madoka Wei. At this moment, the one-eyed owl suddenly moved and rushed towards Mamoru Wei at an astonishing speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Chapter 16 Declaration of War. The speed of the one-eyed owl is so fast that ordinary people's naked eyes can hardly keep up. Uchiha Baiye has no pressure to own the Mangekyō Sharingan. Madoka Wei is definitely not an ordinary person, and he can barely cope with the fierce attack of the one-eyed owl. But what's even more terrifying is that the one-eyed owl in front of him has not yet transformed into a Hudge. Now Mado Wei really couldn't concentrate on telling the truth to Uchiha Baiye. She could only try her best to protect Uchiha Baiye while dealing with the one-eyed owl. I saw Mado holding a Quink in the form of a spear standing in front of Uchiha Baiye. It was probably at least an S-level Quink. Clang. The attack of one-eyed owl failed to hurt Madoka, but cracks had already appeared on the Quink in Madoka's hand, and it was estimated that it would shatter after a few more attacks from one-eyed owl. The huge impact force caused Mado to take a step back and barely managed to stabilize his body. However, the next moment, the one-eyed owl directly transformed into a powerful being. A large number of Kagun were released from the Kagun bag of the one-eyed owl, forming a huge body made up of the Kagun. He was wearing a black cloak and looked to be at least 3 or 4 meters tall. The mask is also made of Kagun, and there is only one right eye on the mask, with a scarlet light flashing in the right eye. This is the origin of the name, One-Eyed. One-Eyed Owl in this timeline. At this time, Uchiha Baiye looked at the Heger form of Yoshimura, and it was exactly the same as he remembered. In the current timeline, Yoshimura Ito's Heger form is very different from that in the original work. The Heger form in the original work was larger and weirder than now. After all, 10 years is enough for Yoshimura Ito to engage in a large number of co-eating behaviors, which further upgraded the Heger form. One-eyed owl in the original work. His current Kakuzer form is almost identical to that of Yoshimura Kouzen, also known as the owl who does not kill, in the original work, because Yoshimura Kouzen changed his Kakuzer form to be the same as his daughter's just to protect her. But later on, Yoshimura's Kyogoku became stronger and stronger, and Yoshimura Kouzen gradually couldn't keep up with the changes in Yoshimura's Higer. At this time, Mado frowned slightly. This was her first time facing the one-eyed owl in its Heijin form. As expected, this feeling of oppression was something that no other ghoul had. Advertisement. Suddenly, the huge Kagun arm of the one-eyed owl swept towards Madoka Way. After being transformed into a Hudge, the combat power of the one-eyed owl increased dramatically, and now Madoka was unable to react in time. Uchiha Baiye quickly used Eric to try to block the attack for Mado, but the B-class Quink was too fragile and was easily destroyed by the Kagun arm of the SSS class one-eyed owl. He immediately retreated to avoid losing his life. However, he still managed to successfully resist most of the force of the one-eyed owl's attack. Madoka hurriedly used his Quink to block it, but was pushed back repeatedly by the impact of the Kagun's arm. The Quink in her hand accidentally fell off and landed between her and the one-eyed owl. Gen Huey was suddenly shocked. This is extremely deadly. Once the CCG investigators lose Quink, they will have almost no room to resist against higher-level ghouls, not to mention that the one in front of them is an SSS level, one-eyed owl. However, the one-eyed owl paused for a moment and glanced at Uchiha Baiye. Fangkun-eyed originally wanted to kill Mado Wei and leaving Uchiha Baiye alive. Although she hated CCG investigators and would kill them almost every time she saw them, although this guy was also an investigator, at least he had helped her a lot before. But she didn't expect that this guy would dare to fight with her. Is he not afraid of death? Compared to Mamoru, Uchiha Baiye seemed much more at ease. He threw away the half of Eric left in his hand with his backhand. He thought it was a pity that he had only used this Quink a few times and it was destroyed so quickly. Excuse me, can you please borrow my hand? Just then, Uchiha Baiye picked up the S-rank Quink that Mado Wei had dropped on the ground. Just by holding it in your hand, you can clearly feel that this S-class Quink is much stronger than the B-class, Eric. Uchiha second class. Seeing the other party pick up his Quink, Madoka didn't know what to say for a moment. Advertisement. Logically speaking, her Quink could not be lent to others. But the current situation is very special. Even if she takes back the Quink from Uchiha Baiye, she will not be able to deal with the one-eyed owl. The gap in strength between himself and the one-eyed owl is too great, and he has just experienced it deeply. As for Uchiha Baiye, she was just surprised to find that this boy seemed to be much better than her in facing the one-eyed owl. Well, maybe we should lend Quink to this boy and give it a try. Come on, one-eyed owl. Uchiha Baiye swung the spear twice to get used to the feel, then raised the spear and pointed the tip at the one-eyed owl, as if declaring war. He did not show any sign of knowing the one-eyed owl, and seemed to have no idea that the one-eyed owl was Yoshimura Eto. Therefore, correspondingly, Yoshimura certainly did not think that Uchiha Baiye would be able to recognize her. The one-eyed owl immediately responded by shooting out a large number of feather-like blades from its back. The dense blades shot towards the direction of Uchiha Baiye. Her original Kagun or Kagun type was Yuhei, just like her father Yoshimura Kouzen. These feather blades were the most common means of attack for Yuhei, all of which were formed by Kagun, so they were extremely strong in speed, hardness and sharpness. With this ability, the powerful Uchiha type ghouls can kill large groups of investigators in an instant, but the one-eyed owl has turned this large-scale killing weapon on Uchiha Baiye. Now Fangkun has changed her mind. She plans to first pierce Uchiha Baiye into a hedgehog, to make it lose its ability to resist but not kill it, and then cut off one of its arms as a lesson for this guy. Because she had already given him one chance, but this guy not only didn't run away but also fought with her. Although Yoshimura Eto is somewhat grateful to Uchiha Baiye, her personality has long become chaotic and distorted due to her upbringing in District 24, and she is capable of doing anything no matter how cruel. Just because Uchiha Baiye has done her a favor doesn't mean she won't do anything to hurt him. With the help of Mangekyō Sharingan, Uchiha Baiye had already thought of the direction to dodge the moment the one-eyed owl showed signs of attacking. When the sharp blades shot out from the back of the one-eyed owl, he had already moved quickly to the right, perfectly dodging all the sharp blades during the movement. Chapter 17 Successfully Repelling the One-Eyed Owl. When the Kagami blade of One-Eyed Owl was about to be activated, Uchiha Baiye decisively added all his current attribute points to Constitution, so that he could dodge at a faster speed. Current attribute points. 39 total attribute points. 144. Open black lens bracket ding. Host added points successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Constitution plus 3.9 close black lens bracket. Attribute points minus 39. Even so, Uchiha Baiye's current physical fitness is only a little more than twice that of an ordinary person. But he predicted the trajectory of the one-eyed owl's activation of the Yuhei ability in advance, so he was always a little faster than those sharp blades. Seeing that his Kagun blade could not hit Uchiha Baiye, Yoshimura was a little surprised. It turns out this guy has some strength. Better than most investigators she had ever met. However, from what the female investigator said just now, this guy seems to be only a second-class investigator, and his ability is completely not on the same level as the position of a second-class investigator. Is this the young man from the White Sun Court? Looking at Uchiha Baiye's amazing skills, Mato Wei, who was hiding in the distance to rest, was suddenly amazed. Among almost every batch of new investigators in CCG, there will be by writing. These newcomers from by writing are the most special and can skip all the procedures and directly become second-class investigators. However, their strength is indeed worthy of this treatment, and their potential is generally higher than that of ordinary investigators. From time to time, there are people like Uchiha Baiye, whose true strength far exceeds that of their own investigator level. However, this is all that Mamoru Wei knew. She had no idea what the White Day Court was or where it was. Other colleagues at CCG are also not clear about this. All the investigators from the White Day Court kept silent about the matter. The Day Court became a very mysterious place. Advertisement. At this time, Uchiha Baiye dodged the sharp blade and rushed in front of the one-eyed owl, without fear. He knew that the one-eyed owl still had serious injuries that had not yet healed and could not exert his full strength. Moreover, the one-eyed owl of this period is also very different from that of the original period. In the original period, it had gone through a further 10 years of cuckoo, and its strength had been upgraded to a level that was not at all the same as that of the current period. Otherwise, Uchiha Baiye would not dare to face the one-eyed owl directly with only the basic ability of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Uchiha Baiye stabbed the Kagun arm of one-eyed owl with the Quink spear in his hand. The power of an S-class Quink is enough to damage the Kagun arm, but there is actually little point in damaging the Kagun arm, because the self-healing ability of an SSS-class Ghoul and a Kagun is extremely terrifying, and the body can heal itself instantly as soon as it is injured. Only by destroying the Kakubo can a Ghoul of this level be effectively harmed. It is for this reason that the one-eyed owl has not yet recovered. However, at the moment, Uchiha Baiye has little chance of encountering the Kakuba behind the one-eyed owl, unless he uses the double Kamui eye technique, but in that case his blood pupils will be exposed, which will be very troublesome if he is mistaken for a Ghoul by Yoshimura and Mato Wei at the same time. And this is not necessary. His original intention was not to harm the one-eyed owl, but to rescue Madoka and repel the one-eyed owl as much as possible. At this time, the one-eyed owl dodged to the side and avoided the Quink's spear. Although she is huge, she moves faster than Uchiha Baiye. Her body made entirely of Kagun should have explosive strength and speed. Then the Kagun arm slashed towards Uchiha Baiye like a huge long sword. As if they had telepathic connection, the one-eyed owl's attack target was also Uchiha Baiye's arm. It would be better to say that Yoshimura had already planned to chop off one of Uchiha Baiye's arms. Uchiha Baiye saw through the opening move of the one-eyed owl. He predicted that the opponent was going to attack his left arm, so he just dodged to the right. After such a battle, both Uchiha Baiye and the one-eyed owl were still unharmed. Uchiha Baiye felt that it was about time, so he said to the one-eyed owl, "Since neither of us can hurt each other, how about a ceasefire?" Quote. Fangkun did not respond, but remained silent for a while. After a moment of silence, she turned and walked towards the depths of the maze. It would be disadvantageous for her to continue dragging it on like this. Those investigators who evacuated at the beginning would definitely request support, and then she would be besieged by a large number of investigators again. Advertisement. She is still injured now, so she must not be too careless. The main purpose of Fangkun coming to District 24 was not to intercept the CCG search team. She just happened to meet them. Seeing that Yoshimura had stopped fighting, Uchiha Baiye breathed a sigh of relief. Because his physical strength just now has been somewhat insufficient, even though his physical fitness in all aspects is twice that of an ordinary person. This is like mixed martial arts. If you punch your opponent with all your strength in the octagon, you will be exhausted in less than one round. If this is the case for professional players, what about ordinary people? The physical fitness of ordinary people is never as good as imagined. Moreover, Uchiha Baiye just dealt with the SSS level, one-eyed owl, who is regarded as the most powerful enemy by the entire CCG. If he is not careful, he will die, so he must go all out, which consumes a huge amount of physical energy. If Fangkun had refused to stop the fight, Uchiha Baiye would have decisively given up the system task of defeat the one-eyed owl, and immediately left with Madoka Wei. Fortunately, things didn't develop to the worst possible situation. Ding. Host successfully completed. Mission 2. Defeat the SSS level Ghoul, one-eyed owl, and received a reward, 100 attribute points. Closing square bracket. Task 2 has been completed. Activate Task 3. Task 3. Protect Jen Hui from leaving Area 24 safely. Task reward. 10 attribute points. At this moment, the system's voice also sounded in my mind. Although the ceasefire did not count as a victory over the one-eyed owl, it was at least judged by the system as a repulse of the one-eyed owl, probably because the one-eyed owl left first. But next, according to the mission instructions, we have to protect Makoto Wei. Because District 24 is where ghouls are active, even if the one-eyed owl leaves, there is a possibility of encountering other ghouls at any time. But except for the one-eyed owl, the ghouls other than it are almost nothing to be feared, so this task is not difficult and the attribute points given are not many. Chapter 18 Safe Evacuation. Mado Juntoku, let's stay here for now and wait for the search team to come back and rescue us. At this time, Uchiha Baiye walked over and said to Makoto Wei. He knew that the search team would definitely bring people back for rescue later, so he just had to wait here. He was not very clear about the situation in the maze of Area 24, and he might encounter ghouls at any time. Wandering around or returning the original way were not the best options. Okay. Mamoru also thought that waiting for rescue here was the best option. By the way, it's time to return the Quink to Juntoku Mado. Uchiha Baiye immediately returned the S-rank spear Quink he had just borrowed to Madoka. Well, although this is my Quink, you are obviously more suitable to use it than me. Gen Hwei sighed immediately. She also didn't expect that she chose to stay behind to protect her subordinates, but in the end she was rescued by her subordinates. If it weren't for Uchiha too, I would have definitely died miserably in the end. After witnessing the powerful strength of the one-eyed owl, in its he-transformed form, she could already imagine what would happen if she faced the one-eyed owl alone. The best-case scenario is that the body is intact, the worst-case scenario is that even the body is gone. I have a radio device here. Let me inform them of the situation first. Madoka then used the device to contact the search team. The other side. As early as when they evacuated Area 24, the search team discovered that the number of people in the team seemed to be wrong. In addition to the rear guard, there should be another person who can. Is there anyone who failed to evacuate in time? This was a huge work mistake for Marutsai. The point is that this would be a waste of Mado Juntoku's efforts, and even a sacrifice. Quickly check, who hasn't evacuated yet? After a quick check, it was confirmed to be second-class investigator Uchiha Baiye. Marutsai suddenly felt anxious. Advertisement. At that time, because he was busy stopping Mado Wushu, he ignored the fact that Uchiha too had not caught up with the team. But normally, I shouldn't be unable to keep up with the team, right? He had no idea what was going on. At this time, Marutsai glanced at Mado Wushu who was sitting beside him with his head in his hands, feeling distraught. He sighed deeply and said, we can only wait for the rescue team to arrive before going in. Before the rescuers arrived, they could not enter the depths of Area 24 again at any cost, otherwise the sacrifice of Special Officer Mado Jun would be meaningless. Everyone was pessimistic about the outcome of what would happen when Jun Mado and his men faced the one-eyed owl. CCG has fought against the one-eyed owl more than once and has a deep understanding of the strength of the one-eyed owl, so it is impossible to be optimistic. Including Mado Wushu, he no longer holds out any hope. His eyes are dull and lifeless. He seems to have calmed down, but in fact he is in complete despair. He couldn't imagine what would become of Madoka Wei when he returned to F-124 deep in Area 24. However, at this moment, Marutsai's radio equipment suddenly made a sound. He first thought it was coming from CCG, so he didn't react much. But then he heard the voice of Madoka. Marut, the one-eyed owl has retreated. What? Marutsai was immediately shocked. The one-eyed owl actually retreated. Could it be that they were repelled by Juntoku Mado? Hearing Junhu Wei's voice, Junhu Wushu was also shocked all over. His eyes couldn't help but become red and he shed tears of excitement. He was in complete despair the moment before, but at this moment he suddenly received shocking good news. The huge emotional ups and downs made him cry with joy. So, Juntoku Mado actually defeated the one-eyed owl, all by himself. He really is worthy of being Juntoku Mado. Although Kuropen Jun also defeated the one-eyed owl last time, it was the elite troops of Area 2 who besieged the one-eyed owl. In comparison, Mado Jun Tokugawa's performance was more amazing. But it is precisely because the Black Pan Sr. had previously severely damaged the one-eyed owl, and weakened the one-eyed owl's strength that it can be regarded as indirectly helping Mado Juntoku. Quote. At this time, the other members of the search team were also amazed. They ignored Uchiha Baiye. After all, normally, it would be great for a second-class investigator not to be held back by Junior Special Officer Mado in such a situation. That's great. You're now a junior rank candidate. When you go back this time, you will definitely be able to be promoted to junior rank. Advertisement. Marutsai congratulated. However, the next moment, Mado said, no. This time it has almost nothing to do with me. It was Uchiha too who defeated the one-eyed owl, alone. Oh, huh. It took Marutsai a moment to react, and he was stunned for a moment. It was the Uchiha no 2 who defeated the one-eyed owl. A second-class investigator, is it really possible for him to do such a thing? The other team members were also dumbfounded and looked at each other. They all saw disbelief in each other's eyes. Marutsai was the first to recover. He knew that now was not the time to be shocked and he had to quickly return to Mado Juntoku and Uchiha Urshi. Because now Mado Juntoku and Uchiha second class may have been injured. If they encounter S rank or above ghouls in this situation, it will be very dangerous. No matter what, we must hurry back to F-124 and safely evacuate Area 24 with Junior Mado and second class Uchiha. Does everyone understand the current mission? Marutsai said in a very serious tone. Clear. The search team entered Area 24 again and rushed to F-124 deep inside as quickly as possible. Mado Wushu was the fastest, and the people behind him could hardly catch up with him. Soon, the search team returned to F-124. All they saw was Uchiha Baiye and Madoka Wei standing there waiting for them. Can you tell me what happened? Marutsai couldn't help but ask. In particular, he found that Jun's special class Mado and second class Uchiha seemed to be uninjured, and there was only a katana-shaped Quink on the ground that was broken into 2 pieces. He only knew that this was definitely not Mado's special class Quink, so it should be Uchiha's second class Quink. Madoka then briefly told Marutsai what had happened. Marutsai couldn't help but look at Uchiha Baiye in amazement. A second-class investigator can fight against an SSS-level ghoul. It really broadens my horizons. You are too kind to Marut. If I hadn't had Mado Jun's Quink, I wouldn't have been able to fight back. Uchiha Baiye said calmly. An S-class Quink would at least give him a chance to hurt the one-eyed owl, unlike a B-class Quink which would be destroyed immediately. If he didn't have the opportunity to hurt the one-eyed owl might not be willing to retreat. Chapter 19. Promoted twice to a senior investigator. That's not the case. It's just that your position is currently only second class, but with your skills, you are fully qualified to match the S-class Quink. Marutsai said. Even Mado Wushu, who has always been obsessed with Quink, didn't want to talk at this time. Seeing that Genhui was still alive and almost unharmed, he couldn't help but feel extremely excited. Uchiha Baiye didn't say much. He just felt that his physical fitness was far from enough. Of course, the so-called far from enough is compared with Arima Takamasa. 10 years before the original work, Arima Takashi, who was only 19 years old and also a second-class investigator, used 2 B-class Quinks he picked up to cut off the Kagun arms of the SSS class, Owl of Unkillable, and also the Kagun fangs. Later, the pair of Kagun arms of Owl of Unkillable, with attached Kagun were made into SSS-level Quink, Owl. If it's just the Kagun arms, it can't be made into a Quink, it also needs a Kagun cover. Otherwise, wouldn't Quink be available in bulk? After all, it's easy to get a Ghoul's Kagun, but it's hard to get a Kagun bag. Although Uchiha Baiye always felt that it was a bit magical that Arima Takashi could actually use such a fragile B-rank Quink to cut off the arm of the Unkillable Owl. The only reasonable explanation is that Arima Takamasa's physical fitness is too strong, which not only ensures that he is not injured, but also ensures that the Quink in his hand will not be destroyed by the Unkillable Owl. Moreover, the reason why the Unkillable Owl is called unkillable is because it never kills, which is equivalent to letting him go. Due to various factors, Arima Takamasa achieved this miraculous achievement. So to put it bluntly, Uchiha Baiye's current capabilities are insufficient. The basic ability of the Mangekyō Sharingan is indeed very useful, but the physical fitness must also keep up. In the future, it is necessary to allocate attribute points more reasonably. Don't overemphasize the RC cell value, or ignore the physical fitness too much. Uchiha Baiye summed up the lessons learned from this experience in his mind. If it weren't for this battle with the one-eyed owl, Uchiha Baiye would have found it difficult to recognize his own shortcomings. After all, such things cannot be judged through theory. Without combat practice, how can one judge such shortcomings in combat? Although the double Kamui's eye techniques are incredibly powerful, they also have corresponding limitations. For example, Susanoo. Since he has binocular Mangekyō, he can definitely open Susanoo, but with the current RC cell value in his body, Susanoo can instantly suck him dry, so there is no need to consider this kind of thing for the time being. Advertisement. In Uchiha Baiye's opinion, the double Kamui techniques such as hollow and space transfer are currently the most cost-effective. Hollow needs no introduction. It is an absolute defense in the true sense and can last for up to 5 minutes. However, in the case of double Kamui, the duration may be longer. In short, this is the only insignificant weakness of hollow. It can even be said that it is not a weakness, because as long as you turn hollow, often then turn it on again, the maintenance time can be refreshed. In a world like Tokyo Ghoul, it is impossible to have an ability like Conan's 600 billion detonating tags, so hollow is invulnerable. As for space transfer, not only can one instantly transfer oneself to Kamui space or other places, but it can also be used as a means of attack to tear off a certain part of the enemy's body by the principle of tearing space. In short, double Kamui is absolute attack and absolute defense combined into one. Although they are both physical, there is no such thing as magic in the world of Tokyo Ghoul. The biggest flaw, or perhaps the only flaw, is that the consumption is too exaggerated, which makes Uchiha Baiye dare not use it easily. Fortunately, he currently has decent combat power even without using the double Kamui's eye techniques, thanks to the basic abilities of the Mangekyō Sharingan and his half-human physique. At the same time, Mamoru Wei had already reported the details to Marutsai. The rest of the search team was cleaning up Uchiha Baiye's broken in 2B rank Quink, and naturally they were going to retrieve it and bring it back to the CCG. The work was done, and Junhu Wushu immediately hugged Junhu Wei and cried. No one disturbed the two of them. They understood Mado Wushu's feelings very well. Ding. Host successfully completed. Task 3. Protect Makoto from leaving Area 24 safely, and received reward, 10 attribute points. Closing square bracket. After Uchiha Baiye and Madoka safely left Area 24, the system prompt sounded. After completing Task 3, the system will not activate Task 4, which means that the entire process of this hidden task is over. Although the search was not completed, the search party was withdrawn to the CCG. Because when they encountered the SSS level, One-Eyed Owl, the search operation was already over. They are still frightened and don't want to go deeper into Area 24 in the short term. The search team returned to the CCG headquarters in Area 1. Because Uchiha Baiye performed very outstanding military exploits in this search operation, he defeated the SSS level, One-Eyed Owl, and protected the quasi-special investigator Mado Yu. The combination of these two achievements allowed him to be promoted from second-class investigator to senior-class investigator, which was equivalent to a direct promotion of 2 levels. After all, it is not about defeating or even killing the One-Eyed Owl, otherwise he might even be promoted directly to quasi-special investigator. Advertisement. Moreover, he is relatively young and his military achievements are not sufficient, so it is indeed inappropriate to promote him to quasi-special class, all of a sudden. For a time, Uchiha Baiye became famous within CCG, just like Kuroiwa who had previously dealt a heavy blow to the One-Eyed Owl. Because those who can fight against SSS-level ghouls are almost destined to become quasi-special class or even special class investigators in the future. This is indeed the case. In the original work, Kuroiwa was already a special investigator. At the same time, Bai writing has also begun to pay attention to Uchiha Baiye. Fighting the One-Eyed Owl alone. Why didn't I realize that this Uchiha Baiye had such ability before? It may be because of his life experience. His parents died at the hands of V when they tried to take him away from the White Sun Court. As the one who survived, he may have learned the art of forbearance and has been hiding his true strength until now. In a courtyard of the Berry Court, Mustard Seed and Hishu Jishi were talking. Kazuo Yoshitoki is the director of CCG. Mustard is the leader of the V mentioned by Shu Jishi. He wears black clothes and a black hat, and his face is so pale that he doesn't look like a normal person. CCG director Hishu Jishi. V organization leader Mustard. Really, we were only eliminating the traitors back then, and we didn't kill him as well. If I had known that he had such great talents, I would have trained him like I trained the noble general. Mustard sighed. It's not too late for Mr. Mustard to train him now. Said when talking to Shu Jishi. That's true. I suddenly had a good idea. Let him partner with Yuzhong, to see whether the disciple I trained is more outstanding or this patient boy is more outstanding. V organization is in urgent need of a powerful cleaner. Mustard suggested. Partner up with Arima Takashi. Uchiha Baiye is now a senior investigator, and Arima Takashi is still a second-class investigator. They really meet the conditions for a partnership. Hishu Jishi also thought this was a good idea. Chapter 22A Rank Quinks. In CCG, there is a partner system, whereby investigators 3 levels above partner with investigators 3 levels below, which is equivalent to the relationship between superiors and subordinates, or in other words, veterans-led newbies in action. The top 3 levels of investigators include senior, quasi-special, and special. The next 3 levels of search officers include third class, second class, and first class. As for the assistant investigator, he can barely be considered a trainee investigator and does not need to be included. Therefore, Uchiha Baiye, a senior investigator, and Arima Kisho, a second-class investigator, have met the requirements to form a partnership. As for the fact that Uchiha Baiye didn't have a partner when he was in the second rank, it was because he had just joined CCG not long ago and a partner had not been assigned to him yet. In addition, Uchiha Baiye has not urged to apply for a partner, so he has no partner so far. However, what Uchiha Baiye didn't know was that Shu Yoshitoki and Mustard had already secretly decided on a partner for him, and that was Arima Takashi, the strongest human known as the undefeated Ghoul investigator, and White Shinigami, in the future. At this time, Mado Wushu insisted on dragging Uchiha Baiye to the CCG experimental building to apply for a more advanced Quink. It just so happened that Uchiha Baiye's original B-class Quink, Eric, had been scrapped, so he did not reject Mado Wushu. Now he has followed Mado Wushu to the CCG experimental building. Although it has CCG in its name, it actually belongs to the German Ghoul Research Institute GFG. Its main functions are to create Quink, a weapon specifically for dealing with ghouls, to conduct special research on ghouls, and to develop and research RC cells. In other words, all Quinks used by CCG investigators were developed in this CCG experimental building. At this time, Uchiha Baiye and Mado Wushu were communicating with the researchers in the experimental building. Mado Ichi-sama, your request is a bit difficult to fulfill. Although the Uchiha has been promoted to the upper class, the S-class Quink is at least a quasi-special class investigator that is authorized to equip it. The researcher said with some embarrassment. Moreover, S-class Quinks are in very short supply. Almost all the existing S-class Quinks have been used by investigators. Moreover, the materials of Quinks, namely the Kagun and Kagun bag, were originally brought back by them. I see. If there is really no way to make compromise, then that would be a shame. Mado Wushu sighed slightly. The researchers had made it very clear, he couldn't force the researchers to make an S-class Quink for Uchiha Baiye. Fine. Uchiha Baiye didn't care. He didn't care too much about Quink, as long as it wasn't just a B-level Quink. He is now a senior investigator after all, so he should be given an A-class Quink, right? With Uchiha's authority, the highest he can be equipped with is an A-class Quink. However, I can make an exception and equip Uchiha with 2 A-class Quinks. This can actually be said to be what Uchiha deserves, after all, he has just made such a great contribution. The researchers said, "Thank you very much." Uchiha Baiye immediately thanked him. Advertisement. It would be great to have 2 A-level Quinks. Then come with me, Uchiha-sama, but please step aside for the time being, Mado-sama. What the researchers actually meant was that the brand new Quink that Uchiha Baiye was about to acquire was not suitable for Mado Wushu to stand by and see. I know. Of course, Mado Wushu was aware of this rule, so he did not go with Uchiha Baiye. Afterwards, the researchers took Uchiha Baiye alone to the place where the Quink was taken. Can you give me some requests, such as what form of A-rank Quink you want? The researchers asked Uchiha Baiye. Then give me a katana form and a sword form of Quink. Uchiha Baiye then said, although he is slightly more proficient with katana-shaped weapons, he definitely needs to adapt more to other types of weapons. Okay. No problem. The researchers immediately went to select a Quink that met the requirements for Uchiha Baiye. This is Moon Shadow, and this is Wind Spirit, both are A-level Quinks, take a look and see if you are satisfied. The researchers introduced 2 Quink names for Uchiha Baiye. The sword form of Quink is called Moon Shadow, and is dark black in color. The sword-shaped Quink is called Wind Spirit, and is silver-white in color. If nothing else, these 2 Quinks are quite in line with Uchiha Baiye's aesthetic. Okay, that's it. Uchiha Baiye nodded. Okay, then I will register these 2 Quinks under the name of Uchiha Shang. The researchers said. When Mado Wushu saw Uchiha Baiye coming out of the laboratory, he had 2 more suitcases in his hands, both of which obviously contained Quinks. Just as the 2 were about to leave the CCG experimental building together, they saw Madoka Wei walking in. Mado Juntoku. Advertisement. Uchiha Baiye and Mado Wushu both greeted Mado Wei at the same time. Uchiha is superior. Mado is first. Madoka Wei also responded. She immediately noticed the 2 Quinks in Uchiha Baiye's hands and asked, are these the Quinks that Uchiha has just equipped? That's right, Mado Senpai secured 2 A-rank Quinks for me. Uchiha Baiye talks. Why don't you come over to our house for a visit later? We happen to be nearby. At this time, Junhu Wei invited. As for why she came here, it was to repair the Quink that was damaged in the last battle against One-Eyed Owl. She could leave as long as she handed it over to the researchers and come back to pick it up after it was repaired. Yeah, I haven't properly thanked Uchiha-sama for saving my life. Mado Wushu also said. Okay. Uchiha Baiye did not refuse. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at the Mado house with Mado Wushu and Mado Wei. The Mado family's house is a single-family home, so CCG investigators can still afford to live a relatively high-quality life. Excuse me, Uchiha Baiye said politely, changed into slippers and went into the house. Just then, a pretty little girl with light blonde hair came out. Dad, Mom, this is Mado Akira, the daughter of Mado Wushu and Mado Wei. She inherited her mother's hair color and her father's eyes, but her facial features are more like her mother, Mamoru. When Mado Akira saw the completely stranger Uchiha Baiye, he immediately showed a wary look, and his eyes were as sharp as Mado Wushu's. The Mado Wushu in this period is better. The eyes of Mado Wushu in the original period are so creepy. Original period Mado Wushi. Chapter 21 Partner with Arima Takamasa. Xiao, this big brother is a colleague of Mom and Dad. Mado immediately introduced Uchiha Baiye to Mado Akira. Hearing this, Mado Akatsuki immediately nodded obediently, and then he eliminated his vigilance towards Uchiha Baiye, and his eyes changed from sharp to normal. Uchiha, this is my daughter, Junhu Xiao. She may be a little shy, please forgive me. Mado Wushu said to Uchiha Baiye with a hint of apology. Because he had started to teach Mamoru Xiao a long time ago that he should be cautious and vigilant towards any strangers. Even the escape techniques for dealing with ghouls and the knowledge about RC cells and Quink were taught to Akira Mado early on. Unexpectedly, I was given a high alert by Uchiha today. Fine. Uchiha Baiye a light smile. If he remembered correctly, in this timeline, Akira Mado was only 11 years old, but he was already so smart and had a strong personality. Next, Uchiha Baiye stayed at the Mado family's house for afternoon tea and a sumptuous dinner, which was cooked by Mado Wei and Mado Xiao, mother and daughter. During the period, Uchiha Baiye talked with Mado Wo about some things related to Quink and ghouls. It must be said that Mado Wo's understanding of Quink is indeed very profound. But being too obsessed with Quink is not a good thing. Speaking of which, Uchiha-sama, what do you think of ghouls? At this time, Mado Wushu suddenly asked about this topic. What do you think of it? The current conflict between humans and ghouls is indeed irreconcilable. The root cause is not the irreplaceable nature of ghoul food. After all, there are still ghouls who specialize in finding human corpses instead of actively killing people. Uchiha Baiye analyzed. Another important reason is that ghouls are generally stronger than humans. Except for investigators or ordinary people without Quink, they are almost powerless even when facing the weakest ghouls. This difference in strength can easily induce many ghouls who are not kind-hearted to do bad things. Just imagine, when a creature's strength surpasses that of humans, it is like human strength surpassing that of chickens and ducks. Good people will not intentionally harm chickens and ducks, except for the need for food, but there will always be people with bad natures. Advertisement. The same is true for ghouls. Except for CCG investigators who possess Quink, ordinary humans cannot fight against ghouls, so there will inevitably be ghouls that massacre humans. But on the other hand, due to various factors such as hatred and psychological problems, there are also investigators who abuse kind-hearted ghouls. This leads to the hatred between the two sides that will never end. As a human being, you will definitely only consider the human perspective. Ghouls are the mortal enemies of humans, so they deserve to die. There is actually nothing wrong with thinking this way. But what if you are caught between humans and ghouls? For example, the half-ghoul Yoshimura, the half-human Arima Kisho, and Kaneki Ken who was transformed into a one-eyed ghoul by transplanting a katana. Not only can they live with humans, but they can also live with ghouls, and they find that everyone is the same and can become a family. Their identities allow them to see things from both the human and ghoul perspectives, which is why they all want to change the world. As for Uchiha Baiye, not only is he half-human now, he is also a time traveler with a god's perspective. Of course, he has the same idea as Kaneki Ken, Yoshimura Ito, and Arima Takamasa, which is to fundamentally change the world. The Uchiha sees things very clearly, which is why we investigators have to work hard to drive out the ghouls and protect the humans. Madogu agreed with Uchiha Baiye's opinion. But no matter what, the most fundamental reason is still the food issue. If ghouls don't have to eat humans, then the conflict between the two sides can be greatly resolved. Uchiha Baiye said. As for the problem of power disparity, that is what we investigators should solve and protect ordinary people from the malicious harm of ghouls. The food problem. I think this problem is basically impossible to solve. Not all ghouls are willing to eat only stale human corpses, because stale and small amounts of corpses are not enough for them to maintain their strength. Moreover, if we indulge them to eat corpses, it would be disrespectful to the dead. Mado Wushu shook his head slightly. Although Madogu in this period is far from hating ghouls as much as in the original work, after all, Mado Uchiha was saved by Uchiha Baiye. However, he still believes that the relationship between humans and ghouls is impossible to reconcile, and that the death of ghouls is not a pity. It's just that for now, ghouls haven't found a food that can replace human flesh. I believe they will find it one day. Uchiha Baiye said with confidence. By the end of the original work, food that can replace human flesh has finally been developed, and humans and ghouls have achieved peace to a certain extent. Advertisement. It seems that the Uchiha superiors are still quite optimistic. But if that day really comes, I'm still looking forward to it. Mado Wushu sighed. After almost losing his wife, he began to hope that humans and ghouls could live in peace. When Uchiha Baiye was about to leave the Mado family, he received a message. That is, CCG arranged a partner for him, named Arima Takamasa. When he knew that he was about to partner up with Arima Takamasa, he couldn't help but feel a little bit unbelievable. Although I don't know what the purpose of those guys behind CCG is, it is not a bad thing for Uchiha Baiye to partner with Arima Takasho. Because Arima Takamasa is not a black and white character. To some extent, Arima Takamasa's ideal is similar to his, which is to change this terrible world. That evening, Uchiha Baiye met with Arima Takashi at the CCG headquarters in Area 1. Uchiha, I am your next partner, Arima Takamasa. Arima Takashi said with a blank expression and a calm tone. Young Arima Takamasa. Arima Takamasa in this period still has blue hair, unlike the original work where he had a head full of white hair. That's because in the original work, the 29-year-old Arima Takamasa had aged very badly. Half-humans will begin to age rapidly in their 20s, and their lifespan will basically end in their 30s, so the period between their teens and 20s is the peak physical period for half-humans. So, Arima Takamasa's physical fitness during this period is stronger than that in the original work, but he is not qualified to possess an advanced Quink yet. Arima Takamasa was seen wearing a white suit, with delicate features and a pair of glasses, giving off a gentle and refined temperament. Arima-san, thank you for your guidance as it is our first meeting. Uchiha Baiye light rode. Neither he nor Arima Takamasa were talkative people, so after a brief self-introduction, both of them fell silent. Chapter 22 Fankun At's Test. Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takamasa briefly got to know each other. He did not tell Arima Takamasa about his ideals or plans. It would be too hasty to say this right away and he would definitely not be able to gain Arima Takamasa's trust. After all, Arima Takamasa is still completely bound by the V organization behind the White Court, and it is impossible for him to betray the V organization easily. So just let it develop slowly and naturally. Not long after Uchiha Baiye met Arima Kisho, CCG gave them an investigation mission, which was also an infiltration mission. Disguised as a high school student, sneak into Seiji High School in District 13. P.S. High school students in Japan mean high school students. After receiving the information about the mission, Uchiha Baiye was a little surprised. Seikyo High School, isn't that the school where the ghoul codenamed Lantern, Rika Mitani attends? And logically speaking, in this timeline, Reika Mitsumi should have been expelled by Arima Takasho. It seems that there have been some minor changes in the timeline, but it should not affect the overall situation. Ding. Host has accepted the Ghoul investigation mission to infiltrate Qingqing High School, activating the hidden mission, Tokyo Ghoul Jack. Closing square bracket. Task 1. Become a student at Saisei High School and join Fura Taishi's bad boy group. Task reward. 10 attribute points. At this moment, Uchiha Baiye activated the relevant system tasks. Of course he knew Fura Taishi, who was already a senior investigator in the original work. He also had a friendship with Arima Takamasa in the original work, which was when Arima Takamasa infiltrated Seikei High School. As for the bad boy group, it is because Fura Taishi was a bad boy when he was a schoolboy, and he hung out with other bad boys and girls. This investigation mission will begin in 3 days. Arima-san and others should prepare in advance. At this time, Uchiha Baiye said to Arima Takamasa. Arima Takashi nodded slightly. Afterwards, Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi went about their respective business. Since the investigation mission will not officially begin until 3 days later, Uchiha Baiye plans to return to Shongyingshi in Area 2 to continue working during this period. Advertisement. The next night, Uchiha Baiye, who had just finished dinner at home, met with Fangkunite again. Naturally, it was Fangkunite who came to the door on his own initiative. Have you finished your work, Mr. Takatsuki? Uchiha Baiye asked as he opened the door for Fangkunite. Well, so I'm here to refine the second edition of Takafka. Fangkunite nodded. The Yoshimura Eto in front of him was as well behaved and cute as ever. It was impossible for ordinary people to associate this pitiful and well-behaved girl with the SSS level, one-eyed owl. Okay, please come in, Mr. Takatsuki. Uchiha Baiye pretended to know nothing, as if he had no idea that Yoshimura Eto was the one-eyed owl. However, he did not let his guard down in his heart, he just didn't show it on his face. Now Yoshimura Eto already knows that he is an investigator of CCG. Given Yoshimura Ito's hatred towards CCG, he may attack him at any time. Because the culprit who killed Yoshimura Ito's mother and forced Yoshimura Eto to grow up in the cruel environment of District 24 was the V organization, and the V organization and CCG have a close connection in secret. At the same time, Yoshimura was actually testing Uchiha Baiye's reaction, wanting to confirm that his identity as the one-eyed owl was definitely not exposed. After observing that Uchiha Baiye's expression was expressionless and unchanged, which was no different from when she had interacted with her before, she basically had an idea. It is almost impossible and there is no reason for the other party to know her true identity. Therefore, Yoshimura had also overlooked the possibility that Uchiha Baiye's acting was perfect. Fangkunite also had no intention of taking action against Uchiha Baiye, because if she killed Uchiha Baiye in such a place, it would be easy for CCG to investigate that she had been in frequent contact with Uchiha Baiye recently, and she would be the biggest suspect. Moreover, she needs funds and wants her work, Takafka, to be completed. Killing Uchiha Baiye will do more harm than good to her. However, at this moment, Uchiha Baiye's cell phone suddenly rang. He saw that the caller was Arima Takamasa, and felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Arima Takamasa to call him at this time. But this was not a big problem, so he answered the call in front of Fangkunite. If he showed hesitation, it would easily arouse the suspicion of Yoshimura Eto. After all, Yoshimura Eto is just an ordinary person. Why would he hesitate in front of an ordinary person about whether to answer the call from his investigator colleague? As soon as the call was connected, Arima Takashi on the other end spoke. Advertisement. Senior Uchiha, we should meet up the day after tomorrow morning. Will it be at the Area 1 headquarters or the Area 2 branch? That's not necessary. Let's just meet up at the 13th District branch. Uchiha Baiye answers. The area where Chungqing High School is located is District 13. Okay. Arima Takamasa hung up the phone directly. But he unintentionally made things more difficult for Uchiha Baiye. If Uchiha Baiye showed any strangeness in front of Fangkunite, it would probably arouse the other party's suspicion. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and coped well. At this time, Fangkunite was even more certain that Uchiha Baiye didn't know that the one-eyed owl, who appeared in District 24 that day was her. She also took the opportunity to ask Uchiha Baiye, someone on the phone just now called you Uchiha Shangshang. Does Shangshang mean, Shangshang investigator? Well, I'm the senior investigator of the CCG, and my colleague just called me. Uchiha Baiye responded calmly. In this situation, there is no point in him being secretive with Fangkun, so he might as well be direct. Oh, so Uchiha-san is not only an editor, but also a ghoul investigator of CCG. How amazing. At this time, Fangkun sighed like an ordinary little girl. Nothing. I originally infiltrated this publishing house to work as an editor in order to investigate ghouls, but I was actually somewhat interested in the position of editor, and I discovered a talented writer like Mr. Takatsuki, so I decided to stay and continue working. Uchiha Baiye continued. As that's so, I am really flattered. Fangkun said with a slightly surprised tone. She felt that what the other party said must be true. After all, without knowing her true identity, there was no other reason for the other party to be so patient in helping her publish. This B************ D investigator with great abilities is quite interesting. Chapter 23 Chungching High School. Speaking of which, I will be on a mission starting the day after tomorrow. It will probably last for a while. I will basically not be in Shangying Society during the day, but I should be back here at night. Uchiha Baiye said. So I should be able to continue the fine-tuning process with Mr. Takatsuki as normal next. Oh, okay, but don't overwork yourself, Mr. Uchiha. Fangkun had asked with concern. I was a little surprised. This guy is really dedicated. He was working as an investigator and revising the manuscript with her at the same time. Although it is a little hard to believe, it seems that the other party really values and recognizes her manuscript. It's okay, not too tiring. Uchiha Baiye talks. Then Mr. Uchiha will have to fight the ghouls then, be careful. Yoshimura cares about Uchiha Baiye normally. If Uchiha Baiye didn't know that Yoshimura Eto was the one-eyed owl, he might have been quite touched. But he knew that the other side of Fangkun was the extremely cruel, one-eyed owl, so he could not be moved, because his concern for him was most likely not from the heart. Well, I'll pay attention. Uchiha Baiye heading. ... Ding. Host has completed sign in and received reward, 1 attribute point. Closing square bracket. Ding. Host has completed sign in and received reward, 1 attribute point. Closing square bracket. Almost in the blink of an eye, it was the day to officially start the mission. Uchiha Baiye and Arima Kisho have already met at the CCG branch in Area 13. Arima-san, our transfer student status has been approved and we can go directly to school and attend classes as normal today. The target of our investigation is an A-rank ghoul codenamed Lantern, but it is more dangerous than the average A-rank ghoul. To be more precise, it is A+ rank. Uchiha Baiye discusses the mission details with Arima Takashi. In order to facilitate the subdivision of the danger level of ghouls of the same level, CCG has subdivided the danger levels of ghouls of the same level. For example, an A-level ghoul is divided into A-, A and A+, so that the mission intelligence will be more accurate. While sneaking into the school, try not to reveal your identity as an investigator unless you have already caught the Lantern Ghoul. What Uchiha Baiye said is a precaution that almost everyone in CCG knows. Advertisement. Although Arima Takashi must have known this, Uchiha Baiye was just pretending. Arima Takamasa just nodded slowly without saying anything more. Then let's change into our school uniforms before entering the school. Afterwards, Uchiha Baiye went directly to the locker room to change clothes. Of course, CCG has prepared tailor-made school uniforms for him and Arima Takamasa, which are the uniform pure white uniforms of Seikyo High School. After putting it on, I found that it really fits me well. Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi both changed into school uniforms, and CCG also prepared 2 brand new school bags for them. Now they both look like normal high school students, as their ages are not much different from those of ordinary high school students. But the Quink briefcase in his hand was a bit distracting. Uchiha Baiye is equipped with the A-rank Quink, Moon Shadow, and Wind Spirit. Arima Kisho is equipped with the B-rank Quink, Yukimura 1/3. The reason why there is a 1/3 suffix is because Yukimura has 3 swords in total. Arima Takashi simply put the 3 Yukimuras together and disguised them as cellos, so that neither ordinary humans nor ghouls could recognize that it was a Quink. As for Uchiha Baiye, he stuffed 2 Quink suitcases directly into his school bag. This is a backpack specially made for him by CCG, with a large storage space. And as long as he touched a certain position, the backpack would automatically pop out the 2 suitcases inside, allowing him to deal with sudden emergencies. Uchiha-san and Arima-san both look so young, they look like high school students without any makeup at all. It seems that Uchiha Senior and Arima Second Class are both 18 years old. Especially Uchiha Senior, who was promoted to senior investigator at such a young age. I heard that he repelled the SSS's one-eyed owl a few days ago and also protected Mado Juntoku. This means that Uchiha's strength may be even higher than Mado Juntoku. Quote. The surrounding investigators started talking when they saw Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi changing into their school uniforms. Everything is ready, Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi set off. Tokyo 13th Ward, Seikyo High School. Advertisement. Since there is no difference between humans and ghouls in appearance, unless ghouls enter a combat state, a large number of ghouls are able to blend into human society. In order to integrate into human society and get along normally with humans, some ghouls have learned to pretend to eat so as not to be exposed in front of their human friends. For example, they would suppress their nausea and swallow human food directly into their stomachs, then pretend to chew it, and then vomit it out before digesting it. There are 2 reasons why ghouls cannot eat normal human food. First, it is difficult to swallow. Chewing it feels like eating something extremely disgusting. If you chew it, you can't swallow it at all. Even if you don't chew it, it is still difficult to swallow. Secondly, human food is harmful to ghouls. If they force themselves to swallow and digest human food, it will only harm their bodies, so they have to spit it out after pretending to eat. However, despite numerous difficulties, there are still many ghouls who want to integrate into human society and live a normal life like humans. In Saisei High School, there are students who look like humans but are actually ghouls. In a class in the second year of high school, the class teacher, came to the classroom before the first class. The students were a little surprised because the head teacher rarely came to the classroom at this time. It seemed like there was something important going on. Today I would like to introduce 2 new transfer students to the school. Uchiha-san and Arima-san, please come in. As the head teacher's voice fell, Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi walked into the classroom together. My name is Uchiha Baiye, I'm from Tokyo 1, and my hobby is reading novels. Standing on the podium, Uchiha Baiye briefly introduced himself. My name is Arima Takamasa. Uchiha Baiye's self-introduction was simple enough, but Arima Takamasa went even further and only said his name. The students in the audience immediately started discussing in a low voice. 2 transfer students came at the same time. This is really rare. By the way, aren't there a bit too many transfer students in our class? Sanbo-san also transferred here last year. Although these 2 transfer students are less talkative than the other, they both look pretty handsome. Quote. At this time, the homeroom teacher said to Uchiha Baiye and Arima Kisho, there are exactly 2 empty seats. Go and choose your seats. Okay. Uchiha Baiye took the lead and walked to Furutaishi's side. This was one of the empty seats, which was also Furutaishi's neighbor. Arima Kisho could only choose another empty seat, which was the seat next to Matani Reika. Chapter 24 3 Waves of Flowers. In the original work, the person sitting next to Furutaishi was Arima Takamasa. But Uchiha Baiye needs to complete a system task, which is to join Furutaishi's bad boy group, so he took the seat first. This would also allow Arima Takashi to move to another seat, next to Reika Mitsumami. As a time traveler, Uchiha Baiye knew from the beginning that the A+ grade ghoul, Lantern, was actually Reika Mitsumi. Sanbo Lihua wants to live a life like humans and go to school like human children. Therefore, he is not only a ghoul, but also an excellent student with excellent grades. Before traveling through time, Uchiha Baiye always felt that the story of Arima Takasho and Mitsumi Reika was a great regret, so he now wants to secretly promote the relationship between Arima Takasho and Mitsumi Reika. It's our first meeting, please give me your guidance. As he sat down, Uchiha Baiye greeted Furutaishi. Oh, my name is Furutaishi. Furutaishi rested his chin on one hand and responded nonchalantly. Since he had no interest in going to school, he naturally had no interest in interacting with the new transfer student. But what surprised him was that the other party actually chose to sit next to him, a guy who looked like a bad boy, instead of sitting next to Sanbo on the other side. Since there was only one empty seat left for Arima Takamasa to choose from, he had to sit next to Reika Mitsumami. Of course, he didn't know what Uchiha Baiye's intention was, and thought it was just a casual act of Uchiha Baiye. And at this time, Arima Takamasa had not yet suspected that Reika Mitsumi was the ghoul, Lantern. Arima-san. Reika Sanran immediately smiled at Arima Takamasa who was sitting next to her. Reika Sanbo looks like a very quiet and cute girl with long black hair. 3-flowered lily. Arima Takasho also nodded slightly to Mitsumi Reika. Up to this point, everything was normal and Arima Takamasa had not noticed anything was wrong. Furutaishi would occasionally glance at Reika Mitsumi, and when he saw Reika Mitsumi smiling at the new classmate Arima, he immediately pursed his lips and felt a little annoyed. The homeroom teacher then handed out the necessary textbooks to Uchiha Baiye and Arima Kisho, and they started the class straight away. Although Uchiha Baiye is going to school in Japan for the first time, as he has the ability of Grandmaster in Japanese, there are many common knowledge points, especially in subjects such as mathematics and English. Advertisement. Japanese high schools also have Huxia language courses, but to be more precise it is called National Language, which roughly includes 3 parts: Modern Japanese, Ancient Japanese, and Ancient Huxia. This kind of subject would be a little more troublesome for Uchiha Baiye, and there are also some minor subjects that have not been involved in the previous life, such as Japanese high schools have cooking classes. However, Mangekyō Sharingan also greatly improved Uchiha Baiye's learning ability. He could read 10 lines at a glance and remember them clearly, which must be of great help in learning. As soon as the first class was over, some enthusiastic students immediately gathered around Uchiha Baiye, and some students gathered around Arima Takamasa. Uchiha, are you adjusting well here? Do you need me to lend you my class notes? What's the relationship between Uchiha-san and Arima-san? Why did they transfer here together by chance? I'll show Uchiha around a bit later. Our school is pretty big. Quote. Seeing so many classmates gathering around Uchiha Baiye, Furutaishi suddenly felt bored. Moreover, he had just noticed in the first class that Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi were both good students who loved to study, and he felt that they did not get along well with each other. So he felt it was boring and left the classroom directly. Futoshi. Just then, a girl with orange-red hair followed him out. She is Furutaishi's childhood sweetheart, Sasada Akira. Furutaishi. Autumn Sasada. Shoo, I think I am not suitable for coming to school. Let's just go out and play. Stopping outside the classroom door, Furutaishi said to Sasada Aki. He came to school so that he could meet his 3 classmates, otherwise he would have skipped classes almost every day. But Sanbo and other classmates' attention was attracted by the 2 new transfer students, so he felt it was boring. No matter how hard I try, I just can't understand. I won't understand anyway, so it's better not to listen at all. Sasada Akiyoshi laughs. That's right, let's go find Alyong now. Fura Taishi plans to skip class and go out and play now. He, Sasada Aki, and Alyong were childhood sweethearts who had grown up together and basically skipped classes together. Moreover, they are not only bad boys, but also bad bikers, who like to ride motorcycles and speed outside. Advertisement. However, at this moment, Fura Taishi and Sasada Aki suddenly heard a voice coming from behind them. Furaya-san, I want to go with you, too. Well. Fura Taishi immediately turned around and found that it was Uchiha Baiye. Uchiha, are you kidding? We are delinquents. Are you sure you want to come with us? Fura Taishi found it unbelievable. Although he is a delinquent, he actually doesn't want other students to become like him. Moreover, the other party seems to be a good student who is willing to study hard. Sure, Uchiha Baiye nodded and said, don't look at me like this. In fact, I transferred here because I was expelled from my previous school. He didn't care about having a bad label on himself. He had sneaked in here to carry out an investigation mission, and he also had system tasks that he needed to complete. After completing the task, he will naturally leave here, and the name of bad will just disappear with the wind. And if I don't take advantage of the opportunity this time, I don't know when Fura Taishi will show up at school next time. Well, it seems you are not an easy person to deal with. Fura Taishi immediately thought that it was okay. No matter how many times he, Sasada Aki, and Ryo skipped classes, they were never expelled. No one knew what Uchiha had done in his previous school. Are the students who appear to be well behaved on the surface actually worse than these bad guys? After being accepted by Fura Taishi, the voice of the system also sounded in Uchiha Baiye's mind. Ding. Host successfully completed. Task 1. Become a student of Seiji High School and join Fura Taishi's bad boy group, and receive the reward, 10 attribute points. Closing square bracket. Task 1 has been completed. Activate Task 2. Mission 2. Protect the bad boys led by Fura Taishi from being harmed by Miwa Reika. Task reward. 10 attribute points. However, soon after, Arima Takashi also appeared behind Uchiha Baiye. Add me one more. Chapter 25 22 cm shoes. Hearing that Arima Takamasa was also going to join, Uchiha Baiye was slightly surprised. Why did this guy join in the fun? Even you, Arima-san. Fura Taishi found it increasingly unbelievable. These 2 transfer students both look like good kids, why do they both want to hang out with him? That's great. This way we will have more and more companions. Sasada Aki didn't care so much, but said happily. Fura Taishi knew that Sasada Aki was a little stupid, so he didn't explain anything to him. Uchiha-san and I are friends, so that's okay, right? Arima Takashi once again proposed to join the bad boys. Forget it, it's up to you. Fura Taishi was a little confused about the situation, but he was too lazy to care about it. I've made an agreement in advance. Don't blame me if you get scolded by the teacher. No, Uchiha Baiye talks. Won't. Arima Takashi also responded. Afterwards, Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takamasa followed Fura Taishi directly. Uchiha Baiye's motives for his actions are still clear, but he doesn't quite understand why Arima Kisho also wants to join him in mixing with the bad boys. In fact, Arima Takashi's idea is similar to Uchiha Baiye's. From his perspective, he also feels that Uchiha Baiye's motives are unclear. Will joining the bad boys help in the mission of investigating ghouls? But he felt that Uchiha Shangsho, who was cared about by Mr. Mustard, would not do such a meaningless thing. Based on his intuition, he judged that there must be a reason behind this, so he decided to act together with Uchiha Shangsho. When Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi left, Matani Reika looked outside the classroom door with some concern. Although Uchiha Baiye left school with Fura Taishi and Sasada Aki, he had no intention of going on a motorcycle ride with them. He made up a random excuse that he wasn't very good at riding motorcycles and went about doing his own thing. Fura Taishi and Sasada Aki didn't say anything about this. After all, they were the ones who didn't tell Uchiha and Arima in advance that they were a group of bikers who specialized in speed racing. Advertisement. But Fura Taishi personally doesn't like this kind of dangerous behavior. Not only will he be chased by the police, but once an accident happens, it will be too late to regret. So he planned to go out for a walk and relax a bit before going back to the classroom for class. After all, his beloved classmate Sanbo is still there. Taiji. Why don't you hang out with Liang and me anymore? We used to be together all the time. Upon learning that Fura Taishi would go back to class, Sasada Aki couldn't help but ask him. Today she only went to school with Fura Taishi, otherwise she didn't want to go at all. A long time ago, ever since Fura Taishi gave up his dream of playing baseball, he began to degenerate into a gangster. During that time, Sasada Aki, Taishi, and Alyong played together almost every day and never went to school. Even if they went, they only went to make up the minimum attendance, because if they did not meet the attendance requirements, they would be expelled. But from some day on, Sasada Aki discovered that Taishi suddenly changed and began to go to school regularly, and honestly, she felt that this was very strange. Later, she vaguely realized that Taishi had changed since a transfer student named Reika Sanbo came here. Mainly because what you guys do is too dangerous, and going to school isn't a bad thing, right? Fura Taishi explained. He would definitely be embarrassed to tell others that he had a secret crush on classmate Sanbo. If he said this, Achu and Aoyang would definitely laugh at him. Although he is a bad biker, he has a crush on Sanbo, a quiet, well-behaved and excellent student. Really? But I think Taichi, you're in love with some girl? Sasada Aki said with a tone that was obviously somewhat dissatisfied. For example, in our class. You must be kidding. How is this possible? Fura Taishi immediately retorted excitedly. He didn't expect Shu to notice it so quickly, but Achu probably doesn't know who it is, right? And he is just guessing instead of confirming it. He comforted himself that Shu didn't know that he had a crush on classmate Sanbo. He could never admit to such a thing, coward. Seeing Fura Taishi so flustered, Sasada Aki couldn't help but say something in a low voice. Advertisement at this moment, Uchiha Baiye has arrived at the hotel street in District 13. Arima Takashi also followed behind him. As expected, Uchiha superiors would not do meaningless things. At this time, Arima Takashi spoke, because the hotel street in front of us is the scene of the predation incident caused by the Ghoul lantern a few days ago. It was also because of this predation incident that CCG began to pay attention to the Ghoul lantern, and specially sent Uchiha Baiye and Arima Kisho to come to District 13 to investigate. I guess so. Uchiha Baiye did not deny it. Soon, he discovered a shoe not far away with his vision far superior to that of ordinary people. He immediately went over and picked up the shoe. It's a 22cm flat leather shoe. It looks like it's the designated shoe model of Chengqing High School. Although this shoe was left near the crime scene, there's a certain possibility that it was left behind by the suspect. This size is obviously a shoe for girls. Yes, these are actually the shoes of Sanbo Lahua. Indeed, almost everything that happens in the world is made up of tiny little things, and among those countless little things there are always fragments that are closely related to the truth. Arima Takashi's idea is consistent with Uchiha Baiye. After all, in the original work, it was Arima Takasho who found the shoe and began to suspect Mitani Reika. Now it was just that Uchiha Baiye brought Arima Takasho here in advance. Take this shoe back to the CCG in District 13 for investigation to see which student left the shoe behind. Uchiha Baiye talks. He and Arima Takamasa went to the CCG branch, handed the shoe over to the CCG branch for investigation, and then returned to school to continue their classes. Although this is only the first day since transferring to this school, Uchiha Baiye feels that he should pay attention to the safety of those bad boys like Fura Taishi tonight. Because his and Arima Takashi's behavior of joining Fura Taishi's group of bad boys today is likely to accelerate Reika Mitsumami's desire to kill those bad boys. The principle is that Reika Sanbo feels that the bad boys have led the new students who have just transferred to the school astray, and that they are scum that is useless to society. The behavior of the bad bikers in the original work is indeed outrageous. Not only do they drive recklessly on the streets, disturbing and scaring people, they also provoke the police who are chasing them. But it is not a crime punishable by death. The problem with Sanbo Liwa's disregard for life is even greater. Chapter 26. Pumpkinhead Ghoul lantern. After school in the afternoon, the CCG branch also checked the shoe that Uchiha Baiye brought back from the crime scene and confirmed that only Reika Sanran matched the shoe. However, CCG certainly did not easily suspect that Reika Mitsumi was the Ghoul lantern. They only told the information to Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takasho, and the next investigation task was still carried out by the two of them. Although I feel that Sanbo Lahua may be the lantern, I can't jump to conclusions so easily. While having dinner together outside, Arima Takashi said to Uchiha Baiye. Yes, let's observe her for a while. Uchiha Baiye nodded slightly. He was not in a hurry to point out directly in front of Arima Takamasa that Reika Mitsumami was the lantern. Just then, there was the noise of two motorcycles whizzing past outside the hotel. Apparently, someone was racing on a modified motorcycle. Uchiha Baiye immediately knew that this must be the bad biker gang led by Sasada Aki and Aoyang. Arima-san, I'll be away for a moment. Uchiha Baiye didn't say anything, just picked up his bag containing Quinkwe and left. Boss, pay the bill. Before leaving, he did not forget to pay. However, Arima Takashi immediately followed him. Uchiha, wait, we need to act together. Arima Takashi said. According to CCG's system, partners are indeed required to stay together as closely as possible during missions. On the street, Aoyang and Sasada Aki were riding a motorcycle, and two of their fellow biker gang members were riding another motorcycle. One of the two companions has a rooster-like hairstyle, and the other has a buzz cut that is almost bald. At this moment, Sasada Aiya looked very different from her image at school in the morning. She was wearing slippers and no school uniform, and her hairstyle was styled like that of an ordinary bad girl. Aryova Sasada Aki, motorcycle in front, stop. There were several police cars chasing them behind them. However, they drove recklessly and shouted at the same time, totally ignoring the police. Little did they know that they had been targeted by a very dangerous ghoul. Just now, Sanbo Lahua was walking down the street with her school bag on her back, and the harsh noise immediately made her feel very uncomfortable. Advertisement. Looking at the direction where the two motorcycles were going away, Sanbo Liwa's eyes turned cold, and there was a hint of murderous intent in the coldness. What she hated most were those guys who didn't know how to appreciate what they had, and who acted like fools, thinking, "I'm not satisfied yet." She thought it would be best if these guys died. They were all idiots who wouldn't cry until they saw the coffin. And it doesn't matter if they die, since they are just scum that is of no use to society anyway. Aoyong and the others accelerated madly, leaving the police cars behind them and hid in an alley. Ha ha ha. This is so exciting. Those cops can't catch up with us at all. It feels so good. Let's play some fun on those guys later. Both the rooster head guy and the crew-haired guy felt like they had just had a blast. As luck would have it, Fura Taishi happened to pass by this alley. When he saw two familiar-looking motorcycles parked there, he knew that Aoyong and his friends were out for some speed racing again. You guys are doing something dangerous again. Fura Taishi sighed immediately. Taiji, what's wrong with you lately? I heard that you actually went to school obediently? The rooster-headed boy wondered. Yeah, Taiji, why have you become so well-behaved? Did something happen that stimulated you? The man with a crew cut asked Fura Taishi with some concern. Taiji has become super boring now. Sasada Akiho's path of enmity. But she did not express her doubts in front of Aoyong and the others, her suspicion that Fura Taishi had a crush on Sanminami. Taiji, if anything does happen, we will help you as much as possible. Aoyong is very concerned about Fura Taishi's condition. Fura Taishi was immediately moved. Although he couldn't stand such dangerous behavior as speeding, he couldn't bear to scold his good friends. However, he definitely still couldn't tell her about Sanbo Lahua. Just when he was trying to find an excuse to get away with it, a strange figure suddenly appeared in front of him, behind Aoyong and the others. She was wearing a large white cloak and a Halloween pumpkin mask on her head, and she looked quite petite. Lantern, 3 waves of lily. Who are you? Advertisement. Looking at this strange and somewhat scary figure, Fura Taishi immediately asked. When Aoyong and the others looked back and saw this strange man, they realized something was wrong. The strange man wearing a pumpkin mask did not answer, but approached step by step. What's the matter? Are you here to cause trouble by dressing up like this? The rooster-headed thug picked up the iron rod on the ground and walked over. Kong. However, the next moment, the iron rod in his hand broke into 2 pieces. I saw that a pink tail hex was released from the tail vertebrae of the pumpkin-headed monster. The advantage of this kind of tail hex is balance. It is very balanced in terms of attack power, defense power, speed, endurance and other aspects, but the disadvantage is that it has no special features and it is difficult to launch a decisive attack. The iron rod of the rooster-headed gangster just now was easily broken by this tail heezy. Monster. What kind of monster is this? The rooster-headed gangster was so frightened that he sat down on the ground, his courage was frightened out of him. Hurry! Run! Fura Taishi was the first to react. He felt that if they didn't run away, they would all die here. Aoyong, Sasada Aki and the hoodlum with a crew cut were stunned for a moment and then quickly ran in another direction. But the rooster-headed gangster was still sitting on the ground, and Fura Taishi was unwilling to abandon him and hurried over to save him. However, the pumpkin-headed monster was obviously much faster than him. Before he ran a few steps, the pumpkin-headed monster's tail was about to pierce the rooster-headed gangster's body. At this moment, the rooster-headed gangster suddenly felt someone grabbing his arm. Fortunately, I made it in time. Uchiha Baiye was seen grabbing the rooster-headed thug's arm and leading him to dodge the attack of the pumpkin-headed monster. On the other side, Arima Takashi has also appeared behind the pumpkin-headed monster. However, the pumpkin-headed monster reacted very quickly. He immediately changed direction and attacked Arima Takamasa behind him. Arima Takashi perfectly avoided several attacks from the pumpkin-headed monster. The pumpkin-headed monster began to realize that something was wrong and decisively chose to evacuate. Just as Arima Takashi was about to take out the Quink from the cello to fight, the opponent had already jumped onto the roof and escaped. I can't catch up. Arima Takashi walked up to Uchiha Baiye and said. There's no need to chase her anymore. The clues are becoming clearer and clearer now. Uchiha Baiye Light Road. Ding, host successfully completed, Mission 2. Protect the bad boys headed by Fura Taishi from harm by Miwareika. And receive the reward, 10 attribute points. Task 2 has been completed. Activate Task 3, Chapter 27 Volts Organization, Cleaners. Task 3. Change the death of Sanbo Lahua, task reward, 20 attribute points. Uchiha Baiye guessed that it would be over after completing this, Task 3. The task of changing the death ending of Sanbo Lahua is not easy, but it is not difficult either. Hey, can anyone tell me what happened just now? At this moment, Furutashi asked them in shock. Uchiha Baiye's thoughts about the system were pulled back. He turned his head to look at Fura Taishi and explained the situation. You all should know about ghouls, right? The guy just now was a ghoul, and a very dangerous one. Ghoul. Fura Taishi then realized that the strange man just now really fits the image of a ghoul. These students are so well protected in school and by CCG that they have never seen ghouls on a daily basis. Suddenly faced with such a dangerous situation, their brains were confused. It was only then that Fura Taishi and the rooster-headed delinquent realized that if Uchiha and Arima hadn't come to save them, wouldn't they have all become food for that ghoul? Let's go. Go back and have a good rest, and go to class as usual tomorrow. At this time, Uchiha Baiye said to Furitaishi. After saying this, he and Arima Takashi left first. There is no need for him to protect Furitaishi and other bad boys all the time. Moreover, after he and Arima Takamasa showed up to stop them this time, Reika Mitsumami will not dare to show up as a lantern ghoul again for a while. Because Reika Mitani would definitely be able to see that Uchiha Baiye and Arima Kisho's skills were definitely not those of ordinary students, and the fact that they both transferred to the school at the same time was also very suspicious, so it was basically assumed that they were both investigators of the CCG. Why, even though something so scary just happened, Uchiha-san and Arima-san, are you guys so calm? Furitaishi asked in great confusion and surprise. Aren't these two new transfer students afraid at all when facing the murderous and cannibalistic ghouls? And they just showed amazing skills and drove away that pumpkin-headed ghoul. Who are these two new classmates? Quote. However, neither Uchiha Baiye nor Arima Takashi opened his mouth to answer, but continued to walk away with calm expressions. Until the mission is completed, they are not allowed to reveal the identity of the investigator to ordinary people. Advertisement. I have to go back to my apartment in Area 2 now. Is Maji waiting for you? On the way to the subway station, Uchiha Baiye said something to Arima Takashi. It's fine with me. By the way, how did the Uchiha know that the lanterns would attack the delinquents at this time? Arima Takashi asked expressionlessly. It's partly intuition and partly reasoning. Of course, the biggest part depends on the god's perspective, but Uchiha Baiye will definitely not say it. When school was over in the afternoon, we had already identified Sanbo as one of the suspects. Then when we said at the door of the classroom that we wanted to join Furitaishi's delinquent group, I noticed that Sanbo was looking at us. My intuition is very sharp, and that look told me that Sanbo looked down on and even hated Furitaishi's delinquents. Uchiha Baiye explained logically, although this does not mean that Sanbo-san will definitely attack them tonight, as long as there is a certain possibility, I should go and save them. The reason he was able to judge that Reika Mitsumi would attack Furitaishi and his men tonight was not entirely because he had a god's perspective. Another important reason was that his Mangekyō Sharingan noticed the look in Reika Mitsumi's eyes at that time. After all, if we were to judge completely according to the original work, Sanbo Lihua would not have taken action at this time today. I see. Arima Takashi nodded slightly. He suddenly felt that the other party's intuition was terrifyingly accurate. There was indeed a reason why Mr. Mustard cared about this Uchiha senior. That's all. See you at school tomorrow morning. Uchiha Baiye said goodbye to Arima Takashi in advance because they were almost at the subway station. It's a little early to say goodbye now. Arima Takashi said calmly. What do you mean? Uchiha Baiye didn't quite understand. I have rented the same apartment with Uchiha-sama in Area 2. This will make it easier for us to work together during the mission. Arima Takashi said. Mr. Mustard specially arranged for him to form a partnership with Uchiha Shangdang, so that he could monitor Uchiha Shangdang. In the end, it will be determined whether he or Uchiha is more suitable to be the cleaner of the V organization. Advertisement. All right, Uchiha Baiye understood now. He also began to vaguely suspect that Arima Takashi was sent by the V organization specifically to monitor him. This possibility is not small, because Arima Takashi is the apprentice of the V organization's leader Mustard, and it is impossible for him to be arranged to partner with Arima Takashi for no reason. The main reason is that Arima Takamasa's behavior is a bit suspicious. Although it is a rule explicitly stipulated by CCG that partners should try to act together, in his impression, Arima Takamasa is not the kind of person who only follows the rules. For example, in the original work, Arima Takashi once accidentally fell asleep while standing during a battle, and he also used an ordinary umbrella to drive away a ghoul because he forgot to bring his Quink. Since Arima Takashi was most likely here to monitor him, Uchiha Baiye felt that he should be more careful next time. For example, we must never let Arima Takamasa discover that Yoshimura is the one-eyed owl. Although Arima Takamasa and Yoshimura Ito worked privately in the original work, Arima Takamasa at that time was not the same Arima Takamasa as now. Everyone usually has different ideas at different times. At that time, Arima Takashi was already a cleaner for the V organization. He killed many ghouls that were considered threats by the V organization. He began to feel disappointed with this messy world and his own life that only knew how to kill. The so-called cleaners are, to put it bluntly, assassins who specialize in killing people and ghouls for the V organization. At this moment, Arima Takashi is obviously not a cleaner yet. He is only equipped with a B-level Quink, and it is clear that he has never killed a ghoul above B-level. What if Arima Takashi does not choose to cooperate with Yoshimura Ito at this time, but instead remains loyal to the V organization and exposes the truth that Yoshimura Ito is the one-eyed owl to the V organization? In this state, Yoshimura Ito will undoubtedly die. Sitting on the subway, Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takamasa started chatting again. Speaking of which, when Uchiha-sama was still in the White Sun Court, it seems we didn't meet very often. It seems so. I don't have a deep impression of Arima too either. Quote. The two talked about some past events in Bai Ting. Uchiha Baiye actually didn't have those experiences at all. Those were all memories instilled in him by the system, and he chatted with Arima Takasho based on his memory. Arima is a genius among geniuses, and his ability is comparable to or even exceeds that of a special investigator, but he seems to be very passive in terms of promotion. In Uchiha Baiye's memory, Arima Takashi has always been the most dazzling genius among all the half-humans in the White Sun Court. Even though Arima Takashi was at the peak of his physical condition at that time, he was still only a second-class investigator. He felt that Arima Takamasa was intentionally slowing down his promotion and was reluctant to become the cleaner of the organization from the beginning. Chapter 28. Yoshimura at's interview. In terms of strength, Arima Takamasa already possessed all the strength of a special investigator at the age of 16. The age of 16 to 20 is roughly the peak period of a semi-human's body. But Arima Kisho was still only a second-class investigator at the age of 19, until Yoshimura Kozan, also known as the Unkillable Owl, attacked the CCG branch in Area 2. When no one in the entire branch was able to fight against the SSS class, Owl of Unkillable, Arima Takamasa was forced to borrow 2B class Quinks to fight against the Owl of Unkillable. The result was that not only did he repel the Unkillable Owl, but he also cut off a pair of its arms. But at this point, Arima Takashi, who is half-human, has begun to enter a period of physical decline. Later, when he became a cleaner for the organization and was promoted to a special investigator, Arima Takashi's body was no longer in its prime. In summary, Uchiha Baiye speculates that Arima Takashi deliberately delayed his promotion so that he could be appointed as the sweeper later, so that Arima Takashi would have less killings. The entire Tokyo area is not large, and the distance from District 13 to District 2 is not too far. You can quickly reach District 2 by taking the subway. Arima Takamasa now lives in the same apartment building as Uchiha Baiye, but the floors and rooms are of course different. Not long after Uchiha Baiye returned home, Fankun came. Teacher Takatsuki is still so punctual. Well, I also hope that the work can be published smoothly. As usual, Fankun took off his shoes and went straight into the room. He didn't wear slippers and only white socks. After more than an hour of discussion and refinement, Fankun seemed to feel a little tired and just lay down on Uchiha Baiye's bed to rest. Since she always stayed overnight in the shabby outpost of the Bronze Tree, she had basically never slept on such a comfortable bed. Although they were a single man and a single woman in the same room, Fankun had no taboos or guard against anything. After all, her strength allows her to be so casual. It was also because of this that Fankun felt that this B***D investigator was still quite upright and would not take advantage of her by relying on his outstanding strength. By the way, today is Mr. Uchiha's first day as an investigator, how do you feel? At this time, Fankun, who was lying on the bed resting, suddenly asked. Advertisement. The progress is pretty good. We have found the mission target on the first day of sneaking into the school. Uchiha Baiye talks. So fast. So the ghoul has been caught. Yoshimura Eto asked further. Not yet. She escaped quickly and decisively, leaving us no chance. But Takatsuki seems to be quite curious about our investigators, I'm really curious, and I also want to collect materials for my next work. The story of a ghoul investigator is a very rare material. What Fankun said was half true and half false, and not entirely perfunctory. Her next work is going to revolve around ghouls and ghoul investigators. After all, Takofka is already a complete manuscript, so it's time to prepare for the next work in advance. But then again, Mr. Uchiha just said, so that ghoul is a girl. Fankun asked curiously. In Japanese, the pronunciations of he and she are different, so Yoshimura said it this way. Yes, not only that, but she is also a classmate in our class, and even the girl with the best academic performance and the best behavior. Uchiha Baiye told Yoshimura Eto about the matter of Mitsumi Reika without any hesitation. Oh, you're a ghoul, but you can be such a good student in a human school. Yoshimura said in a surprised tone. Even so, ghouls can only treat humans as food. I guess this is the reason why she was targeted by your investigators, right? Yes, a few days ago, there was a predation incident caused by her. Although the humans attacked did not die, they were either missing arms or legs. There were 5 victims in total. For such a case with a large number of victims, our CCG must give an explanation. Uchiha Baiye said truthfully. These are not secrets that cannot be told, it just depends on whether he wants to tell it or not. However, under normal circumstances, CCG investigators generally do not tell ordinary people about these things, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. For the purpose of collecting material, I would like to know what Mr. Uchiha thinks of that ghoul. As he spoke, Fankun sat up from the bed, seeming to be particularly concerned about this topic. You can see that she wants to integrate into human society and become a good student. But unfortunately, she is a ghoul after all. She cannot suppress her desire to hunt, nor her killing nature. This is her true side. The other side is a quiet and well-behaved good student. Advertisement. Uchiha Baiye roughly expressed his views on Sanbo Reika. So in the end, Mr. Uchiha had no choice but to expel her. As he spoke, Fangkun-et sat on the bed and took notes in a small notebook. These were all very useful materials. She was particularly interested in the ghoul girl that Uchiha Baiye mentioned who wanted to integrate into human society. That's not necessarily true. Uchiha Baiye denied it. Oh, how do you mean? Fangkun-et suddenly became curious. As long as they are not extremely evil ghouls, I usually don't kill them if I can. At most, I will lock them up in a ghoul shelter. Uchiha Baiye talks. Some investigators are different. They kill any ghoul they see, regardless of whether they are good or evil. Although from a human perspective, there is nothing wrong with doing this. Ghoul shelter. Fangkun-et was thoughtful. She had just captured the ghoul shelter in Area 23 not long ago and found that most of the ghouls were not living too badly, but some were still being badly abused. So that's not a good place. Uchiha Baiye then added. However, for a ghoul who really wants to integrate into human society, I will teach her to restrain her murderous nature and send her to District 20. I heard that the ghoul manager in District 20 advocates peaceful coexistence with humans. The ghoul ruler of a district can also be called the manager, and the manager of District 20 is none other than Yoshimura Kouzen, the father of Yoshimura Eto. The former cleaner of the V organization, the strongest pure-blooded ghoul, the SSS level, Unkillable Owl. With these titles, Yoshimura Kouzen is a well-deserved ghoul manager in any district. Of course, Fangkun-et also knew who the manager of District 20 was, so she fell silent. Quote. Chapter 29. Fangkun-et's background. The relationship between father and daughter Yoshimura Kouzen and Yoshimura-ite is very complicated. Yoshimura Kouzen was once a cleaner of the V organization. As a ghoul, he fell in love with a human woman named Yuna. Even after Yuna discovered that he was a ghoul, she still loved him. After that, she gave birth to the almost miraculous half-ghoul Yoshimura-ite. The cruelest thing was that Yuna had to eat human flesh during pregnancy, otherwise the fetus with ghoul blood would die of malnutrition. But the good times did not last long, because Yuna's true identity was a reporter who specialized in investigating the V organization, and she actually discovered some secrets about the V organization. The V organization immediately launched a hunt for Yuna. Although Yoshimura Kouzen is very powerful, he is ultimately no match for the larger and more powerful V organization, especially since their leader Mustard is even stronger than him. He is able to protect himself but not Yuna and Yoshimura Eto at the same time, especially since Eto is just a newborn baby at that time. When he was forced into a desperate situation, in order to protect Yoshimura-ite, he chose to kill Yuna with his own hands. P.S. In the comics, Yoshimura Kouzen killed Yuna himself, and in the anime, Yuna was killed by the V organization. This book is still based on the comics. The V organization let him go because at that time the V organization had not discovered that he and Yuna had given birth to a child, and that the child was even half ghoul. Once discovered by the organization, they would inevitably launch a more fierce hunt. After killing Yuna with his own hands, in order to prevent it from being discovered by the organization, Yoshimura Kouzen sent it to the most chaotic Area 24 and entrusted him to his old friend, the SS-level ghoul Noroi. He only left a notebook of Yuna, which recorded the secrets of the V organization discovered by Yuna, as well as her life with Kouzen. At first, Yoshimura Eto was well taken care of by Noroi, but a few years later, Noroi was killed by the V organization for unknown reasons. Eto, who was less than 10 years old, could only survive alone in the environment of District 24. Although Yoshimura Kouzen did have great difficulties, when Yoshimura Eto needed his father's care and protection the most, his father ignored him in order to escape from the V organization. Moreover, his father killed his mother with his own hands. Even if his mother did it willingly, it is still difficult for Fangkun-et to let go. The combination of various factors led to Yoshimura-ete's hatred for her father. Most of this hatred was because she hated her father for choosing to escape from the V organization, so she wanted to fight against CCG and the V organization behind CCG. However, during the period when Uchiha Baiye was in, Fangkun-et's hatred for his father was not that deep. He just didn't want to go to District 20 to find his father out of spite. It was many things that happened later that caused Fangkun-eto's hatred for his father to reach an irreparable point in the original work. Really, that's a really strange ghoul. A ghoul that can manage an area must be a very powerful ghoul. He actually wants to coexist peacefully with humans. Fangkun-et was silent for only a moment before regaining his composure, showing almost no sign of abnormality. But the perceptive Uchiha Baiye still noticed this brief silence. Indeed, a ghoul manager who advocates peaceful coexistence with humans is unprecedented. Uchiha Baiye said, I don't know if he did anything bad behind the scenes, but I think this idea is great. Advertisement. His behavior is undoubtedly like repeatedly dancing in the minefield of Fangkun-et. But he also sincerely felt that Yoshimura Kouzen led the ghouls in the entire area not to kill people and to live in peace with humans, and that this kindness was great. This kindness does not conflict with Yoshimura Kouzen's desire to escape from the V organization. Knowing that they were no match for the V organization, they gave up resistance. Even if they gathered manpower, it would cause heavy casualties. In his later years, Yoshimura Kouzen could not bear to see anyone die in front of him. Facts have proved that Yoshimura Eto gave everything, sacrificed himself and the entire bronze tree, including Arima Takamasa, and finally waited for the one-eyed king, Kaneki-ken more than 10 years later. Therefore, it is difficult to say who is right or wrong between Fangkun Gongshan and Fangkun Ite. There is nothing wrong with Yoshimura Kausen wanting to protect the people and ghouls around him, but he did not handle the matter of his daughter well. There is nothing wrong with Yoshimura Eto wanting to change the entire world, a world that believes that ghouls are born evil, but his brutal behavior has led to a lot of tragedies. Great. Yoshimura Ete was silent for a moment again, but Mr. Uchiha doesn't seem to hate ghouls that much. I guess so. If possible, I still hope that humans and ghouls can get along in harmony. Uchiha Baiye nodded slightly. So, Yoshimura said, having already finished taking notes, thank you Mr. Uchiha for the material. I feel like inspiration for my next work is flowing like a spring. I'm also beginning to look forward to Mr. Takatsuki's new work. Uchiha Baiye talks. At this time, Fangkun Ite jumped off the bed and said, it's about time for me to go back. Uchiha Baiye was still the same, sending Fangkun Ite for a distance. I am truly honored to have a ghoul investigator escort me home. Advertisement. Halfway through, Fangkun Ite said in a joking manner. The main thing is that Uchiha Baiye knows that Fangkun's name is One-Eyed Owl, so these words sound like a ridicule rather than an exclamation. When they arrived at the old place, Uchiha Baiye separated from Fangkun Ite. See you tomorrow then, and tell me about that ghoul girl then. Before parting, Yoshimura Ite said goodbye to Uchiha Baiye. The next day. Ding. Host has completed sign in and received reward. 1 attribute point. Closing square bracket. Early in the morning, Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi had breakfast and took the subway to school. When they were almost at the school gate, they happened to meet Sanbo Lihua who was also on her way to school. Arima-san, Uchiha-san, good morning. Reika Mitsumi obviously didn't know that Uchiha Baiye and Arima Kisho had already identified her as a ghoul, lantern, and she was able to greet them with a smile. Morning. Good morning, Sanbo-san. However, neither Uchiha Baiye nor Arima Takamasa showed any signs of abnormality. Because Uchiha Baiye didn't want to expel Sanbo Reika. Arima Takamasa is still not completely sure that Sanba is the lantern. It is a taboo for investigators to attack anyone without absolute certainty. If the other party is really just an ordinary human, it will be a big trouble. As for Matani Reika, she already seriously suspected that Uchiha Baiye and Arima Kisho were both CCG investigators, so she would be more cautious in interacting with these two guys. Chapter 30 Dull Wood. Next, Uchiha Baiye went ahead, leaving Arima Takashi and Mitsumami Reika a chance to be alone. Although Arima Takashi subconsciously wanted to chase after him, he considered that there was a high probability that, lantern, Sanbo was still beside him, so he should not make any unusual moves. Therefore, Arima Takamasa had no choice but to travel with Reika Matani. It seems that Arima-san and Uchiha-san left with Teraya-san for a while yesterday morning. Nothing should have happened, right? After all, Teraya-san seems to be a delinquent. At this time, Reika Sanran suddenly spoke to Arima Takamasa. Nothing happened. Arima Takamasa had no expression on his face and his tone was very calm. Such a cold response immediately made the atmosphere awkward and it became difficult to continue the topic. That's good, I was worried that Arima-san would become a delinquent too. Sanbo Lihua said with a smile. Then the two fell silent again. A faint blush appeared on the quiet and lovely face of Reika Sanba, as if she was a little embarrassed by Arima Takamasa's cold attitude. Uchiha Baiye arrived at the classroom first, of course, and he found that his neighbor Furutaishi also came to school today. Including his childhood sweetheart Sasada Aki. As for Liang, he seems to be in another class. Terera-san, Sasada-san, how are you? Have you recovered? Uchiha Baiye did not forget to care about them. It's okay, although I'm still a little scared. Furutaishi said in a low voice. Akira was really scared last night and insisted on staying at my house overnight, but he looks much better this morning. Varied. Hearing Furutaishi mention him, Sasada Aki, who was sitting in the front seat, turned around immediately and hit Furutaishi on the head with a book, and said angrily, Taishi, you idiot. Big idiot. Although the force of Acho's slap was barely painful, Furutaishi was a little confused. Akio, what are you doing? You were obviously very scared last night. That's not the question. Sasada Aki became more and more ashamed and angry. Furutaishi was still confused. Advertisement. Quote. Uchiha Baiye already understood why Sasada Aki was ashamed and angry. Being so scared that you run to a boy's house to spend the night, the key point is not fear, but running to a boy's house to spend the night. However, Furutaishi was as dull as a piece of wood and understood nothing. However, Uchiha Baiye was not interested in watching Furutaishi and Sasada Aki flirting anymore, because he had something more important to say. Regarding the incident with the ghoul yesterday, I need to remind you that as long as you continue to race on motorcycles on the street, you may be attacked again. Quote. Why does this have anything to do with speeding? Furutaishi said with some confusion. Although he didn't want to play that kind of thing, Alyong and Akio probably weren't willing to give up. That ghoul didn't attack you for no reason. Although I don't know the specific reason, I suggest you be honest. Nothing is more important than life. However, this kind of thing can only be deeply experienced when you are really facing death. Uchiha Baiye explanation. Okay, I'll try my best to persuade Alyong and the others, and if that doesn't work I'll just beat them up. Furuta rolled up his sleeves. Even if he might get beaten up instead, he was determined to stop Alyong and the others. After what happened last night, he felt that both Uchiha and Arima were very capable, so he tended to believe what Uchiha said. Obviously, Furuta didn't know much about CCG's Ghoul investigators, so he didn't associate Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takasho in that direction. It is estimated that ordinary people have limited understanding of ghouls and investigators, and even many students are not clear about these things. Akiu. The first person Furuta wanted to dissuade was naturally Sasada Aki in front of him. Well, I promised Tazy, but Tazy also has to agree to one condition of mine. Sasada Aki head rode. After what happened yesterday, she also realized how terrible ghouls are. If caught by the police, at most they would be given a verbal warning or put in a juvenile detention center, but if caught by a ghoul, they would really die or even be eaten. Okay, just tell me what the conditions are, as long as I can do it. Furuta was immediately delighted. He was quite surprised that Chu agreed so quickly. Taishi, you didn't like baseball the most before. Sasada Aki had just said half of his words when Arima Takamasa and Mitsumi Rika walked in from the back door of the classroom. Furuta attention was immediately attracted and he didn't pay much attention to what Sasada Aki said. Advertisement. Seeing Arima Takamasa and Matani Reika walking in together, especially Matani Reika talking and laughing with Arima Takamasa, Furugata Taishi couldn't help but frown and felt very annoyed. Ahem. At this time, Uchiha Baiye coughed slightly and reminded Furuta Fura-san, Sasada-san is still talking to you. Ah, oh. Furuta then turned around and saw Sasada Aki pouting angrily. Stupid Taishi, you really like another girl. No, wait. Furuta suddenly panicked and said, don't speak so loudly, what if someone hears it? So what? He's just an idiot Taishi anyway, so it's best if he just dies. Sasada Aki's tone was still angry. Furuta quickly admitted his mistake. No. I'm wrong, okay, what was the condition you just mentioned? I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'll talk about it later. Sasada Aki said angrily. All right. Furuta was suddenly confused. He didn't know why Akiu was so angry. Was it because I didn't pay attention to what Chu said just now? But I shouldn't be so angry. Uchiha Baiye who was sitting next to him was speechless at this point. This guy Furuta was simply too stupid. Uchiha-san, can you keep what happened just now a secret for me? At this time, Furuta quietly asked Uchiha Baiye. No problem. Uchiha Baiye nodded and said, but as a friendly reminder, I advise you to give up. Although it is not impossible for humans and ghouls to fall in love, it is more like that there are many such examples. But if he and Arima Takamasa had not arrived in time last night, the bad boys including Furuta would have been killed directly by Reika Matani. Once Furuta knew that Reika Mitsumi was actually the pumpkin-headed ghoul from last night, he would probably give up his fantasy. It is better to cherish the girl in front of you, she is your childhood sweetheart. Of course, in the original work, Sasada Akiya did become Furuta wife later. Chapter 31 Mysterious Masked Man. Give up. Although I can tell you mean well, I don't want to give up easily. Furuta said with a firm expression. He never thought that Sanbo was a ghoul. After all, Sanbo was so well behaved, had very good academic performance, and was also a class committee member. He thought Uchiha meant that Sanbo was too good, while he was a delinquent. Arima-san is both capable and handsome, and he sits next to us, so he has the advantage of being close to us. In comparison, he really had little hope, but he still didn't want to give up so quickly. Quote. Having said this, Uchiha Baiye didn't say anything more to Furuta Unless Furuta is told directly that Reika Mitsumi is the pumpkin-headed ghoul, Furuta probably won't give up. But that would go against his plan, so he couldn't do that. The first class in the morning is mathematics. At this time, the math teacher wrote a more difficult question on the blackboard and asked the students to come up and do it. Since the roll call was random, most students were worried about being called. The calmest person is of course the one who is absolutely sure that he can answer this question. For example, Uchiha Baiye, Arima Kisho, and Matani Reika. In his previous life, mathematics was Uchiha Baiye's strong point, but he was also very biased. Now that he has the Mangekyō Sharingan, he is naturally even stronger. Hey, Arima-san, please come up. The math teacher, wearing reading glasses, looked at the student list for a long time before picking out one name that looked special. Quote. Arima Takamasa immediately walked up to the stage and wrote down the answer with the chalk in his hand almost without stopping. It only took him 2 or 3 minutes to finish and return to his seat. That's exactly right, but Arima-san seems to be a new student who just transferred to the school yesterday. He has adapted so quickly. The math teacher immediately exclaimed. Reika Matani also praised Arima Takasho. Arima-san is amazing. It seems that he is good at math. It's nothing. Math is just about choosing the appropriate formula based on the problem, and combining the two to figure it out. Arima Takashi said calmly. Quote. It's easy for Arima-san to say, but it's hard for most people to do it. Sanbo Lihua smiled awkwardly. I was thinking that this Ghoul investigator's academic performance is surprisingly good. Advertisement. Noon time. Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi both brought their homemade bento boxes to eat on the rooftop of the teaching building, and also discussed work matters at the same time. Arima-san, did you gain any useful information from your conversation with Sanbo-san today? Uchiha Baiye asked casually. No, everything she says and does is normal. I haven't noticed anything unusual yet. However, many ghouls do disguise themselves very well in human society. Arima Takashi shook his head slightly. Don't worry, just observe slowly. Uchiha Baiye said. But besides, Lantern, there seem to be other ghouls in the school. What do you mean? Arima Takamasa had no idea about this. I stumbled upon a guy who was acting a little strange. He was a handyman at school. Uchiha Baiye pointed in a certain direction downstairs and said, look over there, that guy is right there. I saw a middle-aged handyman wearing a hat weeding on the lawn, but he was not concentrating on weeding. Instead, he was looking around furtively. Most students would not think much when seeing this kind of person, but Arima Takamasa was very perceptive and felt that this guy was very suspicious at first sight. Arima, what do you think we should do with him? Uchiha Baiye asks Arima Takashi for his opinion. He seems to be looking for a suitable target, so I will go and lure him. Arima Takashi replied. After all, he looks like a weak and pretty boy on the surface, which makes the ghouls think he is a suitable target. Okay, then I'll leave this guy to you then. Uchiha Baiye thought that he could take this opportunity to act alone. The handyman was a ghoul in the original novel, who specifically targeted students and teachers, but he mentioned this guy just to temporarily distract Arima Kisho. Well, we'll start after school. Arima Takashi has already thought of a plan. Chungching High School basically finishes school before 4 p.m. every day. Students either participate in club activities, go to cram schools, or go home. Arima Takashi went to handle the odd job alone. Uchiha Baiye is located in its own Kamui space. Advertisement. Yes, it is Kamui space. Because when he bought the red tiger skin mask, the system also gave him a set of related clothes and a chain. These were the outfits that Uchiha Obito wore on the night of the genocide. The system was quite considerate and gave him a complete set, but they were all placed in the Kamui space. Only the mask could be put on or taken off at will with consciousness alone. Ding. Host equipped with the complete set. Red Moon Night. Activated set effect. RC cell value +5. Hairstyle changed. Closing square bracket. At this moment, something unexpected happened to Uchiha Baiye, and his hairstyle changed into that of Obito of the Red Moon Night. Now we can say that except for the different facial features under the mask and the difference in body shape, he is almost exactly the same as Obito of Red Moon Night. Just refer to this. This way, no one would be able to recognize him, which would be more convenient for him to carry out his next actions. Then, Uchiha Baiye used up the attribute points he had previously accumulated. Current attribute points. 134. Open black lens bracket ding. Host added points successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Constitution plus 6.1 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket RC cell value plus 73 close black lens bracket. Attribute points minus 134. Uchiha Baiye allocated some attribute points. Currently, his main attribute is RC cell, and his secondary attribute is Constitution. Open black lens bracket Constitution. 30 close black lens bracket. RC cell value. 673 plus 5. This is his current attribute panel. It's time to start. Thinking of this, Uchiha Baiye moved back to the real world from the Kamui space, and was right on the path that Sanbo Reika had to take to go home. Since this was a small alley, the mysterious masked man who appeared out of nowhere was not noticed by ordinary people. A few minutes later, Uchiha Baiye waited for the three-wave flower to pass by. Looking at the mysterious man wearing a red tiger skin mask standing in front of her, Sanbo Lihua immediately became alert. Her first reaction was that the other person was a ghoul, because usually only ghouls would dress like this, and it was a ghoul she had never seen in District 13. She was almost able to walk sideways in Area 13, but a completely unfamiliar ghoul suddenly appeared in front of her. Could it be that ghouls from other areas had invaded Area 13? Wow. Wow. At this time, the mysterious masked man dragged the chain in his hand and slowly approached Sanbo Lihua. Chapter 32. Undoubted Victory. You, who are you? Sanbo Lihua suddenly showed a look of panic and backed away in fear, looking no different from an ordinary human girl. Lantern, your ghoul is mine. Uchiha Baiye deliberately lowered his voice to a low pitch, completely different from his original voice. The so-called ghoul is the place where ghouls prey on humans, usually in dark and remote alleys. It is similar to the territorial consciousness. Every ghoul likes to demarcate its own territory, which is called a ghoul. If other ghouls break into their ghouls to prey on humans, it will inevitably lead to a bloody fight among the same kind. Uchiha Baiye bluntly said that he wanted to seize Mitsumi Reika's eating place, which was equivalent to violating Mitsumi Reika's bottom line. After her true identity as a lantern was exposed by the other party, Reika Sanbo stopped acting. She looked so scared just now, but now she suddenly became cold and gloomy. I don't know where you came from, but you are so brave to challenge me as soon as you come to Area 13. As soon as she finished speaking, the Kagun on Mitsumi Reika's tail vertebrae suddenly released pink tail Kagun, exactly the same as the Kagun of the pumpkin-headed ghoul last night. At this moment, her eyes turned into scarlet eyes. The scarlet eyes of a ghoul are usually quite scary, but if it is a cute girl, it will add a touch of weird beauty. At the same time, Uchiha Baiye's eyes also changed. As his mind moved, Mangekyō Sharingan, double Kamui, suddenly appeared. Although his double Kamui was different from the ghoul's Kakugan, Reika Mitani did not have any unnecessary doubts. Because it is almost impossible for normal humans to have blood pupils, and it is even more impossible to switch between black pupils and blood pupils freely. This is something only ghouls can do. As for why it is different from the common Kakugan, Sanbo Lihua is not in the mood to care about this little thing now. She stared at the mysterious masked man in front of her, observing his Kagun. If you can figure out your opponent's Kagun type, it will be beneficial in the upcoming battle. Because different types of Kagun have advantages and disadvantages, it is undoubtedly a good strategy to fight against the disadvantages. But Reika Sanran only saw the chain on the other person's body. Could this be the other person's Kagun? Although this chain does not look like a Kagun, there is nothing else on the opponent's body that looks like a Kagun except this chain. However, she has seen all kinds of strange Kagun, so it is possible that the opponent's Kagun is very special. Advertisement. But what kind of Kagun is this? Sanbo Lihua was immediately confused. Since the chain came out of the opponent's cuffs, she couldn't tell where the opponent's Kagun was. The position of the Kagun was the easiest way to distinguish the types of Kagun. Plus, this is a chain, and there is no way to tell the difference between different types of Kagun. Quote. Uchiha Baiye didn't say any more nonsense, but went straight to work. His eyes immediately focused on the root of Mitsumi Reika's tail, and the means of attacking Kamui, to be precise, was to use the principle of space transfer to achieve space tearing. Offensive Kamui was originally the ability of Left Eye Kamui, but Uchiha Baiye, who has two Kamui, can naturally use it as well, and it can be activated faster than the One Eye Kamui. It was so fast that Sanbo Lihua couldn't react at all. When she just felt a strange sense of spatial distortion, her tail was torn apart by a vortex that distorted space. What? When the severe pain came, Reika Sanran suddenly realized that her Kagun was broken. She was still observing the other person's Kagun just a moment ago, and didn't see any action from the other person at all. How did she do that? While Reika Mitani's Kagun had not yet regenerated, Uchiha Baiye rushed towards Reika Mitani at 3 times the speed of an ordinary person, and the chain shot out from his sleeves was also aimed at Reika Mitani's neck. With the chain around her neck, Reika Sanbo suddenly felt suffocated. However, ghouls are not as easy to subdue as humans, and Ohei-type ghouls are also more adept at physical skills, so she immediately counterattacked with physical skills. She launched a fierce kick with her right leg, but the opponent dodged it easily with a leap. The opponent also did a side flip above her with this leap, and the chain around her neck suddenly tightened a lot. Reika Sanbo could not help but show a look of pain. As an A+ grade ghoul, her physical fitness was limited no matter how strong it was. At most, she could just hold on longer than ordinary humans, which did not mean she could ignore the painful feeling of suffocation. Before long, she would faint or even suffocate to death. Fortunately, at this time, Reika Mitsumi's Kagun had regenerated, and she immediately controlled the Kagun to stab the mysterious masked man. It will definitely work at such a close distance. Advertisement. However, the next moment, Reika Sanran was completely desperate. She didn't feel like she had stabbed the opponent at all. The Kagun seemed to have penetrated the opponent's body directly. This is exactly the hollow power of Uchiha Baiye. The principle is that his entity is transferred into the Kamui space, so Reika Mitani's Kagun cannot touch him at all. In the real world, he is equivalent to a conscious body. Except that he cannot touch and be touched, he looks no different from a normal body on the surface. Sanbo Lihua's feeling of suffocation became more and more intense, and her consciousness began to gradually become blurred. Am I going to die here? She no longer felt that she had any hope of survival. But she was unwilling to give up. She had just come to District 13 and had been attending school like a normal human girl for less than a year, but such precious time had been interrupted. She might not have it again in the future. After all, she was going to die. Tears suddenly flowed from Sanbo Lihua's eyes. Ding. Host defeated the A+ grade ghoul, and received a reward, 8 attribute points. Closing square bracket. Uchiha Baiye did not loosen the chains, but did not tighten them further either, because he was waiting for someone. His original intention was not to kill Sanbo Lihua, but it's finally here. At this moment, he had already seen the familiar white figure. It is Arima Takasho. It was seen that Arima Takamasa had already taken out the Quink, Yukimura, from the cello in advance, and attacked Uchiha Baiye with Yukimura tightly in his right hand. Kang. At first, he pretended to use the chain to block a few of Arima Takamasa's Yukimura. It seems that because it was given by the system, the chain is exceptionally strong and can withstand the attack of AB rank Quink without any obvious damage. It seemed that what he needed to do was almost done, so Uchiha Baiye loosened the chain that was locked around Reika Sanbo's neck. Cough, cough, cough. Finally saved, Sanbo Lihua started coughing violently. She looked at Arima Takashi who was standing in front of her. She didn't expect that she would be saved by the ghoul investigator in this situation. Chapter 33 Night. Sitting on the ground gasping for breath, Reika Sanran no longer hid her Kagun and eyes. Since it was certain that Arima Takashi had seen it, there was no need to hide it any longer. Arima-san. Sanbo Lihua hummed subconsciously. Looking up at Arima Takamasa in front of her, she felt as if he was a knight who appeared to protect her at the critical moment. It just so happens that the pronunciation of Gui Zhong, Kishio, is very similar to the pronunciation of Keishi, Kishi. The reason why the extra chapter is titled Jack. Arima Takashi was staring intently at the mysterious masked man in front of him and did not respond to Reika Mitsumami. And he didn't want to give unnecessary response to the ghoul. Uchiha Baiye continues his pretense and launches an attack on Arima Kisho. But next time he won't need the double Kamui technique anymore, he can just exchange a few moves with Arima Takashi. After a few evenly matched moves, Uchiha Baiye took the initiative to withdraw. Quote. Watching the other party go away, Arima Takashi did not chase after him, because his primary goal was to protect Reika Mitsumi, and under normal circumstances, the investigator could not catch up with the ghoul. However, he protected Reika Matani only because she was the target of the mission, and the mission was not to kill her directly, but to lock her up in a ghoul shelter, so he had to prevent other ghouls from killing her. But if Reika Mitsumi had successfully killed those bad boys last night, then the nature of the matter would be different, and it is very likely that CCG would have to change to expelling the lanterns. Unless the target is of great use, such as SS or even SSS, these more advanced ghouls will usually be kept alive for their own use, so that they can provide intelligence on other ghouls, or even be kept for the development of new Quinks. The battle was over, and Matani Reika had recovered by then, but she did not attack Arima Kisho. Instead, she asked, Arima-san is a ghoul investigator, right? You're willing to save me? No, it's just that the mission is not to expel you, but to lock you up in a ghoul shelter. Arima Takamasa said directly. That's right. After all, I'm a ghoul. No matter how much I want to be like a normal human girl, I'm still a ghoul after all. A bitter smile appeared on Mitsumi Reika's face. But Arima-san did save me, so thank you anyway. Advertisement. Arima Takashi was silent for a moment. You're welcome. Arima-san is going to take me to a ghoul shelter next, right? Sanbo Lihua has given up resisting. Because she already knew Arima's strength. He was able to fight the ghoul without losing, while she had no chance to fight back, which meant that she was definitely no match for Arima. That's right. Arima Takashi nodded slightly. Before that, could you give me some time? Reika Sanbo requested. I've been preparing for the exam next week for so long. Cannot. Arima Takashi rejected it coldly and ruthlessly. Well, what a shame. Sanbo Lihua smiled regretfully. Meanwhile, Uchiha Baiye had arrived at an empty alley, where he had left his school bag. He took off the tiger skin mask on his face, and his hairstyle returned to its original state. Then he took out the school uniform from his school bag and put it on, and stuffed the clothes and chains that matched the tiger mask into his school bag. He would not waste RC cells to put the costumes and chains back into the Kamui space, because he had few RC cells left in his body. In this operation, he only transferred himself into Kamui space and then out when changing clothes at the beginning, and used hollow once when fighting with Matani Reika. This alone consumed most of his RC cells. But apart from a little eye pain and a bit of weakness, there's nothing serious. I think I will recover on my own by tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I just tested a few moves with Arima. It turns out that Arima Takashi's physical fitness is obviously better than mine. But then again, this is Arima at the peak of his physical fitness. Uchiha Baiye thought to himself. His constitution attribute is not high enough, but his growth potential is unlimited. As long as he has attribute points, he will continue to become stronger. Advertisement. Then, Uchiha Baiye returned to Arima Takamasa at full speed. Once there, Uchiha Baiye saw Arima Takashi preparing to handcuff Matani Reika. These are special handcuffs made by CCG using Kagun. Ordinary ghouls cannot break free from them. Arima-san, do you have this fetish? Uchiha Baiye teased deliberately. Because at this time Reika Mitsumi had retracted her Kagun and her Kagun eyes had turned back to their original black pupils, it seemed like Arima Takamasa was doing something strange to a cute JK girl. Reika Mitsumami knew that Uchiha-san should be Arima-san's fellow investigator, but she didn't expect Uchiha-san to say this right away, which made her slightly stunned. No. Arima Takashi denied it expressionlessly. I have confirmed that Matani Reika is the ghoul lantern, so I am arresting her. After handcuffing Reika Matani, he walked over to Uchiha Baiye and reported the situation in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Just now, an unidentified ghoul and lantern were fighting each other. They might be fighting for the ghoul ground, but the ghoul has left now. I have also confirmed that the true identity of lantern is Reika Matani. He had just successfully expelled the ghoul who had sneaked into the school as a handyman, because the ghoul refused to surrender and wanted to fight him to the death. He followed Mitsumi Reika right after. He was carrying out his normal mission of investigating the lantern, but he happened to see what happened just now. Apparently, Arima Takashi had no idea that the ghoul just now was actually the Uchiha Baiye in front of him. After all, the difference in appearance is too great. Although the figures are similar, we cannot easily judge based on the figure alone. There are countless people in this world with similar figures. Moreover, Arima Takashi knew very well that Uchiha Baiye and he were both half-humans from the White Sun Court, and half-humans would not have that kind of blood-red eyes. So he didn't associate Uchiha Baiye with the ghoul just now at all. However, Lantern just said that he hopes to give her some time, apparently to complete the exam next week. What do you think, Uchiha? Arima Takashi also told Uchiha Baiye about Reika Mitani's request. Uchiha Baiye is his partner and boss, and has the most say. Just give her this opportunity. Besides, aren't you enjoying campus life with Ma waiting for you? There's no harm in enjoying it for a while longer, right? Uchiha Baiye talks. Arima Takashi remained silent for a moment with an expressionless face, but did not deny it. Quote. I see. Chapter 34. Everything is under control. After finishing his conversation with Uchiha Baiye, Arima Kisho returned to Reika Mitani. He uncuffed Sanbo Lihua. Why is that? Sanbo Lihua was immediately surprised. I can give you some time. After the exam is over, I will arrest you. Arima Takashi said. Quote. Quote. Sanbo Lihua was surprised and delighted and said, thank you very much. No need to thank me, it was Uchiha who gave you this opportunity. Arima Takashi discussed the matter at hand. That's probably because Arima-san interceded for me. Otherwise, Uchiha-san wouldn't have known about this. Sanbo Lihua said, no, I'm just reporting the situation normally. Arima Takamasa would never admit to anything he hadn't done. All right. Mitani Reika suddenly felt that this Arima-san was really cold. You can go back. Arima Takashi let Reika Mitsumi go home as if nothing had happened. He was not worried about Sanbo Lihua escaping because he now knew the true identity of the lantern, and he would be able to catch Sanbo Lihua again soon, unless Sanbo Lihua escaped and never appeared in human society again. I'm still a little scared of that ghoul just now, can Arima-san take me back? Reika Mitani requested Arima Takashi. Quote. Okay. Arima Takashi did not refuse, because he did not want the target of the mission to die at the hands of other ghouls. Then I'll go back first. Arima, you can take Sanbo-san home. At this time, Uchiha Baiye also said to Arima Takamasa. Okay. Arima Takashi nodded. Advertisement. Ding. Host successfully completed. Task 3. Change the death ending of Sanbo Lihua, and receive the reward, 20 attribute points. Closing square bracket. The development of things is entirely under Uchiha Baiye's control. To put it bluntly, he disguised himself as a ghoul this time just to directly advance the plot. Otherwise, with Reika Mitsumi's personality, she would play the ghoul investigator game with them for a long time, such as betraying other ghouls to him in Arima Takashi, letting them relax their vigilance, and then looking for opportunities to get rid of them. Uchiha Baiye didn't want to waste this time. Although there are other options, such as taking direct action against Reika Mitsumi as an investigator, forcing her to reveal her true identity as Lantern. However, CCG investigators cannot attack ordinary people casually. Even if the other party's true identity is really a ghoul, it will damage his reputation. This is why Arima Takashi has highly suspected Reika Miwa but did not take action. According to the rules of CCG, without absolutely clear evidence, one cannot easily take action against an ordinary person who has not turned into a ghoul. Therefore, Uchiha Baiye chose to take on the identity of a ghoul, and doing so also made Mitani Reika realize the strength of Arima Takashi, making Mitani Reika dare not commit suicide by attacking Arima Takashi, which also avoided Mitani Reika's death to a great extent. This is the best way anyway. He also efficiently and smoothly changed the death outcome of Reika Sanbo. Regardless of whether Reika Mitsumi is locked up in a ghoul shelter or not, at least she won't die. But in comparison, Uchiha Baiye still hopes that Reika Sanbo can go to District 20 to join the store manager Yoshimura Kozan. Via the subway, Uchiha Baiye has returned to District 2. He had just finished preparing dinner when Fangkunite came over. Teacher Takatsuki came so early today. I was just about to have dinner. Uchiha Baiye said with a little surprise. Because I can't wait to get the material. Do you mind if I take a few bites? Fangkunite wanted to have a few bites of Uchiha Baiye's dinner. Of course, she wasn't being greedy, but rather wanted to naturally eliminate the possibility that Uchiha Baiye thought she was a ghoul. No ghoul can eat human food, with half-humans and half-ghouls being the exceptions, but normal investigators wouldn't know about such things as half-humans and half-ghouls. However, what a coincidence is that Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura Eto, one is half-human and the other is half-ghoul. Sure, Uchiha Baiye readily agreed. Since the configuration of his apartment was rather ordinary, the table and chairs were just enough for two people to enjoy dinner. Mr. Uchiha's cooking is really good. Fangkunite tasted a few bites and praised it. Advertisement. She doesn't need to pretend to eat like ordinary ghouls. As a half-ghoul, she can taste the deliciousness of food. Moreover, eating human food will not harm her body, but will instead help her satisfy her hunger. But if she wants to maintain her strength or even become stronger, she can only eat human flesh or co-eating with her own kind. As long as Mr. Takatsuki likes it. Regardless of whether what Fangkun had said was true or false, Uchiha Baiye believes that his cooking skills are still pretty good. In his previous life, he often cooked by himself. On top of already having certain culinary skills, he has now also acquired the Mangekyō Sharingan. These eyes are of course a blessing for culinary skills, no further explanation needed. By the way, how did things go today, regarding that ghoul girl? Fangkun then got down to business. Today, her ghoul identity has been completely exposed. Uchiha Baiye talks. As that's so, doesn't that mean she's already game over? Fangkun tone suddenly became somewhat regretful. No, I have agreed with my partner that the girl will at least have a smooth journey through the exam next week, but I would prefer that she go to District 20. Uchiha Baiye said truthfully. The key point is that Yoshimura Kausen has set up a system for all ghouls in Area 20. Ghouls within Area 20 are not allowed to actively hunt humans. They can only eat human corpses, such as those who committed suicide or had accidents, and the frequency of eating is also limited. Under the management of Yoshimura Kausen, Area 20 has been in a relatively peaceful state for a long time, and the predation rate is very low, so that the CCG does not pay much attention to Area 20, and there are very few ghouls in Area 20 being hunted by investigators. If Reika Mitsumi can accept the system of Area 20 and stop actively harming humans, then CCG will gradually stop paying attention to the lanterns. Compared to the lanterns, there are more dangerous ghouls, and CCG has been in a state of insufficient manpower for a long time. It seems that Mr. Uchiha really hopes that the ghoul can integrate well into human society. Fangkun has already picked up the notebook and started writing down the materials. The premise is that she stops actively harming humans. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to help her. Yeah, by the way, is your partner the same as you? Yoshimura Ito asked with a little curiosity. Almost, but not exactly. Uchiha Baiye talks. The so-called not exactly the same as that Arima Takashi will be bound by the organization, and he will be bound to be cold-blooded and ruthless. He will only blindly execute the orders of the organization and CCG, and almost wipe out his own emotions. Chapter 35. Does Mr. Uchiha like that girl? In the original work, Arima Takashi has been working for the organization for almost his entire life. His only two selfish desires were to cooperate with Yoshimura Ito and become the real first, one-eyed king, behind the bronze tree, and to train Kaneki Ken or Sasaki Haste to become the new, one-eyed king, and fulfill his long-cherished wish. Because Arima Takamasa knew that his life was too short, even if he openly rebelled against the organization, he would not be able to change the world. Although he is extremely powerful, he is ultimately outnumbered. The leader of the organization, Mustard, was his former master. His strength is not much weaker than his, and the enemies he will face include more than just the organization. Arima Kisho, who works for the organization and CCG, has obliterated his own emotions. No matter how pitiful the ghoul is, even if he feels pity for them, he will kill them without hesitation. Because this is an order from the organization, the threatening target must be killed. Even before his death, he obeyed the orders of the organization to kill Kamishiro Rise's adoptive father, Kamishiro Haru. Of course, in the timeline that Uchiha Baiye is currently in, Arima Takashi has not yet been so severely bound by the organization, because he has not yet become the organization's cleaner. By the way, could it be that Uchiha-san has fallen in love with that ghoul girl? You're so considerate of her. At this time, Fangkun suddenly 8 trigrams started. No, Uchiha Baiye, of course, denied it without hesitation. He hopes that Arima Takamasa and Mitsumami Reika can be together, so it is impossible for him to have any thoughts about Mitsumami Reika. Oh, you denied it so decisively. Fangkun was a little surprised. She did have some doubts that this D investigator had feelings for the ghoul girl. After all, generally no investigator would care so much about ghouls. Unexpectedly, this guy didn't hesitate at all. If a normal person really had that kind of thought, it would be impossible for him to be so calm and decisive. It's strange for a ghoul investigator to care about ghouls, but I am indeed that kind of person. Uchiha Baiye said lightly. I get it, Mr. Uchiha is a weirdo, but I think it would be nice if the protagonist of the next work was a weirdo. Fangkun quickly wrote down a character design material. District 13. When Arima Kisho separated from Uchiha Baiye, he put the Quink, Yukimura, back into the cello and sent Reika Mitsumami home. Advertisement. Walking on the road, Arima Takashi and Mitsumi Reika were like normal students walking home together after school. Others could never imagine that this was a ghoul investigator and a ghoul. Rather, in the eyes of others, they look more like a young couple. This is my home. Thank you, Arima-san, for taking me back. Reika Mitsumi thanked Arima Takasho in front of her house. Quote. Arima Takashi nodded slightly and said nothing. Although Arima Takashi's attitude was very cold, Reika Mitsumami still had a smile on her face. Just as Arima Takashi was about to turn around and leave, Miwa Reika spoke again, "Can Arima-san still go to school with me tomorrow morning?" Arima Takashi was silent for a moment. Okay. He did not refuse Reika Mitsumi because he thought it was a reasonable request and it would also protect Reika Mitsumi from the attack of the ghoul today. The smile on Sanbo Lihua's face suddenly became much brighter. Such a beautiful smile would surely make countless boys' hearts beat faster, but there was not even the slightest fluctuation on Arima Takamasa's face. Then, Arima Takashi left. After returning home, Reika Sanran thought of the ghoul wearing a tiger skin mask again. She felt more and more strange. Who was the other person? Not only is she incredibly powerful, but she also knows that she is the lantern. She is usually cautious enough in school, and even the ghouls like Omori Yakumo, who she often talks to, don't know her true appearance. Sanbo Lihua couldn't help but feel scared about this. Unknown enemies are always the most terrifying. But in the end, I was locked up in a ghoul shelter, so it didn't matter much when I thought about it. Afterwards, Reika Sanbo put aside all the distracting thoughts in her mind and concentrated on reviewing and preparing for the exam next week. Of course, her academic performance is not something she can fake. She really likes studying when she is in school. Arima, did anything happen after I sent Sanbo-san home yesterday? Uchiha Baiye asked as we took the subway to District 13 early in the morning. No, Lantern doesn't seem to be planning to resist. Advertisement. Arima Takashi answered seriously. That's not what I'm asking. Never mind. With your personality, it's impossible for you to do that so quickly. Uchiha Baiye's words are a bit vague. Arima Takasho really didn't understand, which one? He certainly wouldn't have thought that his boss was actually asking him if there was any emotional progress between him and the ghoul, Lantern. Nothing. Uchiha Baiye also had no intention of explaining things to Arima Takamasa. However, when we get to the District 13 subway station later, I'm going to go to the Lantern first. Arima Takashi said. He no longer called him classmate Sanbo, but called him Lantern instead. Yeah, come on. Uchiha Baiye's tone is slightly rhythmic. Arima Takamasa did not understand the true meaning of the words, come on. And thought it was just encouragement for work. After arriving at Area 13, Arima Takashi went to wait at the door of Reika Mitsumi's house. He just stood there waiting, without calling Sanbo Lihua or ringing the doorbell. Matani Reika accidentally opened the window and realized that Arima Takashi had come. Hey, why didn't Arima-san tell me that he was coming? Didn't I make you wait too long? Arima Takasho looked up at the Sanbo Reika who seemed to have just dressed up in the second floor window and said, no, I just got here not long ago. Oh, that's good. Sanbo Lihua deliberately looked back at the clock and confirmed that it was exactly 7 o'clock. I immediately thought that Arima-san came too early. Are all CCG investigators really so self-disciplined? In fact, Sanbo Lihua also gets up quite early, but she likes to dress herself up like human girls, so it takes her a lot of time. In order not to let Arima wait too long, Reika Sanran immediately went downstairs with her school bag on her back, and before leaving, she did not forget to take a piece of bread from the dining table. Seeing Matani Rika walking out with a piece of bread in her mouth, Arima Takasho couldn't help but ask, aren't ghouls unable to eat human food? Yeah, but I just want to imitate the girls in those comics. Wouldn't it be cool to go to school with boys with a piece of bread in my mouth? Sanbo Lihua said with a smile. Chapter 36. Have you started dating? As that's so, Arima Takamasa didn't quite understand it. He had never read those so-called comics. He only liked reading books. Yes, I'm happy to go to school with Arima-san. Sanbo Lihua didn't seem to be pretending, but was speaking from the heart. She had already accepted her fate and was mentally prepared to be locked up in a ghoul shelter after the exams next week. So she wanted to take advantage of these last few days to be a little willful. She longed for the youthful life of human girls in school that was like in comics. Even though Arima-san was probably the type of person who hated ghouls, she still felt satisfied. Of course, Sanbo Lihua didn't eat the bread until she arrived at the school gate. After all, Arima-san already knew that she was a ghoul, so there was no point in her pretending to eat in front of Arima-san, and forcing herself to eat would only cause her suffering. Just as Sanbo Lihua was about to throw the bread into the trash can next to her, Arima Takasho suddenly asked, are you wasting food? There's nothing I can do. I really can't eat it. Even if I force myself to eat it, I still have to induce vomiting to get it out. Sanbo Lihua said apologetically, if you can't eat it, give it to me. Arima Takashi said expressionlessly. Oh, Sanbo Lihua didn't react at first, and then her pretty face suddenly turned bright red. Although she didn't eat the bread, she kept it in her mouth all the way. In other words, if Arima eats it, then she will also have to eat her, that. Arima-san, don't you mind? Sanbo Lihua couldn't help but ask shyly. What do you mind? Didn't you eat? Arima Takashi asked back expressionlessly. That's true, but I've been holding it in my mouth for so long. Sanbo Lihua looked embarrassed. So that's what you mean. But it's not a big deal, right? It's not direct physical contact or mucous membrane contact. To put it bluntly, it's just a small amount of saliva contact, which may not be as much as the droplets produced when we talk face to face. Arima Takamasa remained calm and spoke seriously. Well, okay. Reika Sanran was speechless for a moment after hearing what Arima Takashi said. Advertisement. Looking at Arima-san's expressionless face, it seems like he really doesn't mind at all. And she doesn't seem to be shy at all. She is embarrassed to say the word spit, but Arima can say it casually. Afterwards, this piece of bread was eaten by Arima Takamasa. He also did not forget to teach Sanbo Lihua, it is not advisable to waste food. Don't do this again next time. The behavior that Arima Takamasa was referring to was the behavior of Reika Sanran, who deliberately brought bread to school with her mouth and then wasted it. I see. Sanbo Lihua nodded obediently and admitted her mistake. She suddenly realized that what had just happened was exactly the youth she had been longing for. Ever since the incident with the pumpkin-head ghoul that night, they have almost escaped death, and both Furuta and Sasada Aki are willing to come to school every day. Sasada Akiya has also cut ties with the bad biker gang. The crew-cut guy and the rooster-headed bad boy were also scared by the pumpkin-headed ghoul at the time, and have developed psychological trauma. Not to mention racing, they didn't even dare to touch a motorcycle for a short period of time. Aliong was the only one left. It was meaningless for him to race cars by himself, and he must be afraid that the pumpkin-headed ghoul would appear again, so he had to give up the speeding, reluctantly. Tazy, let's play baseball from now on, with Liang. Now that he is no longer a bad biker, Sasada Aki wants to do something else. Baseball. Furuta suddenly looked hesitant. Wasn't Taiji's favorite in the past baseball? So why did Taiji suddenly stop playing baseball? Sasada Aki's suspicious path. A long time ago, Tazy loved playing baseball and was very good at it. She and Aliong would also play with Tazy. But one day, Tazy suddenly gave up baseball, and she and Aliong were no longer interested in playing baseball. After that, they continued to degenerate into bad boys. But to this day, she and Liang still don't know why Tazy suddenly gave up baseball. I don't know how to tell you about that kind of thing. Furuta seemed reluctant to tell the truth. If Tazy doesn't want to say it, then don't say it, but the condition I proposed yesterday was actually to hope that Tazy could return to the baseball field. Sasada Aki smiles. Furuta had a struggling expression on his face. Just then, the subject teacher came into the classroom and the bell was about to ring for class. Students, please be quiet and get ready for class. Sasada Akiya had no choice but to turn around and look at the blackboard. Advertisement. Furuta was still worried about what had just happened. After school in the afternoon, Uchiha Baiye went straight to Arima Kisho's desk and said to him, Arima, aren't you going to take Sanbo home later? I'll go back first. Okay. Arima Takashi nodded slightly. Goodbye, Uchiha-san. Sanbo Lihua made a bye gesture. Goodbye. After saying that, Uchiha Baiye left first. But Furuta immediately rushed out of the classroom and caught up with him. Uchiha. What happened just now? Has the relationship between Arima and Sanba developed to that extent? Apparently, he had just heard what Uchiha Baiye said to Arima Takasho. Then Sasada Aki also chased after him. Stupid Taishi, wait for me. I don't know how far their relationship has developed, I just know that they seem to walk together to and from school now. Uchiha Baiye said lightly. This is clearly almost like being a couple. Furuta suddenly lost his mind. He didn't expect that the relationship between that guy named Arima and Sanbo would develop so quickly, and he didn't even give him a chance. You big idiot Tazy, you only think about other girls all day long. Sasada Akiyoshi is not easy to catch up with. While she was complaining, she couldn't help but feel secretly happy in her heart, because now Tazy would not be thinking only about Sanbo. Next, Uchiha Baiye just went along with the two idiots. Arima Takashi escorted Mitsumi Reika home as if it were a routine matter. Arima-san, Matani-san. Not far from the school gate, a girl who seemed to be from the same class greeted Arima Takasho and Mitsumi Reika. Kobayashi-san. Arima Takamasa remembered the girl's name. He had already memorized the names of all his classmates when he first entered school. Of course, Reika Sanran also greeted Kobayashi very warmly. But then, Kobayashi suddenly asked a rather sharp question. Arima-san, I seem to see you and Sanbo-san coming to school together today, and even going home together after school, so. I want to know if you two have started dating. Chapter 37. The voice of Sanbo Lihua. Kobayashi's question made Sanran Rika stunned for a moment. I saw that Kobayashi was wearing a pair of glasses, with the tip of her right index finger touching the bottom edge of the frame. Although she was petite, she looked like a detective at this moment. Obviously, I came to 8 trigrams. Arima Takashi didn't react at all except for remaining silent. No, Arima-san and I are not dating. Sanbo Lihua then denied it with a smile. Really? I thought Arima-san and Minami-san were dating so soon. Kobayashi was a little surprised. We're really not dating. Arima-san and I go to school together just because we live on the same route. Sanbo Lihua found a reason to explain. I see. Kobayashi nodded slightly. Then she leaned over to Sanbo Reika's ear and whispered, but to be honest, Arima is so handsome, and he's already very popular in the class right after transferring here. From what I've seen, girls from other classes are also starting to get interested in him. I think Sanbo had better seize the opportunity. I can't do this. Sanbo Lihua smiled awkwardly with some embarrassment. She really couldn't do it. Because she is a ghoul and Arima is a ghoul investigator, they are destined to be enemies. And she will be locked up in a ghoul shelter next week. Zhaolin adjusted the frame of his glasses and said, don't say you can't do it. If someone gets there first, it will be too late. Quote. Arima Takashi next to him was speechless for a moment. Even though Kobayashi and Reika Mitsumami were speaking very quietly, he could still hear some of what they were saying. This made him not know what to say, so he could only wait for Kobayashi and Reika Sanran to finish speaking first. I know, stop talking, Arima-san has heard it. Advertisement. Sanbo Lihua wanted to break away from this embarrassing topic. It would be better if Arima-san heard it accidentally. It will definitely help your progress. Kobayashi said, but I don't have time to bother you guys anymore. I have to interview Uchiha next. He is also a very popular transfer student in school recently. Finally freed, Sanbo Lihua sighed. Arima Takamasa never responded and didn't speak, as if he hadn't heard anything just now. But the atmosphere was still a little awkward. After all, Reika Mitsumi was not stupid. She knew that Arima must have heard it, and he probably kept silent out of consideration for her feelings. The awkward atmosphere lasted for a while before Miwa Reika suddenly spoke up. Arima-san must hate ghouls, and Kobayashi-san is really something. Although I can't blame her. After all, she certainly wouldn't have thought that I was a ghoul. There were not many people around at that time, so she dared to say such a sensitive word as ghoul directly. In her opinion, Arima-san became an investigator of CCG at such a young age, probably because he hated ghouls, or even because his relatives were killed by ghouls and thus vowed to join CCG. Hate ghouls? Not really, Arima Takashi said. As a half-human, he has the blood of ghouls in him. He neither hates ghouls nor likes humans. It doesn't matter whether he likes or hates ghouls, because he can only obey the orders of the V organization. Moreover, the CCG and the V organization he works for is not simply a question of whether to be in the human camp or the ghoul camp. The complex relationship between them is not as simple as the opposition between humans and ghouls. Sanbo Lihua was immediately surprised. I didn't expect Arima-san to deny it. But whether I hate it or not, I am a ghoul investigator. Arima Takashi said calmly. The deeper meaning of this sentence is that no matter what, he will only follow the orders of the V organization. I know, but I'm surprised that Arima-san doesn't hate me. Sanbo Lihua smiled happily. Quote. Arima Takashi remained silent. Arima-san. Actually, I like school the most. I can play and study at the same time like a normal human girl. I really look forward to such a life. Advertisement. Matani Rika laughed at herself. You are a ghoul who treats humans as food, but you want to live like humans. Isn't that ridiculous? Arima Takamasa remained silent, just looking at Mitsumi Reika expressionlessly. Of course I'm not saying this to win Arima-san's sympathy. If I wanted to, I should have said it at the beginning. Matani Reika has stopped walking and turned around to look Arima Takasho in the eye. By the way, those guys who were racing around on motorcycles that night seemed to be friends of Fura-san. They were very precious to me when nothing happened, but they were so noisy and disturbed my peaceful life, so I just wanted to kill them. From your human perspective, a ghoul like me is completely bad at heart, right? So a ghoul like me does not deserve human sympathy. Who knows? When the time comes I will take you, or Lantern, to the ghoul shelter. Arima Takamasa remained expressionless. He really didn't know what it was like from a human perspective, since he was half human. Well, I'll go with Arima-san obediently then. Sanbo Lihua smiled and said, but I have a stubborn request. Can Arima-san call me Sanbo? I want to spend these last few days like a human being. Quote. 3 waves. Arima Takashi did not refuse Reika Mitsumami's request, which was not excessive. Thank you, Arima-kun. Matani Reika smiled and said, although Arima-kun may be tired of listening to this, I am really happy to be able to tell Arima-kun what happened just now. Soon they arrived at Sanbo Lihua's home. Arima-kun, see you in the morning. At this time, Sanbo Lihua said goodbye to her good friend just like humans. Goodbye, Arima Takashi said calmly. It's not that he really has no emotions at all, he just suppresses them intentionally. Even if he had slight emotional fluctuations, it would not show on his face at all. In fact, what Reika Mitsumi just said did touch Arima Takamasa. This was the first time he heard the voice of a ghoul, and also the first time he got to know such a special ghoul. Before this, he almost never interacted with ghouls. Chapter 38 Stupid Lolita. I'm starting. Yoshimura put his hands together, which is the most common dining etiquette among Japanese people. That's right, today Fangkun-ite came to Uchiha Baiye's house for dinner again. I don't know if it's because I think Uchiha Baiye's food is delicious, or if I just want to eat for free. Although when they first met, Yoshimura had seemed a little introverted, or to be more precise, he was rather indifferent to humans and didn't like to communicate with humans. He was definitely different from the lively and cheerful teacher Takatsuki Izumi 10 years later. But after knowing Uchiha Baiye for such a long time, I have become less introverted than I was at the beginning. Of course, Yoshimura Ito's nature is definitely not introverted. How could the one-eyed owl, who has performed countless co-eating acts to break out of Area 24 be introverted? It's just that when she was in human form, she had almost no sense of closeness to other humans. So how's the situation with the ghoul girl today? It's time for Fangkun to collect materials again. There is nothing special going on, and he doesn't seem to be planning to resist at all. He seems to just want to finish the exam next week in peace. Uchiha Baiye said while eating dinner. Besides the matter of the ghoul girl, is there anything interesting happening in school? Yoshimura had asked. I guess so. Uchiha Baiye immediately thought of what happened between Furuta-ishi, Sasada Aki and Mitsumi Reika. I want to hear it. Fangkun immediately became interested. Maybe. Then Uchiha Baiye told Yoshimura about what happened to Furuta-ishi and the others. I see. If that boy knew that the girl he had a crush on was actually a ghoul, he would probably collapse, right? Fangkun sighed. I guess. Uchiha responded casually. He did not intend to tell Furuta-ishi that Reika Mitsumi was a ghoul. Advertisement. Because at present, no one except him and Arima Kisho knows that Reika Mitsumi is the ghoul, lantern, and the CCG only helped them investigate the previous shoe without any clear evidence. But if the true identity of Reika Matani were to be known, CCG would also know that Reika Matani is a lantern, and then who knows how CCG would target Reika Matani. So try not to let outsiders know the true identity of Sanbo Lihua. As for Yoshimura's mention, Uchiha Baiye never mentioned the name of Mitsumura Reika to Yoshimura, so it is impossible for Yoshimura to go to CCG to report him. He still believed that Fangkunite would not do such a thing. In the current timeline, Fangkunite had only pure hatred for CCG. It would be worse to just kill people directly than to report to CCG. P.S. In the anime 10 years later, Yoshimura went to CCG to report Yoshimura Kausen, which was a modification of the anime. This did not happen in the manga. In the manga, CCG discovered that there were two owls, and Yoshimura Kausen was the former cleaner of the V organization, so he could be identified as the owl who cannot be killed. Even if he was reported, it would only mean that he did not fully obey the task and basically nothing would happen to him. By the way, Mr. Uchiha, don't you have a girl you like at school? At this time, Fangkunite suddenly asked. Uchiha Baiye was a little surprised. He didn't expect Fangkunite would suddenly ask him this. He shook his head and said, no, really, there should be a lot of cute girls in school. Isn't it normal to fall in love with a girl at first sight? In fact, Fangkunite has never been to a human school. She just gained common sense by reading various books. Really not. Besides, no matter how cute they are, they can't compare to Takatsuki-sensei. Uchiha Baiye is a straightforward person. Upon hearing this, Fangkunite was slightly surprised. She certainly didn't blush or get shy that easily, she was just shocked. If a human boy said something like this to a girl, it would almost be like a confession, right? Fangkunite was not very clear about this aspect of human affairs, but considering that the other party had been so nice to her every time before, it seemed to be almost certain. This B*********** D investigator, could he really have some feelings for me? Fangkunite was thinking about these things, and the rice spoon in his hand was stiff for a moment. Isn't this similar to the bad boy I just mentioned? The girl he likes is actually a ghoul or something. Although he is a half ghoul to be precise, Yoshimura Ito still identifies more with the identity of a ghoul. However, in her opinion this was not a bad thing. Advertisement. She just needed this kind of ATM, who was devoted to her and could help her raise funds for the bronze tree. Moreover, this guy is a senior investigator of CCG. With his ability, he should be able to be promoted in the future. Maybe he can get some secrets of CCG by then. Mr. Uchiha, can I understand that what you just said is a confession to me? Fangkunite deliberately showed a somewhat shy expression on his face. She was definitely trying to act like a normal human girl would. Also, she wanted to confirm what this B********* D investigator was thinking. No, I just sincerely think that Takatsuki-sensei is cuter than those girls in school. Uchiha Baiye said seriously. Really, I'm really flattered. Seeing the other person's serious expression and no shyness at all, Fangkunite felt a little disappointed. Unfortunately, this guy hasn't fallen yet, so she can't just ask for a large sum of money. But then again, Mr. Uchiha, could it be that he was willing to sign a contract with me just because he was attracted by my beauty? Fangkunite seemed to have some revengeful mentality and teased Uchiha Baiye. That's one of the reasons, but Takatsuki's work is really good, which is another major reason. Uchiha Baiye is a straightforward person. His answer was so direct and honest that Yoshimura's teasing had no effect on him. Quote. Fangkunite didn't expect that the other party would admit it so calmly, without blushing or getting nervous the whole time. Even so, it's already bad enough. If the reputation of a Lolita editor gets out, then my career as an editor will basically be over, right? Fangkunite was a little stubborn. She was determined to make this B************ D investigator suffer a setback today. It doesn't matter. It's enough to just sign a contract with Mr. Takatsuki. Besides, I still have a job as an investigator to support my life. Uchiha Baiye still said calmly. Fangkun Ad immediately exclaimed inwardly, this guy is truly impeccable. She had no choice but to curse. Stupid lolicon. Chapter 39 Starvation Hell. Sanbo, are you feeling unwell? On the way to school with Reika Mitsumi, Arima Takamasa noticed that Reika Mitsumi seemed to be not in good health. Nothing, just something that happens every month. Sanbo Lihua explained. The body structure of ghouls is almost the same as that of humans, including that kind of thing. Female ghouls also have their period every month. But in fact, the reason why Sanbo Lihua was feeling unwell was not because of that kind of thing, but because she had not eaten for several days. Originally, when she attacked Furataishi and those bad boys last time, she was planning to use them as backup food, but was stopped by Uchiha and Arima. So much so that she hasn't eaten human flesh for many days. Failure to consume human flesh in time to maintain the activity of RC cells in the body, resulting in the inability to maintain strength, is only a minor matter. The biggest problem is that ghouls feel hungry just like humans. Whether they are humans or ghouls, hunger is a terrible hell. As the saying goes, when there is a great famine, people will eat each other. Even humans will lose their humanity when they are extremely hungry, let alone ghouls. If a ghoul does not eat for a long period of time, they will become crazy and lose control of themselves. In the original work, after Kaneki Ken was transformed into an artificial one-eyed ghoul, he was very resistant to eating human flesh, but in the end he was unable to control himself due to extreme hunger and could not maintain his sanity at all. So that's the kind of thing. I see. Arima Takashi nodded slightly. Of course he knew that what Sanbo Lihua was talking about was nothing more than menstruation, so he didn't say anything more. I'm sorry to have made Arima-kun worry. Sanbo Lihua apologized. She wasn't yet so hungry that she couldn't stand it, but her body was beginning to feel increasingly uncomfortable, so she didn't tell the truth to Arima Takamasa. The more important reason is that, as an investigator, Arima-kun must know that ghouls cannot remain rational when they are extremely hungry. If Arima-kun knew her current situation, he might not let her wait until the exams are over next week, but take her to the ghoul shelter, Kukulia, in Area 23. But she felt that she should be able to hold on until the end of the exam next week, and should. So she didn't tell the truth to Arima Takamasa. However, Reika Mitsumi was still very happy to be cared for by Arima-kun just now. Unfortunately, however, Arima Takamasa already had his doubts. In his eyes, there was indeed the possibility of menstruation, but at the same time, the possibility of hunger could not be ruled out. Advertisement. Since it was just a suspicion, Arima Takamasa did not directly expose Reika Mitsumami. Noon time. Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi had lunch together on the rooftop. Uchiha, wait a minute. Sanba-san isn't in his normal state today. Arima Takashi reported on the situation of Reika Mitsumi. Sanbo-san. Uchiha Baiye immediately noticed this detail. Have you finally figured it out? Stop calling her Lantern. No, this is what Sanbo-san requested. Arima Takashi immediately corrected. Arima, you are too serious. Uchiha Baiye couldn't help but complain. But he immediately returned to the point. I also noticed when I first came to the classroom this morning that Sanbo's physical condition was obviously not right. Sanbo-san said it's something that happens every month, but I think there's another possibility. Arima Takashi said, you meant hunger, right? Uchiha Baiye guessed what Arima Takashi was thinking, and in fact he thought the same. Yes, if that's the case, we definitely can't just leave her alone. Arima Takashi's tone was slightly solemn. Because if Sanbo Lihua can't control her desire to hunt, other students in the class will be in danger. However, Uchiha Baiye said calmly, if that's the case, then Sanbo-san probably didn't tell you the truth because she wanted to hold on until the exam was over, so it wouldn't hurt for us to help her. How can I help? Arima Takashi asked. Does Arima-san know about Area 20? Yes, I know. It is said that there are very few cases of ghouls preying on humans there. My idea is to take Reika Matani to Area 20 and let her receive help from the ghouls there. This way, her hunger problem can be solved. I also think we can give her an observation period. If she doesn't commit any crime during the observation period, she won't have to be locked up in the ghoul shelter. Uchiha Baiye proposal. Advertisement. Arima Takashi did not refute, because the Uchiha superiors had the final say in such matters. Then after school today, you can let Sanbo go to District 20. Otherwise, I feel that she may not survive until the day of the exam. Uchiha Baiye talks. After school, Uchiha Baiye took the initiative to find Sanbo Lihua. Sanba-san, please come over with me and Arima-san. Okay. Sanbo Lihua's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that he had already suspected her? Afterwards, in an empty place, Uchiha Baiye asked Sanbo Lihua, Sanbo-san doesn't look too good today. Is it because of the thing that happens every month, or because you haven't eaten for too long? He didn't intend to beat around the bush with Sanbo Lihua, so he asked directly. Arima Takamasa just stood quietly by the side. Of course it's because of that kind of thing. I explained it to Arima-kun. The smile on Sanbo Lihua's face seemed a little forced. Uchiha Baiye's question just now was too direct and sudden, and she almost couldn't control her expression. Even though she managed to control herself, she was still very nervous. Once suspected, it is basically not long before the truth is revealed. Mr. Sanbo, you can just tell the truth. You may not know that the changes on your face have been exposed. Uchiha Baiye said calmly, and we don't intend to harm you. If it's really because you haven't eaten for too long, we can help you. The slightest change in facial expression would not escape his Mangekyō Sharingan. Quote. All right, Sanbo Lihua admitted, I really haven't eaten for too long, and my body has started to have problems. It's not that she easily believed that Uchiha Baiye would help her, but she knew she could no longer hide it. Uchiha Baiye then said, then let's go to Area 20. Arima and I will take you there. You can eat there. You should know what that place is. Area 20. Sanbo Lihua was slightly stunned. Of course she knew, because it was the only area that advocated peaceful coexistence with humans. Chapter 40. Anding District Coffee Shop, Manager Yoshimura Kauzen. The manager of Area 20 not only advocates peaceful coexistence with humans, but is also willing to help weak ghouls. But Area 20 is a joke in the eyes of ghouls from other areas. In their eyes, Area 20 is just a place where a bunch of old, weak, sick and disabled ghouls gather together for warmth. It is precisely because of their weak strength that they want to think of such a ridiculous thing as coexisting peacefully with humans. Moreover, their hunting frequency is severely restricted in Area 20. To be more precise, they cannot even hunt, but can only eat dead humans. This is unacceptable to most ghouls. Many ghouls are no longer just seeking to fill their stomachs, they are also seeking power. Eating stale human corpses can only maintain strength at best, and may even weaken you over time. The reason is that the activity of RC cells in stale corpses is also reduced. At this time, Uchiha Baiye and his friends had already reached District 20 by taking the subway. I've heard something about Area 20, but will ghouls here really help me? Sanbo Lihua was a little worried about this. In her impression, Area 20 was a place where a group of weak ghouls gathered together, and she always felt that such a place was not very reliable. So she had never thought of going to District 20 for help before. Of course, Reika Matani's impression of Area 20 was also passed down by word of mouth by other ghouls, and she herself had not personally come to Area 20 to investigate the real situation. If Reika Mitsumi knew that the manager of Area 20 was actually an SSS level ghoul, she would definitely not find it unreliable. It should be possible, and there is no other way. Uchiha Baiye talks. Of course, he couldn't say it too confidently, otherwise it would seem that he knew a lot about the ghouls in Area 20, but according to the records of the organization and CCG, he had never been to Area 20. That's right, Sanbo Lihua thought she had no choice but to give it a try. By the way, how much do you know about District 20? For example, where can you find help? Uchiha Baiye asked knowingly. As for the reason, it is that he cannot show that he knows District 20 too well. Then he added, but don't worry, Sanbo-san. The ghouls in Area 20 are very well behaved. We won't do anything to them. Advertisement. I think it was a coffee shop called Anding District. Sanbo Lihua said. Okay. After a brief investigation, Uchiha Baiye determined the location of the coffee shop in Anding District. From now on, Sanbo, just pretend you don't know us. When they were about to reach the coffee shop in the Anding District, Uchiha Baiye reminded them, after all, Arima and I's true identities are ghoul investigators. If they find out, it won't do you any good. I see. Sanbo Lihua nodded. Afterwards, Reika Sanbo walked into the coffee shop first. This coffee shop is called Anding District, and can also be called an antique coffee shop. After a while, Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi walked in. They didn't sit with Sanbo Lihua either, it was as if they didn't know them at all. Although this coffee shop is not very big, it gives people a very warm feeling. However, the manager and waiters of this coffee shop are all ghouls, and even the customers are almost all ghouls. Because this place only looks like a coffee shop on the surface, it is actually a social occasion exclusively for ghouls with the store manager Yoshimura Kauzen as the core, dedicated to helping weak ghouls and helping willing ghouls better integrate into human society. Occasionally, unsuspecting human customers would come in to drink coffee, but they would not be attacked by the ghouls here. At this time, a middle-aged man who was reading a newspaper looked up at Sanbo Lihua. When he saw this beautiful and lovely human girl, he couldn't help but want to taste her. But unfortunately, he couldn't do anything wrong in a place like District 20, so he could only look away with regret. Obviously, this ghoul mistook Reika Mitsumi for a human, because the human scent on Reika Mitsumi was too strong, covering up her own ghoul scent. Waiter, please give us 2 cups of coffee. At this time, Uchiha Baiye spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, he could immediately feel that many of the guests around him were looking at him for a brief moment. Advertisement. Although the guests' gazes immediately dispersed, he still noticed it keenly. Because those guests were all ghouls, as soon as they heard him speak, they thought he was a human who accidentally came here. Uchiha Baiye pretended not to notice their gazes at all, and Arima Takashi also looked calm and unperturbed. Please wait a moment, my dear. The coffee will be ready soon. At this time, a tall man with a kind face came over. He looks to be over 50 years old, with most of his hair turning white, and a few remaining black hairs. This is the manager of the coffee shop in Anding District, and also the SSS level ghoul, the owl who cannot be killed, Yoshimura Kozen. Okay. Uchiha Baiye nodded. He finally met the store manager Fenkun whom he respected. After all, this was 10 years before the original novel, and manager Fenkun didn't look that old. Ding. Host contacts the important person, Yoshimura Kozen, and activates the hidden mission, the Unkillable Owl. Closing square bracket. Mission 1. When the owl attacks CCG in Area 2 for the third time, defeat the Unkillable Owl. Task reward. 100 attribute points. The owl who attacked the CCG branch in Area 2 for the third time was none other than Yoshimura Kozen disguised as his daughter, not the real, one-eyed owl. Uchiha Baiye was not surprised to activate this mission. However, the difficulty seems to be no less than the task that required him to repel the one-eyed owl. After all, Yoshimura Ito is still injured, and although manager Yoshimura at this time is not at his peak, he is also in his second peak. In any case, he is much stronger than he was in the original work, and may even be stronger than Yoshimura Ito who has recovered from his injuries. At this moment, the Heger form of Yoshimura Ito is still far inferior to that in the original work 10 years later, and if it was Yoshimura Kozen, it seems that he would not be seriously injured by Kuroiwa, who is still just a senior investigator. Even the severely aged Yoshimura Kozen, who was 10 years later, was barely defeated by several special investigators, including Kuroiwa Iwa, even when he was letting himself go and was determined to commit suicide. Although Yoshimura Kozen is unwilling to kill people now, which reduces the difficulty to a certain extent, in order to repel him, it is not a question of whether he kills people or not. At least his arms must be cut off like Arima Takamasa did. At this time, Yoshimura Kozen was standing in front of Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takasho, and was also indirectly warning the other ghouls in the store not to attack the human children who accidentally entered here. 2TG Chapter 41 Welcome to the stable zone. Sanbo Lahua sat alone in her seat waiting for coffee. Her expression was still very calm. After all, she had seen a lot of the world and was not going to panic just because she came to a strange place. The strength of the ghoul guests around is actually not as good as that of Reika Mitsumi. As an A+ level ghoul, only S-level ghouls and above can be said to be stronger than Reika Mitani. However, S-level ghouls are not easy to find. The ghoul leaders are managers. In some areas are only S-level, and in some very few areas, the managers are not even S-level. The really powerful people in the coffee shop in the Ende district are the manager and the staff, who are at least SS-level ghouls. As for Kirishima Tuka, she has not joined the Ende district yet in this timeline. Soon, Manager Fenkin brought 3 cups of coffee to 3 human students sitting in different seats. Please enjoy your meal. Fenkin Gongshan had a kind smile on his face. This is the original period. There are only 1 or 2 pages of pictures from 10 years ago, and they are not suitable to be posted. Thank you. Uchiha Baiye took the coffee and handed one of the cups to Arima Takasho. While drinking coffee, he found that apart from the store manager Fenkin, there were only 2 other employees. They are Furuma Yuaner and Rumi-zan. The man with light brown hair, a suit-like hairstyle and a thick nose is Gujian Yuaner. He looks to be in his 20s and is definitely much younger than in the original novel. The tall young woman with long black hair next to her is Ru Jianxuan. Jian Yuan and Ru Jian-zan before Yoshimura Kosen came to Area 20. These 2 were the leaders of the ghoul groups, Magic Ape and Black Doberman, respectively, and the 2 sides were hostile to each other. The codenames CCG gave them were Demon Ape and Black Dog, both of which are sulfur monosulfide level ghouls. After being moved by Fenkin Gongshan, they all became shop assistants in the Anding District coffee shop. It can be seen that at this time, Renshi Shigao, Kirishima Toka's uncle, has not yet arrived at the Anding District coffee shop, and is probably still in District 4. In the original work, after Makisho became a special investigator, he went to Area 4 to carry out a mission and easily defeated the ghoul leader of Area 4, Shioga Renshi Kazuha. Shioga Renshi joined the stable district only after being rescued by Yoshimura Kosen. After drinking coffee, Uchiha Baiye prepared to leave, leaving Sanbo Lahua alone to seek help from the Anding district. Advertisement: the coffee is delicious. Before leaving, Uchiha Baiye made another comment. Yoshimura Kosen smiled slightly. He certainly hoped that human customers would also like his coffee. Arima Takamasa said nothing the entire time. He drank his coffee quietly and left quietly. After Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi left, Reika Mitsumami was the only human customer left in the cafe. Of course, this was because the other ghouls mistook her for a human. At this time, Sanbo Lahua took a deep breath and said directly, "I'm sorry to bother you. Although I don't know who the manager of Area 20 is, can you help me?" Hearing this, human girl say this, the ghoul guests around were stunned for a moment, because it was impossible for an ordinary human girl to know the ghoul world's special term, manager. Furuma Madoka and Arimi-zan, who were working, couldn't help but look at Miwa Reika. They wondered if this girl who looked like a student was also a ghoul. Fenkin Gongshan was the fastest to react. His benevolent smile suddenly turned serious. He said to Sanbo Lahua, Dear guest, please come to the second floor of our coffee shop and have a seat. Okay. Sanbo Lahua nodded obediently. Although she was a little uneasy coming to such a strange place for the first time, she was willing to trust Uchiha and Arima that they would not sit idly by if anything really happened. Afterwards, Reika Sanrani followed Kozen Yoshimura to the second floor of the coffee shop. Human customers are generally not allowed on the second floor of the coffee shop in Ending District, because this is where ghouls discuss private matters. At the same time, the ghoul guests immediately started talking. She looks so good, but I didn't expect she's actually a ghoul like us. But she smells completely like a human. Is it because she spends too much time with humans in human society? It seems like she has integrated well into human society. I'm so envious. I've never been to a human school. Hearing these customers talking more and more excitedly, Gu Jianyuan immediately reminded them, our store door is not closed yet. Please be careful so that you don't get overheard by human customers who suddenly come in. Advertisement. The ghoul guests finally calmed down a bit. How careless, I don't want such a peaceful place to be disturbed by those guys from CCG. Rujianxuan, who was washing utensils nearby, also spoke up. It doesn't matter. The demon ape will take action when the time comes. Gu Jianyuan wiped his nose with his thumb and said proudly. It sounds like he's just showing off, but as an SS level, demon ape, Furuya Madoka really has this ability. Ru Jianxuan smiled and said, stop bragging. You will probably be the first one to be killed. It is said that the weapons of the CCG investigators are getting more and more powerful. But they were just joking, and now they didn't want to fight anymore. The ghoul groups, Demon Ape, and Black Doberman, had long been disbanded by them, allowing their subordinates to try to integrate into human society and live a peaceful life. Those subordinates were also frequent customers of the coffee shop in the Anding district. Yoshimura Kosen brought Sambo Reika to the lounge, and once again made a cup of coffee for Sambo Reika himself, and put a small piece of something in the coffee. Seeing what Yoshimura Kosen did, Sambo Lahua suddenly became a little alert. Fankin Gongshan knew what the other party was on guard against, and immediately explained, don't worry, with this little thing, drinking it will eliminate your hunger, although the effect is only temporary. After discovering that the other party was also a ghoul, Yoshimura Kosen saw that Reika Miwa was in a state of hunger. In fact, he noticed that there was something wrong with the other party's physical condition at the beginning, but he thought the other party was a human being at that time, so he didn't think about the hunger of the ghoul. Okay. Sanbo Lahua had no other choice, she came here to seek help out of necessity. Besides, Uchiha-san and Arima-san are outside too, and if they notice something is wrong, they will probably come in to save her. Thinking of this, Reika Mitsumi suddenly felt that she was a little naive. She had unknowingly trusted the ghoul investigator so much. Was it because of the influence of Arima-kun? Sanbo Lahua took the coffee from Fankin Gongshan's hand, took a sip, and immediately had a magical feeling. Her body felt strangely better. At the same time, Fankin Gongshan smiled at her kindly and said, welcome to the Ending District. Chapter 42. Because I am a pacifist. That little thing I just put in my coffee is. Sanbo Lahua quickly realized what the small particles were made of. Yes, the material used is human flesh, which is concentrated into small particles. Drinking it in coffee can temporarily eliminate hunger, and it will not be exposed even in front of humans. Fankin Gongshan nodded. Of course, the source of human flesh is those humans who committed suicide or died in various accidents. Really? Sanbo Lahua then drank the whole cup of coffee. Her body immediately felt much better, and the feeling of hunger almost disappeared. But the store manager just said that the effect of concentrated human flesh granules is relatively short-lived, so it is too early to be happy now. I'll give you some, but it can only sustain you for a few days. After that, you still need to consume a certain amount of human flesh. Yoshimura Kozen wrapped a few concentrated granules in medicine paper and gave them to Sanbo Lahua. Not only that, he also gave Sanbo Lahua a few bags of coffee powder. Thank you so much. Sanbo Lahua was immediately grateful. Even if it can only last for a few days, it is enough for her. As long as I can hold on until the exam next week, it doesn't matter after that. After all, once you enter the ghoul shelter, you will basically never get out. But judging from the school uniform you're wearing, you shouldn't be a student from District 20, right? Yoshimura Kosen asked. Yes. Sanbo Lahua nodded and admitted, I actually came from District 13. Fortunately, Uchiha-san and Arima-san changed into other clothes before leaving. If they both wore school uniforms like her, it would easily arouse suspicion. No matter which district you come from, we are willing to help you, as long as you follow the rules when you are in District 20. Yoshimura Gongshan still had a kind smile. Sanbo Lahua responded. Advertisement. She suddenly felt a little sad because she would never have the chance to accept the other party's help again. Rika Mitsumi suddenly thought that it would be better if she came to Area 20 earlier, but before that she could not imagine that the ghouls here could be so kind, and it was useless to regret it. Just imagining, if she might not have to force herself to prey on humans. Before, Reika Mitani had been to more than 13 areas, but they were all places where competition among ghouls was fierce. It was not easy to pick up human corpses, and she still had to rely on her own abilities to hunt. But she doesn't prey on everyone. For example, she doesn't consider her familiar human classmates or human friends who she has a good relationship with as her prey. She preyed on strangers. Although she did not kill them directly, but instead took away their arms or thighs, this was ultimately a criminal act and she would be targeted by the CCG sooner or later. The only exception was the last time when Furitaishi and his gang of bad boys came to her. Although they were classmates, she knew, she really hated those people. By the way, store manager, are you the manager of District 20? Sanbo Lahua asked curiously. Well, my last name is Fankin. If you need anything in the future, you can always come to Anding District. Yoshimura Kosen said. Okay. Reika Sanbo immediately bowed to express her gratitude to Yoshimura Gongshan. Then she left the Anding District coffee shop with the concentrated granules. Before leaving, she politely bowed to Furuma Madoka, Urimi-zan, and the Ghoul customers and said, I'm sorry to bother you all. What a well-behaved and sensible child. No wonder he can integrate into human society. Jiu Jianyuan immediately sighed. Not long after Mitsumi Rika walked out of the Anding District coffee shop, she saw Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takasho standing at the corner waiting for her. How is it going? Arima Takashi asked. Manager Fankin gave me something to relieve my hunger. I should be able to hold on until the end of the exam. Sanbo Lahua took the concentrated granules out of her pocket. Although Reika Sanbo did not say it explicitly, Arima Takamasa immediately understood what these particles were made of. So what happens after the exam? Sanbo-san, think carefully about what to do next. Advertisement at this time, Uchiha Baiye spoke. After that, we'll be entering Kuklia, so there's no need to think about it. Sanbo Lahua said with a slightly wry smile. The so-called Kuklia is the Ghoul internment camp in District 23, also known as Kuklia Prison. No, this matter has not been finalized yet. Our current idea is that if you are willing to abide by the rules in District 20, we can consider not taking you to Kuklia. Uchiha Baiye said. Let Arima Takashi explain the details to you. I have something to do, so I will go back first. From now on, he won't have to worry too much about Reika Mitsumi's affairs, just leave it to Arima Takamasa. He also had to go back and deal with Fankinite's manuscript and related matters regarding the publication of his works. Zone 2 CCG Division. Uchiha Baiye is back to report on work progress. Master Uchiha, I heard that you have found the suspect of Lantern. In charge of Area 2 is a quasi-special investigator named Kamurano, who is also Uchiha Baiye's boss. To be precise, any investigator with a higher rank than him can be said to be his superior. Yes, we have basically determined who the Lantern is. Uchiha Baiye heading. Then we should be able to catch him soon, right? I don't know the strength of that Arima too, but you can fight against the SSS level, One-Eyed Owl, so it should be easy for you to deal with the A+ level, Lantern. Jun Kimura asked immediately. Maybe, but since the other party has a positive attitude, we decided to give Lantern a chance for observation. Uchiha Baiye did not deliberately conceal the matter. As long as she does not commit any crime during the observation period, there is no need to arrest her. This is because such things will definitely not be hidden from the real top leaders of CCG and the discerning eyes of the V organization. That family is an all-powerful existence that basically controls the entire Japan, and its hands and feet can even reach the whole world. So he could have said these things, as long as he didn't reveal the real name of Lantern. The CCG top brass are too lazy to care about small time figures like Lantern, and the middle and lower level investigators of the CCG cannot arrest people without solid evidence. This. Uchiha-sama, you are actually protecting a ghoul. Kimura Juntoku's expression suddenly became strange. To this, Uchiha Baiye simply replied, because I am a pacifist. Chapter 43 The next, cleaner, peace faction. You don't want to coexist peacefully with ghouls, do you? Junto Kimura asked in disbelief. Almost, you could say so. Uchiha Baiye did not deny it. Well, although we in CCG don't have any restrictions on ghoul investigators, you should still not say these things to other colleagues casually. After all, many investigators hate ghouls. Jun Kimura and others gave kind advice. Many people who join CCG as investigators have been persecuted by ghouls and are obsessed with revenge. If Uchiha has a conflict of opinion with other colleagues, it will be a headache for him. Yeah, I know. Uchiha Baiye heading. He also knew something about Juntoku Kimura and others, and knew that Juntoku Kimura and others had a relatively gentle attitude towards ghouls, so he said these words to Juntoku Kimura and others. That's it, you and Arima too will be in charge of observing the Lantern from now on. If she commits any more offenses, don't give her any chances. Just like what Uchiha Baiye remembered, Jun Kimura was not too difficult for Lantern, given his personality. Clear. Uchiha Baiye responded and left. Now that they have obtained the permission of Juntoku Kimura, he and Arima Takamasa can legitimately help Reika Mitani. District 13, Shingxing High School. Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi were chatting while having lunch on the rooftop of the teaching building as usual. Have Junto Kimura and others agreed? Arima Takashi asked. Well, Juntoku Kimura is relatively easy to talk to. Uchiha Baiye nodded and said, the content of the next mission has also changed. Sanbo, also known as the Lantern, needs to undergo a half-year observation period. If nothing happens during the observation period, the mission will be considered completed. Okay. Advertisement Arima Takamasa didn't think half a year was too long. Rather, it suits him just fine. He wanted to procrastinate because of something, but he couldn't show that he was doing it on purpose. This task would allow him to procrastinate naturally. By the way, Arima, how's your relationship with Sanbo-san going? At this time, Uchiha Baiye asked deliberately, "No." Arima Takashi denied it succinctly. "Really? But I think you and Sanbo-san are getting closer." Uchiha Baiye talks. "It's true that I have changed my previous view of her as a ghoul-born evil, but that's all." Arima Takashi said bluntly. "Arima, you and I are already 18 years old. We are both half-humans who won't live long. I guess we only have about half of our time left. Don't you want to live a more exciting life in the remaining time?" Uchiha Baiye looked directly at Arima Takashi. Arima Takashi was silent for a while. "You should know that this is not a question of whether I want to or not, but a question of whether I can." The implication of his words is that he is restricted by the White Sun Court and the V Organization and can hardly do what he wants. "I know, it's just the so-called sweeper, right? You have been designated as the next sweeper by Mr. Mustard." Uchiha Baiye said calmly, "And I can see that you are not very willing." Of course, it is impossible for Arima Takashi to personally admit what Uchiha Baiye said about reluctance, otherwise it will cause dissatisfaction from the V Organization. "Let me be the new sweeper and compete with you for this position." Uchiha Baiye also knew what Arima Takashi was worried about, so he helped Arima Takashi in the name of competition. Of course, he wanted to become a cleaner, not only to help Arima Takashi and to save some tragedy. For example, both Kirishima Tuka and Kirishima Ai lost their parents at a very young age, which was largely caused by Arima Takamasa. Advertisement, but Arima Takamasa is just a puppet of the V Organization and a cleaner who has to obey the orders of the V Organization. In addition to preventing tragedy, the more important thing is to facilitate his actions. If he wants to change the world, he must start from the root, and the root is the family behind CCG, by writing, and the V Organization, the Shu family. Once he becomes the cleaner of the V Organization, he will have more room to interact with the Hexio family. Ding, host is determined to become the cleaner of the V Organization, and activates the hidden mission, cleaner. Task 1. Become the next cleaner, task reward, 100 attribute points. Upon hearing that Uchiha Baiye wanted to become the new sweeper, Arima Takamasa was briefly distracted. All half-humans from the White Sun Court knew what a cleaner meant. Although their strength was recognized by the V Organization, they would become cold-blooded killing machines without any freedom for the rest of their lives. So he was very surprised that Uchiha Baiye had this idea. Arima Takashi said with a slightly side tone, "You are indeed different from us. I can't really see through your thoughts, but since you want to compete, I respect your opinion." Before this, he had never thought that someone would compete with him for the identity of sweeper, and the key point was that the other party really had the ability to do so. At present, Mr. Mustard has already begun to pay attention to Uchiha Baiye. It is precisely because Uchiha Baiye's strength is in line with Mr. Mustard's vision that he probably regards Uchiha Baiye as a candidate for the next sweeper. He could also guess that Mr. Mustard's purpose in arranging him to partner with Uchiha Baiye was not only for surveillance, but also to facilitate observation and comparison of the two candidates. Therefore, as long as he shows a little weakness, the position of sweeper will naturally be given to Uchiha Baiye. "So, if I become a sweeper, you don't have to worry so much and just live the life you want. These 6 months are enough for you to enjoy campus life and make up for the regret of not having been to school." Uchiha Baiye said, "Especially Sanbo, she already regards you as her greatest support. If you really have an idea, don't worry too much and just go for it." Hearing this, Arima Takashi fell into a brief silence. Sanbo classmates. In fact, he was not quite sure what kind of feelings he had towards classmate Sanbo. However, just as Sao Sao and Sao Sao arrived, Sanbo Lahua pushed open the door to the rooftop. "Arima-san and Uchiha-san, you are indeed here. P.S. Today's 3 updates are completed, and the debut will be soon, so please ask for gifts in advance. After the first show, we will add more chapters according to the total gift value, just like the previous book, which had 4 or 5 chapters a day for a period of time, and this book will add 1 chapter for every 200 total gift value. Currently it is close to 600 total gift value, which is equivalent to owing 3 chapters. Although paid gifts are the best, free gifts are also very important. Free. Generate power with love. Needs to be accumulated. Each. Generate power with love. Actually receives 0.1 gift value. In fact, if there are hundreds of readers willing to generate power with love every day, the number can reach a terrifying number. At least a dozen chapters of the previous book were added purely by generate power with love. Chapter 44. The exam is over. As soon as Reika Sanran appeared, Uchiha Baiye chatted briefly and then found an excuse to leave. Now he has activated the sweeper mission. Just by becoming a sweeper, he can get a mission reward of 100 attribute points. This task is both simple and difficult. The difficulty lies in surpassing Arima Takashi in the eyes of the V Organization's leader, Mustard. Mustard was once Arima Takashi's master, so he will definitely be more inclined to respect Arima Takashi. And this mission is actually linked to repelling the SSS level Ghoul, the Owl of Unkillable. Once he can successfully repel the Owl of Unkillable, the position of sweeper will basically be a sure thing. Because the V Organization would mistakenly believe that the Owl, who attacked the CCG branch in Area 2 twice and the third time was Yoshimura Kozen. And Yoshimura Kozen was the previous cleanser, being able to defeat the previous Cleanser means that Uchiha Baiye has the ability to become the new cleanser. As for the simplicity, it is that the two tasks, Cleaner and Unkillable Owl, are closely linked. They can be completed together and receive a reward of 200 attribute points. This can be considered a disguised simplification. At this time, only Arima Takamasa and Mitsumi Reika were left on the rooftop. It seems like Uchiha-san is always busy. After all, he's Arima-kun's boss, so it's no wonder. Sanbo Lahua couldn't help but say. Regarding the observation period, Uchiha-san has already communicated with his superiors. From now on, as long as Sanbo-san doesn't get into trouble, he won't have to go to Kuklia. Arima Takashi brought up the main business right away. Sanbo Lahua nodded obediently. As long as you live like the ghouls in Area 20, there will be no problem. Although living like that would cause her strength to stagnate or even regress, she thought it was totally worth it to be able to integrate into human society and continue to live this ordinary life in school. Looking at Arima Takashi eating his lunchbox, Miu Arika couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, I really envy Arima-kun for being able to taste all kinds of food, unlike me who can only eat the same thing forever. Although those delicacies tasted worse than the others in Sanbo Liwa's mouth, she knew from the reactions of her classmates and friends that they must be delicious, and they looked good in appearance. But every time she tried it, all she got was bad taste and disgusting feeling. I can understand your feelings, but that's all I can understand. Arima Takashi said. Up to now, no food other than human flesh has been found that ghouls can eat. Advertisement so for Reika Sanran, he could do nothing but sympathize and understand. Matani Rika smiled and said, I feel it is very rare that Arima-kun can understand me. After all, ghouls are the mortal enemies of humans, and few humans would sympathize with and understand ghouls who can only eat human flesh. The key point lies in this, human flesh. By the way, will Arima-kun be responsible for monitoring me during the observation period? At this time, Sanbo Lihua asked with some concern. Well, Senior Uchiha may be transferred to perform other tasks at any time. During this 6-month observation period, I will be the main person in charge. Arima Takashi nodded in response. So, in other words, Arima-kun will be in school for the next 6 months, right? The expression on Sanbo Lihua's face became obviously happy. She probably knows something about CCG investigators, and often travels around various areas to take charge of missions. If Arima-kun wasn't there to monitor her, he would probably be transferred to another area to perform tasks soon, and would basically never have time to come back. So it is very rare for Arima-kun to stay in school for half a year. That's what I mean, Arima Takashi responded. Before the completion of this mission, CCG will not transfer him unless there is a very important mission, and even if he is transferred, it will only be temporary. Before becoming a cleaner, the extent to which Arima Takashi was restricted by the organization was not that severe. For example, according to the original situation in the original work, it took Arima Takashi several months from sneaking into Seikei High School to completing the mission and leaving. During this period, the organization did not interfere with Arima Takashi, just like the other half-humans in the White Day Court would not be subject to too many restrictions, as long as they did not become cleaners. I'll be troubling Arima-kun for the next 6 months. Reika Sanbo immediately smiled at Arima Takamasa. The date of the exam has arrived. This is the monthly exam organized by the grade. Advertisement. Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi also took part in the exam, of course. Nothing unexpected happened today, and the concentrated granules given by Yoshimura Kausen also successfully helped Sanbo Reika to survive until now. Although Sanbo Lihua was malnourished due to not eating human flesh for a long time and relying only on concentrated granules, she was at least able to take the exam smoothly. However, this was not a very formal monthly exam. To be precise, it was more like a test that ended in one day. After the exam, Reika Sanbo walked out of the classroom feeling relieved. Uchiha Baiye and Arima Kisho came out around the same time. Finally, the exam is over. How do you feel, Uchiha-san and Arima-san? Sanbo Lihua asked immediately. Good. It should be fine. Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi both gave very general answers. On the other hand, Furuta and Sasada Aki were in a miserable situation. Although they come to school normally every day now, they still haven't listened seriously in class. They skipped classes every day and fell behind too much, so they just gave up. The main reason is that they want to listen but can't understand, and they don't have the perseverance to make up for it through self-study. They all looked dejected when they came out. When facing Furuta and Sasada Aki, Reika Sanran was obviously avoiding them. Because she had tried to hurt Furuta and his companions before, even though she had not succeeded, she still felt too embarrassed to communicate normally with Furuta and Sasada Aki. At this time, Furuta also noticed that Sanbo seemed to be avoiding him. His first reaction was to think that Sanbo-san was already dating Arima-san, which was why he behaved like this. He sighed slightly, and then said to Sasada Aki, if we fail the exam, then so be it. We didn't have much hope anyway. Instead of thinking about these things, we might as well go back to play games. He was relieved, both about the exam and about his 3 classmates. He felt that people like him were more suitable to play with, kindred spirits, like Akio. Yeah, I must defeat Taichi today. Sasada Aki raised his little fist and prepared to go to Taishi's house and fight all night. Advertisement Chapter 45. The third attack on CCG. By the way, Chu, let's ask Liang to go to the baseball club tomorrow. At this time, Fura Taishi suddenly said to Sasada Aki. Because Fura Taishi's words were so sudden, Sasada Aki didn't react at first. Okay. Taishi, are you finally willing to return to baseball? Well, I explained everything to my father yesterday. Fura Taishi nodded. In fact, he suddenly gave up baseball because his father had too high expectations of him. He hoped that he could become a professional baseball player and fulfill the regret that his father had not fulfilled when he was young. However, baseball is the most popular sport in Japan, and the competition is so fierce that he could not bear the pressure and gave up. Since then, his relationship with his father has become increasingly distant. But just yesterday, his father took the initiative to talk to him and made concessions, saying that he only needed to treat baseball as a hobby. It could be because of the Ghoul accident that happened to him not long ago, or it could be because they don't want him to continue to be so decadent. In short, Fura Taishi can now play baseball without any psychological pressure. Listening to Fura Taishi's explanation, Sasada Aki's face showed a wise expression, as if he understood but also as if he understood nothing. But at least she understood that Taisei could continue to play baseball with them, which was something to be happy about. That's great, Taichi. We can play baseball together again. District 20, Anding District Coffee Shop. I need to go on a long trip for the time being. I'll leave the Anping District in your hands until I come back. Yoshimura Gongshin put on his coat and hat and prepared to go out. Just leave it to me. Gu Zhanyuan said. Have a safe journey, store manager. Ru Zhanshuan blessed him. Afterwards, Yoshimura Kozan set off for Area 2. He had already heard about the one-eyed owl, and guessed that it should be his daughter Yoshimura Ito. Advertisement. Especially since he heard that the one-eyed owl was severely damaged by the investigators when he attacked CCG in Area 2 for the second time not long ago, he finally couldn't hold back. He knew that once the V organization discovered Et's existence, Et would definitely be hunted down by the V organization. So in order to protect his daughter, Yoshimura Kozan decided to disguise himself as the one-eyed owl and attack the CCG branch in Area 2 again, making the V organization think that he was taking it out on the CCG because of what happened to his wife. Zone 2, CCG Division. Yoshimura Kozan was wearing a black cloak that concealed his face and was about to arrive at the gate of the CCG branch. He suddenly rushed into the CCG and transformed himself into a Haig. When the whole body is covered with Kagun, it means being a true Kagun. A Kagun often has multiple Kagun bags and can flexibly control the Kagun on his body. For example, Yoshimura Kozan has about 6 to 8 Kagun bags on his body. As for the half Kagun, it means that the Kagun has not completely covered the whole body and cannot fully control oneself, but the strength is still superior to that of ordinary ghouls. At this time, Yoshimura Kozan deliberately changed his Kagun form, becoming basically the same as the one-eyed owl, who had previously attacked CCG, of course including the one-eyed mask formed by the Kagun. Yoshimura Noryoshi. Since Yoshimura Kozan's Kagun is of the feathered type, the Kagun of this type is located near the shoulders. Its advantages are strong burst, fast speed, wide and long output range, and it can even fly for a short time or glide in the air. Of course, Yuhei also has shortcomings, that is, poor endurance. I saw Yoshimura Kozan rushing into the CCG branch at an astonishing speed, and completing his transformation into a Hudge as he broke into the CCG gate. As the shrill alarm sounded, chaos suddenly broke out inside CCG Area 2. It's Owl. The Owl from before has appeared again. Hurry up and report the situation to Special Inspector Jun Kimura. Damn it. We don't have a special investigator in charge of Area 2, and Senior Inspector Kuroiwa is still recovering from his injuries. Why did you choose this time? I'm going to find Jun Kimura. You guys quickly ask for support from other branches. Quote. The sudden appearance of the one-eyed owl caused almost all the investigators in CCG Area 2 to panic. The current CCG has no idea that there are 2 owls, let alone the code name, Unkillable Owl, that appeared 10 years later, so they all think that the one-eyed owl has attacked again. Given the ferocity of the one-eyed owl, the first 2 attacks on CCG caused heavy casualties. Advertisement. Fangkun's good deeds were unstoppable, and no investigator could stop him. He simply ignored most of the investigators, and those who tried to stop him and had a little bit of strength would have their arms or legs cut off, rendering them incapable of fighting. During this period, Yoshimura Kozan's Heezer form was even taller than Yoshimura Et. Even in his aging sub-peak state, his Heezer body was still 4 or 5 meters tall. In the eyes of the investigators, he was like an unstoppable giant, and the pressure was so strong that it suffocated them. Hurry, help me stop the bleeding of my calf. Ah. How can this be stopped? SSS level ghouls, we simply can't handle them, but we have to hold them off until the reinforcements arrive. But the situation was too urgent and no one noticed the subtle abnormality, that is, this time the owl was not as ferocious as the previous 2 times. Although he chopped off hands and feet without mercy, he did not kill anyone. Of course, this detail is so subtle that it is not easy to notice, and it can also be explained by the fact that Xiao is in a good mood or in a hurry. Fangkun Gongshan quickly penetrated into the CCG branch with overwhelming force. At this moment, another group of investigators appeared in front and prevented Yoshimura Kozen from going to the deepest part of the CCG branch. This group of investigators is already the elite force of CCG in Area 2, consisting entirely of first-class investigators and senior investigators, and the commander is quasi-special class investigator Kimurano. Quote. Yoshimura Kozen did not say anything, but instead activated his ability of Yuhei, and countless blade-like Kagun shot towards the investigators in front. After just a few seconds, half of the investigators were injured. Most investigators are not equipped with defensive quinks, so they have no countermeasures against this kind of long-range Yuhei attack. He could only grit his teeth and use Quink, which only had attacking capabilities, to resist. We can't withstand the second wave of long-range attacks from the owl anymore. We must take the initiative to get close. At this time, the commander, Special Commander Jun Kimura, gave the order. The other investigators immediately followed the command and took the initiative to approach Owl for close combat. Little did they know that Yoshimura Kozen was best at close combat, and Yuhei's long-range attack was already a very gentle means. Yuhei's weakness is indeed poor endurance, but if Yoshimura Kozen's speed and burst are 100 points, then his endurance is at least 90 points. Chapter 46. Absolute Main Force, Fighting Against Xiao. In less than half an hour. This is the time it takes for an SSS class, Owl, to invade and capture the CCG branch in Area 2. Even Juntoku Kimura, who personally led a group of elite investigators, was unable to resist the offensive of Owl. At this time, Yoshimura Kozen attacked the deepest part of Area 2 CCG, which meant that Area 2 CCG had completely fallen. There are many confidential documents in it, but he is not interested in them. He knows much more than these confidential documents. Yoshimura Kozen's real purpose is to occupy CCG Zone 2 and cause as much commotion as possible, so that the attention of the V organization and the Kazuo family will be completely diverted to him. However, batches of investigators continued to besiege him, most of whom were low-level investigators. Yoshimura Kozen did not intend to hurt them actively, but waited for them to attack him on their own, and then he would defeat all the investigators. Just defeat, not kill directly. Now that he is old, Yoshimura Kozen no longer wants to kill any life with his own hands, whether it is human or ghoul. And half an hour ago, as soon as Xiao showed up at the CCG branch in Area 2, the headquarters in Area 1 and branches in other areas all received a request for support. The CCG headquarters immediately organized support personnel, and specifically named Uchiha Baiye, because he had defeated the One-Eyed Owl last time, so he was naturally the best choice for support this time. Uchiha Baiye was in class at school when his cell phone suddenly rang. When he saw that it was a call from CCG in District 13, he immediately stood up and said to the teacher, "Sorry, I have something urgent to do and need to leave for a while." After saying that, he walked out of the classroom without caring whether the teacher agreed or not. The CCG would call him at this time, which must mean something important has happened, and it might even be related to Xiao. Because in the current timeline, it is almost the time when Yoshimura Kozen attacks CCG in Area 2. After the call was connected, the person on the other end of the line claimed that the One-Eyed Owl had attacked CCG Area 2 again. Uchiha Baiye knew very well that the One-Eyed Owl this time must be the store manager Fangkun in disguise. Senior Uchiha, the bureau has called on you to support Area 2. You and Second Sergeant Arima should go together. Arima-san is in charge of monitoring the lantern, so I can go there alone. Advertisement. Uchiha Baiye did not plan to take Arima Takashi with him. He has already decided to become a cleaner of the V organization, and Arima Takashi is reluctant, so there is no need for Arima Takashi to go with him. Alright, that's it. Please get to Area 2 as soon as possible. The other side doesn't care. Because no one except a few high-ranking CCG officials knew Arima Takashi's true strength, no one took this second-class investigator too seriously. After hanging up the phone, Uchiha Baiye left the school and went to Area 2 immediately. At the same time, CCG also mobilized other personnel, led by quasi-special investigator Mado Yu, and also including Mado Wushu and Shinohara Yukinori, to temporarily form a support team consisting of at least first-class investigators, setting out from various CCG branches. As for the special investigators, they happened to be in charge of important tasks and could not be transferred to Area 2 at the first time. After Gwajiang Ganran was killed by the One-Eyed Owl, the CCG has been understaffed ever since as one of the already few special investigators was missing. Therefore, the main task of this temporary support team is to delay the One-Eyed Owl as much as possible until the special investigator arrives in Area 2. And hope that Uchiha Baiye can repel the One-Eyed Owl, like last time. If he can repel it directly, that would naturally be the best. When Uchiha Baiye arrived at Area 2 and joined up with the other investigators from the support team, half an hour had passed since the owl invaded Area 2 CCG. Uchiha, I'm going to ask you for help again. Madoka suddenly said to Uchiha Baiye with some shame. Uchiha Sho is almost the youngest in their support team, but they all regard him as their greatest hope, including her as a quasi-special investigator. It's okay, this is what I should do, Uchiha Baiye said in a flat tone. He took a quick glance at the composition of the support team and saw several familiar faces, including Madoe and Mado Wushu, as well as Shinohara Yukinori. Yukinori Shinohara was one of the 7 special investigators of CCG in the original work period, and was known as the Indomitable Shinohara. However, at this time, Yukinori Shinohara was still very young, and it seemed that he should be a senior investigator like him, and also the partner and superior of Wusuo Mado. This is the Uchiha who single-handedly defeated the One-Eyed Owl. He's really young. And at that time, Uchiha was still a second-class investigator. Who would have thought that a second-class investigator could compete with the SSS level, One-Eyed Owl? Advertisement. This is a true genius. But the school uniform he's wearing, could he still be a student? No, it seems that Uchiha is on a mission to investigate the Lantern, and that mission requires infiltrating the school. Quote. Seeing Uchiha Baiye in person, many investigators in the support team couldn't help but talk about it. At this time, Junhu Wei interrupted them. Okay, now is not the time to chat. We will die if we are not careful when facing the One-Eyed Owl later. Madoka said in a serious tone. Yes, the investigators immediately became serious. They all knew what kind of enemy they were facing this time, an SSS-level ghoul. It was the first time they faced one, and it might also be the last time. Have you prepared your suicide notes? Leave them in the CCG lobby later. The owl is at the deepest part. Before the combat operation officially began, Mado gave a slight reminder. Because this support operation is extremely dangerous, the degree of danger is no less than a large-scale punitive war. No matter how many S-level and SS-level enemies there are, they are not as dangerous as an SSS-level, One-Eyed Owl. Therefore, a suicide note must be prepared before starting the battle, but because it was an emergency, they did not have time to return the suicide note to their respective branches, so it was temporarily placed in the CCG branch in Area 2, and someone would come to collect it later. Uchiha Baiye had forgotten about this. He asked for a piece of white paper and a pen on the spot and wrote a suicide note. Currently, the publishing process is going smoothly. Mr. Takatsuki can just focus on his creation. To Takatsuki's. Of course, he just wrote it casually in a hurry without thinking it through. After all preparations are ready, Uchiha walked at the front of the team. He was undoubtedly the strongest main force, leading the entire support team to the battlefield where the One-Eyed Owl was. To be more precise, the Unkillable Owl was. P.S. The first show is about to begin. Starting from tomorrow, there will be 2 updates a day as the basis, and then more updates will be made based on the gift value. Previously, 3 updates a day was considered a special case during the period of a new book. Tomato's recommendation mechanism has resulted in the author actually losing money by adding more updates. 2 updates a day is the most common and cost-effective update rate. But if the gift value meets the requirements, 1 additional chapter for every total gift value of 200, I will add more chapters. It doesn't matter whether I make a loss or not. In the previous book, there were about 50 chapters with additional chapters, the whole text has only more than 200 chapters. My credibility can be guaranteed. Chapter 47. Fighting against SS's level, Owl, alone. When the CCG branch in Zone 2 was invaded by Owl, the outside was blocked off to prevent ordinary people from being affected. When the support team entered the branch, they saw a chaotic scene and some wounded who had not yet been evacuated. Although they suffered injuries of varying degrees, fortunately none of them were fatal, and they would not be a big deal even if they were delayed for a while. Moreover, the support team had no time to help the wounded as they had to rush to deal with the One-Eyed Owl, deep in the sky. After a while, the support team arrived at the location of the One-Eyed Owl. A large number of investigators have already been defeated by the One-Eyed Owl. Among them, the elite team led by Jun Kimura is still fighting desperately against the One-Eyed Owl, even though all of them are injured. Kimura Juntoku and others, thank you for your hard work. You should take a rest first. At this time, Uchiha Baiye came forward and said calmly. His eyes were looking directly at Yoshimura Kauzen, and he found that the store manager Yoshimura's body in the form of a hyzer at this period was indeed larger than Yoshimura at's. Uchiha, wait a minute. It's up to you now. Kimura suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled bitterly. They finally managed to hold on until Uchiha arrived. Little did they know that if it weren't for Fangkun Gongshan's carefulness in not wanting to kill them, they would have all been killed. Uchiha Baiye nodded slightly, carrying the 2 Quink suitcases in his hands and walked towards the One-Eyed Owl. Even when facing an SSS-level ghoul, there was no fear on his face. The One-Eyed Owl, to be more precise, Yoshimura Kauzen, looked at the very young investigator in front of him and immediately felt that he looked very familiar. Isn't this the human boy who accidentally walked into their Anding district coffee shop a few days ago? He had not expected that this young man would be an investigator of CCG, and even seemed to be the strongest force among these investigators at that time. Junto Mado, do you need us to support Uchiha? Advertisement. Seeing Uchiha Baiye fighting against the one-eyed owl, alone, Yukinori Shinohara immediately asked Mado. Madoka said, "No, we can just watch from the side. If we act rashly, it will only hinder Uchiha." The last time in Area 24, she was the only one who witnessed the battle between Uchiha Upper and the one-eyed owl, with her own eyes, so she knew very well that Uchiha Upper's strength was not on the same level as theirs. At that time, even she was just a drag, let alone the others standing behind her now. Yes, Yukinori Shinohara was immediately shocked. As both are senior investigators, Uchiha Senior is able to make even Mado Juntoku feel that he is a drag. How terrifying is the strength of this young man? At this time, Uchiha Baiye had already taken out the A-level Quink, Moon Shadow, and Wind Spirit from the suitcase. Although one is a katana and the other is a sword, I can still adapt to holding these two different weapons in both hands at the same time. He suddenly burst out with amazing strength and speed and rushed towards Yoshimura Kouzen, but Yoshimura Kouzen's Kagun arm was as huge as Yoshimura Et's and even bigger, which could easily block his attack. The A-class Quink is much more lethal than the B-class Quink, but it is still not enough in front of Yoshimura Kouzen. Because Yoshimura Kouzen's regeneration ability is so terrifying. If Uchiha Baiye's lethality is 80, then Yoshimura Kouzen's regeneration ability is at least 100 or above. The damage he causes to Yoshimura Kouzen can never catch up with the opponent's regeneration speed. For example, just a moment ago he had just cut off the Kagun arm of Yoshimura Kouzen at the elbow joint, and the severed forearm had not yet fallen off, and it immediately recovered in the blink of an eye. This is also the reason why, after fighting with a large number of investigators here, Yoshimura Kouzen still looks unharmed. Even Yoshimura Kouzen, who is severely aged and has lost a lot of strength in the original work, has the regeneration ability to withstand the full output of at least 2 special investigators. It can be said that in the Antique Subjugation War, in the original work, Yoshimura Kouzen volunteered to die. Even so, the CCG had to mobilize all its forces and spend a lot of effort to defeat him. Such a person as Yoshimura is worthy of the title of the strongest pure-blooded ghoul, at least on the surface, there is no dispute about it. Since attacking the Kagun is useless, let's find a way to attack the Kagun head. Uchiha Baiye thought to himself. He had no choice, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to hurt Yoshimura Kouzen, let alone repel him. Advertisement. At this moment, Yoshimura Kouzen swung his right Kagun arm towards Uchiha Baiye, but Uchiha Baiye predicted the trajectory of the movement and dodged the attack. And while Yoshimura Kouzen's Kagun arm was still up, he used the Moon Shadow sword to strike back at a tricky angle, attacking precisely towards the armpit. Because the katana on the Kagun's arm is located at this position, and the katana is the ghoul's weakness and also the most vulnerable point. This attack had an immediate effect. After the hernia was injured, the regeneration speed slowed down because the hernia is the most difficult part to heal itself. Quote. Yoshimura Kouzen was immediately surprised that the young man could hurt one of his kakubao. However, the injury of one hebao was of no consequence to him, for he still had several hebao on his body. He immediately launched Yuhi's long-range attack. It was difficult for the opponent to dodge at such a close distance, and he only wanted to make the opponent lose his combat ability. Generally speaking, Yuhei is defined as a light attack, but the father and daughter duo of Yoshimura Kouzen and Yoshimura Ite can use it like a shotgun, and there are different tricks at different distances. The forms of Kagome fired at long, medium and short distances are all different, and are respectively called blade, black bullet, and spear. Especially the spear, at close range can directly destroy the Quink. Even the most defensive Kagome-type Quink cannot withstand it, unless the level is S or above. Fortunately, Uchiha Baiye predicted Yoshimura Kouzen's move with the Mangekyō Sharingan and immediately jumped back to avoid it perfectly. At the same time, the investigators in the rear were terrified just by watching the battle. Especially since Uchiha just counterattacked Kakuba immediately after his superior dodge. This was undoubtedly a very bold and risky move in their eyes. Only those who were absolutely confident in their own strength, accuracy and reaction would dare to do so. Because the angle was too tricky, and it was also dangerous to be so close to the one-eyed owl. Jun Kimura and his men had already realized that the one-eyed owl had let them off when they were fighting, and that this spear-like Kagun alone was enough to smash their Quink. Etc. Madoka, Kimurano and others suddenly realized that Uchiha could be trying to defeat the one-eyed owl. That's why the fight is so aggressive. But their mission is just to delay time. Chapter 48. SS's level, Unkillable Owl, retreats. After Uchiha Baiye avoided the spear Kagun attack of Yoshimura Kouzen, he moved forward again to attack the Owl's Kagun. Although they are a katana and a sharp sword, it can also be called two-sword style. Uchiha Baiye is becoming more and more proficient in the use of two-sword style. As his attack became more and more fierce, at a certain moment when Yoshimura Kouzen accidentally revealed a flaw, the Kagun on his right arm was cut again. This time the Kagun's regeneration speed could not keep up at all, and the entire right Kagun arm fell to the ground along with the Kagun arm. Uchiha-san actually cut off one of the arms of the one-eyed owl. An investigator who was watching the battle from behind exclaimed. At this moment, almost all the investigators present were shocked. Uchiha was not only able to compete with the one-eyed owl, but could even cut off the arm of the one-eyed owl. If this trend continues, Uchiha may really be able to defeat the one-eyed owl. Looking at the scene in front of him, a glimmer of excitement suddenly flashed in Madoka's eyes. She could clearly feel that the current Uchiha top was stronger than the last time in Area 24. She really couldn't imagine how this was done, to have such a significant improvement in strength in less than half a month. Or, the last time he faced the one-eyed owl, in Area 24, Uchiha actually hid his strength. This possibility is indeed very high. Especially since the Uchiha class is currently only equipped with an A- class Quink, its strength still has not reached its upper limit. When Uchiha has higher level equipment, his combat power will be unimaginable. As a fellow senior officer, I really feel that I am not worthy of the position of senior investigator. Yukinori Shinohara on the side couldn't help but feel inferior. I told you that Uchiha-san is very strong, right? But his ability is not at the level of a senior investigator at all, so there is no need to compare Shinohara-san with him. Mado Wushu comforted his partner. In fact, Yukinori Shinohara was already a leader among the top investigators. Before the appearance of Uchiha Baiye, Yukinori Shinohara and Kuroiwa were the two top investigators that CCG had the highest hopes for. It's just that the sudden appearance of Uchiha top grade is so terrifying that in comparison, Shinohara top grade and Kuropen top grade seem a little dull. That's right, but I also understand that I need to work harder. Yukinori Shinohara was not discouraged, but turned this frustration into his motivation. Advertisement. ... After cutting off one of Yoshimura Kaozen's arms, Uchiha Baiye briefly stopped moving. He seemed to be resting, but in fact he was waiting for Fangkun Gongshan to retreat on his own initiative. If it wasn't necessary, Uchiha Baiye actually didn't want to hurt the store manager Fangkun whom he respected. But the owl in front of him had no intention of retreating, but continued to attack Uchiha Baiye with his other Kagun arm. Because Fangkun Gongshan felt that it was not enough and the noise was not big enough. Quote. Uchiha Baiye couldn't communicate with Fangkun Gongshan, so he could only sigh slightly in his heart. Then the only option is to cut off the other Kagun arm, and then manager Yoshimura will retreat. Uchiha Baiye immediately took action again. Although Yoshimura Kaozen's speed is very fast, which can be said to be a very desperate speed for ordinary investigators, the Mangekyō Sharingan's insight into dimensionality reduction attacks is really bullying. Yoshimura Kaozen seemed to be very fast, but he just couldn't touch Uchiha Baiye at all. In the eyes of the investigators in the rear, the speed of Uchiha and the one-eyed owl was so fast that they were dazzled, and they were even more surprised that Uchiha was still unharmed until now. After a flash of swords and sabers, Uchiha Baiye cut off the other Kagun arm of owl. Because Yoshimura Kaozen lost his two important Kagun arms, his fighting power was greatly reduced, so he had to choose to retreat. Because the Kagun bulges on both arms were cut off, although some of the two Kagun bulges still remain in the body, they cannot regenerate in a short period of time, and it will take some time to recover. The owl suddenly jumped onto the side wall. Despite its huge body, it was able to move quickly on the wall, and relying on Yuhei's flying ability, owl was gone in the blink of an eye. Ding. Host successfully completes. Mission 1. When the owl attacks CCG in Area 2 for the third time, defeat the SSS level, Unkillable Owl, and receives reward, 100 attribute points. Closing square bracket. Task 1 has been completed, activate Task 2. Task 2. Reconcile father and daughter, mediate the stiff relationship between Fangkun Gongshan and Fangkun Ite. Task reward. 100 attribute points. Uchiha Baiye did not chase after Xiao. He originally wanted manager Fangkun to retreat quickly. Advertisement. But even if he wanted to catch up, he couldn't catch up with his legs alone. His current physical fitness is only 3 times that of an ordinary human, unless he uses the double Kamui eye technique. At least his goal had been achieved, and there was no need to waste RC cells and eye power to hunt down manager Yoshimura. In addition, probably because the system has its own judgment criteria, it did not judge that he defeated the Unkillable Owl, but rather judged that he repelled the Unkillable Owl, so he only obtained the attribute points for completing the task. At this time, Uchiha Baiye's attention has shifted to the system tasks, and the new tasks are still quite difficult. But it is not impossible, because the relationship between Yoshimura Ito and his father is not as extreme as in the original work. At this time, Yoshimura Ito is still longing for his father's love. The difficulty of this task is that he cannot rush it, otherwise it will easily worsen the relationship between Yoshimura Kaozen and Yoshimura Ite, but he already has a rough plan in his mind. The one-eyed owl actually ran away. We have won. Seeing the one-eyed owl retreat, the investigators present were immediately excited. They hurried over to check on Uchiha Shangshang's condition, but found that Uchiha Shangshang had no injuries at all, at most only his clothes were damaged. They all felt incredible. You should know that when Upper Lord Heipan repelled the one-eyed owl, before, he was under siege of the one-eyed owl, and Upper Lord Heipan was seriously injured and is still recovering from his injuries. On the other hand, Uchiha fought against the one-eyed owl, alone this time, and not only successfully repelled it, but also cut off his 2 Kagun arms, and he remained unscathed throughout. This miraculous achievement is simply unbelievable. Uchiha, thank you for your hard work, Mado said to Uchiha Baiye in a tone of great admiration. She then used radio equipment to convey the combat situation to CCG headquarters in Area 1. The operation was successful. The one-eyed owl has been defeated. This is all thanks to a man like Uchiha. P.S. It debuted today and, like the previous book, it received a lot of traffic, even more than the previous book's Chainsaw Man. Although it was a surprise, it was still within expectations. How should I put it? No matter this Ghoul or the previous Chainsaw Man, the original intention was to create them because of love. This kind of unpopular fan fiction is rarely written by anyone on Tomato or even the entire internet. To put it bluntly, it is not profitable, so no one writes it, but the facts have proved that it can still make money if the level is high enough. I was originally an old author who specialized in writing fantasy. Detailed explanation is given in the final chapter of the previous book, but I really like to read Japanese comics, especially Chainsaw Man, Ghouls, and Attack on Titan, but almost no one writes fan fiction, so I thought about writing one myself, and that's how the two books under this account were born. Whether it was the previous Chainsaw Man or this Ghoul, I didn't have much hope at the beginning. I just hoped that someone would read it. But instead they both became popular, which can be regarded as a fulfillment of my original intention. However, the ending of the previous Chainsaw Man had some flaws. I will try my best to improve this Ghoul book based on the experience of the previous Chainsaw Man. As for why both books have double Kamui, they are considered to be the spiritual sequels to the previous book, because the old book was originally intended to be a comprehensive manga, but in the end it only finished Chainsaw Man. That's about all I want to say. Finally, please give me some gifts. Chapter 49. Promoted to quasi-special grade, 2nd District Branch Chief. After this battle, Uchiha Baiye had little physical strength left. 3 times the physique of an ordinary person was still not enough. Moreover, the 2A level Quinks in his hands, Moon Shadow, and Wind Spirit, seemed to be about to be scrapped. The shell of the Kagun of Manager Fengkun's Kagun was too thick, and it caused his 2A level Quinks to be chopped into pieces. However, in addition to the attribute points, Uchiha Baiye also has a huge gain, which is the 2 Kagun arms of Owl. Since the Kagun arms are torn off together, these 2 Kagun arms can be made into SSS level Quink, Owl. SSS class Quink, Owl. In the original work, the Quinks made of these 2 arms are in the hands of Arima Takasho and Keshi respectively. Arima Takasho calls it Owl, while Keshi directly calls it Kozen. Although the store manager lost 2 arms, he was able to regenerate them after a period of time. After the operation, the support team returned to the CCG headquarters in Area 1 to receive commendations. Since Uchiha Baiye made the greatest contribution, he was named a special meritorious person, and was promoted to quasi-special investigator in one fell swoop. He was appointed as the branch chief of the CCG branch in Area 2 and has the authority to command the investigation in Area 2. As for the other investigators in the support team, although they did not make any contributions, they at least dared to act and also received some rewards such as bonuses. No one except Uchiha Baiye was rewarded with a promotion. Meanwhile, Uchiha Baiye was summoned by CCG General Chairman and Susanoo. In a magnificent building that looked like a palace, Uchiha Baiye met Kazushi Tsunekichi. It was an old man with white hair and a dignified face, sitting on a seat that looked like a throne. However, Uchiha Baiye knew very well that this old man named Washu Tsuneyoshi was not just the CCG's chief speaker, but also a leader of the Washu family. Moreover, he is extremely powerful. He once personally defeated and captured the SSS level, Mother of Chaos, Fan Shiroma, and had already imprisoned her in the Ghoul shelter, Kuklia, in Area 23. Uchiha Baiye, I remember that you are also a child from the White Sun Court. Mustard once mentioned you to me. Advertisement. Hishu Chongji said in a serious tone. Yes. Uchiha Baiye nodded respectfully. Hishu Chongji continued, with your ability, you are already qualified for the position of Special Investigator. The position of Quasi-Special Investigator is just a transition for you. After you participate in a combat operation, you can almost be promoted to Special Investigator. Quote. Uchiha Baiye just nodded and said nothing. After that, go back to the day court. Mustard wants to discuss something with you there. This is the end of the conversation with Tsunekichi and Uchiha Baiye. Following the order of General Chancellor Tsuneyoshi Washu, Uchiha Baiye went to the White Sun Court. The most likely thing that Mustard wanted to talk to him was about the sweeper, which was exactly what he wanted. The Court of the White Sun is located in Area 1, but its exact location is very hidden and no outsider knows about it, because this place is commonly known as the quarantine zone of the Hexyu family, which is specifically used to isolate those half-human children. Uchiha Baiye was born in Bairie Court, so he naturally knew where Bairie Court was. He soon came to this paradise-like place that was almost isolated from the world. Mr. Uchiha, please follow us. Uchiha Baiye was greeted by some of the stewards and servants of the Berry Court, who were responsible for taking him to Mustard Seed. Since there are many young half-human children in the White Sun Court, older ones like Uchiha Baiye and Arima Kisho have either joined the V organization or the CCG. So many children certainly need the care of housekeepers and servants. On the way to where the mustard seeds are, Uchiha Baiye can see some children in pure white clothes playing on the lawn and among the flowers. Without exception, these children are half human and half blood. Soon, Uchiha Baiye met with Mustard, and the housekeepers and servants all left on their own accord. Mr. Mustard, Uchiha Baiye greeted in a calm tone. Advertisement. Baiye, your parents were killed by our organization. You must hate us, right? This was the first thing Mustard asked when he opened his mouth. Indeed, I should hate the organization, but I have no choice but to work for Shu. Uchiha Baiye replied without changing his expression. CCG, White Court, and the organization all belong to the Washu family. The Washu, mentioned by Uchiha Baiye, means the collective name for these three. I am very clear about my situation. Mustard seemed satisfied with Uchiha Baiye's answer. Don't worry, as long as you don't become a traitor, we will give you the best treatment, so, the next sweeper will be you. The tone of his voice sounded like he left Uchiha Baiye no choice but to accept it, otherwise it would be disloyal to Shu. But Uchiha Baiye had no intention of refusing. He just accepted it without hesitation. Okay. Although you were my most promising apprentice, he doesn't seem to be very active. He is still only a second-class investigator, so it is not convenient for me to order him to act. At this time, Mustard Seed seemed to be complaining to himself. Although CCG and the organization are both under the Hexyu family, on the surface they are completely unrelated organizations. Even except for the half-humans from the White Sun Court and the people of the Shu family, no one in CCG knew the existence of the organization, including the special investigators. For some special reasons, CCG people cannot be informed of the existence of the organization, so instructing Arima Takamasa to take action must be based on the fact that Arima Takamasa has a certain level of investigator, and he cannot appear to be too special a relative. As for why the former cleaner Yoshimura Kozan could be ordered around at will, it was because he was a ghoul and could not join the CCG, nor did he have to join. Unlike Arima Takashi, who was a half-human without a katana, he would need the Quink provided by the CCG if he wanted to clean up powerful enemies. Even the lowest level Quink was far behind ordinary weapons. Uchiha Baiye, who has now been promoted to quasi-special investigator, meets Mustard's requirements. Quote. Uchiha Baiye remained silent while listening to Mustard's complaints. Speaking of which, the guy who invaded CCG in Area 2 today was Gongshan, right? He is your predecessor. If you can defeat him, you are the most suitable candidate for the next cleaner. At this time, Jay-Z suddenly asked sharply, Baiye, when you fought him, did you find any difference between him and the one-eyed owl that appeared in the previous battles? Chapter 50 Becoming a Cleaner and Forming Team 0. When the CCG defense battle in Area 2 just ended and the one-eyed owl was defeated, Jay-Z personally tracked the one-eyed owl. When the one-eyed owl first appeared, he had a strong sense of familiarity, and his appearance was very similar to Gongshan's Kagun. His first reaction at that time was that the one-eyed owl might be Gongshan or the child of Gongshan and the human woman. If it was a good deed, then he wouldn't care. He didn't care about the lives of those CCG investigators at all. But if it is Gongshan's child with that woman, that would be terrible. There are only two possible types of hybrids of humans and ghouls, half-human and half-ghoul. And the one who possesses the Kagun and can transform into a Kagun can only be a half-ghoul. Natural-born half-ghouls are what the Washu family dreams of. In fact, these half-human children in by writing are all failures. The fundamental purpose of the Washu family is to create natural half-ghouls, but they just send these failures to CCG and the organization to supplement their strength. But if Gongshan's child is not a member of the Hexyu family, he will become the biggest threat to the Hexyu family. In order to confirm who the one-eyed owl is, Mustard followed him all the way until he stopped. In fact, Yoshimura Kozan had already discovered that Mustard was following him, so he stopped in this deserted place and changed back into human form. Gongshan, it's you. Seeing the figure of Fangkun Gongshan, Jay-Z was relieved, because if it was Gongshan's child, it would be a big trouble. Long time no see, Mustard. At this moment, there was no longer the usual kind smile on Fangkun Gongshan's face, only a cold look. Don't be so cold, Gongshan. Our organization hasn't made things difficult for you, right? You can attack CCG however you want, but just don't say things that shouldn't be said. Mustard talked freely as if he were meeting an old friend. We have almost finished reminiscing about the past. I should go back now. Fangkun Gongshan obviously didn't want to waste time with Jay-Z. Okay, then we'll reminisce when you're free. After saying this somewhat sarcastic remark, Jay-Z also left. Originally, Mustard had confirmed that the one-eyed owl was Yoshimura Kozan, but after receiving detailed battle feedback from CCG in Area 2, he began to have some doubts. Because the previous one-eyed owl was ruthless and would kill anyone he saw as an investigator, but today's one-eyed owl was abnormal and did not kill anyone. The contrast is too obvious. Advertisement. And Mustard also knew very well that the Hudge could change his form after becoming a Hudge. Therefore, it is not entirely certain that the one-eyed owl that appeared several times before was also Yoshimura Kozan. Uchiha Baiye not only fought with Gongshan this time, but also fought with the one-eyed owl before, so Mustard saw if he could get something out of Uchiha Baiye. No. Uchiha Baiye immediately shook his head and said, the one-eyed owl that attacked Area 2 this time is no different from the one-eyed owl I fought in Area 24 before. Of course he couldn't betray Yoshimura Kausen and Yoshimura 8, so his tone didn't contain any hesitation and it didn't sound like he was lying at all. I see. Although the doubts in Mustard's heart were still not eliminated, he had no evidence and could only put the matter aside for the time being. Then the cleaner thing is left to you. You can form a Zero Squad, according to the situation. You can choose the rest of the Zero Squad yourself. Try to choose half-humans from the White Sun Court. Mustard returned to his job as a sweeper. Ding. Host successfully completed Task 1. Become a cleaner, and received a reward, 100 attribute points. Closing square bracket. Task 1 has been completed. Activate Task 2. Task 2. Form a Zero Squad and expand it to 3 people. Task reward. 10 attribute points. Then you will be the vice captain of Squad 0. I will select the rest later based on the situation. Uchiha Baiye heading. Although he did not want Arima Takamasa to become a killing machine like in the original work, this did not conflict with his decision to make Arima Takamasa the vice captain. Because he has the final say in the entire Zero Squad, he is the cleaner, who will be restricted by the V organization, but he also has the strength to ignore the restrictions. Therefore, bringing Arima Takamasa into the Zero Squad is actually indirectly helping Arima Takamasa. Yes, your strength is definitely not a problem, but he is not active enough. It just so happens that you can take care of him for me. Mustard agreed immediately, and then he said, it's rare for you to come back to Berry Court, you can go and interact with those children. If there are any children you think have good potential, you can also select them as candidates for the Zero Squad. Okay. Uchiha Baiye root. Even if Mustard didn't say it, he would have had this idea. Advertisement. It's a rare opportunity to come to buy Ting, so of course I'm not in such a hurry to leave. Then let's leave it at that for now. When there's a need for you to take action, I'll send someone to tell you. After saying this, Mustard lowered the brim of his hat slightly and left. He did not give Uchiha Baiye the uniform of the V organization, because Uchiha Baiye also had to work in CCG and could not reveal his dual identity as a cleaner. Uchiha Baiye remained expressionless as he watched the mustard seeds gradually fade away. Afterwards, Uchiha Baiye wandered around the White Day courtyard. This can be said to be a very large yard, with flowers and plants everywhere, and half-human children playing everywhere. On the surface, it looks quite warm and beautiful. Some children would greet him and he would respond in a friendly manner. At this time, Uchiha Baiye met 2 special children. A boy and a girl were lying on the lawn together, both looked to be about 10 years old. He recognized them at a glance, they were clearly Furuta Nifuku and Kamishiro Rise. Former Tanafuku and Kamishiro Ryo. Although Kamishiro Rise's real name was not this, she later inherited the surname of her adoptive father Kamishiro Haruke, but it is not clear what her real name is. I just know that it is definitely not Hishu, otherwise he would not be in by Ting. For example, the same goes for Furuta Nifuku. Since he is not a direct descendant of the Heshu family, he cannot have the surname Heshu, but has to have the surname Furuta. To put it bluntly, all the children in Bai writing are of low status, of course this is compared to the direct members of the Hexyu family. At this time, Furuta Jifuku saw Uchiha Baiye coming over, so he sat up and greeted him with a smile, big brother. May I have your name? Uchiha Baiye is quite interested in Furuta Nifuku, after all, he is a very special character in the original work. And Furuta Nifuku almost said the wrong thing subconsciously, and quickly corrected himself. My name is Furuta Nifuku, what's your name, big brother? Ding. The host contacts important figures, Furuta Nifuku, and Kamishiro Rise, and activates the hidden mission, the tradition and injustice of the Wasu family. Closing square bracket. Chapter 51B Organization Mission. Expel Fangkunite and the Bronze Tree. Additional update. Mission 1. Get to know and become familiar with Furuta Nifuku and Kamishiro Rise. Task reward. 10 attribute points. Based on the name of this hidden mission, Uchiha Baiye can already guess its general content. Because Furuta Nifuku and Kamishiro Rise are childhood sweethearts, and it is also a tragedy for the Shu family. I call out, Uchiha Baiye. Uchiha Baiye answers. Brother Baiye should be a ghoul investigator now, right? Furuta Jifu asked with a smile on his face. When he saw the white dove badge on Uchiha Baiye, it was confirmed. That's right, Uchiha Baiye heading. The current Juduo Fu is not as mentally twisted as in the original novel, and is still a sunny and cute child. If he remembered correctly, Furuta Nifuku should be only 11 years old now. Brother Baiye or something. Phew, you are a bit disgusting. Kamishiro Rise suddenly felt a little corny and complained. However, Furuta Jifuku didn't feel embarrassed at all. This big brother is already an investigator, I want to be an investigator too. Kamishiro Rise barely gave Nifuku any face and said casually, investigator. That sounds so boring. Phew, if you are interested, you can come to CCG in District 2 to find me. I am the branch chief of District 2. Uchiha Baiye talks. The half-human children of the White Day Garden can go out when they reach a certain age. They usually go to CCG to become Ghoul investigators. At the same time, some of them work for both the V organization and the CCG. He had already decided to make Furuta Gifu a member of the Zero Squad in the future. Of course, before that, he also wanted to prevent Furuta Gifu from becoming as mentally twisted as he was later. Among the people in the White Day Court, Furuta Nifuku's potential is second only to Arima Takamasa, and he is also a very smart actor. The most important thing is that Furuta Gifu also wanted to change the world, but later his psychology became distorted and extreme. So for Uchiha Baiye, this guy is a useful material. Advertisement. Branch leader of District 2. So impressive. Kyudo Nifuku exclaimed immediately. Uchiha Baiye chatted with Furuta Nifuku and Kamishiro Rise for a few minutes and then left. After all, the mission required them to know each other and become familiar with each other, which was not something that could be achieved by just chatting for a few minutes. And there is no need to rush into close contact with these two people for the time being. Not long after that, Uchiha Baiye left the White Court. He was not in a hurry to select the third candidate for the Zero Squad. Zone 2, CCG Division. Now that Uchiha Baiye has served as the branch chief here, of course he has to start handling a lot of affairs, but he has handed most of them over to the former branch chief, Jun Kimura. As for the two Kagun arms of Owl, they have been sent to the CCG experimental building in Area 1, and the production of the SSS class Quink, Owl, is underway. After the production is completed, the ownership will belong to Uchiha Baiye. Then Uchiha Baiye returned to Shuisha to continue his editing work because there were new developments in the publishing process of Takafka. At night, Uchiha Baiye chatted with Fangkunite about things related to his work as usual. Teacher Takatsuki, the publishing process is going smoothly. If we can get to this point, there won't be many problems in the future. That's good, Fangkunite said happily. When the two of them had almost finished refining the manuscript, Fangkunite did not rush back, but lay down on Uchiha Baiye's bed to rest. By the way, it seems that the CCG in Area 2 was attacked by a very dangerous and scary ghoul today. At this time, Fangkunite suddenly brought up this topic. Yes, it's an SSS ranked ghoul known as the One-Eyed Owl. Uchiha Baiye answers. SSS level ghoul, that sounds scary. Yoshimura had a frightened expression on his face. Uchiha Baiye looked at Fangkunite without changing his expression, and just thought that this guy acted a little cute. But it seems that Yoshimura should have known that the owl who attacked CCG today was her father. Indeed, they were very strong. We managed to keep the second district branch with great difficulty. Advertisement. Uchiha Baiye followed what Yoshimura said. But, we already have some clues about the whereabouts of the One-Eyed Owl. Once we find out its whereabouts, we can start a war to expel it. This is what Uchiha Baiye deliberately said to Fangkunite. Oh, it's better to expel such a dangerous guy as soon as possible. Fangkunite seemed to be cheering on the surface, but he couldn't help but feel worried inside. Although she was disappointed with her father's evasive attitude, he was her father after all, and the child did not need any reason to worry about her father. Especially this time, her father disguised himself as her to attract the attention of CCG and the V organization, which also reduced and wavered her original hatred for her father. Even though CCG is not as strong as the V organization, where each person has a special investigator level, it is still stronger than Yoshimura originally imagined. And the strength of the Lolita-loving investigator in front of him is also extraordinary. If her father was really found by CCG, he would have to bear the consequences of everything she had done before. Although Yoshimura's facial expressions were controlled very well, Uchiha Baiye still noticed a subtle change in the depths of his eyes. As he had guessed, Fangkunite still cares about his father's safety. Then there is still a great chance for the father and daughter to reconcile. Uchiha Baiye had only been a sweeper for 2 days when Mustard started giving him orders. The organization led by One-Eyed Owl, who attacked CCG in Area 2 twice before and captured Area 23, Kuklia, has been found. You and your general will go and eliminate them together. Mustard is still investigating the One-Eyed Owl, because Gongshin not only did not kill anyone in his third attack on CCG, but he also attacked alone without leading any ghouls. These doubts make him very concerned. Finally, he found the base of the organization, which happened to be Area 2 where Baiye was. This made him even more suspicious that the previous One-Eyed Owl was not Gongshin, because he knew that Gongshin usually ran that boring coffee shop in District 20. Okay, Uchiha Baiye responded calmly. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had just taken on the position of sweeper, and the first task given to him was a bit difficult. The organization that Mustard mentioned was undoubtedly the Bronze Tree. In other words, he and Arima Takashi will be going to expel the Bronze Tree, headed by Yoshimura. Chapter 52. Squad 0 sets out to defeat the Bronze Tree. District 13, Chungching High School. You have become a sweeper. Arima Takashi asked Uchiha Baiye while standing at the guardrail of the rooftop. Well, Mr. Mustard asked me to form the Zero Squad, and I have already brought you in as the vice captain. I'm sorry for not asking for your opinion beforehand. Uchiha Baiye talks. It's okay. Even if you asked, I couldn't refuse. Arima Takashi said expressionlessly. It was a great favor for him that the other party could replace him as the sweeper. Mr. Mustard has given me instructions. The base of the organization led by the one-eyed owl that attacked CCG before has been investigated, and we are required to expel them. Uchiha Baiye informed Arima Takashi of the mission. Then let's go. Arima Takashi didn't say anything and immediately prepared to start the mission. Uchiha Baiye and Arima Kisho returned to the CCG branch in Area 2. This place was destroyed by the owl just 2 days ago and is undergoing emergency repairs, but investigators can still come and work normally. The Zero Squad has also been officially formed within the CCG's internal system, and currently only Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takamasa are involved, acting in the name of CCG. Arima Takashi changed into his white combat uniform, while Uchiha Baiye remained in the black windbreaker. Branch Chief. The investigators from Area 2 immediately showed respect when they saw Uchiha Baiye. He is now the youngest branch chief and the youngest quasi-special investigator in CCG, and his prestige is even higher than those special investigators. Because now almost everyone believes that it is only a matter of time before Uchiha quasi-special class is promoted to special class. They were especially impressed by the fact that he cut off the 2 arms of the one-eyed owl and forced it to retreat. Looking back, the last time CCG expelled an SSS-level ghoul was many years ago when the then director, General Council President Tsuneyoshi Kazushu, personally led a team to capture the Mother of Chaos. So even if Uchiha Baiye suddenly became the branch chief of CCG in Area 2, no one had any objection. Uchiha Baiye immediately nodded to the investigators. Advertisement. Since the SSS class Quink, Owl, has not yet been completed, he can only use the A-class Quink, Moon Shadow, and Wind Spirit, which are almost unusable. This is another extremely dangerous crusade, and Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi need to leave a suicide note before they can set out. Arima Takamasa, who was supposed to hand in a blank sheet of paper all the time, actually wrote something down this time. Although Uchiha Baiye did not see what Arima Takamasa wrote, he could guess that it was written to Matani Reika, because in the original work, Arima Takamasa only handed in blank papers every time because he really didn't know who to write to. He also casually wrote a cover letter. As for who it was written to, of course, to Takatsuki-san. In this way, the two set off for the stronghold where the Bronze Tree was located. In a dilapidated abandoned house. All the ghouls from the Bronze Tree gathered here, and the sight of them, huddling together for warmth, looked a bit desolate. The Bronze Tree currently only has dozens of members, and Fangkun-ed has not yet expanded the size of the organization on a large scale. Currently, it recruits some relatively powerful ghouls, and the lowest is A level. Because she doesn't have that much money. That's weird. Who was the one-eyed owl who attacked CCG last time? Wasn't Eto with us at the time? I don't know, maybe someone is impersonating Eto, but it's amazing how similar his Kagun is to Eto's. Do you think it could be Et's relative? As soon as this guy said this guess, he was interrupted by another ghoul next to him. Hey, stop talking nonsense. Et already said she has no relatives. The guy immediately shut up, afraid that talking nonsense would anger Et. But he still felt that usually only relatives would have such a high similarity in Kagun. In front of the members of Bronze Tree, Fangkun-ed called himself Ite, and never mentioned his last name so as not to reveal his true identity. Because her father, Yoshimura Kauzan, is quite famous among ghouls, and he earned this fame by killing people. In human society, since she is a natural half-ghoul who can perfectly disguise herself as a human, she revealed her name before she knew that Uchiha Baiye was an investigator, otherwise she would not be able to complete the signing of the publishing agreement. At this time, Fangkun-ed ignored the discussions of these members, she was thinking about other things. That is the good deeds done by my father. Oh no, 2 white pigeons are coming. Advertisement. At this moment, the ghoul who was taking a break outside suddenly ran in hurriedly. What? Why did White Dove come here? Has our base been exposed? Everyone, get ready for battle. Don't let those 2 white doves return alive. The ghouls' faces suddenly turned serious. Fangkun-ed immediately put his father's thoughts behind him, covered his appearance with a black cloak, and prepared to fight. She didn't know why her base was leaked. After dealing with the 2 white doves, this time, she had to quickly move her position with the other members of the Bronze Tree. If she had known this earlier, she would have led the organization to settle down in District 24 earlier. She had wasted time dealing with the work issue with the Lolita investigator, and her previous encounter with that guy in District 24 also hindered her transfer plan. Ultimately it's all that B********* D Lolita's fault. However, the next moment, Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi pushed the door open. Fangkun-ed immediately saw the B******* D Lolita control that he had just been blaming in his heart. When she saw it was this guy, she was slightly stunned. Back off. Just when the ghouls were about to surround and kill Uchiha Baiye and Arima Kisho, they were suddenly stopped by Yoshimura. They all looked at Fangkun-ed in confusion, but they did not dare to act without Fangkun-ed's orders. Everyone, stand down. Yoshimura 8 changed her voice, which was different from the voice she usually used when disguised as a human, so she would not be afraid of being recognized by Uchiha Baiye. She knew that facing Uchiha Baiye would be like sending herself to death for the other members, so she didn't want them to go up and die. Mr. Tadera, please take them away. Yoshimura 8 said to Tadera in the back. A white-haired man wearing a red mask is like a military advisor in the Bronze Tree. It is worth mentioning that this is a ghoul from the Celestial Empire. Yes, although Duoduoliang hesitated, he did not disobey the order of Fangkunite. He immediately evacuated with other members. At this moment, in order to cover their evacuation, Yoshimura Ito directly transformed into a Kagun, with his entire body covered with Kagun. He immediately took the initiative to kill Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takamasa. Chapter 53 Fangkunite reveals his true feelings. Arima Takamasa had already realized that the petite figure in the black cloak in front of him should be the SSS level, One-Eyed Owl, so he did not act rashly just now. When they found out that the One-Eyed Owl was going to transform into a Hudge, Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi opened their Quink suitcases at the same time in tacit understanding. Uchiha Baiye holds Moon Shadow and Wind Spirit. Not only that, he also instantly added attribute points. Current attribute points 248. Open black lens bracket ding. Host added points successfully. Close black lens bracket. Constitution plus 10.0. RC cell value plus 148. Attribute points minus 248. All the attribute points obtained from completing system tasks and daily sign-ins were used up by Uchiha Baiye at once. His point allocation rule is still based on RC cells, and supplemented by physique. Open black lens bracket Constitution, 40 close black lens bracket. RC cell value, 821. After adding points, Uchiha Baiye's physical fitness has reached 4 times that of an ordinary person, but the RC cell value is about to reach the critical value. The so-called critical value means that one is almost like a ghoul. Once the critical value is exceeded, one will become unable to eat normal food. Uchiha Baiye decided to save up some attribute points to buy an RC cell storage device, so that he would not be unable to eat normal food. At this time, Arima Takamasa also chose to use 2, Uchiha 1/3, to fight against the strong enemy. Yoshimura et thought that Uchiha Baiye was the most difficult one, so he wanted to quickly deal with the blue-haired guy next to him first, and then deal with Uchiha Baiye specifically. Therefore, her first target of attack was Arima Takamasa. However, Arima Takamasa easily dodged it. He used 2, Uchiha 1/3, swords to slash at the Kagun arms of One-Eyed Owl. When facing a ghoul in the form of a Kagun-like owl, no matter it is the One-Eyed Owl or the Unkillable Owl, Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takamasa have the same combat thinking, because the Kagun arm of Owl integrates attack, defense, and speed, and it can be said that it is the part that needs to be broken first. Since Yoshimura is a B-class Quink, its killing power is very limited, and Arima Takashi was unable to cut off the Kagun arm of One-Eyed Owl in one go. Advertisement. However, Uchiha Baiye came to finish the job immediately, using the 2-sword style to deal a heavy blow to the arm of One-Eyed Owl on the basis of Arima Takashi. The Kagun arm of the One-Eyed Owl was instantly cut off at the elbow. But the root, which is the hernia located at the shoulder, was not damaged, so it regenerated immediately. Fangkunite immediately realized that the blue-haired guy was not much weaker than the Lolita investigator. Being outnumbered by 2 people made her feel unprecedented pressure. But the other members of the Bronze Tree have not retreated completely yet, she must stop these 2 people. Uchiha Baiye already had 2 experiences of fighting against Owl. Although it was Yoshimura Ite once and Yoshimura Kausen the other time, the father and daughter's Heger forms and fighting styles were almost the same, so he was more relaxed this time. Soon, he accurately and severely damaged the Kagun on the right arm of the One-Eyed Owl. Immediately afterwards, Arima Takamasa also severely injured the Kabutoshi on his left arm. The 2 Kagun arms of the One-Eyed Owl drooped down, as if they could be easily broken with a random pull. Basically, these 2 arms could no longer exert any strength. With the current strength of Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takamasa, they can defeat One-Eyed Owl in a 1-on-1 situation, let alone 2-on-1. Unsurprisingly, One-Eyed Owl was defeated quickly. Uchiha Baiye did not stop there, but used the backhand, Moon Shadow, and Wind Spirit to break the Hudge shell of One-Eyed Owl. However, his insight was strong enough to accurately avoid Fangkunite in the Hudge and dig Fangkunite out of the Hedge's body. Yoshimura Ito had also accepted her fate. She was no longer as well behaved and weak as usual. Instead, she showed a playful smile and said in a happy tone, "How is it? Are you surprised, Mr. Uchiha?" Before she died, she still wanted to tease this Lolita investigator. Yeah, it's quite a surprise. However, there was no emotion on Uchiha Baiye's face and his tone was very calm. Arima Takamasa, who was standing by, wanted to take the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the One-Eyed Owl, but when he found that Uchiha, a quasi-special officer, seemed to know the One-Eyed Owl, he did not take action, but watched quietly. Seeing that Uchiha Baiye didn't react at all, Fangkunite felt that he had lost all interest. She immediately realized that what this guy had said before were all hypocritical sweet words, such as cute or not. After finding out that she was the one-eyed owl, he was still able to kill her without any trouble. Rather than being a Lolita investigator, he is more like a liar. Advertisement. Fraudulent investigator. Just kill me, and you can be promoted to special class. Fangkun took the initiative to seek death from Uchiha Baiye. Because she felt that she would definitely not be able to escape, it would be better to die quickly than being locked up in a place like Kuklia. It's a pity that her dream had just begun and could never be realized. But the only good thing that happened was that my father was able to turn the danger into safety. Because as long as she died, CCG's expulsion operation against the one-eyed owl would be over, and the organization itself had no intention of making things difficult for Yoshimura Kozen anymore. However, she still did not regret choosing to take the opposite path from her father. She would never regret rebelling against the Hexyu family and the organization until her death. Don't you have anything to say before you die? Uchiha Baiye asked lightly. I think it's a pity that I couldn't realize my dream. Yoshimura Eto sat leaning against the body of the Heezer with his eyes closed, mentally prepared to be killed by Uchiha Baiye at any time. What ideal? Uchiha Baiye asked. Of course, it's to change this bullshit world. Fangkun laughed at himself, but it's ridiculous now. I'm obviously not strong enough, but I have such a beautiful idea. Really, I think it's pretty good. What Uchiha Baiye was waiting for was what Yoshimura mentioned. As long as Yoshimura Eto could open up to him and Arima Takashi could hear it, his goal would be achieved. General, what do you think? Uchiha Baiye asked Arima Takamasa casually. Arima Takamasa's eyes suddenly flickered, and a rare faint smile appeared on his face. I think it's pretty good too. Chapter 54. B*********** D Liar Lolita Additional update. Uchiha Baiye, Yoshimura Eto and Arima Takashi all have the same ideals, they all want to change the world, so they reached a consensus immediately. Hearing the conversation between Uchiha Baiye and Arima Kisho, Yoshimura immediately opened his eyes in confusion. What are you talking about? I will explain everything to you after we get back. Before that, you should first take care of the affairs of your organization. Uchiha Baiye did not explain to Fangkun at the first time. Because if we delay any longer, the organization might send someone to monitor the situation. Before that, he had deliberately observed the surroundings and confirmed that there were no people from the organization nearby for the time being. He was still absolutely confident in the insight of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Therefore, they had to move Fangkun and the Bronze Tree members away as soon as possible before being discovered by the organization. Fangkun was stunned for a moment. She felt more and more that this D liar and Lolita complex was hard to figure out. Then she raised the corners of her mouth slightly and opened her arms towards Uchiha Baiye. What's wrong? Uchiha Baiye didn't react at first and didn't understand what Fangkun was trying to do. Of course you have to carry me out. I'm too weak to get out now. Fangkun said immediately. Uchiha Baiye can tell at a glance that Fangkun still has a lot of energy left. He and Arima Takamasa had just destroyed the arms of the Heezer form and did not hurt Yoshimura Ito's body. However, Uchiha Baiye still did not reject Yoshimura Eto. He stretched out his hands and took Yoshimura Eto out of the body of the Hudge. When he picked up Fangkun leaned close to his ear and whispered in a playful tone. Although he is a liar, he is also a Lolita complex. How am I a liar? Uchiha Baiye immediately retorted. Fangkun didn't say why. A liar is a liar. Arima Takamasa next to him looked at Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura with an expressionless face, and never said a word. Uchiha Baiye then put Yoshimura back on the ground. Fangkun landed gently on the ground and retracted the body of the Hudge into his body, leaving no trace at the scene. Ding. Host defeated the SSS level Ghoul, one-eyed owl, and received a reward of 200 attribute points. Advertisement. Uchiha Baiye immediately gained a large number of attribute points, and it can be found that the current level of the one-eyed owl is still SSS, not SSS+, and it only grew to SSS+ in the original work period. As for Furuta Nifuku in the later part of the original work, he has already surpassed the category of SSS+. P.S. At least in the early stage of the original work when the combat power had not collapsed, the father and daughter pair of Yoshimura Kozen and Ite were the most representative SSS and SSS+. In the later stage when the demons were dancing in disorder, it was hard to say, and the oppressive feeling was not as good as the Unkillable Owl in the early stage. Uchiha Baiye and Arima Kisho also planned to go back, and they put their Quinks back into their suitcases. See you tonight. Before leaving, Uchiha Baiye said something to Fangkun. Looking at Uchiha Baiye's receding figure, Fangkun was distracted for a moment. Until now, she still didn't know how many secrets this D liar and Lolita-kun had. I always feel like this guy isn't an ordinary human, nor is he an ordinary ghoul investigator. And the appearance of the blue-haired guy today deepened her suspicion. It seems that they are Uchiha Baiye's partners. The combat power of these two people is far stronger than those special investigators of CCG. This is definitely abnormal. Fangkunite suspected that these two people were most likely half-human, and might even be members of the V organization. Based on her parents' experiences and the notes left by her mother, she was able to deduce that almost every member of the V organization was at least a special investigator-level fighter, and Uchiha Baiye and the blue-haired guy should be the best in the V organization, which would explain it. But there's no point in thinking about this now. Let's wait and see what that B***************** D cheating Lolita control will say to her at night. Daytime courtyard. Somewhere in a courtyard. Baiye, General, how is the progress? Mustard asked. Uchiha Baiye shook his head slightly. We were a step too late. When we arrived there, we found that the one-eyed owl and the organization he led seemed to have moved to another location. Really? That's a shame. Seeing that Arima Takashi did not deny it, Mustard did not have any doubts. He still trusts you very much. Even if Baiye is unreliable, you can't be unreliable too, right? Let's put this matter aside for now and wait until we find out the whereabouts of that organization. Advertisement. Mustard said. If there are any new tasks in the future, I will inform you again. Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi both nodded slightly and left. On the way back to Area 2, Uchiha Baiye talked with Arima Kisho. Suddenly, Arima Takashi asked, Baiye, what are you going to do? What he meant by this sentence is, of course, asking how to achieve what the one-eyed owl said about changing the world. First, the Hexyu family must be overthrown, and then we can proceed with the subsequent plans. Uchiha Baiye said with a very clear goal. The Shu family founded the CCG, which is specifically designed to fight ghouls, but their true identity is actually a ghoul, a secret known only to very few people. In order to safeguard their own class interests, the Shu family, although ghouls themselves, established an organization to fight against ghouls, allowing humans and ghouls to reach a balance so that humans would not be too weak and ghouls would not be too strong. If a stronger ghoul occasionally appears on the ghoul side, he will be cleaned up by the V organization. This is why the Shu family secretly established the V organization. In the eyes of the ghouls in the Hexyu family, ordinary ghouls are not taken seriously at all. It can be said that the reason why this world was called bullshit by Fangkunite is because of the existence of the Hexyu family. Overthrowing and repairing the family is necessary. For example, the development of food for ghouls that can replace human flesh. In fact, in the original work, the ability to develop such food has already existed, but the Shu family has always been obstructing and hindering research in this area. If humans and ghouls were at peace, the CCG would not have much significance, and the ruling status of the Wasu family behind it over Japan would be greatly reduced, which is definitely what the Wasu family does not want. This is also why, in the original novel, after the Hexyu family was wiped out, food to replace human flesh was quickly developed. But this is not so easy to do, especially since our lifespan is so short. Arima Takamasa did not have enough confidence. Not to mention overthrowing and repairing the family. First of all, the entire V organization is difficult to deal with. On the other hand, Uchiha Baiye has absolute confidence and assurance. Don't worry, we will win. Chapter 55. Fangkunite's Heart Knot. Night. Yoshimura had arrived at Uchiha Baiye's house as usual. Mr. Uchiha, should we revise the manuscript first, or should we talk about what happened today? Yoshimura had asked. How is it? Is the injury on your body not serious? Uchiha Baiye first asked about Fangkunite's health condition. You were so cruel to me back then, and now you care about me. Fangkunite said with a somewhat resentful tone. Quote. Uchiha Baiye didn't know what to say either. If he didn't do that, it would be difficult for Yoshimura Ito to take the initiative to speak out his true feelings, and he wouldn't be able to naturally pull Arima Takashi to the same camp as him. Anyway, can you tell me now what's going on? Fangkunite sat on the chair, and her little feet began to swing back and forth as usual. Uchiha Baiye also felt that it was time to reveal something to Yoshimura. In fact, Arima Kisho and I are both half-humans from the White Sun Court. We have lived in the birdcage of the Hexyu family since we were young, and we can only work for the Hexyu family all our lives. As expected, you are all half-human. Fangkunite was not surprised, as this was consistent with her guess. She couldn't help but ask, so you should be in that organization now. Yes, I became the cleaner of V, just like your father did. Uchiha Baiye said without hiding anything. When his father was mentioned, Fangkunite fell silent for a while. Especially when she heard that Uchiha Baiye is the current cleaner of the V organization, she was deeply moved. Advertisement. So, as a cleaner, are you sure you want to join forces with me, the leader of a hostile organization? Fangkunite still finds it a little unbelievable until now. After all, she knew that the treatment of cleaners in the V organization was very high. They only had to follow orders and clean up threatening targets, and they would never lack for material things in life. In Fangkunite's eyes, killing had long been a piece of cake, so she ignored this most important point. Of course, you want to change the world, just like me and the general. Uchiha Baiye talks. I see. Now I understand why you care so much about that ghoul girl. How is she now? What's her name? I'd like to visit her when I have the chance. When Yoshimura thought of the Ghoul girl, he suddenly became interested again. That Ghoul girl's name is Matani Reika. She is currently attending Siching High School. She is currently receiving help from the Anping district. As long as she stops hurting people, she can live a normal life. That's where your father is. Uchiha Baiye answers. That guy Gongshin only knows how to live like a good guy. Fangkun pouted slightly. She never agreed with her father's ideas. What's the point of opening a coffee shop in a place like that? No matter how good a person is, he can only help a small number of ghouls. If this world is not changed, there will always be ghouls who are born sinful and suffer misery. Quote. Quote. Uchiha Baiye knew that it was not appropriate for him to speak casually at this time. Although he respected Fangkun Gongshin in his heart and thought that the store manager was kind-hearted. But it is also undeniable that before and after joining the V organization and becoming a cleaner, Yoshimura Kozen killed many humans and ghouls, and also killed Yuna, the mother of Yoshimura Eto, under the coercion of the V organization. Especially the matter of Yuna is a knot that Yoshimura Eto cannot untie. The store manager knew that he was burdened with sins, so he sought death in the final, antique crusade. Uchiha Baiye was just a bystander, and Yoshimura Eto was the real victim, so he felt he was not qualified to directly persuade Yoshimura Eto to forgive his father. Advertisement. Even if you want to complete the system task, you cannot do this, as it will most likely have a counterproductive effect. I have learned something about your father. In that situation, he was indeed powerless. Uchiha Baiye said it more tactfully. I know. Of course I know he can't do anything. After all, every member of the V organization is very strong. Fangkun lowered his head slightly. It is indeed difficult for me to accept that he killed my mother, but you know, my mother's initial purpose of contacting Gongshin was just to investigate the mysterious V organization. In other words, I am just an unnecessary accessory. This was what made her feel the saddest. Fangkun felt that he had said too much, so he immediately changed the subject. Anyway, I don't want to be like Gongshin. I want to do my best. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. I understand your feelings, but it's also true that Ms. Yuna forced herself to eat human flesh for you, and Manager Yoshimura attacked CCG for you this time. Uchiha Baiye talks. Hearing this, Fangkun fell into a brief silence. I know, so after my first work is published, I want to go to the Anding district to meet him. Here we come. Uchiha Baiye immediately thought that this matter was a critical node. In the original novel, Yoshimura took his first work, Takatsuki, to the Anding district, to find Yoshimura Kozen, but he saw Yoshimura Kozen talking and laughing with the shop assistants Furuma Enji and Irami-zan in the store. This scene made Yoshimura, who had a very tragic experience since childhood, suddenly burst into negative emotions. She couldn't accept that she was thrown into a place like District 24 while she herself lived here happily. Then he crumpled up the Takatsuki in his hand and threw it on the ground and left. In the end, he still did not meet Yoshimura Kozen. It was not until the coffee shop in Anding district closed that Fangkun Gongshin came to the door to clean up the garbage and found the crumpled book on the ground. He realized that it was Ite who came to find him, but it was too late. At this point, the relationship between Yoshimura Ite and Yoshimura Gongshin further broke down. Fangkun Gongshin probably felt too embarrassed to take the initiative to look for Ite, and Ite hated Gongshin even more, so they never met again. Over time, the last bit of fantasy that Fangkun had about her father was shattered, and the whole world seemed hopeless to her. So in the original novel, it was impossible for her to reconcile with her father, and there was no point in reconciliation. Everything she did was to change the world, and reconciling with her father had nothing to do with it. Well, I'll go with you then. Uchiha Baiye will not let that happen again. At least Gongshin should be able to meet Ite and his daughter successfully. Chapter 56 A well-reasoned nickname. You want to come with me? Fangkun was a little surprised. What is this guy going to do? Yeah, actually I still respect Yoshimura Senpai very much. I hurt Yoshimura Senpai last time, and I wanted to go and offer my condolences. Uchiha Baiye found a reason to explain. Yoshimura Kozen is the former sweeper, and there is nothing wrong with him calling him his senior. Although his main purpose was to allow Yoshimura Kozen and Yoshimura Ite to meet successfully, he also wanted to take the opportunity to express his condolences to Yoshimura Kozen. But my work hasn't been published and sold that quickly, has it? Yoshimura asked. She didn't know much about this matter, but she knew that the whole process seemed to take a long time. It's really not that fast. It will take at least 2 or 3 months. Uchiha Baiye said, but I don't think we have to wait until the work is published before we go to Yoshimura Senpai. That's true, but I don't want to see him until I can stand on my own feet. Fangkun shook his head slightly. Well, let's continue to work hard on refining the manuscript and produce a satisfactory final draft before going through the publishing process. Uchiha Baiye certainly respected Fangkun opinion, so he did not interfere too much. But before that, there's one more thing. At this moment, Fangkun suddenly said in a serious tone, we at Bronze Tree need a one-eyed king. I originally planned to take this position myself, but my strength is not as good as you and that blue-haired guy. Since you are the new sweeper, you should be stronger than that blue-haired guy. I hope you can sit on the throne of the one-eyed king. But you are half human, and your lifespan is too limited, so I think we need to prepare the throne for the next one-eyed king. She is currently the only natural half-ghoul, but she does not have the absolute strength that the one-eyed king should have. Uchiha Baiye is the strongest half-human she has ever come into contact with, but his lifespan is too short to change the world with such a short lifespan. So she thought she should place her hopes on the next one-eyed king. The next one-eyed king. I don't think it's necessary. Advertisement. Uchiha Baiye said calmly. As long as we can work together to change the world, there is no need to wait until the next one-eyed king is born. He knew very well that it would take more than 10 years for the next one-eyed king, Kaneki Ken, to succeed to the throne, but he certainly did not have the patience to wait that long. With his biggest trump card of double Kamui, it is not difficult to change the whole world, or it should be said that it is easy, and he does not need more than 10 years. Are you so sure? He's obviously just a jerk, Lolita. Uchiha Baiye's confident reply surprised Fangkunite. Although she still had some doubts as to whether she, this whole Lolita and the blue-haired guy could change the world before their half-human lifespan was up. But she inexplicably trusted this D Lolita, probably because there was too much mystery surrounding this guy. She even had some doubts that this guy had not yet shown his true strength. For now, let's just believe this D Lolita complex. You, the Bronze Tree, should have moved to the next base, right? At this time, Uchiha Baiye asked. Yes, it's in District 24. That place is the most suitable for us. It's the best choice to slowly grow the Bronze Tree there. Yoshimura said truthfully. After all, she has now determined that Uchiha Baiye is the first-generation one-eyed king of the Bronze Tree. It would be unreasonable if she didn't even trust the king, so she did not hide the truth. I see. Uchiha Baiye already has an idea. In the original work, Arima Takamasa, the cleaner, led the Zero Squad to play Whack-A-Mole with the Bronze Tree in Area 24 for a long time. Looks busy, but actually doing nothing. Mustard could not doubt him because the maze in Area 24 was indeed too complicated. Using Area 24 as the base of the Bronze Tree is indeed the best choice from a long-term perspective. Even Uchiha Baiye can use this in the future. On the surface, he is leading the Zero Squad to attack Bronze Tree, but in fact he is playing the Whack-A-Mole game with Bronze Tree, or even doing other things directly. Because the organization cannot go deep into Area 24 to monitor him. Next, Fangkunite continued to refine the manuscript with Uchiha Baiye as usual. Advertisement. Late at night. Now Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura have already unmasked each other, so he has no plans to send Yoshimura back like before. In other words, why does an SSS level, one-eyed owl, need him to deliver it? But just as Fangkunite was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something and said to Uchiha Baiye with a happy face, Mr. Lolita, why don't you take me home this time? You're calling me more and more nicknames. Uchiha Baiye couldn't help but complain. Lolita, Lolita editor, *hole Lolita, *hole cheater Lolita. Now there is one more nickname, Mr. Lolita, and he can't even count how many nicknames he has, and they are all related to Lolita. Are these nicknames wrong? They are obviously all well-founded nicknames. Yoshimura seemed to enjoy the process of teasing this Lolita investigator. Although she always calls herself a Lolita complex, she never uses a tone of disgust or disdain, and she even seems quite happy. Indeed, it's hard for me to argue with that. Uchiha Baiye looked serious, not blushing at all, but I still want to correct it, it's just that the person I like happens to be. It just so happened that I traveled back to 10 years before the original period, which was indeed force majeure. However, even if he traveled back to the original period, his favorite person would definitely still be Yoshimura 8. So he really wasn't joking when he said that. However, if I really traveled back to the original time, then Fangkunite at that time would not be as easy to get along with as it is now. Upon hearing this, Fangkunite was a little confused, and a faint blush appeared on her cute little face. Because the meaning of the other party's words is very clear, the so-called person I like. Who else could it be but her? P.S. There will be another update tonight, still an extra update, it will probably be a little later, around 2300 to 0000. Then let me talk about the problem I reflected on, that is, the double Kamui has too few roles. I have noticed it myself. I paid too much attention to logic before it was described in the previous article that blood eyes would be mistaken for ghouls. As a result, paying too much attention to logic has become a bad thing. To some extent, sometimes we should really write brainless and refreshing articles. Next, I will appropriately increase the roles of the double Kamui. I am very satisfied with the overall results, and I am very motivated to update. The number of chapters I update every day is about to exceed 10,000. If you haven't updated in the past 2 days, please help me update and help me reach 10,000. Chapter 57. Lolita Control One-Eyed King Additional Update. But, it could also be the ghoul girl named Reika Matani. Fangkunite feels that this possibility cannot be completely ruled out. She felt that Uchiha Baiye was quite interested in the ghoul girl. Thinking of this, Fangkun suddenly became more concerned. She would visit the Ghoul girl sooner or later. You are such a bold Lolita B****************. D. What you said is really bold. At this time, Fangkun teased. Thank you for the compliment. Quote. I'm not complimenting you, Fangkun said speechlessly. By the way, have you known my true identity for a long time? Fangkun suddenly asked. Although she couldn't be completely sure, she seriously suspected that this B********** D Lolita control already knew that she was the one-eyed owl. Thinking about this guy's reaction before, it was a bit strange. He didn't show any surprise at all when he saw that she was the one-eyed owl. She thought at the time that this guy didn't care about her at all. But it still feels a bit weird. Yes, Uchiha Baiye admitted, when I learned that Mr. Takatsuki's last name was Yoshimura, I began to suspect it, and when I saw the one-eyed owl in the 24th district, I was almost certain it was you. Although your face was covered, I could still tell from your figure. Although he admitted it, his explanation was reasonable and would not reveal the identity of the time traveler. And you kept pretending to play this house game with me, right? Fangkun said in a deep voice. After all, I like it. Uchiha Baiye is a straightforward person. Yoshimura Eto Again looked slightly stunned, and then he added, I like Mr. Takatsuki's work, so this is not a so-called playing house game. Quote. Fangkun face suddenly turned black. Advertisement. This B********** D Lolita didn't even finish his words in one breath, and she was almost misled just now. Then let's go. I should go back now. But please, Mr. Lolita, go to Area 24 as well. We at Bronze Tree need to welcome the new king, the Lolita One-Eyed King. Fangkun tone was playful. Obviously, it was a deliberate mockery of Uchiha Baiye. Don't really give me this nickname when the time comes. Uchiha Baiye suddenly felt helpless. Originally, One-Eyed King sounds pretty cool, but adding the prefix, Lolita Control, immediately makes it a pervert. Good Lolicon King, good One-Eyed Lolicon. Yoshimura still wanted to continue teasing Uchiha Baiye and enjoyed it. However, after realizing that Yoshimura was just trying to play a trick on him, Uchiha Baiye didn't care anymore. If he had cared, he would have lost. Fangkun felt that he had played enough of a prank, so he returned to his normal state. Afterwards, the two set off for District 24. Area 24, Underground Maze. The Bronze Tree is preparing to gradually encroach on District 24, defeat competing organizations in District 24, and accommodate ghouls who are willing to join the Bronze Tree, in order to expand the scale of the Bronze Tree. However, Fangkun has not given the order yet, because she does not have enough funds at the moment, she just has this plan. All members of the Bronze Tree, dozens of ghouls are currently taking root in a relatively hidden location deep in Area 24. Although Yoshimura is not here for the time being, the other two cadres, Tadera and Noroi, are second only to Yoshimura in strength, so the Bronze Tree is still quite safe in Area 24. Especially for Tadera, although his danger level is only SS level, he is actually a rare Hercules, not an incomplete half Hercules. Most half Hercules can be rated as SS level. It is not an exaggeration for a complete body Hercule to be rated at least SSS. Maybe because Tadera doesn't kill many people in Japan, CCG didn't set his danger level too high. After all, it is ultimately based on danger level rather than strength. As for the fact that he was killed instantly by the half-hero, Pineapple King, in the later part of the original work, it can only be said that he was killed according to the plot. It can also be barely explained that Tadera had already fought with CCG and both sides were injured and then he was picked up by the Pineapple King. Takizawa Masamiki, Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura took a taxi to Area 23, and then entered the underground maze of Area 24 from the entrance of Area 23. Although Yoshimura can move at high speed or even fly with Uchiha Baiye after transforming into an Ateko, she can no longer be exposed to the sight of CCG and the V organization given her current situation. How do you feel dressed like this? Do you feel it's novel? This set of bandages cost me a lot of money. At this time, Fangkun was already wearing a different outfit. Advertisement. His entire body was wrapped tightly in white bandages, and he was also wearing a very large cloak. However, these bandages make Fangkun's figure look even smaller. Normally, she wouldn't look so small if she wore loose clothes. P.S. In fact, during this period, Yoshimura was not wrapped in white bandages, but interacted with the organization members in his true identity, but for the sake of convenience, I will not dwell on it too much. There are also some loopholes in the original work. For example, the early members of the Bronze Tree all knew that Yoshimura was the one-eyed owl. In the original work, no one knew except Duoduoliang. Maybe it was because all the early members died. It looks more petite and cute. Uchiha Baiye pondered for a moment and then spoke his true thoughts truthfully. Fangkun immediately spat. Tiantian only cares about being cute, and you still say you're not a Lolita complex. It's really not, Uchiha Baiye said casually. He felt that Fangkun probably didn't know that she would still have the same figure as now in 10 years. No matter whether she is 10 years later or now, her figure is petite and cute, so this has nothing to do with Lolita control. Uchiha Baiye and Fangkunite entered the most dangerous and chaotic 24th area, just like going home, and they were still talking and laughing all the way. Since the A-class Quink, Moon Shadow, and Wind Spirit were on the verge of being scrapped, he did not bring them with him, but left them at home and prepared to take them to the CCG experimental building for repair tomorrow. Otherwise, if it is completely scrapped, there is no way to repair it. In Area 24, which was like a ghoul's nest, as expected, the two soon encountered ghouls blocking their way. There's actually a human running over to our place, but that little guy covered in bandages looks a little weird. Who cares? Whether they are human or ghoul, they are all food. Yeah, I haven't had cuckoo for a while, and my Kagun is almost degenerating. Quote. There were several ghouls blocking the way ahead, seemingly a small organization. In a place like District 24, even ghouls may be surrounded and killed by their own kind at any time, in order to ghost together and become stronger. Under the bandages, Fangkunite immediately made a joyful sound. There seem to be a few blind guys here. Leave it to me, my king. P.S. The update is complete. I see that some readers want to know the specific rules for the update. In fact, the total gift value refers to the data in my background. I can only see the gift value after the distribution. If you want to calculate it before the distribution, you can only count them one by one, which is impossible to count. Then the gifts are divided into free gifts and paid gifts. The free gifts are 0.3 before the points are divided, and 0.1 after the points are divided. This is set by Tomato. Readers who have signed up with Tomato should know it. Only paid gifts are 73 points. For example, a paid gift of 1 yuan is 0.7 after the points are divided. Every time the total gift value reaches 200, I will add one chapter. I hope that small amounts will add up to a large amount, rather than letting a single reader spend money. Now because everyone is very enthusiastic, there are a lot of gifts every day. Currently, the free gifts alone have accounted for hundreds of gift values, so I emphasized earlier that generating power with love is also very important. Finally, I continued to ask for gifts. Chapter 58 Red Tiger Mask, fit for the one-eyed king. Among these ghouls blocking the way, only the leader barely reached S. But this is not considered weak. After all, S-class ghouls are rare. Generally speaking, S-class ghouls correspond to ordinary quasi-special and special investigators. Uchiha Baiye did not bring Quink, and did not want to waste the RC cells and I power required for double Kamui on these guys who were not even S rank, so he just left it to Yoshimura 8. Yoshimura 8 suddenly turned into a powerful being, and his petite figure instantly turned into a huge monster that could crush those ghouls. Hudge. This is Owl. Why is Owl here? Didn't it go to fight the CCG in Area 2? Those ghouls were immediately frightened. Ghouls who can transform into Haya can absolutely crush ordinary ghouls. Before they could even think of escaping, they were shot through by Yoshimura 8's sharp blade. In the blink of an eye, only the S leader who was still breathing was left. Fangkunite moved quickly over, letting out a joyful and somewhat weird laugh. When she started fighting and killing, she couldn't help but get excited. Then, Yoshimura 8 used his Kagun arm to deliver the final blow to the ghoul leader. After the battle, Yoshimura Eto still did not release the one-eyed owl form, but instead ate the kakusha of the ghouls she had just killed in the kakusha form. This kind of co-eating behavior means eating only the hornet's nest, not the entire body. She still hasn't recovered from her previous battle with Uchiha Baiye in Arima Kisho. Through Cuckoo, she can recover faster or even heal directly. Yoshimura Eto had already performed countless acts of co-eating, and his movements were very skillful. He quickly found and ate the ghoul's kukuri. She then released her Heiser form. However, since the principle of Kagun transformation is that the Kagun released from the Kagun bag covers the whole body, the multiple Kagun bags on Yoshimura 8's body released Kagun, which damaged a lot of the bandages that were originally wrapped tightly around her body. Now there is only a part of the white bandage left on his body, and he is not wearing any other clothes underneath. Although the private parts can still be covered, this looming feeling is more tempting. What? Are you stunned? Advertisement. Fangkunite 8 certainly knew what she looked like now, but there was no embarrassment on her face. Instead, she teased Uchiha Baiye. Quote. Uchiha Baiye remained silent, took off his black windbreaker and put it on Fangkunite 8. He was much taller than Fangkunite 8, so the black windbreaker naturally looked very large on Fangkunite 8, but it also just wrapped Fangkunite 8 tightly. What are you doing? You're not worried about whether a ghoul like me will catch a cold, are you? Stupid Lolita. While expressing his doubts, Yoshimura also did not forget to mock Uchiha Baiye. Let's go, and continue to go deeper into Area 24. Uchiha Baiye did not answer, but walked forward with a blank expression. Originally this was just a small matter, but the more Uchiha Baiye didn't say, the more Fangkunite 8 wanted to know. Fangkunite 8 immediately followed and asked, so why is that? I've already explained that I can't catch a cold. You should know this, right? Seeing that Uchiha Baiye still didn't speak, Fangkunite 8 immediately pouted slightly and poked Uchiha Baiye's side with the fingertips of his hand. As a result, Uchiha Baiye dodged it by simply turning sideways. As he turned sideways, he also answered Fangkun at, I just subconsciously treat you as an ordinary human girl. Although this answer is a bit vague, it is indeed Uchiha Baiye's true thoughts. Quote. Fangkun 8 was slightly startled when she heard it, and then she came to her senses and laughed, what are you talking about to a ghoul? No, you are a half-ghoul. There is an essential difference between a half-ghoul and a ghoul. Uchiha Baiye is the righteous path. Really, I feel like being a half-ghoul is not as good as being a pure-blooded human or pure-blooded ghoul. At least it won't be that painful. Fangkun sighed. If you were born a pure-blooded human or ghoul, you can slaughter your mortal enemy without any scruples. But it's different for a half-ghoul. She can feel the darkness and despair of the whole world from both sides' perspectives at the same time. This makes her feel painful, and is one of the main reasons why she wants to change the world. As a half-human, I can probably help you share that pain. Uchiha Baiye talks. Advertisement. You're quite sweet-mouthed. This just proves that you're a Lolita-loving one-eyed king. Yoshimura chuckled. But this time it was not a teasing or sarcastic smile, but a joy that came from the heart. At least now, she is no longer alone, moving forward towards that unattainable ideal. I'm not a Lolita. Uchiha Baiye's rebuttal seemed so weak every time. Okay, Loli King. Got it, Pervert King. As usual, as Uchiha Baiye refutes, he will only gain more and more nicknames. By the way, you can't show your true identity to other members of our Bronze Tree, right? Because you are also a cleaner of the organization. The more people know your true identity, the higher the risk. At this time, Yoshimura's comment was able to divert the topic of Lolita control. Yeah, so I was prepared. Uchiha Baiye walked towards the corner ahead. As his mind moved, the red tiger skin mask he had purchased from the system mall appeared on his face. Including the Red Moon Knight costume that comes with a red tiger skin mask, you only need to transfer it from the Kamui space through your mind and it will be automatically worn on your body. His hairstyle also changed automatically like last time, becoming Benezuki Obito's hairstyle, which can be said to be similar to Uchiha Madara's. He didn't intend to let Fangkun see this instant transformation process to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, which was why he just walked to the corner first. Afterwards, Uchiha Baiye returned to Fangkun. Oh, seeing Uchiha Baiye's new look, Fangkun immediately exclaimed. Because she couldn't recognize that the person in front of her was that D Lolita. That's all. Uchiha Baiye also deliberately lowered his voice, which was very different from his original voice. That feels really good. This will definitely be fine. But you already prepared the mask. It looks pretty cool. Fangkun immediately commented. Moreover, this tiger skin mask only has one hole for the right eye, which just fits the identity of the one-eyed king. Chapter 59. Initial form Susanoo, like a Hudge. At this moment, Uchiha Baiye and Fangkun have already gone deep into the location of the Bronze Tree members. Although Area 24 is an underground maze, it was built by ghouls themselves using Kagun. It is not difficult to transform a location into a base that can accommodate dozens of people. Ed is finally back. But why is there another person next to 8? Is he also our companion? That should be the case, otherwise Ed wouldn't have brought him to us. Quote. The members of Bronze Tree immediately started talking. When they saw the red tiger skin mask on Uchiha Baiye's face, they immediately assumed he was a ghoul. In fact, as a half-human, Uchiha Baiye does have ghoul blood, and it is the blood of the Shu family. All members should be present, right? Fangkun stopped his brisk pace and announced to the many members, everyone, I have something to announce tonight. The one-eyed king of our Bronze Tree has appeared. One-eyed king. The members looked at each other in surprise. Because in their cognition, Et, who was called One-Eyed Owl by CCG, is the king of their Bronze Tree. How come there is another one-eyed king? Duoduoliang, who was standing next to him, was also hearing about this for the first time and was immediately confused. Et, what's going on? Noroi on the side remained silent. Don't worry, everyone. Fangkun raised his right hand and pointed to Uchiha Baiye beside him. This is our true king. As soon as Yoshimura's words fell, Uchiha Baiye's Mangekyō Sharingan suddenly appeared, and the sickle Magatama shape of the double Kamui rotated for a moment before freezing. At this time, Fangkun had not noticed the changes in Uchiha Baiye's eyes. Until the next moment, there was a sudden movement from Uchiha Baiye. I saw a giant blue-green rib wrapped around his body, and the blue-green rib was about 2 meters high. Just refer to Madara's initial form. This is actually Susanoo's initial form. Susanoo was originally formed by chakra materialization, but because it became a consumption of RC cells in Uchiha Baiye, his Susanoo was upgraded. Advertisement. Normal Susanoo has a feeling of being both solid and translucent, but Uchiha Baiye's Susanoo has become completely solid, just like a hyzer. Then, under Uchiha Baiye's intentional urging, a pair of blue-green arms grew out on both sides of the giant ribs, and they were also completely solid. This is the Hercules. The same Hercules as 8. Those members were frightened when they saw Uchiha Baiye who looked like a Kakusha in front of them. Although the initial form of Susanoo does not cover the entire body of Uchiha Baiye, and does not meet the definition of kakusha. Such a complete form is definitely not considered a half kakusha. In the original work, Yoshimura Kausen was too old to have Kagun to completely cover his entire body, but that did not prevent him from being an SSS-level Kagun user, the owl who does not kill. Some members who reacted faster immediately knelt down and submitted to the one-eyed king. The rest of the members followed suit, fearing for their lives. Although they don't know how strong this one-eyed king is, since Et, who was originally the strongest in their eyes, called him the one-eyed king himself, then he must be stronger than Et. At this time, let alone those members, even Yoshimura was frightened by Uchiha Baiye's sudden transformation. Isn't this guy half-human? They don't even have a Kagun bag, so when will half-humans be able to transform into Kagun like ghouls? Or, this B*********** D Lolita cheated on her again. I guess this is the only possibility. Until now, Duoduoliang still hasn't figured out the current situation. Suddenly a one-eyed king came, and he was also a Hudge. After only a few moments, Uchiha Baiye released Susanoo from its original form. The reason why he did that just now was to intimidate the other members of the Bronze Tree, so as to directly eliminate all doubts and avoid all troubles. As he thought, the deterrent effect was very good. In a world like Tokyo Ghoul, Susanoo is shocking enough even in her initial form. Moreover, the initial form will not be very exhausting for him, and there is no big problem in maintaining the initial form for a short period of time. As long as he doesn't do anything stupid and advance to the next level, there are still the first, second, third, fourth and complete forms. Pick any one of them out and he won't be able to handle it at the moment. The members of the Bronze Tree accepted the one-eyed king, without any question. At this time, Uchiha Baiye was facing the cadres of Bronze Tree, in private. Advertisement. There were originally only 2 cadres of the Bronze Tree, Tadera and Noroi. Now that Yoshimura has also claimed the status of a cadre, there are now 3 cadres in the organization. Et, can you explain what's going on now? Duoduoliang couldn't help but ask. He is the black-haired, black-eyed ghoul investigator who attacked us in Area 2 last time. He is also the cleaner of the organization. Yoshimura explained. Tadera and Noroi were both executives she could completely trust, so she did not hide anything from them. Uchiha Baiye was of course aware of this and did not stop Yoshimura from attacking. At this time, he cooperated by taking off the red tiger skin mask on his face, and his Mangekyō Sharingan had long since returned to its usual black pupils. It's you. Of course, Tadera remembered the 2 ghoul investigators from last time. But what was unexpected was that one of them was actually a cleaner for the organization. I said at the time that if he hadn't let me go, I would have died. Fangkun continued, his philosophy is consistent with mine, and his strength is also superior to mine, so only he can be the true king of our Bronze Tree, that is, the one-eyed king. I see. Duoduoliang finally understood the general situation. He knew that there was no need for Fangkun to lie about such things, so he believed it completely. And willing to submit to the one-eyed king. I saw Tadera kneeling on one knee in front of Uchiha Baiye. The king, whose strength was above Yoshimura was definitely above him. Noroi remained silent but made the same move. Then, Tadera and Noroi withdrew. Only Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura are left here. At this time, Fangkun tore off the white bandage on his face and couldn't help revealing a dangerous smile. Mr. Liar Lolita, can you explain it now? What happened just now? You can refer to this. Chapter 60 Upgraded Half-Human Updated. Uchiha Baiye could tell that Yoshimura was asking about his Mangekyō Sharingan, which looked like a Kakugan, and Susanoo, who looked very much like a kakusha. He then explained. I am half-human, but I don't have any hornets on my body. You can think of it as my eyes being upgraded. Apart from the secret that absolutely could not be exposed, such as the double Kamui, he still told everything to Yoshimura. The double Kamui is just like his identity as a time traveler, and cannot be known to anyone. I don't believe it. How can you release the Kagun without the Kagun bag? You were clearly in the Kagun form just now. Yoshimura thought that this D Lolita was fooling her. Indeed, in the world of Tokyo Ghoul, it is basic common sense that only Kagun can release Kagun. But Uchiha Baiye accidentally broke this common sense. Even Susanoo himself was a little surprised by the Heiser, like Susanoo just now. He didn't expect that his Susanoo would be upgraded due to the influence of RC cells. To put it simply, his Susanoo was formed by Kagun, because RC cells become Kagun after they are materialized. But he didn't have any blood on him. All we can say is that this is an upgraded version of what happened when the Mangekyō Sharingan combined with the RC cells. Let me show you my eyes first. Uchiha Baiye moved his mind, and the Mangekyō Sharingan, double Kamui, suddenly appeared. Is it completely different from the normal Ghoul's Kakugan? Fangkun immediately leaned in to observe carefully and found that Uchiha Baiye's eyes were indeed very different from her own eyes. Although they both have blood pupils, their shapes are completely different. What the hell is going on with you? Fangkun is no longer confused. This was the first time she heard of such upgraded half-humans. Also, I don't have a Kagun bag on me, and I can't release Kagun at will. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. Advertisement. Uchiha Baiye took off his shirt and showed his back to Yoshimura at. There are 4 types of Kagun, but the Kagun bags of all 4 types are on the back, only the specific positions are different. Although nothing can be seen on the surface, Yoshimura Ito's strength is already strong to a certain extent. Through the Kakugan and observing at such a close distance, one can feel that Uchiha Baiye does not have Kakugan on his body. Really not. Even though it was hard to believe, Fangkunet could not deny the facts before his eyes. So I just said that I am an upgraded half-human. If I have to say, I am probably between half-human and half-ghoul. Uchiha Baiye said. Perhaps you don't know, but the Shu family has been conducting experiments on combining humans with ghouls. I know that. That's how you half-humans came about. Fangkunet hadn't finished speaking yet. Uchiha Baiye refuted. That's not what we're talking about. It's about a surgical experiment that turns humans into ghouls. In the original work, a company called Sphinx is a company run by Anju Nanao, the father of Heina and Nabai. This company ostensibly provides CCG with RC-containing liquid, an important material for making Quink and RC inhibitors. There is also an underground laboratory secretly, which is the experimental base where Anju Nanao cooperates with CCG to conduct human ghoulification, and only members of the Kazushi family in CCG know this secret. In the original work, Yoshimura Ito knew about this matter, but it is obvious that he does not know it in the current timeline. Human ghoulification. They really tried their best to create a half-ghoul. Fangkunet couldn't help but sigh. She only knew that the Hexyu family had been combining humans with their ghouls in order to create half-ghouls, and that the half-humans in by writing were born in this way. She didn't know that the Hexyu family was also secretly conducting experiments to turn humans into ghouls. That's right, because the greatest wish of the Shu family is to become human, and half-ghouls are the result that best suits their wishes. Uchiha Baiye talks. Half-ghouls like Yoshimura Ito, who not only have absolutely powerful strength but can also perfectly integrate into human society, are the most satisfying masterpieces of the Hexyu family. As for the case of the artificial half-ghoul like Kaneki Ken in the original work, it was an experiment that was not yet perfect, and that was a kaki transplant operation secretly performed by Kano Akihiro. In the original work, the Shu family had already given up on this experiment, and Anju Nanao was silenced because of this. Advertisement. Fangkunet immediately sneered. That's right, if we can become human, the Hexyu family will be able to manipulate the world even more unscrupulously. Currently, the biggest fear of the Hexyu family is that the world will discover that their true identity is a ghoul, so that their ruling position will be shaken. Anyway, I believe you. To some extent, you are more unique than me. You can transform into a ghoul without a Kagun. After all, the Shu family also had a natural half-ghoul in the past. But you are unheard of. Fangkunet finally believed Uchiha Baiye's nonsense. By the way, you should also know the taboo of the Hexyu family, right? Uchiha Baiye nodded and said, the king of the underground, right? You can also say he is the first generation, one-eyed king. He can only be regarded as the first generation one-eyed king of the Bronze Tree. The real first generation one-eyed king is actually a natural half-ghoul who appeared in the Shu family many years ago. But that half-ghoul, as a member of the Wasu family, hated the Wasu family, stood against the Wasu family, and even transformed into a dragon. He was eventually banished to the underground, the deepest part of Area 24, and was known as both the One-Eyed King and the Underground King. The guy's dragon-like form is still preserved in the deepest part of Area 24. If you can also transform into a dragon, you should have a great chance of overthrowing the Hexyu family. Fangkunet suddenly had an idea. Don't you also have the blood of the Hexyu family? Theoretically, you can really turn into a dragon. Because the Hexyu family has a long history of Koken, over time, their bloodline has become extremely powerful. Even the current members of the Hexyu family are born as natural-born Kakusha. It is also for this reason that if you have the blood of the Hexyu family, it is possible to transform into a dragon. The so-called transformation into a dragon means turning into a super large monster that can cover most of Tokyo. Then I think it's unnecessary. Uchiha Baiye was suddenly speechless. Compared to transforming into a dragon, he might as well just drive the complete form of Susanoo to destroy the world. At least he can easily transform back into a normal human being. Fangkunet was just a sudden idea, but he gave up the idea immediately. That's right. I don't want you to become a monster like that. What if you can't come back? Chapter 61 Earning money to support the family. Ding. Host has become the king of the Bronze Tree. Activate the hidden mission, One-Eyed King. Closing square bracket. Task 1. Expand the number of members of the Bronze Tree to 1000. Task reward. 100 attribute points. Uchiha Baiye has already activated the One-Eyed King quest. This system task seems quite troublesome, but it is actually a welfare task. Because he doesn't need to do anything specifically, he can just leave it to the Bronze Tree cadres. It is estimated that after some time, he will be able to obtain these 100 attribute points. Next, you should start treating District 24 as a long-term base. Uchiha Baiye, in his capacity as the One-Eyed King, issued orders to the cadres of the Bronze Tree. All hostile organizations are destroyed, and those who can be contained are contained. Yoshimura added. Yes. Duo responded without saying anything more. Noroi said nothing. In fact, it is because the real Noroi has died long ago, and the current Noroi is just a Kagun monster with simple consciousness. It is estimated that Yoshimura had preserved Noroi's Kagun and transformed it into this with his own Kagun. If you take off the mask with the huge white mouth, you will see the face of a dead body. It's almost time for me to go back. I'll leave this place to you. Uchiha Baiye is preparing to leave District 24. Tadera nodded. He knew that this king could only join forces with them in secret and could not be detected or suspected by the organization. Yoshimura Ito planned to escort Uchiha Baiye to the exit of Area 24. Although Uchiha Baiye did not need an escort given her strength, she actually had something to say. We will start to contain the ghouls in Area 24, but we don't have enough funds for the Bronze Tree. This is the main issue that Fangkun had wanted to talk to Uchiha Baiye about. Advertisement. Currently, there are only a few dozen people in Bronze Tree, and they are already very poor. P.S. This is the setting of the author in the original comic, Tokyo Ghoul Volume 6, page 184. I remember this small detail very clearly. I was speechless when I saw some readers complaining about my brainless setting in the previous chapters. There are many ghouls in Area 24, and it won't be long before the Bronze Tree expands to a scale of hundreds or even thousands of people. Funding is a very serious problem. You don't have to worry about the funding. The salary of a CCG quasi-special officer is still very high, and there is also compensation from the organization. Uchiha Baiye said. Besides, when your Takafka is published in a few months, it will surely become a hot seller very soon, and you will earn quite a bit of money by then. He suddenly realized that now he had to support the entire Bronze Tree. Fortunately, he now had double salaries from CCG and the organization, and they were very high. Although I'm a little embarrassed, I can only rely on you now. Before, Fangkun shamelessly treated Uchiha Baiye as a cash machine. Now, for some reason, she began to feel a little guilty, perhaps because the other party shared the same ideas as her. It's okay. I don't have much expenses anyway, Uchiha Baiye said in a nonchalant tone. On the way out from deep in Area 24, Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura encountered many ghouls again. However, they were all easily solved by Yoshimura Ito, and after eating the kakuban of those ghouls, her physical condition has almost recovered. At the exit of Area 24, Fangkun had stopped and said, "Then I will take you here. See you tomorrow." Well, see you tomorrow. After a simple farewell, Uchiha Baiye returned to Area 2. During the day, Uchiha Baiye naturally still has to work for CCG and the organization. He could only meet with Fangkun in private after get-off work in the evening. As for the editing work of Shongyingshi, he had long since let it go and would only go there when there were important matters that needed his attention, such as the publication of Takafka, written by Yoshimura. Advertisement. And now, Uchiha Baiye is also going to start selecting the third member of Zero Squad. The best choice is definitely the half-human from the Day Court, because they are the most obedient. However, the premise of being obedient is that he is the cleaner of the organization, so he cannot reveal his identity as the One-Eyed King, and cannot easily trust any half-human except Arima Takamasa. In the original work, there are several cute and powerful little boys in Team Zero. Ibe Shiwang, Arima Yasaka and Monto Raikai are all half-humans from the White Court, but the timeline he is in now is too early, and Ibe Shiwang may not even be born yet. However, before Uchiha Baiye had chosen the third member, CCG had already assigned him a task, which was also the instruction of the organization. The existence of the Joker organization poses a certain threat to us. Although the leader of the first generation of the Joker organization, Mother of Chaos, has been imprisoned in Kuklia, the activities of the Joker organization have not stopped. Now a ghoul group called Joker Mask has been discovered in Area 4. It is basically certain that they are linked to the Joker organization. Whenever something happened, Mustard would call Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takasho to the White Court, and this time was no exception. Baiye, General, it's up to you to deal with that clown mask this time. Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi nodded at the same time. Ding. Host is about to go to Area 4 to expel the ghoul group, Clown Mask, and activate the hidden mission, King of Clowns. Closing square bracket. Task 1. Defeat the members of the Joker organization. Task reward. 50 attribute points. Bei, the owner of a mask shop, a good friend of Renshi Shifang, and also a member of the Joker organization, suspected to be the king of the second generation of the Joker organization. The only ones who can be confirmed in the original book are the first generation Clown King, Mother Chaos, Fanciolama, and the third generation Clown King, Father, Donato Pulipra. The identity of the second generation Clown King is still unknown, and Bei can only be said to be a suspected one, because Bei is relatively strong and is an SS level half hero. It is not difficult to defeat Bei, and these 50 attribute points can be obtained quite easily. More importantly, Hiroshima and the Yokohama family should also be in Area 4. That is, Hiroshima Tuka, Hiroshima Arata, their parents, and their uncle Shiho Renji. This kind of important character in the original work can activate the system task as expected. Not only can you gain attribute points, Uchiha Baiye can also make up for the regrets in your heart. He already had a rough plan in his mind for this. Chapter 62 SS's Class Quink, Owl. Ding. Host has completed sign in and received reward. 1 attribute point. Closing square bracket. Uchiha Baiye never forgot to sign in every day. After all, he couldn't let go of the free attribute points. And you can get extra attribute points by accumulating sign-ins for a certain number of days. At this time, Uchiha Baiye has arrived at the CCG experimental building in Area 1. He received news this morning that his A-class Quink, Moon Shadow, and Wind Spirit had been repaired, and the SSS class Quink, Owl, had also been completed. Under the guidance of researchers, Uchiha Baiye obtained these Quinks that belong to him. We found that the Uchiha Junketsu seemed to be accustomed to using the two-sword style, so we put the Moon Shadow and Wind Spirit in a more convenient form. The researcher said, the same is true for the 2 SSS class Quink Owls, except that the suitcases are 1 or 2 sizes larger than ordinary suitcases. This means that the 2 Quinks are usually packed separately, but now the researchers have put them together. Therefore, Uchiha Baiye got 2 larger suitcases, one containing the A-level, Moon Shadow, and Wind Spirit, and the other containing 2 SSS level, Owls. In order to help him distinguish them, the researchers specially inlaid some golden patterns on the suitcase containing the Owl. Thank you. Uchiha Baiye thanked him out of habit. This is indeed more convenient for him. It doesn't matter if the suitcase is bigger, as he can put it in the Kamui space anyway and take it in and out at any time. To deal with opponents below SSS level, use Moon Shadow and Wind Spirit. To deal with SSS level opponents, you can use Owl. Although the performance of Xiao in the original novel was not impressive, but in the end, Jay-Z, who held Xiao Gongshan, could be called the big boss, except for Seiken, who became the leader of Dragon Abandoned Sons. Uchiha Baiye will not let one of the Owl fall into Mustard's hands. In the original work, it may be that Arima Takashi gave it to Mustard. After all, Arima Takashi himself only used the other Owl once before his death. Area 1, CCG Headquarters. Baiye, Arima, the Inaba squad will be traveling with you. The CCG director and Shujitoki said to Uchiha Baiye and Arima Kisho, the leader of the Inaba squad is Inaba Xiaoyu. Including him, 3 of the other 4 members are half-human. Please train them. P.S. This is about the top guy on the gift list. He asked me to write him in for a cameo appearance. Advertisement. Okay. Uchiha Baiye heading. Arima Takashi also nodded slightly. Although Uchiha Baiye didn't know much about the Inaba class, he did have an impression of Inaba smile. When he was in Bai writing, Inaba Xiaoyu was known as a genius and could be said to be the best among the half-human children of the same period. It is estimated that he has just come out of the White Days court and formed the Inaba class, with 3 half-human children of the same period. As for the other human child, no one knows who he is. Director Kazuo would specifically ask him and Arima to train the Inaba class, and he must have high hopes for the children in the Inaba class. Afterwards, Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi met the 5 members of the Inaba squad. Uchiha Baiye has impressions of the 4 half-humans including Inaba Xiaoyu, and even has an impression of the other human child. Because that human child was Yu-gun, a special investigator in the middle and late period of the original work, who was not only very capable but also very smart. Although he looks like a girl with long hair and a delicate face, he is actually a boy. According to the timeline, he should be in his teens now. This is a picture from the later period of the original work. Uchiha Quasi-Special, Arima 2nd Class. Inaba Xiaoyu's face looked a little tired, his eyes were dead, and he yawned from time to time, but he was not lacking in etiquette. After a brief understanding, Uchiha Baiye learned that the 5 people in the Inaba squad were 2nd-class investigators who had just joined the job. Then prepare your suicide note. Once you have prepared your suicide note, you can set off. Uchiha Baiye didn't engage in small talk, but got straight to the point. According to intelligence, the Ghoul group, Clown Mask, has at least 2 SS-level ghouls, which makes this a very dangerous mission. Uchiha Baiye knew very well that the 2 SS-level ghouls were Baiye and Shifang Renshi, both of whom were real SS level. As he wrote more and more suicide notes, Uchiha Baiye found himself addressing Yoshimura every time, but there was no one else to address except Yoshimura. I can't write to Arima Takasho, he also has Matani Reika. So this time Uchiha Baiye didn't think much about it, and wrote another note to Fangkun as usual. As for the content of the suicide note, he just casually wrote about the recent progress of the publishing process. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. To Takatsuki's. Squad 0 and Squad Inaba set out from Area 1 to Area 4 to investigate the Ghoul group, Joker Mask. The investigation has begun. The reason why it is called an investigation is that CCG did not ask them to declare war on the Clown Mask immediately. After all, the Clown Mask has a large number of people and strong forces. Their main task this time is to investigate District 4 and find out some information about the Joker Mask group. Afterwards, CCG will continue to send more and more Ghoul investigators to infiltrate Area 4 to assist Squad 0 and Squad Inaba in defeating the Clown Mask. There are a lot of Ghouls in Area 4, so you should be on high alert. At this time, Uchiha Baiye reminded the 5 members of the Inaba class. Yes. Inaba laughed and the other 5 nodded solemnly. They are temporarily stationed at the CCG branch in Area 4 to facilitate their routine investigation operations. Since the battle has not officially begun yet, Squad 0 and Squad Inaba are currently operating separately. It was convenient for Uchiha Baiye to only work with Arima Kisho. While investigating the Clown Mask, Uchiha Baiye also looks to see if he will meet some important people. However, the first day did not yield any results. Neither Uchiha Baiye nor Arima Kisho wore the White Dove badge, so they did not encounter any attacks from Ghouls. After all, the investigation operation must not be too conspicuous. Night time. After dinner, Uchiha Baiye stayed temporarily in the apartment building arranged by the CCG branch. He had just returned to his residence and had not had time to get familiar with the new environment when he suddenly received a call from Fangkun 8. It is estimated that Fangkun had arrived at his home in District 2, but found that he was not at home. D Lolita, where have you been? Why haven't you come home yet? Chapter 63. Are we a couple? Added. Uchiha Baiye could clearly hear the complaint in Fangkun's tone. It seemed that he had been waiting at the doorstep of his home in District 2 for more than a while. Ahem. Uchiha Baiye coughed lightly and said, I forgot to tell you that I was assigned a temporary mission and I am now in District 4. If you hadn't told me earlier, I would have made a wasted trip and had to wait for a long time. The complaint in Fangkun's tone became even stronger. I'm sorry, I was negligent, Uchiha Baiye could only say with a little embarrassment. Where exactly are you? I'll come find you now. Fangkun Ite was not the type to throw tantrums. He complained a few words and then did not pursue the matter any further. Uchiha Baiye then informed Fangkun Ite of his detailed address. He estimated that he would be in Area 4 for the near future. I'll meet you at the subway station later. Okay, don't keep me waiting any longer. Afterwards, Uchiha Baiye immediately went to the subway station in District 4 to wait for Fangkun Ite. Fangkun Ite was quite fast and Uchiha Baiye didn't have to wait long before it arrived at the station. Fangkun Ite was seen walking out of the subway station carrying a light green shoulder bag. So, what exactly is it that Mr. Lolita suddenly came to Area 4? Let's talk about it later. This is not the right place yet. Places like subway stations have too much traffic, and it is definitely not appropriate to talk about this kind of thing in a place with so many people around. On streets with less traffic. Uchiha Baiye then said to Fangkun Ite in a moderately loud voice, you should know about an organization called Jokers, right? Yes, the first-generation leaders of the Joker are still imprisoned in Kukulia. Of course Yoshimura Ito knew this, because she had attacked the Ghoul shelter in Area 23 before, in order to take in those Ghouls with stronger strength, such as the Joker, first-generation leader, Mother of Chaos, Hoshiro Roma. But it had not been completely conquered at that time, that is to say, it had not reached the floor where Fanshi Roma was. P.S. Sorry, the previous article was wrong, Fanshi Roma had not come out at that time. Advertisement. The Joker organization is now one of V's biggest thorns. Uchiha Baiye explained the general situation. In Area 4, there is a Ghoul group called Joker Mask, that is also related to the Joker organization, and their actions are becoming more and more active. We are investigating them now. A Clown Mask. I do know some information about those guys. Do you need my help? Fangkun Ite said. The Clown Mask is not important. I am just following orders on the surface. They are not the ones I am looking for. Uchiha Baiye shook his head slightly. For the Ghoul group, Clown Mask, only the leader is useful to him at most. He can gain attribute points by defeating him. Although Safang Lianxi is very familiar with Bei, he is not a member of the Joker Mask, and is just a lone ranger. Who are you looking for then? Is it another girl? Fangkun Ed asked almost subconsciously. Not completely. There are several people I want to find. To be more precise, they are all Ghouls. Uchiha Baiye said truthfully. Hiroshima clan, and Shifang clan. I really don't know. No matter how great Fangkun Ed is, he is not omniscient and omnipotent. Corpse Collector, Hiroshima Urata and Narakami, Hiroshima Ko, the parents of Kirishima Tuka, are not very powerful Ghouls in the current timeline. They may not even have been given code names by CCG at this time. Later, in order to have enough strength to protect his children, Hiroshima Ko carried out a lot of predation and co-eating, which led to him being targeted by the CCG or possibly the V organization, and thus expelled by Arima Takasho. In the original work, the S+ level Quink, Narakamiya, in the hands of Arima Takamasa was made of Kirishima Ko's Kagun and Kagun hull. It has to be said that the attack of this Quink is very strong. There's no rush for this matter. Let's go buy a laptop first, otherwise we won't be able to fine-tune the manuscript during this period of time in Area 4. Uchiha Baiye set off for the mall. It's good to have money. You can buy whatever you want. At this time, Fangkun Ed lowered her head slightly and looked at the clothes she was wearing. This dress had been worn for a long time and was old and worn. Although her sense of belonging is more inclined towards ghouls, she is still a girl after all, so it is normal for her to want to be beautiful. Even pure-blooded ghoul girls love beauty just like human girls. Take the Nutcracker for example. She wanted to be beautiful when she was little but couldn't do so because she was too poor. Later, her mind became twisted to the point of insanity. Fangkun 8 is also because she has no money. Even if she had money, she would have to give priority to the funding of the Bronze Tree Organization and could not make herself beautiful. Until recently, she was able to reluctantly buy a cheaper bag. Advertisement. With Uchiha Baiye's insight, he naturally noticed the look in Yoshimura Ito's eyes. He could almost see what Yoshimura Ito was thinking. Then he said tactfully, "After buying the laptop, let's go shopping in the clothing store. It seems that you have been wearing this outfit for a long time." Quote. Fangkun 8 was slightly stunned. Somewhat unexpectedly the other party would suddenly talk about this topic. It felt like I could see right through her thoughts. However, things like mind reading only exist in novels, comics, and the like. How could such a thing exist in reality? So Yoshimura thought that Uchiha Baiye just happened to coincide with her ideas. Then I won't be polite later. I will buy you 2 beautiful new clothes anyway. Yoshimura said with a smile. As long as you like, you can buy as many as you want. Uchiha Baiye said lightly. Compared to the entire cost of the Bronze Tree, the money for a few new clothes is nothing. Oh, that's what you said. Seeing Uchiha Baiye being so generous, Fangkun was a little surprised, but he was still very happy in his heart. If Uchiha Baiye hadn't taken the initiative to suggest it, she would not have been willing to use the funds provided by Uchiha Baiye to buy clothes. Now she can finally pick out some beautiful and nice clothes. Uchiha Baiye was very casual when buying a laptop. He casually bought a mid-range laptop, as he would only use it for typing and revising manuscripts, so he didn't need a high-end configuration at all. Next, it's time to go to the clothing store. They found a clothing store that looked well decorated and specialized in women's clothing, and Uchiha Baiye took Fangkun in. The female clerk at the door stopped me and said, "I'm very sorry, are you a couple? If not, men cannot come in because this is a women's clothing store." Uchiha Baiye was about to say that he should change shops, but Fangkun beside him asked him in a teasing tone. "So, are we a couple?" Chapter 64 Pretending to be a couple. Uchiha Baiye was a little surprised that Fangkun would suddenly say this. But now that things have come to this, he definitely can't be too timid, otherwise Fangkun will take the opportunity to make fun of him again. "Yes, we are a couple. Can I come in?" Uchiha Baiye said to the female clerk with a serious look on his face. As he spoke, he also held Fangkun hand. During the moment of holding hands, he could feel Fangkun soft little hand stiffen slightly. Although it returned to normal immediately, he still noticed it. Oh, of course. Seeing that the girl next to her did not deny it, the female clerk did not doubt Uchiha Baiye. After entering the clothing store, Fangkun whispered teasingly, "Mr. Lolita, how long are you going to hold hands?" Uchiha Baiye then let go of his hand. "You were the one who teased me first." He just fought back a little. Even so, Mr. Lolita is quite bold. If a quasi-special investigator is caught by the police, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? Fangkun teased in a low voice. "It's okay. At worst, we'll be defeated." Uchiha Baiye said casually. He directly exposed the ghoul identity of Yoshimura, so as a ghoul investigator, it would not be illegal for him to capture ghouls in any way. Fangkun knew that Uchiha Baiye must be joking, so he didn't care. Speaking of which, we are pretending to be a couple now, so we should act more realistically, right? For example, Uchiha Baiye questions, so let's just continue holding hands to avoid suspicion. This time, it was Fangkun who took the initiative to grab Uchiha Baiye's hand. She was already mentally prepared, so she wouldn't have that slightly stiff reaction this time. Next, Uchiha Baiye waited for Fangkun to choose clothes for him. After all, he had never helped a girl choose clothes and didn't know much about this. However, after trying them on, Fangkun still insisted that he give his evaluation. "How do you feel about this one? Does it have the aura of a strong woman?" "Well, I don't know if it can be considered a strong woman, but it seems to be suitable." Uchiha Baiye commented. The main reason is that Fangkun is relatively petite, so no matter what clothes she wears, it is difficult for her to look like a strong woman. But he didn't say it so directly. "Yeah, that's it." Advertisement then, Fangkun tried on 2 other dresses. The answer I got from Uchiha Baiye was, "Very suitable." "Why are all your comments, very suitable, are they so perfunctory?" Fangkun immediately felt that this guy was just being perfunctory and said with some dissatisfaction. "It's not perfunctory, it's just that I'm not used to helping girls choose clothes, I really don't know much about this aspect." Uchiha Baiye said with a slight embarrassment, "So this is your first time?" Fangkun understood the meaning from it. She was slightly surprised, but also a little happy. "Yes." Uchiha Baiye said, "And I think that girls who are good-looking will not look bad in anything, so Mr. Takatsuki can just choose whatever style he likes." "Mr. Lolita, you are quite good at speaking, although it sounded a bit like flattery." Fangkun was still very happy to hear it. Little did they know that this was exactly what Uchiha Baiye really thought. Fangkun now believed it. This guy must really be completely inexperienced and not just being perfunctory. In the end, Fankin chose these 3 new sets of clothes. Uchiha Baiye helped her pay. Next, when leaving the mall, Uchiha Baiye carried the computer bag in one hand and the 3 bags of new clothes in the other. Fankin was so good that he left all these trivial matters to him. She held a few lollipops and small toys in her hands, chewed gum, and blew a bubble from time to time. Mr. Lolicon, it's normal to help your girlfriend carry things, isn't it? Yoshimura had said confidently. Uchiha Baiye was about to say something when he saw several familiar figures coming towards him. I saw a young couple with a little boy and a little girl, both less than 10 years old, shopping in the mall. This young couple is Kirishima Arata and Kirishima Ko. Her original name was Shiho Ko, but she changed it to Kirishima Ko after getting married. And the 2 children held by Kirishima Arata and Kirishima Ko are of course Kirishima Tuka and Kirishima Arata. Looking at the 4 people coming towards him, Uchiha Baiye suddenly felt that Kirishima Ko looked too much like Kirishima Tuka in the later part of the original work. One can only say that she is his biological mother after all. Kirishima Arata had a gentle and handsome appearance, but it was this gentleness that killed himself. At this time, Fankin had noticed that Uchiha Baiye's eyes were obviously paying attention to the 4 people walking in front of him. She seemed to understand something all of a sudden. Advertisement at the same time, the still young Kirishima Ayato was attracted by the small toy in Yoshimura Eto's hand. At that time, Kirishima Ayato was about 4 years old. You want it? Yoshimura Ito then squatted down and said to Kirishima Ayato with a friendly smile. Think. Kirishima Ayato nodded immediately. Then I'll give it to you, sister. What's your name? Yoshimura Ito gave the small toy in his hand to Kirishima Ayato and asked. Kirishima. Kirishima Ayato. Kirishima Ayato's speech was still a little unfluent. Upon hearing the name, Yoshimura had immediately confirmed that it was indeed the Kirishima clan that Uchiha Baiye was looking for. If that's the case, then this couple and these 2 children are all ghouls. Why don't you say thank you to this sister? Kirishima Ko immediately reminded Kirishima Ayato. Thanks. Kirishima Ayato bowed and thanked him like an adult. Sister, I want that too. At this time, Kirishima Tuka on the side also spoke. Dongana, you can't do this. Share the toys with Schwandu when you get back. Kirishima Arata persuaded in a gentle tone. Although Kirishima Tuka was a little disappointed, she still obeyed her orders. It's okay. I don't really need it anyway, so why not give it to someone who needs it? With a smile on his face, Yoshimura Ito gave another small toy in his hand to Kirishima Tuka. I'm sorry to have your sister give up. Kirishima Arata immediately apologized to Uchiha Baiye. Ding. The host contacts the important person, Kirishima Arata, and activates the hidden mission, Kirishima family. Task 1. Encourage the Kirishima family to join the stable zone, or the bronze tree. Task reward. 20 attribute points. When Fankin heard the word sister, she seemed a little unhappy, but she still had a smile on her face. I'm not his sister. Chapter 65 Uchiha Ite. Oh, sorry. I was so presumptuous. Kirishima Arata quickly apologized, but when he looked at the 2 of them, they really looked like brother and sister. They couldn't possibly be husband and wife, right? They couldn't possibly be father and daughter. So, maybe a couple. In short, Kirishima Arata no longer dares to speculate about the relationship between the 2 of them. Yoshimura did not explain what her relationship with Uchiha Baiye was. For her, it was enough as long as they were not misunderstood as siblings. Afterwards, the Kirishima family was about to go home after shopping in the mall. Big brother, big sister, goodbye. Kirishima Tuka and Kirishima Ayana said in unison. Goodbye. Uchiha Baiye returned route. Bye. Fankin waved with a smile on his face. Just now, Fankin was particularly cheerful, although it was all her acting. Then, Yoshimura Ito took the initiative to grab Uchiha Baiye's hand and deliberately followed the Kirishima family. But he acted very naturally and always kept a distance from the Kirishima family. It didn't seem like he was following them, but rather just passing by. So although Kirishima Ko was a little concerned, it was not to the point of being alert. At this time, Kirishima Tuka also noticed Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura Ite not far behind her. She then pulled Kirishima Ko's hand and said, Mom, those 2 older brothers and sisters are still here. Well, let's go say hello to them. Kirishima Ko then turned around and took the initiative to greet Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura Ite. Nice to see you 2 again, it seems we are on the same route. Yes, we are going to take this route as well. Yoshimura Ite said with a smile. Then let's go together. Kirishima Ko said. She felt that both of them were very kind and would not have any bad intentions, so she was still very relieved. As for Kirishima Arata, he would not doubt them at all. Uchiha Baiye could see what Fankin's intention was. He certainly knew whether it was on the way or not. It could be said that continuing on this road would only get farther and farther away from his home. The real intention was probably to determine where the Kirishima family lived. Advertisement. This is undoubtedly helping him. Along the way, Uchiha Baiye, Yoshimura Ito and the Kirishima family were chatting and laughing. By the way, what is the relationship between big brother and big sister? At this time, Kirishima Tuka asked with an innocent and curious look on her face. Little Dongxiang. Hiroshima Shin was about to remind Tuka not to ask such an impolite question. Fangkun 8 spoke before him. What do you think of our relationship, Sister Dongxiang? That, boyfriend and girlfriend. Although Kirishima Tuka is still young, she has already read some romance comics, so she knows a thing or two. Bingo. Dongxiang guessed it right. Fangkun admitted it immediately. Uchiha Baiye was thinking that the game of pretending to be a couple hasn't ended yet. Hiroshima Arata now understood why the other party immediately denied the sibling relationship. Amazing. Hiroshima Tuka seemed to be somewhat yearning. Fangkun laughed, but Tuka's sister is still too young, you can't just follow your sister's lead. All right. Hiroshima Tuka nodded obediently. However, what she didn't know was that the older sister in front of her, who looked very mature and beautiful, was actually not much older than her. ... Finally, we arrived at Hiroshima's house. After a simple farewell, Hiroshima Arata and the others returned home. How's it going? Now you've found the Hiroshima clan you were looking for. Yoshimura looked a little proud, as if he was waiting for Uchiha Baiye to praise him. Well done. While talking, Uchiha Baiye also touched Fangkun's head. Regardless of how much help this will bring him, this kindness must be responded to. But Uchiha Baiye's hand was immediately slapped away by Fangkun. Don't touch my head. Apparently, Fangkun doesn't like being patted on the head. Advertisement. That was Uchiha Baiye. If anyone else had done this, it certainly wouldn't be as simple as clapping their hands away. In the mildest case, the injury could lead to a broken hand, while in the worst case, the body could be dismembered. By the way, is there anything special about them? I feel like they just look like an ordinary ghoul family. Fangkun was a little confused about this. It's nothing special, it's just that I have a friend who hopes they can live a stable life. Uchiha Baiye explained half-truthfully. His friend is naturally himself. And he also has to complete the system's tasks, whether it is to encourage the Kirishima family to join the stable zone, or the bronze tree, to ensure the safety of the Kirishima family. In the original novel, if the Kirishima family had met Yoshimura Kouzen earlier, the ending might not have been like that. Not only was Kirishima killed, but Kirishima Arata was also captured alive and used to develop the Kakuger-type Quink, Shin. Although Yoshimura Kouzen was defeated by Arima Takamasa, at least he was able to escape unscathed. Even Mustard claimed that if they really wanted to get rid of Yoshimura Kouzen, they would at least require him to personally lead a group of V organization members with special combat power. It was Yoshikata Renshi who was rescued from Arima Kisho by Yoshimura Kouzen. I see. Although Fangkun felt a little strange, she would definitely not have any objection to what Uchiha Baiye wanted to do, unless it was something unacceptable. But there is also a Safang clan. Is this also something your friend asked you to do? Fangkun suddenly thought of this. The Shifang clan has also made some progress. The young woman named Kirishima Ko was actually named Shifang Ko, but she changed her name after getting married. Uchiha Baiye talks. Oh, that's true. After marriage, you have to change your surname to your husband's. Thinking of this, a name suddenly came to Fangkun's mind, Uchiha. The inexplicable thought suddenly made Fangkun's pupils shrink slightly. She immediately put the thought out of her mind, feeling a little ashamed. She felt that it was all that D Lolita's fault. His sweet talk every day had changed her subconscious. Only the look in Yoshimura Ito's eyes changed slightly, his facial expression didn't show anything, so Uchiha Baiye certainly couldn't tell what Yoshimura Ito was thinking. But he also noticed something, so he asked, what's wrong? Nothing, I was just thinking that a certain Lolita-kun is such a jerk. Yoshimura said expressionlessly. Question mark quote. Uchiha Baiye was immediately confused. How did this get to him? Chapter 66. Stay overnight update. Uchiha Baiye thought about it all the way but couldn't figure out what he had done. After returning home, he was too lazy to continue worrying about such trivial matters. He opened his laptop and logged directly into his document account, and the various refined versions of the manuscript documents were automatically synchronized. Even if the synchronization fails, it doesn't matter. He has backed up these documents in the mailbox as a double guarantee. Fangkun borrowed the bathroom here at Uchiha Baiye, took a quick shower and changed into new clothes. I'm done, let's continue with the draft. As Yoshimura Ito came over and sat down, Uchiha Baiye could smell a fragrance coming towards him. Of course, this is actually the scent of shower gel and shampoo. When the retouching was done quite late, Fangkun placed the old clothes he had taken off and 2 other new sets of clothes here. Because she doesn't have a place to live yet, her clothes would easily get damaged if left in a place like District 24. In response, Uchiha Baiye couldn't help but ask, how about I help you rent a house? Quote. Fangkun was silent for a moment, then the corners of his mouth slightly raised, then I think there is no need to waste this money. Can't you live here? Live at my place. If you don't mind, then I certainly don't mind either. Uchiha Baiye said lightly. Okay, then I won't be polite. As soon as he finished speaking, Fangkun fell directly onto the big bed. It was really comfortable to lie on this soft big bed. There were no such things as beds in places like District 24. But she was a little disappointed that every time she teased this guy, he didn't react. Uchiha Baiye handled some CCG matters through the computer, such as reporting on the investigation, and then prepared to take a shower and go to bed. When Uchiha Baiye came out of the bathroom, he saw Fangkun already lying in bed. It seems that Fangkun wasn't joking when he mentioned him just now, he really wants to live with him. After he dried his hair with a hair dryer, he also lay down on the bed. At this moment, Fangkun Ate's little head popped out from under the quilt. Let me make it clear first, if you touch me tonight, I will take advantage of your sleep and chop that thing off of you. What are you thinking about? Go to bed early, you have things to do tomorrow morning. Uchiha Baiye was speechless for a moment. After a while, he fell asleep. Advertisement. Fangkun couldn't sleep because he had a lot on his mind. Although things are moving in a positive direction now, it is still a long way from achieving our ideal. But there is still some hope, and the source of her hope is the B*********** D Lolita lying next to her. A night passed and nothing happened. After waking up, Uchiha Baiye washed up as usual, gently so as not to disturb Fangkun who was still sleeping. Then he went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. 2 breakfasts are ready, just simple eggs, bread and milk. Teacher Takatsuki, it's time to get up and have breakfast. It was not until then that Uchiha Baiye woke up Fangkun. Fangkun suddenly groaned softly, slowly sat up, and rubbed his eyes with his hands. I went to bed late last night thinking about something and I am still a little sleepy now. After washing up, Fangkun sat at the dining table and looked at the breakfast that had been prepared on the table. He couldn't help but say, it's so thoughtful to prepare it. I can't just prepare breakfast for myself. Uchiha Baiye talks. Thank you anyway. Fangkun was enjoying the breakfast. Although her identity as a half-ghoul had brought her too much pain, this time she was actually somewhat glad that she was a half-ghoul who could eat normal food. And it had been many years since her adoptive father died, but Uchiha Baiye was the first one to prepare breakfast for her. Afterwards, the two went out together. Uchiha Baiye will investigate the clown mask with Arima Takashi, while Yoshimura Ito will lead the bronze tree to continue sweeping the 24th area. Just as they were about to split up, they happened to meet Arima Takamasa who lived in the same apartment building. After all, this was the residence that CCG Area 4 had arranged for Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi, so it must be in the same apartment building. Seeing Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura appear in this place together, Arima Takamasa immediately understood something. Congratulations, both of you. Arima Takashi said with a blank expression. No. Okay, never mind. Uchiha Baiye wanted to explain, but after thinking it over he felt it was unnecessary. Advertisement. It was rare to see Uchiha Baiye looking a little embarrassed, so Yoshimura said, you are his partner, Arima Kisho, right? If he is having affairs outside, remember to tell me secretly. It's not my duty. However, Arima Takamasa had no sense of humor and didn't like to joke, so he just said it lightly. Tisk. Fangkun immediately let out a light, tisk, feeling bored. She stopped joking and said, goodbye, to Uchiha Baiye, then left in another direction. When conducting an investigation mission in Area 4, Arima Takashi suddenly spoke up. Uchiha Quasi-Special Officer, I didn't expect that you and the One-Eyed Owl have developed such a relationship. Apparently, Uchiha Baiye's relationship with Yoshimura still surprised him a bit. It's not what you think. She has no fixed place to live, so she is staying at my house temporarily. Uchiha Baiye explained at this time. I see. After a moment, Arima Takashi suddenly changed the subject. The clown mask seems to have set its sights on us. Yes, I have already notified the Inaba squad. Uchiha Baiye conveyed the message to the members of the Inaba squad via radio equipment. Now is the right time to train them. Just now, Uchiha Baiye sensed through the Mangekyō Sharingan that there were many murderous eyes staring at them. He and Arima Takamasa are now in a place relatively remote from residential areas. There are some abandoned houses and factories nearby. This kind of place is the favorite base for ghouls to take root. However, those ghouls hiding in the dark did not rush to take action, as if they were still waiting for something. Soon, Inaba Xiaoyu arrived here with the members of the Inaba squad. Uchiha Quasi-Special, Arima Second Class, what's the situation? Inaba asked immediately with a smile. There are no less than 20 ghouls lurking nearby. Be prepared, and then you can take action. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Baiye felt a fleeting sense of spatial distortion in front of his eyes. A Quink briefcase suddenly appeared out of thin air in his hands. The battle begins. Chapter 67. Chanting in the Four-Sided Lotus. Although using the double Kamui, space transfer will make the Uchiha Baiye's Mangekyō Sharingan manifest. But the spatial transfer only lasted for a brief moment, and the Mangekyō Sharingan immediately turned back to black pupils, and almost no one noticed the change in his eyes. Arima Takamasa and the members of the Inaba squad were also standing behind him. As Uchiha Baiye shouted, Operation, they immediately took the initiative to attack. The ghouls hiding in the dark realized they could no longer hide and rushed out to attack Uchiha Baiye and the others. However, the strongest ghoul present was only an S rank, and happened to be facing off against Uchiha Baiye. The ghoul that attacked him was wearing a mask that looked like a clown, which was the characteristic of the clown mask group. Uchiha Baiye immediately took out the A-level Quink, Moon Shadow, and Wind Spirit from his suitcase. Go to hell, White Dove. The ghoul also released its dark green tail sword, attacking Uchiha Baiye's head decisively. However, his Mangekyō Sharingan had already seen through the ghoul's movements, and he leaned back to the point where he was almost falling to the ground, perfectly avoiding the attack that was heading towards his head, and used his sharp sword, Wind Spirit, to pierce the ghoul's abdomen. He even accurately injured the opponent's tail Kagun from the abdomen, making it impossible for him to release the Kagun for the time being. What? The ghoul suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and was shocked by the opponent's speed. He couldn't imagine that this human's speed was so terrifying. Not only could he dodge his attacks, but he could also launch a counterattack that he couldn't expect. Although he was suddenly hit hard in the abdomen, he did not fall to the ground, but this kind of serious injury is not so easy to heal on his own. If it was an SSS level ghoul, a wound to the abdomen of this degree would be able to heal instantly, but Kakuba can only recover slowly. But he is only S level, it will take at least a while, let alone he bow. However, Uchiha Baiye would not give this guy time to heal himself. He immediately used Moon Shadow and Wind Spirit to pierce the opponent's left arm and right arm respectively, and fixed him to the ground. Ah! The ghoul immediately let out a scream. No matter how strong a ghoul's physical fitness is, they still feel pain like humans. Call your leader here, Uchiha Baiye said lightly. I plan to wait here for Baiye to appear. Advertisement. Ding. Host defeated the S-rank ghoul, and received a reward, 15 attribute points. Closing square bracket. The opponent has lost the ability to resist, which triggers the system's judgment. Arima Kisho also ended the battle very quickly. Several A-rank ghouls were no match for him, even though he was only holding a B-rank Quink. However, he did not kill those ghouls, but destroyed their kabuto, making them lose their fighting ability. He didn't like killing. The Inaba class seemed to have a more difficult time, apparently because they lacked practical experience, and they were caught in a tough battle against some B-level ghouls and a few A-level ghouls. In the end, Inaba Xiaoyu and Yugun stood up and worked together to kill the two A-level ghouls, which reversed the one-sided situation. Naturally, the remaining B-level ghouls were nothing to be afraid of. At the same time, Arima Takamasa was watching the battle nearby. If he took action again in any dangerous situation, he would not be able to train the Inaba squad if he took action directly. But after waiting for a long time, Uchiha Baiye never showed up. It seems that Baiye is not nearby. Uchiha Baiye immediately changed his mind and said to the S-rank ghoul he had subdued, tell me the location of your leader and I will spare your life. Otherwise, you will be subjected to the most severe torture in Kuklia. Coincidentally, this S-rank ghoul was the one who escaped from the Bronze Tree's attack on Kuklia not long ago. He knew very well the extent to which some crazy torturers had been perverted. He definitely doesn't want to be locked up in that kind of place again. If you don't have to be tortured, it's fine, you can still eat some low-quality rotten meat, at least you can eat and wait for death. If you need to be tortured and you are unlucky enough to meet a pervert torturer, it will be pure hell. I'll tell you now. The other party confessed immediately, so quickly that even Uchiha Baiye was a little surprised. Anyway, as long as he can get the information he wants. Afterwards, Uchiha Baiye learned the whereabouts of the clown mask leader Baiye. He did not break his promise, but released the ghoul directly. But he had to act quickly to prevent this guy from going and tipping off the enemy. Arima-san, let's go. At this time, Uchiha Baiye said, the Inaba team will stay here and watch over these ghouls. Yes, the Inaba squad, led by Inaba Xiaoyu, is on standby here. On the way to where Baiye was, Uchiha Baiye called Fankun-ite. Advertisement. An abandoned church located in Area 4 is the real base of the ghoul group, Joker Mask. The chanting and the four-sided lotus instructions are all here. Recently, it seems that white pigeons from other districts are pouring into our District 4. I guess they have already set their sights on our clown mask. Baiye looks gentle and harmless, with a lot of tattoos on his body and bright eyes. But this is actually the result of injecting pigment into the whites of his eyes, which is called eye tattooing. So what are you going to do? The handsome, silver-haired Sifang Lianxi said lightly. There will probably be more and more white pigeons sent to Area 4 by CCG. We'd better take the initiative and attack as soon as possible. By the time they gather their forces, it will be too late. Baiye said, I won't go with you. I don't want to provoke the white pigeons. Sifang Lianxi did not agree with Baiye's idea. He just wants to live a stable life in District 4 and protect his sister and others. Really? But now it seems that you have no choice but to provoke them. Baiye seemed to have noticed something. That means two humans are about to break in here. Quote. Sifang Lianxi also immediately noticed someone approaching. Everyone, get ready and put on your masks. I guess the white dove is coming. Baiye said casually to the other members of the church. It seemed as if he didn't take the upcoming white dove seriously. After a while, two humans entered the church as expected. Half-human to be exact. Chapter 68. SS's class Quink, Owl, shows its prowess for the first time. General, I'll leave the rest of the ghouls to you. Leave the two SS rank ones to me. As soon as he took his first step into the abandoned church, Uchiha Baiye said to Arima Takamasa, who was walking side by side with him. Okay. Arima Takashi nodded slightly. He didn't care what level of ghoul he faced. At this point Uchiha Baiye passed his left hand across his eyes, covering up the briefly revealed Mangekyō Sharingan, and with his right hand caught the Quink briefcase that emerged from the space Uzumaki. But this time he used a golden briefcase, which was an SSS level, Owl. Maybe it was an overkill, but he wanted to get it over with quickly. Arima Kisho was a little surprised to see Uchiha Baiye was going to use the SSS level, Owl. It seemed that Baiye had a deep connection with the ghoul leader here. The two had not taken a few steps into the abandoned church when a large number of ghouls emerged from all directions and surrounded them. Good afternoon, Mr. White Doves. Baiye, wearing a white mask with almost no facial features, walked out from among the ghouls. This mask is also the origin of his code name, Faceless. Next to Baiye is Safang Lianxi, who is wearing a mask in the shape of a crow. Uchiha Baiye recognized Baiye at a glance. In addition to the mask, the tattoos on Baiye's body were also very recognizable. Good afternoon. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Baiye took the initiative to attack Baiye and Safang Lianxi, and at the same time took out one of the owls from the golden briefcase. Arima Takashi has also prepared the Quink, Yukimura 1/3, and he will deal with the remaining ghouls. At the beginning, I was just in a playful mood, so I didn't unfold the Kagun. Shikata Renshi also thought that he could easily deal with these two young-looking ghoul investigators just by chanting, and there was no need for him to waste his energy. In the blink of an eye, the opponent had already arrived in front of them, and the Quink in his hand did not look good either. Oh, only then did Baiye realize that the other party was not an ordinary ghoul investigator. Shikata Renshi also reacted quickly, immediately releasing his Heiguro Kagawa and shooting the Heiguro blade towards Uchiha Baiye like an owl. Advertisement. But compared to the Unkillable Owl and the One-Eyed Owl, Safang Lianxi's ability is far worse. No matter the power, speed or density, it is far inferior to those two SSS level owls. For Uchiha Baiye, who has fought against owls many times, it is too easy to dodge. Don't be careless. Seeing that the other party dodged so easily, Safang Lianxi immediately reminded Baiye. I know, Crow-kun. Baiye had to take it seriously. It seemed that the enemy sent by CCG this time was a strong one. Mr. Crow is the name he often uses to refer to Renshi Shifang, because the mask that Renshi Shifang wears is in the shape of a crow. While Baiye was talking to Shifang Renshi, the SSS class Quink, Owl, in the shape of a long sword had already slashed towards them. Baiye immediately released his powerful sword to resist. The characteristic of scaled ghouls is that their surface is covered with scales, and they have extremely strong regenerative ability and attack power. Scaled ghouls generally have strong physical fitness and the most flexible fighting skills, but their disadvantage is that they are relatively fragile and have low defense. This is also why Kaneki Ken in the original work often either kills others in seconds or is killed in seconds, and his attack power is so strong that he has destroyed Quinks of various levels more than once. The front end of the scales of the hexagram is like a fish hook, and this shape of hexagram is obviously good at attacking. But it is undoubtedly impossible to resist the SSS level, Owl. Baiye released a total of 3 scales to resist, but they were all cut off by Shao, with one sword. After feeling the power of this Quink, Baiye immediately realized that this was definitely an SS level or even SSS level Quink. Is it possible that the ghoul investigator who possesses this kind of Quink must be a special class investigator? At this time, Safang Lianxi immediately led Baiye to dodge the slash of Shao, and said in a heavy tone, "Go all out, otherwise there will be no chance." Yes, I dare not be careless anymore. His full effort is the half-Hudge transformation. The next moment, multiple Kagun arms grew out from behind Baiye. There were tattoos on those Kagun arms. The Kagun were connected to his head but did not cover his entire body. This was his half-Kagun form. Since the black-clad investigator was moving too fast, the half-Kagome transformation also needed a short moment to complete. In order to buy time for Uchiha Baiye, Safang Renshi released a purple electric current through his Kagun to attack Uchiha Baiye. Like Kirishima Ko, Shiho Renshi is very special. His Kagun has lightning attributes, which is considered a relatively buggy ability. However, this purple electric current had no effect on Uchiha Baiye and was completely blocked by Owl. Advertisement. Although Shao is not the strongest defensive Kaihei Quink, the SSS level Yuhei also has strong defensive power. But Safang Lianxi's goal was achieved, and he bought a little time for Baiye. Let's fight, Mr. Investigator. At this time, Baiye had already completed the half-transformation, but was also in a semi-out-of-control state. His mind was a little unclear, and his tone had a sense of madness. Okay. Uchiha Baiye responded indifferently. He deliberately showed his weakness and let Baiye devour him. Baiye suddenly stretched out one of his Kagun arms and grabbed Uchiha Baiye's ankle. Uchiha Baiye let Baiye grab him and a huge mouth made of Kagun wrapped around him. Before Baiye could swallow him, he was forced to swallow Quink, Owl. Uchiha Baiye, holding the owl in his hand, pierced directly through Bei's mouth and destroyed one of the kakuben on his back. The kaki of the scaled Kakugo ghoul is usually on the waist, but half Kakugo ghouls and Kakugo who have performed Kakugo will have other types of kaki. The head was temporarily damaged, and one of the hebao was also seriously injured. Bei, who was already in a semi-out-of-control state, suddenly became even more confused. He even forgot that there was a real enemy in front of him, and instead attacked Shifang Lianxi, the person he was most obsessed with. I want to eat you, he, idiot. Shifang Lianxi suddenly cursed angrily. The half-heroized Bei is difficult to deal with. If they fight to the death, both he and Bei will die. What's more, there is an even more difficult ghoul investigator there. However, what Shifang Lian did not expect was, there was a flash of knife before his eyes, and Bei was cut in half, with the herbal bag on his waist also destroyed. Bei, who had suffered a series of severe injuries, was temporarily unable to heal himself and lay there dying, but the condition was not fatal. Ding. Host successfully completed. Task 1. Defeat the members of the Joker Organization, and receive the reward, 50 attribute points. Closing square bracket. Task 1 has been completed. Activate Task 2. Mission 2. Attack the Ghoul internment camp, Kuklia, in Area 23 and release the leader of the Joker First Generation, Mother of Chaos Hoshiro Roma. Task Reward. 100 attribute points. Chapter 69. One-Eyed Owl, appears in the play and is promoted to special grade, additional chapter. Ding. Host defeated the SS level Ghoul, Bei, and received a reward, 40 attribute points. Closing square bracket. Shifang Lianxi originally thought that the black-clad investigator would take advantage of Bei's loss of reason and use Bei to detain him. I didn't expect the other party to solve the problem first. It seems that the other party does not take his strength seriously at all. At this time, Shifang Lianxi was also firing at full speed. He couldn't just leave Bei here, nor did he want Bei to die here. Shifang Lianxi's combat power at full firepower is at the same level as that of a half-hero. His lightning attribute can make up for the gap between himself and a half-hero. But this also shows that he is no match for Uchiha Baiye. In just a short while, Shifang Lianxi's black bag was also severely damaged. However, Uchiha Baiye was too relaxed and failed to injure Shikata Renshi's hebao to a fatal degree. If a ghoul only has one kakufu on his body and it is damaged to a certain extent, he will no longer be able to heal himself and can only wait for death. Ding. Host defeated the SS level ghoul, Shifang Renshi, and received a reward, 40 attribute points. Closing square bracket. During this period, Bei and Shifang Lianxi were still young and could not reach the SS plus level. It was about 3 years later, or before he was taken to the stable zone by manager Fangkun, that Shifang Lianxi reached the peak of his strength. After that, he kept eating rotten meat in the stable zone, and his strength did not improve anymore. Until this time, the owl in Uchiha Baiye's hand was still intact, which can only be said to be worthy of being an SSS level Quink. He was just about to pretend to give Shifang Lianxi the final blow. Although Shifang Lianxi was lying on the ground unable to move, he still raised his head and looked at him with a very fierce look, as if he was no longer afraid of life or death. Nice look, Uchiha Baiye said lightly. The Quink owl in his hand fell down. At this critical moment, a big hole suddenly appeared in the ceiling of the abandoned church right above Uchiha Baiye's head. Boom. Boom. A huge body rushed out from the rubble and dust and fell in the direction of Uchiha Baiye. Uchiha Baiye took a few steps back slowly, avoiding the opponent's surprise attack. Advertisement. This huge body is none other than the SSS level ghoul owl. But it is not the unkillable owl, but the one-eyed owl. Here I come, hee. The one-eyed owl immediately let out a strange laugh of joy and unleashed a long-range attack unique to Uchiha Baiye. Uchiha Baiye dodged easily by turning sideways. But his expression was very calm, without any sign of surprise. Because it was he who called the one-eyed owl, he asked Fangkunite to act out a play with him. While Uchiha Baiye was dodging, the one-eyed owl grabbed Shifang Renshihebe who was lying on the ground with his backhand. Shifang Lianxi was already seriously injured, and was grabbed by the one-eyed owl, without any regard for his severity. He immediately groaned in pain. Bei was already dying and couldn't make any sound. Then Fangkunite took Shifang Lianxi and Bei, who had only half of his body left, and left the abandoned church at high speed. Be gentle. Uchiha Baiye naturally didn't chase after him, but instead murmured a complaint in a low voice. On the other hand, any ghoul who dared to attack Arima Takasho was easily killed instantly by him. The ghoul group, Joker Mask, which lost its 2 SS level leaders, was of course no match for Arima Takasho. But even if Bei and Shiho Renji are included, Arima Takashi can still wipe out the entire Joker Mask by himself. Realizing that both the black-clad investigator and the white-clad investigator were incredibly strong, the other ghouls present all became scared. Mr. Lien Bei and Shifang Lianxi were both defeated, and they were even unable to fight back against the black-clad investigator. What the hell was the point of their fight? All the ghouls present were frightened, and some had already fled when they saw the situation was not good. As for those ghouls who were slow to react or hesitant, Uchiha Baiye had given them enough time, and he couldn't overact. He, Arima Takashi, and Yoshimura Ito have joined forces to guard not only against the human side, but also against the ghoul side, and must not expose themselves in front of any person who cannot be fully trusted. Moreover, he and Arima Kisho always have to capture some ghouls for their mission. It is impossible that they come here without any gain. Unless Mustard is a fool, he would not be suspicious. I'm sorry. Uchiha Baiye said something to the ghouls that sounded meaningless. Advertisement. Because if these guys didn't escape in time, he would have to send them to Kuklia. However, as long as you are not tortured, you will not encounter those crazy torturers. There was no need to torture these guys, and any torture would be done by him, the captor. Ding. Host defeated the A+ grade ghoul, and received a reward, 8 attribute points. Closing square bracket. Ding. Host defeated the B rank ghoul, and received a reward, 3 attribute points. Closing square bracket. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Eventually, Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi captured a group of Clown Mask members. At the same time, he also gained a lot of attribute points. Including the ghouls that the Inaba squad had been watching before, a total of more than 50 ghouls were captured in this operation, ranging from B level to S level, all belonging to the Joker Mask. Let's go back. Afterwards, Uchiha Baiye and Arima Kisho returned to the Sector 1 CCG headquarters with the Inaba squad. Although this operation failed to successfully capture or expel the leader of Clown Mask, it also dealt a heavy blow to Clown Mask. The leader was seriously injured and on the verge of death, and a lot of his members were captured. Clown Mask would definitely not dare to come out and be active again for a while. And their amazing efficiency is also a credit. CCG has also sent people to check and indeed found traces of the appearance of the one-eyed owl. Uchiha Baiye's flawless acting skills are naturally not to be doubted. Arima Kisho defeated a large number of members of the Clown Mask, including an S rank and an S rank ghoul, and thus was reasonably promoted to senior investigator. And he will soon be able to equip 2 Quinks at S rank and S rank. Among the Inaba squad, Inaba Xiaoyu and Uigun made greater contributions and were promoted to first class, while the rest of the team members are still second-class investigators. To Uchiha Baiye, the chief speaker and Shu Chongji fulfilled their promise. Uchiha Baiye was promoted to special investigator after this mission and was assigned to continue operations in Area 4 to eliminate any fish that had slipped through the net. In particular, investigate the whereabouts of the one-eyed owl and the clown mask leader. Little did people know that the one-eyed owl was at Uchiha Baiye's house every day. Chapter 70. Fangkun Gongshan's Invitation. The time goes back to Fangkun after it rescued Baiye and Sifang Lianxi. She simply followed Uchiha Baiye's suggestion and threw Baiye and Sifang Lianxi on the second floor of the Anding District coffee shop. In fact, Uchiha Baiye gave her 2 suggestions. One was to let the 2 ghouls join the Bronze Tree, and the other was to join the Stable Zone. But she specifically asked Uchiha Baiye about his true thoughts and learned that Uchiha Baiye would rather Baiye and Shifang Renshi go to the stable area, so she did so. Since there were people on the street in broad daylight, Fangkun Ed had already released his Heager form and was able to move at high speed using only his normal Heager form. She threw Baiye and Sifang Lianxi into the lounge on the second floor through the open window, and then left directly without staying in the stable area for a moment, because she didn't want to meet Fangkun Gongshan at this time. Fangkun Gongshan, Gujian Yuaner, Rujianshuan and Sanbo Lihua, who were on the first floor, heard the noise on the second floor and even smelled the smell of blood. Fangkun Gongshan immediately signaled them not to worry about it and he would go up and take a look at the situation himself. When he came to the second floor, Fangkun Gongshan saw the unconscious Shifang Lianxi and Baiye with only half of his body left. He was silent for a while, then went to feed Sifang Lianxi and Baiye the rotten meat stored in the refrigerator. Being able to supplement RC cells with human flesh, even rotten flesh that lacks activity, can greatly speed up regeneration. Ahem. Sifang Lianxi woke up first and coughed immediately. Baiye's half-body also began to regenerate slowly. When Sifang Lianxi woke up, he found himself lying on the sofa and saw Baiye next to him. This is a completely unfamiliar environment. Sifang Lianxi covered his forehead and recalled that he had been defeated badly by the black-clad investigator before, and then was rescued by a huge figure. He had no idea who that figure was, nor did he know why the other person wanted to save him. You're awake. At this time, Fangkun Gongshan walked into the lounge with a cup of coffee. Looking at this kind-looking elder, Sifang Lianxi immediately asked, "Did you save us?" "Not exactly. I don't know who brought you here, but I'm the manager of this coffee shop." Yoshimura Kausen smiled and said, "I just replenished you with human flesh. As expected, you are also ghouls." Shikata Renshi did not deny it, because he could tell that the other party was definitely a ghoul as well. "Don't you know who brought you here?" Yoshimura Kausen asked. Advertisement. Sifang Lianxi shook his head slightly. "I only remember that it seemed like a Hudge rescued us. I have never seen a Hudge that big, and it was wearing a dark red cloak. By the way, its mask only has one eye." These were all Sifang Lianxi could think of, especially the one eye which left a deep impression on him. "I see." Fangkun Gongshan immediately realized who Shifang Lianxi was talking about. Based on the other party's description, the only person other than him could be 8. And it's not surprising that Ed knows the place called Stable Zone. Yoshimura Kausen sighed in his heart, not understanding why Ed suddenly left these two ghouls with him. Next, Fangkun Gongshan talked to Shifang Lianxi with concern and learned about what Shifang Lianxi and Bei had encountered. Although he still didn't know what At's intention was, he decided to take in Shifang Lianxi and Bei, which could be regarded as a way to make up for his guilt towards At. There must be investigators in District 4 looking for you right now. Why don't you stay here with me? Fangkun Gongshan invited. Quote. Shifang Lianxi hesitated for a moment, because his sister and the others were still in Area 4, and he was worried. Is there anything else you can't let go of? Yoshimura Kausen asked. Well, I still have relatives in Area 4. I can't just leave them alone. Shifang Lianxi spoke truthfully. Then why not just take them over as well? The Anping district welcomes all ghouls. Fangkun Gongshan said frankly. Stable area. Shifang Lianxi suddenly felt that the name sounded familiar, as this District 20. Yes, this is the Anding District coffee shop in District 20. I am the store manager and the manager of District 20. Fangkun Gongshan revealed his identity. So. Shifang Lianxi was suddenly surprised. Advertisement. Although it is often rumored that District 20 is full of weak, old, sick and disabled people, the information he knows is much more informed than the average ghoul. He knew that there were two powerful ghoul groups in District 20, the Demon Ape and the Black Doberman, but after the new manager appeared, these two ghoul groups suddenly disappeared. This also means that the new manager is definitely stronger than the Magic Ape and the Black Doberman. Although it is not clear how strong it is indeed a very secure place for him. And the other party also helped him. If he could guarantee the safety of his sister and the others, he would certainly be willing to work for them. I am willing to join the stable zone, but I have to bring my sister and the others over first. Shifang Lianxi put forward his own conditions. Of course, no problem. I will protect you in secret. Fangkun Gongshan agreed without hesitation. Shifang Lianxi continued, I want to leave now. This guy won't wake up for a while, and even if he wakes up, he won't do anything wrong. Fangkun Gongshan was still easy to talk to. But before you leave, get to know your colleagues a little bit. Okay. Shifang Lianxi was a little nervous, and he didn't know what work he would do next. Afterwards, Shifang Renshi followed Fangkun Gongshan to the first floor. These three are your colleagues. Please introduce yourselves briefly. Fangkun Gongshan said to Shifang Lianxi. Originally, there were only 2 employees in the Anding District coffee shop, but a few days ago, Sanbo Lihua also started working in the Anding District. After school every day, they come here to work part-time and accept help from the stable zone. They solve the problem of hunger by eating carrion and will never actively prey on humans again. Shifang. My name is Shifang Lianxi. Shifang Lianxi hesitated for a moment and finally said his name. Evening. I'm back. Fangkun is just like an ordinary office worker. As soon as he gets home from get off work, he takes off his shoes and lies down on the bed. Welcome home. Uchiha Baiye was already at home, but even if he didn't come back, Fangkun now had a spare key and could come in at will. Chapter 71. A really sick Lolita Khan. Ding. Host successfully completed. Task 1. Encourage Kirishima's family to join the stable zone, or bronze tree, and received a reward, 20 attribute points. Closing square bracket. Just then, Uchiha Baiye heard the system prompt. It can be guessed that it was Renji Shiho who persuaded the Kirishima family to go to the stable area. Fundamentally, it was he who promoted it. Moreover, Shiho Renshi will definitely mention him in Arima Takasho, and Kirishima Arata and Kirishima Ko will have no other choice if they want to protect the children. Now it is clear that all the ghouls in Area 4 are in danger. I immediately sent those 2 guys to the stable area. They should be out of danger now. At this time, Fangkun said. Well, thank you for your hard work. Uchiha Baiye was making dinner while talking to Fangkun. This kind of thing isn't that hard. Do you need my help? I've never cooked before. Fangkun said. I think you can try. Uchiha Baiye was a little curious about what Fangkun would cook himself. Seriously. Don't regret it later. Okay. It's okay. I can help you eat it. Since Uchiha Baiye doesn't care, Fangkun really wants to give it a try. She then went into the kitchen wearing her woolen shoes with strawberry patterns on them. Uchiha Baiye only asked Fangkun to try a simpler dish first. It can be found that Fangkun knife skills are very good, which is not surprising at all. Uchiha Baiye did not interfere at all and let Fangkun play freely. Soon, Fangkun prepared a dish by himself. It looks okay to the naked eye, at least it's not that kind of dark dish. Dinner is ready. Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura sat at the dining table. Advertisement. I'm starting. Fangkun first tasted the dish he had made, but after chewing it, he found that the taste was not ideal. It's not delicious. It's far inferior to what you made. Although it was his first time to cook it himself, Fangkun was still a little disappointed that the food was not tasty. Uchiha Baiye also took a bite and gave a direct evaluation. It's really not delicious. The salt is not enough and not evenly distributed. The food is also a little burnt, but for a novice who was cooking for the first time, it's pretty good. His evaluation was very fair. At most, it was just not tasty, but not so bad that it was inedible. Don't bother to comfort me. It will only make me feel that you are pitying me. Fangkun doesn't buy into the gentle attitude. You're wrong. As long as it's made by Mr. Takatsuki, I won't mind it no matter how bad it tastes, so there's no need to comfort you. Uchiha Baiye said seriously. Fangkun was slightly stunned. You are already a Lolita control patient. Wrong, I have never been a Lolita fan. Uchiha Baiye has always been reluctant to acknowledge this title. But you are not convincing at all, Mr. Lolita, don't try to quibble. Fangkun teased. Although she was joking, Uchiha Baiye's words just now really had an effect on Fangkun, and she couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart. Quote. Uchiha Baiye was speechless. He had explained it long ago, but Fangkun just didn't believe it, and there was nothing he could do about it. In the end, Uchiha Baiye and Fangkun finished their dinner together, and even though it was not delicious, they finished it. How's the situation in District 24? During the break after dinner, Uchiha Baiye asked Fangkun.
It's going pretty smoothly. The competitors in District 24 are all average in strength. Currently, the Bronze Tree has expanded to over 200 members. Fangkun had said, once we have completely occupied Area 24, we can start to spread to other areas. Well, there's no need to rush to expand the territory for now. I have a plan next. Advertisement. Uchiha Baiye is about to discuss the matter of Kuklia with Fangkun. I plan to attack Kuklia as the one-eyed king. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by them?
Fangkun was worried. It's okay. At present, the Shu family and the V organization don't know that I'm an upgraded half-human. If I disguise myself a little like last time, they won't be able to recognize me. Uchiha Baiye said calmly. That's good. When the time comes, we will work together and should be able to completely capture Kuklia. Before, Yoshimura was weak, there were not many members of the Bronze Tree at that time, and Kuklia was heavily guarded. She failed to break through Kuklia, and only released some S-level ghouls.
The most important ones are undoubtedly the rooms, where sulfur monosulfide and SSS-level ghouls are imprisoned.
Since Kuklia was originally used to imprison S to SS-level ghouls, and there was no special room for imprisoning SSS-level ghouls, SSS-level ghouls like Fanchi Roma were also imprisoned on the SS-level floor.
No, I have another task for you. Uchiha Baiye said, I hope you can lead a group of Bronze Tree members to show up in District 13 to attract the attention of CCG, Kazuo and V. Your Excellency, and I will pretend to investigate District 24, while I will lead another group of Bronze Tree members to attack District 23, Kuklia. Yigo. Fangkun believes in Uchiha Baiye's strength, but she still warned, but you also have to be careful. Kuklia has never weakened its defensive strength.
Well, I'll pay attention and start taking action in 2 days. Uchiha Baiye has already discussed the Kuklia matter with Fangkun. He suddenly changed the subject. By the way, when you went to the Anding district this time, didn't you meet with Senior Fangkun?
No, I don't want to see him yet. Fangkun expression was a little melancholy. Even if I meet him, I don't know what to say. Alright. Uchiha Baiye certainly wouldn't force it to meet the store manager. When you want to go, we can go have a cup of coffee together. The coffee made by Yoshimura Senpai is delicious. Is that so? Fangkun immediately noticed a detail. So you've been there before? Yes, when Sambo went to seek help, Guisho and I went with her and drank coffee. Uchiha Baiye answered truthfully. Matani-san. Oh, the ghoul called Matani Reika, right? By the way, when can I meet her? It will be easier to collect materials this way. Fangkun felt more and more that this guy was very interested in the girl named Sanbo Reika, which made her more concerned. Chapter 72. Attacking Kuklia and opening Susanoo, update. Okay, she's working in the Anding district recently, so let's go to her house someday to find her.
Uchiha Baiye agreed casually. Oh, you even know where her home is so clearly. Fangkun narrowed his eyes slightly. Yes, Uchiha Baiye heading. In fact, he didn't know, but he only needed to ask Arima Takamasa to find out. Oh, Fangkun now felt that he had to go. A night passed and nothing happened again. Zone 1, Day Court. Regarding the investigation of the Bronze Tree and the One-Eyed Owl, Your Excellency and I have already made some progress. Uchiha Baiye and Arima Kisho are reporting the situation to Mustard. Tell me about it, Mustard asked immediately. We have discovered that the Bronze Tree, led by the One-Eyed Owl, is active in Area 24. I suspect that the leader of the Clown Mask has also been taken into the Bronze Tree by the One-Eyed Owl.
Uchiha Baiye fooled Mustard with good reason. Then you and the general should go investigate Area 24 first and determine the exact location of those guys from the Bronze Tree. It would be best if you could capture the One-Eyed Owl. Mustard Seed said. As for Area 4, there are only a bunch of rabble left, and they can't make any waves. Okay, we'll head to District 24 tomorrow. Uchiha Baiye nodded. He and Arima Takashi each left a suicide note at CCG Area 1, and they can officially start the action tomorrow. The next day, Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi entered Area 24 together. When they got to a certain location, Uchiha Baiye said, "General, it seems that your S-Class Quinkway has not been made yet, okay?" "Not yet." Advertisement Arima Takashi shook his head slightly. "Then I'll lend you my Moon Shadow and Wind Spirit. You just need to focus on your own safety here." Uchiha Baiye lent the suitcase containing Moon Shadow and Wind Spirit to Arima Takashi. He doesn't need Arima Takashi to really do anything in District 24, as long as Arima Takashi stays here. Arima Takashi almost understood what Uchiha Baiye meant. It was estimated that Baiye was going to do something alone, but he didn't care what it was. He only knew that his mission was to cover for Uchiha Baiye and make the V organization and the Kazushi family think that he and Uchiha Baiye were busy in the 24th district. However, Uchiha Baiye immediately told Arima Takamasa about his plan to attack Kukuya. Arima Takashi had no objection to this. He knew that there must be a reason and meaning behind Uchiha Baiye's actions, so he did not ask any further questions. Afterwards, Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi acted separately. Uchiha Baiye put on the red tiger skin mask and costume of Red Knight Obito, and his hairstyle naturally changed accordingly. Now his outfit is equivalent to being bound to the identity of the One-Eyed King. Arima Takamasa only needs to wander around in this underground maze. If a ghoul is determined to attack him, he can just reap some results from the investigation. Current attribute points: 429. Open black lens bracket ding. Host added points successfully. Close black lens bracket. Constitution plus 10.0, RC cell value plus 229, attribute points minus 329. On the way to reunite with the Bronze Tree members, Uchiha Baiye used up most of his attribute points at once. However, he still kept 100 attribute points in reserve because it was time to buy the RC cell storage device, which cost 50 attribute points, and the remaining 50 attribute points were for preparedness. His current RC cell value has exceeded 1000, which is almost on the same level as ordinary ghouls. He did feel a subtle change in his sense of taste, and estimated that he could no longer eat normal food. Without the RC cell storage device, he could only eat human flesh. Or he could ask CCG to inject an RC inhibitor, but wouldn't he be exposed then? Half humans without organs like the Hercules would not increase their RC cell value under normal circumstances. Ding! Host successfully purchased the item, RC cell storage. Attribute points minus 50, current attribute points, 50. After the purchase is completed, the product will appear directly on the system panel. As soon as he thought about it, part of the RC cell value in his body was transferred into the RC cell storage. Now his surface RC cell value is only 500, the rest of the RC cells are in the storage, and he can use the RC cells in the storage at any time without restriction. Uchiha Baiye remembered that he hadn't looked at the system panel for a long time, so he took a quick look. Host: Uchiha Baiye, advertisement, race, half-human. Identity: CCG Special Investigator, half-human of Berry Court, cleaner of V Organization, One-Eyed King of Bronze Tree. Age: 18. Open black lens bracket. Constitution: 50. Close black lens bracket. RC cell value: 500. Storage: plus 550. Current attribute points: 50. Mall items: Tiger skin mask, RC cell storage. At this time, Uchiha Baiye arrived at the Bronze Tree stronghold in Area 24. Some members of the Bronze Tree have been taken to Area 13 by Yoshimura to attract the attention of CCG. This also includes Tadara and Noroi. Yoshimura had originally wanted them to stay and act with Uchiha Baiye. After all, Yoshimura was just attracting attention, while Uchiha Baiye was going to engage in a real head-on battle. She hoped to minimize the risk for Uchiha Baiye. But Uchiha Baiye denied this resolution, and Fankenite had no choice but to act according to his wishes. At the moment, when the other members saw the One-Eyed King, they immediately knelt down. Even those new members who had never met Uchiha Baiye were specifically reminded by the old members. Let's get started. Uchiha Baiye lowered his voice and led the ghouls out of Area 24 and headed towards Kukuya in Area 23. Since Kukuya is far away from residential areas and is a heavily guarded ghoul prison after all, the actions of Uchiha Baiye leading the Bronze Tree were not noticed by ordinary people. The first line of defense outside of Kukuya, Uchiha Baiye was handed directly to those members of Bronze Tree who moved with him. He himself focused his eyes on the top of Kukuya in front of him, and Mangekyō Sharingan suddenly appeared. With a fleeting space distortion, the next moment he appeared at the top of Kukuya, which was the real entrance to Kukuya. The third force, Susanoo, a giant blue-green rib suddenly wrapped around Uchiha Baiye, and 2 Susanoo arms grew out of it. Under the influence of the RC cells, they materialized like Cocoon. He controlled his 2 Susanoo arms and tried to force open the door on the top of Kukuya. Boom boom. The investigators stationed inside Kukuya were immediately attracted by the sudden loud noise above their heads. They stared in amazement and stunned eyes as 2 giant blue-green hands forcibly pried open what should have been the sturdiest door. Chapter 73 Central Control Room. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. About 100 ghouls suspected to be from the Bronze Tree organization are attacking Kukuya. All personnel immediately enter combat mode. Do not let go of the Quink. All personnel outside, retreat to Kukuya. An alarm suddenly sounded in Kuklya. The investigators who were stationed here had good psychological qualities and would not panic even if there was a sudden enemy attack. After all, this is not the first time that Kuklya has been attacked by ghouls. The largest scale attack once involved thousands of ghouls. Kuklya is both a prison and the strongest fortress. All the investigators outside have retreated inside the fortress, and it is extremely difficult for the ghouls outside to break into the fortress. But the next moment, they noticed some strange movement above their heads. Two giant blue-green hands are tearing open the gate at the top. They look like a ghoul's Kagun. Such a huge Kagun is likely to belong to a ghoul at the Kagurger level. And this is a HUD that CCG has never recorded. No. It's okay, this is the strongest door. Just as the investigators were trying to comfort themselves, the door of Kuklya was forcibly torn open.
Even in its initial form, Susanoo's power is a dimensionality-reducing blow to this world. The huge blue-green figure suddenly fell from the door that was torn open at the top. Boom! The huge body fell to the ground, but the material used to build Kuklya was quite special, so it only had slight cracks. Advertisement: the investigators immediately launched an operation to expel Uchiha Baiye. There is a special investigator, several quasi-special investigators and a large number of senior investigators stationed in Kuklya. However, Uchiha Baiye simply ignored the investigators around him and rushed directly to the central control room of Kuklya. As long as they break into the control room, they can release all the ghouls imprisoned here. There is no need to waste time and tangle with these investigators. Even though the investigators attacked him with long-range Hagu Quinks, it did not hinder his actions at all. Those Yuhei attacks were unable to break through Susanoo's defense, and they couldn't even leave the slightest mark on Susanoo's shell. This is just the initial form of Susanoo. I guess it would take an SSS level Quinkway to have any effect. Uchiha Baiye's initial Susanoo can be said to have surpassed the category of SSS+. Stop him. His target is the control room. The more perceptive investigators have already discovered the purpose of the enemy's actions. The control room is the most important location in Kuklya. Once the control room is captured, the entire Kuklya will fall completely. After a large number of S-level, SS-level and even SSS-level ghouls are released, the existing defense force of Kuklya cannot stop them at all, and it is necessary to gather all the combat power of the entire CCG. However, the most important control room certainly has the strongest defense. The person in charge of the control room is the warden of Kuklya, who is also a special investigator. In addition, there are several quasi-special investigators. When the control room was in sight, several quasi-special investigators blocked Uchiha Baiye. Half hero. No, it should be hero. What a hassle. Advertisement: we have to stop him here. If he breaks into the control room, we'll be finished. Yes. When the prospective special investigators saw Uchiha Baiye in his Kakusha form, with his face completely covered by a red tiger skin mask, they all showed grim expressions at the same time. Although this form of the Hercules has never been seen before, such a huge body is definitely not a half Hercules. They initially judged that the guy in front of them was at least an SS level or even SSS level ghoul. Let's go together. I'll be at the front. At this time, one of the sturdier quasi-special officers rushed towards Uchiha Baiye with a Kahi Quinkway in his hand, acting as a meat shield. This is the S-class Kahi Quinkway, which has the strongest defense among the four types. The man was holding a huge red shield that completely covered his 1.9 meter tall body. However, Uchiha Baiye's Susanoo arm just slapped the man away. Gah! The man's entire body was instantly knocked flying more than 10 meters away, and hit the wall heavily. The Jahi shield in his hand also had cracks. What? The other quasi-special investigators were immediately amazed. Even an S-rank Kai Hekuin couldn't stop that ghoul. Chapter 74. The Fall of Kuklya. Didn't they say that the one-eyed owl appeared in Area 13 today? How could the bronze tree be so strong without the one-eyed owl? Damn it. This is at least an SSS-ranked Tiger. Does the bronze tree have a ghoul of this rank besides the one-eyed owl? It seems that we still have too little information about the bronze tree, and this guy is also one-eyed. The expressions of these quasi-special investigators suddenly became very solemn. The first time the bronze tree attacked here was led by the one-eyed owl. They fought with the one-eyed owl. At that time, and with the cooperation of the warden, they barely forced the one-eyed owl to retreat. However, the unknown ghoul in front of them gave them a stronger sense of oppression than the previous one-eyed owl. At this moment, they attacked Uchiha Baiye at the same time in tacit understanding. Everyone is equipped with S-class Quink, and they have feathered, scaled, and tail-type Quinks. There was originally a Kaihei Quink, but it was almost shattered, and the investigator holding the Quink was having difficulty continuing the fight. I'll cover you, hurry up. At this time, one of the quasi-special officers holding a Hahei Quink fired something like a cannon at Uchiha Baiye. The artillery is very fast and its lethality seems very strong. It is indeed a good means of cover. Taking advantage of the smoke and dust produced by the artillery explosion that affected the line of sight, the other quasi-special investigators judged that the enemy would be distracted, and immediately grabbed the close combat Quinkway and killed him. However, beyond their expectations, the opponent was not affected by the artillery attack at all, and even the outer shell of the Hezer was not damaged. Even the sight aspect has no effect on Uchiha Baiye, after all, he has the Mangekyō Sharingan. He immediately manipulated Susanoo's 2 arms to grab 2 of the quasi-special investigators, and threw them away with a flick of his hand. And crushed the Quinks that fell to the ground, cutting off their desire to continue fighting. At the same time, Uchiha Baiye's eyes were focused directly on the 3rd quasi-special Quinkwe. The man only felt a sense of spatial distortion in a trance, and before he could react to what was happening, the Quinkwe in his hand was twisted off. Bang! The man was stunned when he heard the sound of half of Quinkwe falling to the ground. How come his Quinkwe suddenly broke on its own for no apparent reason? Advertisement. The man stood there in a daze, at a loss for what to do. Having lost Quinkwe, he didn't know what to do. Not everyone is Arima Takasho. Except for half-humans, normal humans still have to rely on Quinkwe to deal with ghouls with their physical fitness. What's more, against a super SSS level Ghoul, like Uchiha Baiye, even if Arima Kisho loses the Quinkwe, he has no chance of winning. Now the only one who is still capable of fighting is the quasi-special class who is using the Hahei Quinkwe in the back row. Uchiha Baiye didn't even bother to pay attention to this guy and just forced his way into the control room. Susanoo can be said to be a combination of absolute attack and absolute defense, the only flaw is that it consumes too much energy. So he didn't want to waste time. With his current RC cell value, he couldn't maintain the initial form for too long. Bang! The seemingly extremely solid explosion-proof door of the control room was immediately broken through by Uchiha Baiye, who immediately used Susanoo's giant hand to grab the warden in the control room. But the warden is a special-level investigator after all, so his reaction speed is quite fast. His eyes focused and he jumped to the side to avoid the attack. After rolling, he immediately stood up and opened the Quinkwe briefcase. This was his strongest trump card, the sulfur monosulfide level scaled Quinkwe. The warden of Kuklia, during this period, was a special investigator about whom Uchiha Baiye had little impression. To be more precise, he had never seen this person in the original work.
You are not the one-eyed owl, so who are you? The warden did not act rashly. The fact that they were able to break into the control room in such a short time showed that the opponent's strength was definitely above that of one-eyed owl, and that he was a Heezer-level ghoul who had no record within the CCG. From a practical point of view, he felt that Kuklia was unsustainable this time.
Uchiha Baiye did not respond, but controlled Susanoo's arm and destroyed the control system with one palm. The warden suddenly shouted in his heart, "Oh no!" But he was powerless because the control system was damaged to such an extent that it was irreparable. Advertisement, ding. Host successfully completed, Mission 2. Attack the 23rd Area Ghoul Shelter, Kuklia, and release the 1st Generation Clown King, Mother of Chaos Hoshiroma, and receive the reward, 100 attribute points. Task 2 has been completed, activate Task 3, Mission 3. Defeat the 1st Generation Clown King SSS level, Mother of Chaos, Fancy Roma and incorporate her into the Bronze Tree. Task reward, 100 attribute points. With the control system destroyed, all the cells holding ghouls in Kuklia were opened, including the cell where Roma Hoshiro was. The next moment, Uchiha Baiye disappeared on the spot. In fact, he transferred himself into the Kamui space, and released Susanoo in the Kamui space, and the red tiger mask was also removed by him. In a blink of an eye, he turned from the one-eyed king back into a CCG special investigator. At the same time, CCG headquarters in Area 1 has urgently notified Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi in Area 24 to rush to Kuklia. Arima Takashi immediately set off for Kuklia, because Uchiha Baiye had already communicated the entire plan to him before starting the operation. When he arrived, Kuklia had already fallen. A large number of ghouls that were originally imprisoned are now fleeing. They have almost no time to attack the investigators. They just want to escape from here as soon as possible, otherwise they will miss the best chance to escape when CCG reinforcements arrive. Uchiha Baiye had already moved from Kamui space to outside of Kuklia, and then joined up with Arima Takashi. Arima Takamasa showed no surprise at the appearance of Uchiha Baiye and said calmly, "It's time to take action." Yes. Uchiha Baiye only had a brief exchange with Arima Takamasa. They all knew what to do next, so there was no need to say more. To protect the ghoul investigators stationed in Kuklia, and to find some unlucky ghouls to report to CCG and V organization. On the other side, Yoshimura had also showed up, or to be more precise, the one-eyed owl. She blocked the main escape route of Kuklia. P.S. The test results are out, it's kidney stones, and the degree is quite mild. It's just that I was unlucky and got stuck in a certain position, causing a bunch of symptoms. I've been in so much pain these days that I can't sleep well. Today, it was so painful that I couldn't type, so I went to the hospital for a checkup. Compared to other diseases, kidney stones are a blessing in disguise. I've been in a really bad mental state for the past 5 days. I gritted my teeth and insisted on posting 3 chapters every day. Fortunately, the content was not ruined. Now I feel relieved. Kidney stones are much easier to solve. I will complete the update tonight. Chapter 75 Fankunite appears, internal and external cooperation plus more. Although Uchiha Baiye destroyed the control system, he did not open the front door of Kuklia. Therefore, those ghouls can only escape through some special routes, the most important of which is the underground passage at the bottom.
After all, he didn't want those ghouls to escape too quickly, as his goal had not yet been completely accomplished. At this time, Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi passed through the entrance with biometric technology and entered Kukuya together. And those members of the Bronze Tree, who were originally outside attacking Kukuya, have now disappeared. They have gone to meet up with Fang Kunite.
Everyone calm down and protect yourself first. As soon as they entered Kukuya, Uchiha Baiye immediately comforted the panicked investigators. The Uchiha Special is here. We have hope. With the appearance of Uchiha Baiye, the morale of the army was immediately stabilized. They followed the orders of the Uchiha Special Class and did not actively stop the fleeing ghouls, but instead prioritized protecting themselves. They gathered together in a defensive posture. General, I leave those guys over there to you. Uchiha Baiye pointed in a certain direction where there were more S-rank ghouls. He was staring at the priest, Donato Prupra, not far away, a Russian ghoul with white eyebrows and hair, who looked to be in his 40s or 50s.
Donato Prupra. This guy is the third-generation clown king of the Joker organization and is also an SS-level ghoul. Nothing good will come of letting this guy out. Although the priest is different from the ordinary cynical members of the Joker organization, to some extent the priest is also a wise man who sees through this world.
But because of this, Uchiha Baiye thinks that this guy is more suitable to stay in Kukuya, to have fun, and reminisce the father-son relationship with Kotaro Amon from time to time. Donato Prupra was strolling leisurely in Kukuya. He didn't seem to be in a hurry to escape, but wanted to see the terrified reactions of the investigators. As a result, he saw a black-clad investigator walking towards him. He realized that the other party seemed to be no simple person, but he did not plan to run away. Mr. Investigator, this seems to be the first time we meet, right? The priest even had the leisure to chat with Uchiha Baiye.
Yes, thank you for your guidance since this is our first meeting.
Uchiha Baiye said lightly. At the same time, he opened the golden briefcase in his hand and took out one of the Quink owls. The priest's pupils suddenly shrank. Being well informed, he immediately felt that this Quink had a familiar feeling. Advertisement. He soon recognized that this was the Kagun of Yoshimura Kosen. Although he is not familiar with Yoshimura Kosen, as the king of the third-generation clowns, he has extremely wide connections and intelligence, which is why CCG often likes to ask him for information. I didn't expect it to be merit. It seems you must be a special investigator. The priest raised his hands decisively, with no intention of fighting with Uchiha Baiye. The person who possesses Yoshimura Kosen's Kagun means that his strength is at least similar to Yoshimura Kosen's. He knew very well how powerful Yoshimura Kosen was when he was the cleaner of the V organization, and he didn't want to engage in a meaningless battle.
Since I know I can't beat the other party, I might as well surrender directly.
Even while imprisoned in Kukuya, he still found plenty of fun.
Then come with me. I'll take you back to your original cell after I finish my work. Uchiha Baiye talks. The priest guy surrendered directly, which saved him from wasting time. Next, he will have to find some unlucky guys to complete his task. In his eyes, the best candidates are those ghouls who did not escape from the underground passage. As for letting the priest follow behind him, he was not worried about being attacked by surprise. This was the confidence brought by the Mangekyō Sharingan. However, the priest should not do such a suicidal behavior. Okay, I will definitely cooperate, the priest said with a smile on his face. People who don't know him might think that this guy is a kind and gentle old man. On the other side, Arima Kisho was fighting against those S-rank ghouls. After a while, they were all left behind by him, and no one succeeded in escaping.
The A-class Kanki, Moon Shadow, and Wind Spirit, lent to him by Uchiha Baiye raised his combat power to a higher level. A-class Kanki is definitely much stronger than B-class Kanki. Kukuya, Underground Passage. The already narrow underground passage was blocked by the huge, one-eyed owl, and a large number of Bronze Tree members. As for the Bronze Tree members including Tadara and Noroi, they are still in Area 13. Only Fang Kunite came and acted according to Uchiha Baiye's plan. The so-called plan is actually to incorporate some of the ghouls of Kukuya into the Bronze Tree, in order to expand the number of members and combat power of the Bronze Tree. As for Fanshi Roma, she was not originally in Uchiha Baiye's plan. But the system has updated the task, which requires Fanshi Roma to be included in the Bronze Tree, so this task can be completed at the same time. Advertisement. Who are you guys? Why are you stopping us? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The ghouls whose way was blocked were immediately very dissatisfied. Since the Bronze Tree was established not long ago, the one-eyed owl has only become famous in the last 6 months. These ghouls have basically been imprisoned in Kukuya for a long time, and they don't recognize the one-eyed owl and the Bronze Tree. Even though Yoshimura Ito had led the Bronze Tree to attack Kukuya before, he did not open the cells of these ghouls. However, they were still afraid of the size of the one-eyed owl. They all knew how powerful the one-eyed owl was, so they didn't dare to act rashly for the time being. Don't be impatient, he. I'll give you 2 choices, either surrender or die here. Yoshimura Ito, who had transformed into Eris, let out a strange laugh. Who do you think you are?
Do you still want us to surrender? Among them, an SS-class ghoul was immediately dissatisfied and instigated several other S-class ghouls beside him to force a breakthrough. But the one-eyed owl is much faster than them. In less than 3 seconds, the heads of these ghouls were chopped off by Yoshimura et. Do you guys have anything else you want to try? The strange and joyful voice of the one-eyed owl frightened the other ghouls. This just made them realize that the one-eyed ghoul in front of them was extremely powerful, and it seemed that they had no choice but to surrender. At the same time, Fanshi Roma mingled among the ghouls, hoping to find an opportunity to leave at any time. She had no interest in joining the other organization. She felt it was extremely boring and it would be much better for her to return to her original, Joker, organization. Fan Shiloma was quite short and was blocked by the ghoul in front of her, so Yoshimura didn't see her for a while.
Mother of Chaos, Fanshi Roma. While the other ghouls were surrendering to Yoshimura Eto, Fanshi Roma took advantage of Yoshimura Ito's inattention, suddenly jumped onto the wall, and ran quickly along the wall. She did not force her way through the route blocked by the bronze tree, but returned the same way and planned to leave from another exit. After all, she is not a powerful SSS-level ghoul, and does not want to engage in a head-on battle with Yoshimura Ito. Fangkun had immediately noticed this guy's actions, but she did not chase him. Instead, she let Fanshi Roma retreat back into Kuklia.
Because she knew that the B****** Lolita was coming soon. Chapter 76 Defeat SS's Class, Mother of Chaos, Fanshiroma. Fanshiroma thought she had escaped successfully, and just as she was secretly rejoicing, a slender black figure blocked her way. Judging from the white dove badge on his body, he should be a ghoul investigator. However, Fanshi Roma did not take the other party seriously. She already had impressions of the warden and the quasi-special investigator guarding Kuklia, but this black-clad investigator looked unfamiliar to her. He should not be of high rank, so she could just ignore him. Fanshiroma planned to continue hiding along the wall from the black-clad investigator. Although the Quinkwe in the opponent's hand looked very intimidating, she did not recognize the owl. It was too early when Fanshi Roma was captured by Kazuo Tsuneyoshi. At that time, Yoshimura Kozen might not even be the cleaner of the V organization. Even at that time, Kazuo Tsuneyoshi was still the director of CCG instead of the general speaker. It was probably more than 10 or 20 years ago. At this time, Uchiha Baiye confirmed Fanshi Roma's appearance based on his impression. On the surface, she looked gentle, cute, and only about 20 years old, but in fact, her real age was about 40 years old. In the original novel, he was even in his 50s, but he just didn't look old. Uchiha Baiye immediately raised the Quinkwe, owl, in his hand. He had already predicted Fanshiroma's movement trajectory, and immediately fired his blade like Yuhehezi in that direction. This is the Hagoku Quinkwe, and of course it can fire the Hagoku Kago just like Yoshimura Kosen. What? Suddenly feeling a strong sense of crisis, Fanshi Roma was horrified. She tried to dodge in a hurry, but was a little too late, and was hit on the side of her body by a large number of Yuhehezi. And the power was not low. The severe pain made it difficult for Fanshi Roma to maintain her balance on the wall. His body fell to the ground, struggling in pain, as if he had lost the ability to fight. Uchiha Baiye walked over slowly, and just when he got in front of Fanshi Roma, several scales suddenly emerged from Fanshi Roma's abdomen and attacked Uchiha Baiye. Fanshi Roma's closed eyes suddenly opened, turning into a pair of bright eyes, and the corners of her mouth raised, thinking that her evil plan had succeeded. Advertisement. However, Uchiha Baiye had already seen through Fanshi Roma's tricks, because he knew that Fanshi Roma liked to use this method to kill others. Uchiha Baiye took a step back and leaned his upper body back. The scales immediately passed over his hair. He said calmly, "It's useless. What a difficult fellow." Fanshi Roma immediately let out a tisk. She could see that the boy in front of her was definitely a top-level investigator. There is a ghoul organization behind her that appeared out of nowhere, and there is this black-clad investigator in front of her. Now she has nowhere to run. Fanshi Roma didn't want to waste her energy and time here, but she had no choice. Suddenly, a large number of Kagun grew out of Fanshi Roma's body, wrapped around herself and turned her into a huge monster, the Kagun, Mother of Chaos. In her Kagun form, she has multiple gigantic Kagun arms, which she uses to crawl around, and has human legs growing all over her body. The hairstyle of the Hudja form is almost exactly the same as hers, and her own head and hands emerge from the center of the Hudja form's eyebrows. Ah! Fanshiroma's Hezer form suddenly let out an angry roar, and densely packed teeth could be seen in her open mouth. It can be said that Fanshiroma's Heater form is the ugliest one Uchiha Baiye has ever seen. Your Hudja form is really too ugly, make it prettier next time. Uchiha Baiye made pertinent suggestions. Advanced Hiji can change their Hiji form to a certain extent, and Fanshiroma should be no exception. What do you know, kid? This is art you can't appreciate. Fanshi Luo Ma scoffed at Uchiha Baiye's suggestion. Uchiha Baiye was too lazy to continue talking nonsense, and immediately rushed forward with owl in his hand. The Mother of Chaos has a huge body, but her speed is not as fast and agile as the father and daughter of Fankin. Her means of attack are also very simple and she only relies on her size and brute force. Advertisement Uchiha Baiye, who possesses the Mangekyō Sharingan, is least afraid of this kind of ghoul. The Mother of Chaos is no different from a sandbag in front of him. Fan Shiloma was not a very strong SSS-level ghoul to begin with, and having been imprisoned in Kuklea for so many years, her long-term consumption of rotten meat caused her strength to decline. At this moment, the Quink owl in Uchiha Baiye's hand suddenly disassembled, and part of it dived underground. But Fan Shilo did not notice such a subtle movement, and even if she noticed it, she could not react. The next moment, the part of owl that had dived underground broke out of the ground right below Mother of Chaos, and immediately pierced through the body of Mother of Chaos, as Yuhei's owl exploded in her body like a shotgun, causing her to suffer severe damage. Then, Uchiha Baiye directly pulled out Fancy Roma, who was located between the eyebrows of the Mother of Chaos. After being forcibly pulled out, Fancy Roma was truly dying this time instead of pretending to be dead. Ding! Host defeated the SSS level ghoul, Mother of Chaos, and received a reward, 100 attribute points. As for the priest, standing behind Uchiha Baiye, he was just watching for fun the whole time. Not only did he say nothing, he also did nothing. He knew that Fanshiroma was the king of the first-generation clowns, but Fanshiroma didn't recognize him because when he joined the Jokers and became the king of the third generation, Fanshiroma had already been locked up. He once again felt that his decision just now was correct, otherwise his fate would not be much better than that of Fancy Roma. At this time, Uchiha Baiye randomly called a senior investigator over and said, "Just keep an eye on her and put her back in the cell when the time comes." "Yes, Uchiha Special." The man nodded seriously at once. Then, Uchiha Baiye continued to go deeper into the underground passage, pretending to hunt down the ghouls who wanted to escape, and the priest followed him obediently. Shortly after he left, the one-eyed owl suddenly broke into Kuklea through the top that he had forcibly opened with Susanoo, and landed next to the senior investigator. As for the ghouls that she had intercepted in the underground passage before, they have all been incorporated into the bronze tree and evacuated. The man was suddenly knocked to the ground by the strong shock. When he saw the one-eyed owl suddenly falling from the sky, he was completely frightened. Isn't the SSS level one-eyed owl in Area 13? How come he is here? Fangkun glanced at the guy indifferently and ignored him. She had no intention of attacking this guy because she subconsciously considered Uchiha Baiye's feelings. Chapter 77 Harvest Codename, One-Eyed King. Then, Yoshimura grabbed the dying Fan Shiroma lying on the ground with his Kagun arm, and used Yuhei's flying ability to fly out of Kuklea again through the top. Of course, not every Yuhei ghoul can achieve this level. Probably only the Unkillable Owl and the One-Eyed Owl have this flying ability. The senior investigator didn't dare and had no ability to stop it. He could only watch Fancy Roma being taken away by the One-Eyed Owl. Uchiha Baiye has reached the depths of the underground passage and found nothing but a few ghoul corpses. It seems that the other ghouls have been taken away by the bronze tree. This was certainly exactly what he wanted. It seems like they all escaped. What a shame. At this time, the priest sighed. It seemed like they were making fun of Uchiha Baiye, but little did they know that this was all planned by Uchiha Baiye himself. Uchiha Baiye ignored the priest and headed back into Kuklea to deal with the remaining unlucky guys. He thought that Yoshimura must have taken Fanshi Roma away. Ding! Host defeated the S-rank ghoul and received a reward, 10 attribute points. Ding! Host defeated the S+ level ghoul and received a reward, 20 attribute points. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Less than half an hour later, the remaining ghouls inside Kuklea were basically wiped out by Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi. Most of the ghouls who escaped were forcibly taken away by the bronze tree. Only then did Uchiha Baiye have time to relax. He looked at his RC cell value. After the consumption of the initial form Susanoo and the double Kamui eye technique, there was not much left. However, the RC cell value can recover on its own, including the RC cell value in the storage device. It can be said that the storage device is specifically designed to help him solve the problem of being unable to eat due to high RC cell value, without any disadvantages. Of course, a lot of pupil power was consumed, but this can also heal itself. Advertisement. His current physique attribute is already quite high, so his self-healing speed has naturally become faster. Moreover, the attribute points gained this time were quite a lot. In comparison, his consumption was nothing. However, Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takamasa will still need to stay in Kuklea until the control system of Kuklea is repaired. In case another ghoul attacks Kuklea, those ghouls who needed to be put back in the cells were easy to deal with, as they had already lost their ability to fight in the battle with Uchiha Baiye and Arima Kisho. Although they can still regenerate, the strength and regeneration ability of these ghouls can be suppressed by using RC inhibitors. Once the control system is repaired, these ghouls can be put back into the cells. At the same time, CCGs in various regions are also trying their best to allocate combat personnel and technical personnel to support Kuklea. Until the control system is repaired, there will be no danger for Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takasho. No ghouls attacked Kuklea again. Zone 1, Day Court. The then CCG director, Kazuki Yoshidoki, was talking to Mustard. Although the one-eyed owl has also appeared, it is said that the mastermind behind the attack on Kuklea this time is not the one-eyed owl,
has a new Heza-level ghoul appeared in the Bronze Tree. At this time, Mustard frowned slightly. What happened in Kuklia was beyond his expectations. Yes, according to the report from Kuklia, the one leading the Bronze Tree this time is not the One-Eyed Owl, but even stronger than the One-Eyed Owl, and is also a Hezer who has never been recorded in the CCG. There was some sighing in Hishuji's tone. The fact that the Bronze Tree had a One-Eyed Owl was already a headache for them, and now there was suddenly another ghoul whose strength was even greater than that of the One-Eyed Owl. A ghoul organization with 2 SSS-level ghouls at the same time is undoubtedly an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. By the way, I heard that Guy is also one-eyed. Mustard was a little concerned about this advertisement. Well, the report mentioned that the Kagoon who led the Bronze Tree only showed one Kagoon eye. Could it be that another half-ghoul appeared? The headache became more and more serious when he was with Shuji. The first-generation One-Eyed King almost brought a devastating blow to the Kazuo family, and now 2 half-ghoul enemies have appeared at the same time. I have always suspected that Gongshin is not the One-Eyed Owl, but I have no evidence. Now here comes a guy who is more troublesome than the One-Eyed Owl. Mustard said in a deep voice. Whether there really is a half-ghoul or not, the Bronze Tree must be designated as the highest-level expulsion target. Let's leave this matter to Baiye and the General. If that guy hadn't destroyed the control system of Kuklia and ran away directly, maybe Baiye and the General would have been able to stop him on the spot. This shows that Mustard has great confidence in the abilities of Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takasho. Little did they know that the masterminds of the attack on Kuklia were these 2 people. Neither Hishuji nor Mustard had any doubts about Uchiha Baiye. Because Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takamasa were the first to arrive at Kuklia and made great contributions. Besides, Uchiha Baiye looks completely different in appearance after wearing a red tiger skin mask, and Susanoo, who was mistakenly believed to be a Kakusha, has no blood connection with the Kazushi family. Ghouls with the blood of the Washu family can be recognized in their Haisha form. Moreover, half-humans cannot transform into Hiha unless they undergo a Hiha transplant. However, currently this type of surgery is performed in secret by the CCG or the Hishu family. If Uchiha Baiye underwent a transplant, it is impossible that there would be no record of it. All these factors ruled out Uchiha Baiye as a suspect, and Shujishi and Mustard naturally would not suspect him. Baiye and Guizhong, we can only rely on them now. Kazuyoshi also highly recognized the strength of Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi. Although the members of the V organization are strong, they cannot be deployed easily. Even Baiye and Guizhong act in the name of CCG. I feel that the ghoul that appeared today is the true king of the Bronze Tree, and he also has one eye. His Kagoon type is currently unknown. For the time being, I will classify him as the One-Eyed King, with a danger level of SSS. Hishujishi said in a heavy tone. When Uchiha Baiye received the codename, One-Eyed King, he also received the Special Merit Award from CCG in recognition of his penultimate performance in defending Kuklia. Arima Takashi was promoted again and became a quasi-special investigator. Chapter 78. Hello, my name is Uchiha Ide, 2 in 14,000 words. District 24. Fan Shiloma has been brought to the Bronze Tree base in Area 24 by Fankin Et. At this time, Fankin Et's body was wrapped in white bandages and covered with a red cloak. She was the only one watching over Fancy Roma here. Yeah, you're finally back. At this time, Fankin Et heard footsteps approaching from afar and concluded that Uchiha Baiye had returned. How's this guy doing? Uchiha Baiye wears a red tiger skin mask, and his appearance has changed. I have temporarily restrained it with an RC inhibitor. I'm waiting for you to come back. Fankin Et said. She had attacked CCG more than once before, so it was no surprise that she was able to get RC inhibitor. I saw Fanchi Roma lying on her side, with her hands and feet tied up by Fankin Et. Especially the RC inhibitor, which made her not have enough strength to break free from the restraints. So, in fact, Fanchi Roma had already woken up, but she just lay there and gave up struggling. Gypsy, that's your codename, right? Uchiha Baiye said, or should I call you the first-generation Clown King? You know, within CCG, only the Hexio family and the V organization know the true identity of Fanchi Roma. Otherwise, Hishu Changji would not have personally taken action to capture Fancy Luoma. Even the special investigators of CCG only considered Fanchi Roma as an SSS-level expulsion target. After hearing what Uchiha Baiye said, Fanchi Roma reacted immediately. She turned over, sat up, and looked at Uchiha Baiye with surprise. Few people knew that she was the founder of the Joker organization, and she didn't recognize the guy in front of her at all. Obviously, Fan Shiloma did not recognize that the one-eyed ghoul in front of her wearing a tiger skin mask was actually the black-clad investigator who had defeated her in Kuklia before. She even mistook the one-eyed ghoul in front of her for the one-eyed ghoul that appeared in the underground passage at that time, because they both had one eye. The main reason was that after being defeated by Uchiha Baiye, Hoshiro Roma fell into a coma. When she woke up, she only saw Yoshimura Ito wrapped in white bandages. What do you want to do? Just to drag me into your Bronze Tree? Fancy Roma asked immediately. That's right. Work for our Bronze Tree, or you will die. Uchiha Baiye said lightly, it seems I have no choice.
Fanshiroma didn't show any fear, but smiled calmly. But let me be frank. Although I am the leader of the first generation of the Jokers, I have been imprisoned in Kuklia for so many years. The other Jokers may not listen to me. She thought the other party's main purpose was to incorporate her, Joker, organization into the Bronze Tree, so she emphasized this sentence first. What she said was indeed the truth. She didn't even know which generation the Clown King was in, and she didn't know the new members who had joined the Joker at all. I see. Uchiha Baiye didn't say much, as long as he could complete the system task. Besides, there is no harm in letting Fancy-Roma work for the Bronze Tree, or it can be said that she still has some value. This guy is an SSS level ghoul after all, and his strength is quite impressive. Moreover, this guy has met the first generation one-eyed king in the underground, and knows some unknown secrets of the Hexio family. Alright, then I have no choice but to listen to you. I am willing to work for you, the Bronze Tree. Can you untie me now? Fanshi-Roma hardly resisted. After all, there was no point in her resisting. Uchiha Baiye said. Okay, Fankanite immediately went over to untie Fanshi-Roma. Little sister is so cruel. She tied my wrists and ankles so hard that it hurts. Fanshi-Roma said with a look of grievance. Fanshi-Roma's appearance is quite cute to begin with, and this expression makes it easier for people to feel sympathy for her. It's good enough that I didn't cut off your hands and feet. Fankanite said in a cold tone. Don't be so cruel, okay. Fanshi-Roma's startled look was a bit exaggerated. Okay, at this time, Uchiha Baiye dissuaded Yoshimura from tagging him, actually because he was not interested in watching Roma Honoshi's acting. Advertisement. But Fankanite seemed to have misunderstood what he meant. Quote. Fankanite suddenly fell silent and didn't say anything. No one knew his expression beneath the bandages. She thought that Uchiha Baiye was biased towards Fanshi-Roma by saying this, so what should I do next? Fanshi-Roma looked lively and cheerful, and didn't look like she had just been bullied. Uchiha Baiye thought for a while, then said, for the time being, you will work in the Enping District Cafe, in District 20. When necessary, protect the ghouls there. This is your next job. He was not worried about what trouble Fanshi-Roma might cause over there. With Fanshi-Roma's fighting power, she could not defeat Yoshimura Kozen, not to mention that there were 3 sulfur monosulfide level ghouls, Shikata Renshi, Furuma Enji and Arimizan, in the stable zone. As for Bay, I may not stay in the stable area, but I will definitely visit it from time to time because Sifong Lianchi is there. Okay. Fanshi-Roma accepted it with great pleasure and obedience. Ding! Host successfully completed, Mission 3. Defeat the first generation Clown King SSS level, Mother of Chaos Fanshi-Roma and incorporate her into the Bronze Tree, and receive the reward, 100 attribute points. As for how to enter the stable zone to work, this kind of thing is quite easy for Fanshi-Roma. She will investigate the situation herself and does not need to specifically ask Uchiha Baiye. Now, another purpose of Uchiha Baiye has been achieved. That is, he and Arima Takashi will be sent by CCG and the organization to specifically investigate the Bronze Tree, located in Area 24, and they must go deep into Area 24 once a week. This did not affect his and Arima Takamasa's daily life too much. And it actually makes it easier for him to slack off in Area 24. Then, every time, they just need to fool CCG and by saying that the terrain of Area 24 is too complicated. This is how Arima Takamasa played it in the original work. Teacher Takatsuki, it's time to eat. At this time, Uchiha Baiye had already prepared dinner, but Fankanite was still lying in bed. Originally, Fankanite was willing to learn cooking with him a few times before, but this time he suddenly didn't want to do it. You were calling me a before, but now you're changing it back to Takatsuki-sensei. Fankanite's voice was slightly cold. Uchiha Baiye felt that Fankan's tone was a little colder than usual for some reason. Is this his illusion? Or did something make Fankanite unhappy? Is it just a question of address? But he always called Yoshimura Takatsuki-sensei? In the past, right? Uchiha Baiye was a little puzzled and found it difficult to guess what Fankanite was thinking. Alright, I'll call you it from now on. Uchiha Baiye just felt that it was easier to say, and the previous name, Takatsuki-sensei, was just a habit. That's more like it. However, Fankan's tone didn't get much better. This made Uchiha Baiye even more confused. Maybe it was just because he was suddenly in a bad mood? It was not until they sat down at the table to eat together that Fankanite suddenly spoke up. A certain guy had the nerve to say that he was not a Lolita complex, but ended up being bewitched by that clown. The clown that Yoshimura had mentioned was naturally referring to Fanshi-Roma. You mean Fanshi-Luo-ma? No, that girl is not a loli. Her real age is older than you and me put together. Uchiha Baiye immediately denied it and said, even if you insist on defining her as a Lolita, I am not a Lolita control. Lolicon is Lolicon. Fankanite didn't want to listen to Uchiha Baiye's explanation. Wait, you seem to have misunderstood something. When did I become obsessed with Fanshi-Roma? Uchiha Baiye was a little confused. He himself didn't even know this happened. I see that you seem to be very eager to get that guy to come to our Bronze Tree, and you even spoke up for that guy before. Isn't this evidence? Fankanite listed the evidence he had. Quote. Uchiha Baiye was speechless. He finally understood. It's a misunderstanding. I asked her to join the Bronze Tree only to strengthen the Bronze Tree. I had no other intentions at all. Uchiha Baiye explained. And they asked her to work in the Anping district. If I really had feelings for her, I wouldn't have arranged this kind of job for her. As for the system task, he certainly couldn't tell Fangkun-et about it. Yeah, Fangkun-et was skeptical. She certainly wouldn't just believe such a simple explanation. And she thought that Uchiha Baiye did this to make it easier for Fanshi Luoma to protect the girl named Sanbo Lihua. Advertisement. Of course I did. As for speaking up for her, you probably misunderstood me. I just didn't want to continue watching her exaggerated performance.
Uchiha Baiye continued to explain. Oh, Fangkun-et responded nonchalantly. It seems that he still doesn't fully believe Uchiha Baiye's explanation. But she also thought about it calmly and felt that Uchiha Baiye's attitude towards the Harley Quinn did not seem to have any special meaning. Anyway, that's the only explanation I can give. Uchiha Baiye said somewhat helplessly. I understand. Let's not talk about that Harley Quinn thing for now. Take me to meet Reika Mitsumami next time, preferably in the next few days. Yoshimura Ito is not so concerned about Fanshi Roma's affairs, but besides Fanshi Roma, there is also Sanbo Reika. Okay, then tomorrow. It happens that tomorrow is not the day for you and I to conduct an in-depth investigation in District 24. Uchiha Baiye agreed. After this conversation, Fangkun-et's tone was no longer cold, but returned to normal. Uchiha Baiye thought that there must be a reason, but the reason was rather confusing. She actually misunderstood that he had such thoughts about Fanshi Roma. First of all, he really isn't a Lolita fan. Secondly, he couldn't accept someone older than his mother. In the evening, apart from the daily fine-tuning of the manuscripts, Uchiha Baiye and Fangkun-et did nothing else. Since the last time I stayed here, Fangkun-et basically never goes back to Area 24 late at night. The soft big bed is much more comfortable than places like Area 24. Late at night, Uchiha Baiye was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt something in his waist and abdomen. With his keen perception, he woke up immediately, and found that it was Fangkun-et's hand on his waist and abdomen, so he relaxed his vigilance. Gao. Et. Uchiha Baiye almost blurted out, Teacher Takatsuki, subconsciously, but immediately changed his words. However, Fangkun-et did not respond. Et. He called out again in a low voice, but still got no response. It seems that Fangkun-et has already fallen asleep, and she just accidentally used him as a pillow in her dream. That was not a big deal, so Uchiha Baiye did not disturb Fangkun-et. There was no need to wake up Fangkun-et over such a small matter. The next morning, since Uchiha Baiye got up the earliest, he gently moved away Fangkun-et's hand after waking up and went to wash up. So much so that Fangkun-et had no idea what happened last night. In order to meet Yoshimura's request to meet with Reika Mitsumami, Uchiha Baiye asked Arima Takamasa about Reika Mitsumami's address. By the way, Sanbo Lihua has now moved from District 13 to District 20 and rented a house near the Ending District coffee shop, which makes it more convenient for her to receive help from the Ending District. Now she has also joined the corpse collecting team, and goes with Sifong Lianchi and others to collect human corpses that have been discovered and dealt with after suicide. After all, the suicide rate in Japan is very high, and I like to be in a place where I won't cause trouble to others. In this way, Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura had followed Arima Takamasa to Reika Mitsumami's house. Excuse me, Yoshimura Ito once again showed the lively side he had shown when facing the Kirishima family. Welcome Arima-kun, Uchiha-kun, and who is this? Reika Mitsumami looked very happy because it was rare that Arima-kun took the initiative to ask to come to her house. However, she didn't recognize the petite and cute green-haired girl in front of her at all. Fortunately, he seems to be easy to get along with. She is. Uchiha Baiye was about to speak when he suddenly remembered that the name, Yoshimura, was not suitable for Sanbo Lihua to know, because it would easily be associated with Manager Yoshimura. In order to prevent Reika Sanbo from inadvertently affecting the relationship between Manager Fangkun and Et, he decided not to reveal Et's real name for safety reasons. Uchiha Baiye said in a natural tone, she is my friend, her name is. However, before he could finish his words, he was suddenly interrupted by Fangkun Et. I only heard Fangkun-et say to Sanbo Lihua with a slightly playful smile. Hello, my name is Uchiha-8, it's our first meeting, please give me your guidance. Chapter 79 Special Play, oh, it's Uchiha. Just as Sanbo Lihua was thinking about responding politely with, please give me your advice, she suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the name. Huh? Sanbo Lihua's face was slightly startled. I actually share the same last name as Uchiha-san, which means we're family. But they don't look like siblings. Although Uchiha Baiye and Uchiha-ite both have good-looking facial features, they don't have any similarities as siblings. Could they be a couple? This shouldn't be possible, right? Surprised and curious, Sanbo Lihua couldn't help but ask, Ms. 8, are you a couple? What if I say yes? Yoshimura said this deliberately. Sanbo Lihua was a little surprised. It was actually true. It seems that the other person may only look younger than her, and his actual age is already over 18 years old. This situation is not surprising, after all. Arima-kun is also 18 years old, but with such a small age difference, he looks no different from them as high school students. Then, congratulations to both of you. Sanbo Lihua smiled awkwardly. The reason for her embarrassment was that her first reaction was to mistake Uchiha Baiye and Miss 8 for siblings. But in Fankin Et's eyes, this hint of embarrassment had a different flavor. She stroked her delicate and smooth chin and looked at Sanbo Lehua with joy. Although this girl looks cute, she doesn't seem to be a loli. Even though she kept calling Uchiha Baiye a lolicon, this guy has indeed been denying it.
Maybe I'm not a Lolita fan. Thinking of this, Fankunite felt a little uncomfortable.
Because the Sanbo Lehua in front of me is not a loli. The situation was made a little complicated by Fankun's mention, and Uchiha Baiye next to him didn't know what to say for a moment. Advertisement in any case, try not to let Reika Sanrin know the real name of Yoshimura Ito. As for being mistaken for a couple, it didn't cause any loss to him anyway, so there was no need to be serious about it. Okay, no more jokes. At this time, Fankin took the initiative to clarify the misunderstanding. Actually, Baiye and I are just playing a special game. We are neither siblings nor husband and wife. Although this sentence resolved one misunderstanding, it created a more serious misunderstanding. But it is obvious that this was done intentionally by Fankin at special play. Reika Sanbo, who was still relatively naive in this regard, was stunned for a moment. Although she had a very ferocious side when hunting in the past, she was really quite simple in this aspect. It took her a moment to realize what this object might mean. Maybe it means some special fetish. I don't really understand this, but it turns out that Uchiha-san also has various fetishes. I saw Sanbo Liwa's pretty face blushing slightly. She had always thought that Uchiha-san and Arima-san were both very upright. As a result, this time, she learned about Uchiha's unknown side through Ms. At. No, don't listen to her, I don't have any fetishes. At this time, Uchiha Baiye finally couldn't help but corrected him.
Sorry, I was just thinking the wrong thing. Sanbo Lehua quickly apologized. Fankun 8 immediately laughed in her heart, she just wanted to see Uchiha Baiye being humiliated.
Arima Takashi, who already knew everything, said nothing the whole time and just looked at them expressionlessly.
Mitsumami Reika, who was a little confused by Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura, also accepted the name Uchiha in a daze. She was worried that she might say something wrong, so she simply didn't ask the origin of the name. Come in and sit down first. Sanbo Lehua changed the subject and went to make tea to entertain the guests. Okay, Shaoli, please spend the night. Yoshimura said politely.
No, Sanbo Lehua suddenly felt that Miss 8 was someone she couldn't understand.
Advertisement. She could call her Xiao Lehua, so naturally even though we just met, as if she was a good friend she had known for a long time. And he seems to be very familiar with Arima-kun, especially Uchiha-kun. But Arima-kun and Uchiha-kun are both investigators, so is this Ms. Ito also a ghoul investigator? In this case, should I try my best to conceal my identity as a ghoul? Reika Mitsumi was worried about this matter, so when Arima Takasho came over, she immediately waved to him quietly.
Arima-kun? Is that Ms. Ito also a ghoul investigator from her CCG? Should I try to act like a normal human being as much as possible? Reika Sanbo asked Arima Takasho in a low voice. No, she's not an investigator, and she also knows your ghoul identity, so there's no need to hide it deliberately. Arima Takashi replied in a calm tone. However, he would definitely not reveal Yoshimura Eto's identity as a ghoul to Reika Mitsumari. Oh, that's good. Sanbo Lehua suddenly felt a little relieved. It is very hard for her to pretend to eat in front of her human friends, and she has to induce vomiting afterwards. By the way, when did Arima-kun and Ms. 8 meet? Reika Sanrin felt that such a cute and intelligent girl was threatening, so she asked with some concern.
She also felt that Arima-kun seemed to have a good relationship with Miss Et. Not only did he bring Miss Et to her house, but he also let Miss Et know her identity as a ghoul. Not long ago, Arima Takashi replied expressionlessly. Oh, Sanbo Lehua suddenly looked a little depressed. We've only just met, but we're already so close. Although Arima Takamasa noticed some subtle changes in Reika Mitsumi's expression, he had no idea the reason. Since Reika Mitsumari assumed that Yoshimura Ito was a human like Uchiha Baiye and Arima Kisho, she also made a cup of tea for Yoshimura Ito. Of course, tea is one of the things that ghouls cannot eat, but coffee is not one of them. So what Reika Sanbo made for herself was coffee, and she added concentrated granules given to her by the store manager Fankun. This would not only increase the ghoul's sense of fullness, but also make the coffee taste better. At this time, Reika Sanbo couldn't help but want to ask Fankun at something. But just as she opened her mouth, she heard Fankun speak first. Xiao Lehua should already have someone she likes in school, right?
3TG Chapter 80 Teacher at Fankunite and Sanbo Lehua happened to have similar ideas, but Fankunite spoke earlier. Me? This. Reika Sanbo subconsciously glanced at Arima Takamasa. Even when she was alone with Arima Takamasa, she was too embarrassed to express her feelings directly. What's more, she was even more embarrassed now that Uchiha-san and Ms. Ed were around. Yoshimura had noticed the look in Mitsumi Reika's eyes, but she wanted to confirm it, so she asked, could it be Arima Takasho? Puff. Upon hearing this, Sanbo Lehua almost spit out the coffee she had just taken a sip of. But she was still slightly choked and coughed a few times. Seeing such a big reaction from Reika Mitsumi,
Yoshimura et al. Was sure that the person Reika Mitsumi liked was indeed Arima Takamasa. It seems that she was worrying too much before. Fankan felt much better now. She also took care of Sambo Liwa's feelings. It seems that Xiao Lahua is a little shy. I won't make it difficult for her. She cut the subject short because she had already gotten the answer she wanted.
When Yoshimura Ito saw through it, Arima Takamasa naturally saw through it as well.
Although Arima Takamasa is rather dull in this regard, it does not mean that he does not have the ability to read people's expressions. As for whether he was willing to express anything after knowing the feelings that Reika Sanbo had for him, that was another matter. At least he knew it now. Even though Yoshimura had ended the topic, Reika Sanrin still felt a little embarrassed and shy. But if Arima-kun could sense her feelings, she thought it would be good. Thinking of this, Reika Sanrin couldn't help but look at Arima Takamasa again. It turned out that Arima Takamasa was also looking at her, and the two of them immediately looked into each other's eyes. Out of shyness, Sambo Lahua looked away in panic. On the other hand, there was no change in expression on Arima Takamasa's face. Such a calm expression made Mitsumi Reika feel a little disappointed. She thought Arima Takamasa didn't see anything. As expected, Arima-kun is still too slow. After a brief farce, Sambo Lahua handed the brewed tea to Fankan. Advertisement, thank you. Fankan took the teacup with a smile on his face. Fortunately, she is a very unique natural half-ghoul and can drink tea like a human. Pretending to eat, at least involves a little bit of acting skills, and it is especially easy to tell if it's Reika Sanrin, who is good at pretending to eat. But Fankan behavior was very natural and he really enjoyed the tea, so Sambo Lahua naturally did not have any doubts. She didn't associate it with a ghoul at all and still believed that Miss Et must be a normal human being. By the way, I know that Xiao Liwa's true identity is a ghoul, but I will definitely not expose you. At this time, Fankan said straight to the point. I am actually a writer, and I want to find Xiao Lahua to collect materials, so I just asked Xiao Lahua if she has a crush on anyone in school. Oh, so Miss Et is a writer, so cool, Sambo Lahua immediately exclaimed in admiration. Thank you for the compliment. Actually, I haven't made my debut yet. I'm still in the process of publishing. Calling myself a writer is a bit too flattering. Fankan smiled slightly self-deprecatingly. She has not yet completed the publication. And even if it is successfully published, there is no guarantee that it will sell well. If it doesn't sell, it will be even more difficult for her to publish her next work. Besides, if Uchiha Baiye hadn't helped her in the beginning, she probably wouldn't even be qualified to sign the contract. That's pretty impressive too. Mitsumami Reika actually praised from the bottom of her heart. That's great, I wish I could create what I like Mr. At. It's not difficult to create, but the hard part is whether you can sign a contract and get paid. Fankan said, if there is no basic remuneration, it is difficult to have the motivation to persevere. Most people's enthusiasm is only 3 minutes at most. Yeah, I'm just not sure about signing a contract, so I can only occasionally write the little stories I want to write.
Sambo Lihua nodded slightly. She knew that the threshold for signing a contract with a publishing house was very high. Moreover, she was already exhausted from trying her best to integrate into human society every day, and she didn't have much energy to concentrate on her creation. Sambo Lihua didn't think about these things for the time being. If it wants to collect materials, I will actively cooperate. Well, let's start with age, height, and 3 dimensions. Fankan had already taken out the paper and pen that he carried in his bag.
Advertisement, Sambo Lahua was a little stunned. She didn't expect that teacher would ask this first. Yoshimura immediately explained, because I want to use Xiao Lahua as the protagonist template for my new work, I want to know more about Xiao Lahua. Also, boys, please stay away, especially this Lolita lover heart. Fankan especially emphasized Uchiha Baiye, Lolita control?
Sambo Lihua was a little confused. Quote. Uchiha Baiye left the living room silently. Arima Takamasa also remained silent and went out with him for the time being.
Uchiha Baiye can't agree to it. If she does, wouldn't that be the same as admitting that she is a lolicon? Okay, they're all out. Xiao Lahua can speak now. At this time, Fankan said with a smile. Well, age is 16, height is 161 centimeters, and 3-dimensional. Since it was quite a while ago that Sambo Lahua last measured the 3 dimensions, she thought for a while before she remembered, probably 86, 60, and 87.
Okay, I've written it all down. Thank you, Xiao Lihua, for your cooperation. Yoshimura continued to ask, so the person Xiao Lihua likes in school is indeed Arima Takasho, right? Hearing this question, Sambo Lihua's face turned red again subconsciously. She was too easy to be seen through in this aspect.
It's okay. We're the only 2 people in the living room now. Just speak quietly. I will keep Xiao Lahua a secret. Fankan said. Sambo Lahua hesitated for a while, then nodded shyly, Everything has been seen through, so there is really no need for me to hide it. Fankan crossed his hands and supported his chin, and continued to ask with an interested look. Then can you tell me how Reika, a ghoul, fell in love with Arima Kisho, a ghoul investigator?
Chapter 81. A true Lolita lover heart. Although Sambo Lihua felt embarrassed, she still cooperated. Because I feel that Arima-kun is very handsome and upright, and he can protect me like a knight. If it weren't for him, I would have died long ago.
She remembered the mysterious ghoul wearing a one-eyed tiger mask. What is this so-called death? The sharp-minded Fangkunite immediately became concerned about this. This happened quite some time ago. At that time, I was suddenly attacked by a mysterious ghoul that I had never seen before, and I was no match for that ghoul at all. Matani Reika recalled. If Arima-kun hadn't appeared in time to save me, I would have been dead by then. Oh, Yoshimura was immediately interested. From what I know, the CCG has determined that Reika is close to S rank in terms of danger, right? What kind of ghoul is more powerful than Reika? For some reason, she subconsciously suspected a certain whole Lolita complex.
Matani Reika shook her head. I don't know either. Although it's not strange for ghouls to fight for the ghoul ground, it always feels a bit strange that such a powerful ghoul that I don't know suddenly appeared in Area 13. Or does Xiaolahua still remember the other person's general appearance? Fangkunite wanted to confirm whether it was the guy she guessed. I still remember this. Sanbo Lahua nodded. She was particularly impressed by the ghoul's mask. He wore a red tiger-striped mask that only showed his right eye, and his eyes looked quite unique. As for the body shape, it seems to be similar to Uchiha-san. Even so, Reika Sanrin did not suspect Uchiha Baiye at all. After all, she always believed that Uchiha Baiye was definitely a human being, just like Arima Takashi. Moreover, CCG also has RC detection gates, so it is impossible for a ghoul to become a ghoul investigator in CCG. Little did people know that the RC detection gate had a built-in, special program, as long as one had the blood of the Hexio family, and was a member of the V organization, passing through the RC detection gate would not trigger the alarm. Yoshimura Kosen was once a cleaner of the V organization. Although he does not have the blood of the Hexio family also specially adjusted the RC detection gate for him. Of course, those who were affected also included Yoshimura Ite, who has the blood of Yoshimura Kosen. This is also why, in the original work, even though Fangkunite's RC cell value is extremely high, he can freely enter and exit the CCG as a human. Okay, that's about it. I already have a rough image in my mind. After hearing the description of Reika Sanbo, Fangkunite had confirmed his guess. It was indeed that B********** D Lolita. Advertisement from this point of view, Arima Takashi's timely arrival to rescue Reika Mitsumi was probably part of that B******** D Lolita's plan, right? Now, Yoshimura's mention further ruled out the possibility of Uchiha Baiye and Mitsumami Reika. Otherwise, that guy wouldn't have helped Arima Takamasa and Mitsumi Reika in this way. Sanbo Liwa's face was a little shy. Since then, I gradually began to care about Arima-kun.
What a wonderful youth, Fangkunite immediately sighed.
It was as if she was already an older sister in front of Reika Sanbo. Reika Sanbo would never have imagined that the beautiful female writer in front of her who was talking to her and seemed very intellectual was actually 2 years younger than her. At this time, Fangkunite was very enthusiastically writing down the inspiration that suddenly came to him in his notebook. Of course, she wanted to meet Sanbo Lahua not just to test him, but also to collect materials. Sanbo Lahua was very obedient and waited quietly for Fangkun to record her inspiration. After Yoshimura Ito stopped writing, she asked, then, can Ito-sensei also share your experience with Uchiha-kun? She was very curious about it. No, I'm not actually dating that guy, I just have some bad karma. If you're interested I can tell you about it. Fangkunite said. Okay. Sanbo Lahua immediately sat up straight and listened attentively. Afterwards, Yoshimura started talking from the time when he first met Uchiha Baiye, deliberately avoiding the fact that he was a ghoul and making fun of Uchiha Baiye from time to time. A few minutes later, seeing how enthusiastically Mr. Ed was talking to her, Sanbo Lahua felt that even if they weren't dating yet, they were probably almost there, right? Although Mr. Ed occasionally insults Uchiha-kun, she doesn't hear any dislike in his words. On the other side, Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi originally wanted to return to the living room. But when they found that Fangkunite and Sanbo Lahua were chatting so enthusiastically, they decided to stay outside. Advertisement, it's time to expand the membership of Squad Zero, do you have any recommendations? At this moment, Uchiha Baiye suddenly remembered this matter. No. Arima Takashi shook his head slightly. Then go back to CCG in a few days and look for someone carefully. Fangkunite's interview had already been completed, and when she had finished chatting with Sanbo Lahua, she was ready to go back. Goodbye, Xiaolahua. I'll come to see you next time when I'm free. Yoshimura Et smiled and waved. Well, goodbye, Mr. Et. After saying goodbye, looking at the figure of Fangkunite leaving, Sanbo Lahua suddenly felt a little unbelievable. Teacher Ite is really cheerful and tolerant. Even though he knew her true identity was a ghoul, he was still able to talk to her so naturally, almost like a friend. With the exception of special cases like Arima-kun and Uchiha-kun who are ghoul investigators, this is the first time that Reika Mitsumi has had normal contact with humans as a ghoul. At this moment, Uchiha Baiye has already left with Fangkunite. Arima Takamasa was still at Reika Mitsumi's house, because they had agreed to study together, and they were studying at Reika Mitsumi's house. Not far from Sanbo's house, Fangkunite's side, Xiao Lihua is really cute. We have gained a lot of materials today. Does this mean you're going to include both Arima and Miha in the next work? Uchiha Baiye guessed. Yeah,
That includes a certain B*********** D Lolita control guy, the one who attacked Xiao Lihua at that time. Yoshimura's tag was clearly a mockery of Uchiha Baiye. Then she added, in addition to the material for the new work, I have confirmed one more thing. A certain special investigator is indeed a true Lolita lover heart.
Chapter 82. Simple little Nifuku, mother, Rise Fankin really thinks Xiao Lihua is very cute. Maybe Xiao Lihua's side as a ghoul is very cruel. But when she first got along with Xiao Lihua, she didn't notice any acting skills in Xiao Lihua. In other words, this is actually the true character of Reika Sanbo. But as a ghoul, Reika Mitsumi has to become cruel and ruthless if she wants to survive in this world. Now, with the help of many parties, not only Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takamasa, but also the help of the Anting Zone, she can live a normal life like a human girl. In Fankin Et's opinion, Uchiha Baiye not only had no thoughts about Xiao Lihua, but also went out of his way to promote Xiao Lihua and Arima Takamasa, which is very telling. Uchiha Baiye was tired of refuting the nickname, Lolitakon, and he was too lazy to refute it anymore. Ding, host has completed sign-in and received reward, 1 attribute point. Ding, host has signed in for 30 consecutive days and received an extra reward, 20 attribute points. Before he knew it, Uchiha Baiye had already traveled to this world for a month. Since he consumed a wave of attribute points last time, he has accumulated a lot of attribute points. Current attribute points, 465. Open black lens bracket ding. Host added points successfully. Close black lens bracket. Constitution plus 10. RC cell value plus 300. Attribute points minus 400. Uchiha Baiye is still the same, with some attribute points reserved for backup. Open black lens bracket Constitution. 60 close black lens bracket. RC cell value. 500, storage. Plus 850. Currently, Uchiha Baiye's physique attribute has reached about 6 times that of a normal person, and the newly added RC cells have been automatically transferred into the storage device. Now I should be able to use the double Kamui technique more freely. Uchiha Baiye estimated it in his mind, brother Baiye. Just then, Uchiha Baiye was interrupted from his thoughts by a voice. This is exactly the voice of Furuta Nifuku. Advertisement. That's right, Uchiha Baiye is now in the White Day Court. Of course, he did not forget Furuta Nifuku and Kamishiro Rise, and would come to Berry Court to see them from time to time. Is there anything on your mind? Furuta Jifu asked with some concern. No, I just thought of something suddenly. It's nothing serious. Uchiha Baiye explanation. Oh, now brother Baiye is the branch chief of District 2, and he also holds a special position. He also has to obey Mr. Mustard's arrangements. There are indeed a lot of things to do. Kyudo Rafuku found it very troublesome just thinking about it. His identity is quite special, so he knows a lot of things. He knew many more secrets than the average half-human child in the day court. It's not that bad. I think with your potential, or Fu, you will become like me sooner or later. You should be mentally prepared in advance. Uchiha Baiye a light smile. His contact with Furuta Jifu and Kamishiro Rise was not just for the purpose of completing the mission. He found it quite interesting to communicate with these two little guys, especially Furuta Jifu. Brother Baiye thinks too highly of me. Furuta Nifuku scratched his head modestly, but I will take brother Baiye as my role model and work as hard as I can. Come on, you can do it. Uchiha Baiye encouraged. After many contacts with Juduo or Fu, he has already realized that Juduo or Fu's character is still relatively simple at this time. But because of the unfair treatment from the Shu family, Xiao or Fu is eager to prove his ability. The real identity of Furuta Jifu is actually the son of Kazushige Tsuneyoshi, the head of the Kazushige family. However, because he is not the principal wife and has a low status, he cannot inherit the name, Kazushige, and cannot even recognize Kazushige as his father. He was thrown into the isolation area, called bywriting to grow up. I still remember that a similar scene appeared in the original work. When Arima Takashi, who was already a special investigator, was talking with the director in Shujidoki, he accidentally saw the young boy Nifuku who was still training hard in bywriting. The potential and hard work he showed at that time had already attracted the attention of Arima Takamasa. Hearing brother Baiye's encouragement, Juduo or Fu immediately smiled happily. He truly admires brother Baiye, who is not only the strongest pillar of CCG, but also Mr. Mustard's right-hand man. If he could have such ability, his father and the people in the clan would probably look at him with admiration. It's so boring, can't I just stay here? Kamishiro Rise was lying on the lawn with a bored look on her face. But, advertisement. Furuta Nifuku wanted to say that Rise was the mother, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Because brother Baiye is still next to me. Although brother Baiye probably already knew about this matter, the nature of it is different when he said it himself. If the family finds out that he can't control his mouth, they will definitely punish him. The so-called mother is actually the childbearer of the Hexio family. The Washu family attaches great importance to bloodline, and the more human the bloodline is, the higher the status of the pure-blooded ghoul. Ghouls like Kamishiro Rise, whose bloodline is pure, are of the lowest status. Like Furuta Jifu, they are not allowed to have the name Washi, and are thrown into the White Day Court. She was even designated as a child-bearing person, responsible for producing the next generation for the Hexio family.
To put it bluntly, she was an inhumane, childbearing machine. It's nothing, just live with it. Fu, no matter how hard you try, you can't change anything. Kamishiro Rise said casually. Just as Kamishiro Rise said, no matter how hard Furuta Nifuku tries, he can't change anything unless he directly destroys the Kazushige family. As long as you work hard in the right direction, you can definitely change. At this time, Uchiha Baiye spoke. Brother Baiye is right. If we don't work hard, there will be no hope at all. Furuta Nifuku agreed very much. Kamishiro Rise pouted slightly. It's up to you guys. Because Uchiha Baiye asked, and she had helped her bring back what she wanted from outside by writing more than once before. As the saying goes, one should be grateful to others for what they have done for him, so she couldn't say anything more. At this time, Uchiha Baiye looked at the time and felt that it was about time, so he stood up. Brother Baiye, are you leaving again so soon? Juduo Fu suddenly felt reluctant to leave. Well, there are still many things to do. I can't stay here for too long. Uchiha Baiye nodded slightly. All right. Nifuku, Rise, see you next time. Just as Uchiha Baiye was saying a simple goodbye, a system notification sound suddenly came into his mind. Ding. Host successfully completed. Mission 1. Get to know and become familiar with Furuta Nifuku and Kamishiro Rise, and receive the reward, 10 attribute points. Closing square bracket. Task 1 has been completed. Activate Task 2. Mission 2. Accept Furuta Nifuku and Kamishiro Rise as your disciples. Task reward. 50 attribute points. Chapter 83. Accepted as a disciple. This task surprised Uchiha Baiye a little, because it was almost in line with his idea. His previous idea was to wait until Furuta Jifu and Kamishiro Rise grew up a little and then incorporate them into the Zero Squad, but the system directly wanted him to accept these two little guys as his apprentices immediately. The system task is more urgent than him. However, this does provide Uchiha Baiye with a good idea. If he can successfully recruit a disciple, he can also achieve his goal. To put it bluntly, whether they are incorporated into the Zero Squad, or accepted as apprentices, the essence is to allow Furuta Nifuku and Kamishiro Rise to break free from the constraints of the Wasu family, and at the same time facilitate the gradual disintegration of the Wasu family from within. But, I guess it won't take too long for us to meet next time. At this time, Uchiha Baiye added a sentence. Really? That's great. Juduo Fu said happily. Baiye, can you bring me another doll next time? I accidentally broke the previous doll by playing with it too hard. At this time, Kamishiro Rise spoke. Of course, Rise's current name is not Kamishiro Rise, but her surname is definitely not Washu, otherwise she would not be in the White Day Court. Her specific real name is also unknown in the original work. So Uchiha Baiye always calls her Rise, but in his heart he must be used to calling her Kamishiro Rise, and the system also uses this name. Okay, but I still hope that Rise can take better care of her things. Uchiha Baiye talks. Since Kamishiro Rise not only has the blood of the Washu family, but is also a pure-blooded ghoul with the purest bloodline, she is born with an extremely strong physique and kagun. There is no doubt that Kamishiro Rise's kagun is strong. In the original work, Kaneki Ken and later Furuta Jifuku both transplanted Kamishiro Rise's kagun. However, Kamishiro Rise's own performance was not impressive. She was only concerned with eating people without co-eating, and she was ambushed by Furuta Jifu before she could develop. In the original novel, the steel bars that fell from high altitude were actually done by Juduo Fu. At that time, Juduo Fu had changed and was not as simple as he is now. The long-term unfair treatment from the Hexio family and his own extreme desire for control combined to cause a drastic change in Furuta Jiro's temperament. It was he who finally helped Rise escape from the control of the Bai writing and the Hexio family, but after Rise escaped, she didn't care about him at all and only wanted to destroy and hunt everywhere. Advertisement and every time, Kamishiro Rise would first seduce the human boy she liked, go on a date with him, and then brutally torture and kill him and eat him. Unable to accept all this, Furuta Refuku went completely crazy, or to be more precise, he despaired of this world. Planning the rebar falling incident was not just a simple revenge on Kamishiro Rise, but a preparation for the final transformation into a dragon, so that the world could be reshaped. His real purpose is the same as Arima Takashi and Yoshimura Ito, which is to change the entire world, and they all have their eyes on Kaneki Ken, the artificial half-ghoul, who was the most successful in the transformation experiment. Compared with Arima and Yoshimura, what Furuta Jifu did was even more successful and thorough. Not only did he overthrow the Kazuo family, he also pushed Kaneki Ken and Kamishiro Rise to transform into dragons. Ultimately, he reshaped the world with the power of Kaneki Ken. I see. Kamishiro Rise nodded. I'm leaving. Before leaving, Uchiha Baiye gently patted Furuta Jifu's shoulder. His view of Fu is not simply good or bad. What's more, it took several years for his personality to change drastically. Now he is just a little Fu who is trying hard to make a comeback. After saying goodbye to Nifuku and Rise, Uchiha Baiye went to find Arima Takamasa first. Because Arima Takashi also came to Berry Court with him. When Uchiha Baiye walked over, he saw Arima Takasho touching the head of a pink-haired little girl, apparently saying goodbye. He roughly recognized that the little girl with pink hair should be Yi Bingru. However, Iberyu was still very young at that time, probably only 6 or 7 years old. In the original work, Iberyu had just met Arima Takamasa at this time and had great admiration for Arima Takamasa. When he was touched on the head, it was as if he had received praise from Mr. Arima, and a happy smile immediately appeared on Iberyu's face. Yi Bingru Uchiha Baiye waited for a while, and after Yi Bingru left happily, he walked over to Arima Takasho and said, "Let's go, I have something to tell Mr. Mustard." Arima Takashi nodded slightly. Advertisement. Then, the two found mustard seeds. "Mr. Mustard, I have spotted 2 children with great potential. I would like to take them in as my apprentices and train them as reserve members of the Zero Squad." Uchiha Baiye mentioned the matter directly to Mustard without beating around the bush. "Which 2? Mustard asked. "Nifuku and Rise." Uchiha Baiye is a straightforward person. Quote. Mustard was silent for a moment. "Ninofuku is fine, but as for Rise, I advise you to think carefully. If Rise gets into any accident, Hexyu will definitely not let you go." He did not refuse directly because Rise's official identity was still a half-human of Uchiha Baiye. According to the official rules, there would be no problem for him to be accepted as a disciple by Uchiha Baiye. Only a very few people, including himself, know Rise's true identity as the Matrix. He hadn't told Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takasho yet, so he reminded Uchiha Baiye in such a vague way. "If anything unexpected happens, I will take full responsibility," Uchiha Baiye said in a firm tone. "It's up to you then, but Rise's activities are limited to the White Day Court and CCG and its surroundings. There are no restrictions on Nifuku, so you should be careful." Mustard reminded. He didn't doubt whether Baiye had any bad intentions, because Baiye had become more and more trustworthy in his mind. He also knew that Baiye had had many contacts with Erfu and Lish here before, and it was not a strange behavior that happened suddenly. And Nifuku and Rise do have potential. One is the son of Washu Tsunekichi, and the other is a Washu Ghoul with the purest bloodline. How could they not have high potential? However, due to various factors, these 2 little guys are in a low status. Even Jay-Z feels a little helpless about this. After all, he is also Hishu's puppet, and was a half-human who grew up in Baiye Court. "Okay, I'll come back tomorrow then." Uchiha Baiye heading. Accepting Furuta Nifuku and Kamishiro Rise as his disciples was easier than he expected, but the only problem was that the area where he and Rise would move had to be under the surveillance of Washu, which was just a small problem. Chapter 84 Fanken At's Food Taster, Steak, Hamburger, Potatoes. Fanken was pushing a shopping cart and purchasing ingredients with Uchiha Baiye in the mall. Uchiha Baiye basically follows the instructions of Fangnura. He buys whatever Fangnura mentions that he likes to eat. Anyway, it is almost all the things he likes to eat. Okay, that's about it. Fanken has already selected the ingredients he wants. At this time, she noticed that Uchiha Baiye hadn't chosen anything yet. "Aren't you going to choose the ingredients? Why am I the only one choosing?" "Because you've chosen it for me." Uchiha Baiye talks. "I see. It seems these ingredients are not enough." Fanken had originally thought that Uchiha Baiye would buy other ingredients, so she restrained herself from buying too much. Then she unceremoniously took several boxes of various meats. "Let's go. Let's buy a few apples and then we can go home." Fanken then pushed the shopping cart to look for apples. "Wait a moment over in the fruit section while I go buy some other things." Uchiha Baiye certainly didn't forget the doll he promised Kamishiro Rise. Okay, Fanken didn't care what Uchiha Baiye wanted to buy. But after a while, Fanken looked at the teddy bear in Uchiha Baiye's hand. She subconsciously wanted to say, "Thank you," first, but then she realized that she didn't say she wanted the bear. She first asked tentatively, "Is this doll given to me?" "No," Uchiha Baiye denied it straightforwardly. "Oh." Fanken eyes narrowed slightly. "Who is this for?" "A child from the White Sun Court, who will be my apprentice next." Uchiha Baiye said truthfully. "Apprentice? Advertisement?" Fanken felt more and more that something was wrong. The people who want things like dolls are probably girls. She didn't believe that there was no ulterior motive in accepting such a female disciple. "Why are you suddenly so elegant as to accept a female apprentice?" Fanken couldn't help but ask, "Because that child is special." What Uchiha Baiye said is still true. When he heard the word, relatively special, Fanken's eyes suddenly became somewhat dangerous. But Uchiha Baiye hadn't finished speaking yet. "She is the mother of the Washu family, and the Washu Ghoul with the purest bloodline." "Ah, I see." Fanken was slightly stunned, then he realized that he had misunderstood. However, she managed her expression well and didn't show any embarrassment. And naturally connected the topic about the Hishu family. It turns out that there is a concept of matrix within the Hishu family. It's amazing that you can accept such an important guy as your apprentice. Obviously, she didn't know the important secrets within the Hexio family. At that time, Yoshimura Eto's mother Yuna only investigated the V organization and uncovered some secrets of the Hexio family. She didn't know such important secrets as the matrix. No, that child is indeed important to the Hexio family, but his status is very low on the surface. I took advantage of the abnormal system of the Hexio family. Next, Uchiha Baiye briefly explained to Yoshimura about Kamishiro Rise's position in the Kazushi family and the reasons behind it. After listening, Yoshimura said with emotion,
The Shu family is really crazy about wanting to become human. The ghouls with the purest bloodline have the lowest status. But this is also good. We should find a way to snatch their mother body away and create as much trouble as possible for the Shu family. Now Yoshimura's attitude changed drastically, and he strongly supported Uchiha Baiye in accepting the guy named Rise as his apprentice. But she still had some worries in her heart, because she already knew from Uchiha Baiye that Rise was only about 10 years old. But if some D Lolitakon dares to be dishonest, I will definitely call the police immediately. Yoshimura had a sweet smile on his face, but threatened and warned, will a certain Lolita lover become the first special investigator in the history of CCG to be arrested by the police? That would be unprecedented and there would be no more of them in the future. As soon as Uchiha Baiye heard it, he knew that it must be him that Fankin mentioned. Advertisement. He was suddenly speechless. No matter what I do, I can't be that bad. Uchiha Baiye sighed slightly. Let's get back to business. In addition to Rise, there is another child named Furuta Nifuku. He is actually the biological son of Washu Tsunoyoshi and the half-brother of the current director, Washu Yoshidoki. However, he also has a low status because of the system of the Washu family. You mean to say that you have accepted him as your apprentice? Fankin understood the meaning of Uchiha Baiye's words. Well, Nifuku and Rise will both be my apprentices. Uchiha Baiye heading. That's really great, it makes me want to meet them in person. Fankin had suddenly burst out with a creative desire. Nifuku and Rise, they should have been core members of the Hexio family, but they were abandoned to the lowly berry court. It's really interesting. Her favorite protagonist is exactly this kind of guy with a tragic life and being teased by fate. It's easy for you to meet them. I will go and take them out of the White Sun Court tomorrow. As he spoke, Uchiha Baiye pushed the shopping cart to the checkout area. As Fankin cooked with Uchiha Baiye more and more often, his cooking skills improved rapidly. Now the things she makes by hand taste pretty good. Come on, help me taste it again today and see if your cooking skills have improved. Fankin picked up a piece of hamburger meat with his chopsticks and stretched it towards Uchiha Baiye. Open your mouth, ah. Uchiha Baiye felt slightly embarrassed but did as he was told. The perfectly grilled hamburger meat immediately exudes a wonderful flavor as you chew it. It's delicious. Uchiha Baiye commented earnestly. The amount of each seasoning is well controlled, and the surface is slightly charred just right. I can feel obvious improvement. Fankin asks Uchiha Baiye to comment on his posts every day, and it has basically become a habit. I also want to hear shortcomings and keep improving them. Although he was happy to hear Uchiha Baiye's praise, Fankin wanted to know more about the shortcomings. She found that this guy's evaluation was quite pertinent. She wanted this guy to be her food taster for life so that her cooking skills could continue to improve. Chapter 85. The Unsightly Ite 2-in-1, 4,000 words. As for the shortcomings, it's actually not easy to evaluate. After all, no matter how much I evaluate it, it can only represent my personal taste standards, not the tastes of others. Uchiha Baiye said seriously, and I'm not a regular taster. Why should I care about other people's tastes? Fankin had immediately asked back. Of course it's because my personal evaluation is not of much reference value. Just listen to my evaluation casually. Uchiha Baiye explanation. So why should I care about other people's tastes? Fankin said in a playful tone. I only need to know your taste, as for others, it doesn't matter at all. Alright. Uchiha Baiye then commented. For my personal taste, the roasting time is a bit too long, the meat is a bit tough, and the seasoning can be a bit lighter, that's about it. He is not a professional, so his evaluation is definitely biased towards his own taste. But Fankin had only wanted to know his taste, so he told the truth based on his taste. Okay, I've written it all down. Fankin has already written it down in a small notebook. The next time she grills hamburgers, she will improve on these shortcomings. Late at night, Uchiha Baiye was sleeping soundly when he was awakened by a sudden noise. Just like before, Fankin unconsciously hugged him when he went to sleep. But before, she only used her arms to hug his waist and abdomen, but this time, she even straddled her legs over his body, wrapping herself around him like an octopus. In Fankin's subconscious mind while he was sleeping, it seemed that he had habitually used Uchiha Baiye as a pillow. He had basically gotten used to it, and as usual he didn't wake up Fankin. However, the next morning, Fankin got up earlier than Uchiha Baiye. Perhaps because he was used as a pillow last night, Uchiha Baiye's sleep quality was affected. As soon as he opened his eyes, Fankin found himself holding Uchiha Baiye in a not very elegant posture. Although I don't want to admit it, judging from the posture, it is likely that I took the initiative to hug her. Only then did Fankin realize that his sleeping posture was not very good. Maybe it's because this soft big bed is so comfortable to sleep on? When I was in District 24, I just slept on the floor and never noticed any problem with my sleeping posture. However, Fankin didn't feel shy or embarrassed. Instead, he hugged Uchiha Baiye even tighter and whispered in her ear, "Why are you still sleeping in? Mr. Lolita control." After saying that, she deliberately blew a breath into Uchiha Baiye's ear. Uchiha Baiye was suddenly awakened. He was about to wake up naturally and was in a state of half asleep and half awake. He even heard what Fankin had just said in his dream. Especially the breath next to his ear, which made him lose sleep instantly. "You're so restless so early in the morning."
Uchiha Baiye said in a flat tone. He was about to wake up anyway, so he wasn't in a bad mood, and he wouldn't get angry with Fangkun for no reason, so there wasn't any blame in his tone.
It seems your ears are your weakness. Fangkun seemed to have discovered something very interesting. Perhaps. Uchiha Baiye said casually. In his opinion, as long as a person is normal, it is normal to be woken up by someone blowing air into his ears while he is sleeping, right? But won't you let go? We should get up. At this time, Uchiha Baiye asked. Because Fangkun is still hugging him like an octopus, and it seems that he is hugging him even tighter than last night. Is it not possible? There is no rush. Fangkun still showed no intention of letting go. This made Uchiha Baiye feel a little embarrassed. Seeing Uchiha Baiye was silent, Fangkun immediately realized something and teased with a cheerful tone. Are you shy? Is this what you are shy about? It is true. But don't push it too far. Uchiha Baiye immediately turned his body to face Yoshimura at. Being teased by someone, of course he has to fight back. Advertisement, you. Fangkun thought that this guy was going to do something bad to her. Her heartbeat suddenly quickened a little, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The next moment, Uchiha Baiye stretched out his hands, pinched Fangkun face, and pulled it to both sides. He intentionally controlled the strength so as not to make Fangkun feel too painful. In fact, this little pain is like non-existent to Fangkun, who has been fighting in District 24 for many years. There is no expression on her face at this moment. You are such a boring guy. Fangkun immediately rolled his eyes, as if complaining or expressing emotion. Forget it, I won't mess with you anymore, get up and prepare breakfast. Fangkun had lost interest and let go of Uchiha Baiye. Uchiha Baiye didn't say much. In fact, he knew that he could have done something quite extreme, but he chose not to do so. Because in his opinion, Fangkun is still too young. Although he does not consider himself a gentleman, he does have principles. At most, he would be honest in words, but he would never do anything too outrageous. As usual, Fangkun went forward to lead the Bronze Tree to capture the 24th area. Uchiha Baiye went to the White Day courtyard, holding a little bear doll in his hand. On the way from Area 1 to the daytime court, he would often run into some of his fellow investigators, and today was no exception. Look, that guy seems to be the Uchiha Special class that was promoted not long ago. Let's go over and say hello. Uchiha Special. Uchiha Baiye nodded to them immediately. After Uchiha Baiye walked away, they became more concerned about the doll in his hand. By the way, why is Uchiha Special class holding a doll? It seems to be in stark contrast to Uchiha Special class's strength and status. I guess it's for his girlfriend. I'm curious who Uchiha's special girlfriend is. Hey, don't say that. I think they are brothers or sisters, and I heard that Uchiha Special class and Arima-jun Special class are very popular with girls in our CCG. A little while later, Uchiha Baiye happened to meet the Mado family again. Madoka took the initiative to greet Uchiha Baiye, Uchiha Superior. I'm so sorry, I accidentally said the wrong thing, it should be Uchiha Special. Since she had always used the term, Uchiha Superior, before, she subconsciously said it wrong this time. It's okay, it's not a big deal. Uchiha Baiye talks. It's not a big deal, but this is the most basic mistake that should not be made. Mado smiled and said, it's a little while since we last met, but you've already become a special investigator. While there is no doubt about Uchiha's special abilities, his rapid promotion is truly astonishing. Mado Wushu also sighed. Next to Mado Wushu and Mado Wei, there was also Mado Xiao. She was out for a walk with her parents, but at this moment, Mado Akira looked at the doll in Uchiha Baiye's hand from time to time, as if he wanted this doll. Uchiha Baiye noticed Mado Akira's gaze and immediately asked, do you want this? I can give you one later. Mado Akira was just a little concerned at first, and had no intention of actively bothering Uchiha Baiye, but he didn't expect that his thoughts were seen through. Xiao, if you want anything, you can tell mom and dad. Mado Wei then spoke to Mado Akatsuki in a gentle tone. She didn't want to cause trouble for Uchiha at all. No, Mado Akira didn't know how to explain it for a moment. Since her parents often don't have time to go home and be with her, she is actually able to understand them and is already quite sensible at such a young age. So usually, she would just let her parents give her anything and she would not take the initiative to trouble them. Although she couldn't help but be a little concerned about this cute doll, she didn't say that she particularly liked it. Mado Akira hesitated for a while, but still said what he really thought. I just don't want to trouble my parents, nor do I want to trouble this big brother, so I don't really want it. Gen Hui was silent for a moment. I see, your father and I have indeed never considered what you really like. The things she usually buys for Mado Akira are all the things she liked when she was a child. But Makoto's personality is more like a strong woman, and she has always liked something different since she was a child. This advertisement. Mado Wushu was even more embarrassed. He suddenly remembered that the toys he usually gave to Mado Akira were all Quinks. Of course, it was a relatively safe low-level Quinkwe, and it was used under his supervision. He also often instilled knowledge related to Quinkwe into Mado Akira. Although Xiao never expressed dissatisfaction, he never asked Xiao's true wishes. I'm sorry to have embarrassed Uchiha, et al., Mado said to Uchiha Baiye slightly embarrassedly. Nothing, I have something to do so I'll leave first. Uchiha Baiye would not meddle in the Mado family's affairs.
He also didn't expect that he had inadvertently promoted changes in the way Mado Wei and Mado Wu Shu treated their daughter. Daytime courtyard. Uchiha Baiye quickly found Furuta Jifu and Kamishiro Rise because the two little guys usually played in this area. Furuta Fuku has not yet started today's training. The children of the White Sun Court have to receive various trainings from a young age, and the instructors who train them are all members of the organization who also come from the White Sun Court. So theoretically speaking, Uchiha Baiye is also qualified to become an instructor and has the right to accept Nifuku and Rise as his disciples. Brother Baiye actually came to see us again so soon.
Upon seeing Uchiha Baiye, Furuta Nifuku was immediately surprised. Kamishiro Rise also couldn't help but sit up because the doll she wanted had arrived. Uchiha Baiye first gave the teddy bear to Kamishiro Rise. Don't break it this time. Well, I'll try not to ruin it so quickly. Kamishiro Rise smiled and hugged the teddy bear in her arms, but said some cruel words. Ha ha. Uchiha Baiye suddenly smiled awkwardly. Rise has had a tendency towards violence since he was a child. However, it was also because of the tragic fate of being born in the Kazushi family that made Rise become like this. It's okay now, but it will get worse as time goes by. Not only does he have a hobby for bloody violence and a cruel and ruthless personality, he also does whatever he wants. In essence, it is an expression of one's own painful and tragic fate and experiences. So in the original work, Kamishiro Rise did not listen to anyone's advice, including her adoptive father Kamishiro Chai, and madly preyed on humans without restraint, causing Area 6 controlled by Kamishiro Chai to be targeted by CCG. And then Kamishiro Chai was locked up in a ghoul shelter. Uchiha Baiye hopes to curb Rise's personality from developing in that direction now, so he will satisfy Rise's requests for things like dolls and take Rise out of the White Day Garden as soon as possible. Nifuku, Rise. At this time, Uchiha Baiye talked about business. I have discussed with Mr. Mustard Seed and plan to accept you as apprentices. I will be responsible for training you. What do you think? Really? Of course. Furuta Fuku accepted it without even thinking about it. Originally, the person he admired the most was Brother Baiye, and it would be great to have Brother Baiye as his master. It feels so troublesome. On the other hand, Kamishiro Rise has the opposite attitude to Furuta Nifuku. Although this older brother was very nice to her, she still felt it was a bit troublesome. If you become my apprentices, you won't have to stay in the daytime court every day. You can go out for activities as needed, although the scope is limited. Uchiha Baiye Supplementary Road. Rise, did you hear that? We can go out now? Furuta Nifuku became excited. I heard you're a bit annoying. Kamishiro Rise was also shaken. If this is true, then I want to go out and take a look today. The meaning of this sentence is that I have basically agreed. Nifuku and Rise have never been out of the berry garden since they were young, and they are at an age full of curiosity, so they are very curious about what the outside world is like. No problem, I can take you out later. Uchiha Baiye Smile Road. Ding. Host successfully completed. Mission 2. Accept Furuta Nifuku and Kamishiro Rise as apprentices, and received reward, 50 attribute points. Task 2 has been completed. Activate Task 3, Mission 3. Help Furuta Nifuku and Kamishiro Rise break free from the shackles of the Washu family. Task Reward. 500 attribute points. Chapter 86 The World Outside. 500 attribute points. This is the highest mission reward Uchiha Baiye has ever seen. It seems that this is a truly heavy-duty mission. After all, just think about it, you will know that the difficulty level is very high. If they just secretly helped Nifuku and Rise escape from Berry Court, it wouldn't be too difficult, and the Kazushi family wouldn't be able to tell who did it. But Uchiha Baiye has now openly accepted Furuta Jifuku and Kamishiro Rise as his apprentices. If anything happens to Jifuku and Rise, he will definitely be the first suspect. Even if he is not a suspect, he will have to bear all the responsibility. The final result is naturally to be hunted down by the organization, which is the difficulty of this mission. He has come to this point now and there is no way out. However, Uchiha Baiye has no need to consider any retreat. With his current strength, he is absolutely invincible from a one-on-one perspective. At least if he wants to protect himself, there is no problem at all. So you just need to follow the flow and complete the tasks assigned by the system. What's more, this is also the wish of Uchiha Baiye. He certainly hopes that Nifuku and Rise can get rid of the Kazushi family. As for whether Fuku can succeed in his pursuit of Rise, it depends on the little guy's own ability. At present, Rise has not been oppressed by the Shu family to the point where his personality becomes cruel and distorted, so Xiao Fu still has a great chance. You can go now. I will take you to see the outside world. At this time, Uchiha Baiye said to Nifuku and Rise. Okay, Juduo Fu was immediately looking forward to it. Rise Kamishiro never thought that she would have the chance to leave the White Day Court. Her identity meant that she was destined to be imprisoned in the birdcage for the rest of her life. Before leaving, a servant helped Nifuku and Rise change into other clothes, the kind that normal human children usually wear. Because the children in Bai writing usually wear white clothes, they look like a group of little white mice in a laboratory. If they walk outside like this, they will definitely attract attention. Afterwards, Uchiha Baiye took Nifuku and Rise's hands and walked out of the White Day courtyard. Only under his leadership could Nifuku and Rise temporarily leave the White Day court. The members of the
V. Organization who were guarding the White Day Court did not stop them. After all, Uchiha Baiye had already obtained Mustard Seed's permission, and there was no expression from the Shu family. In short, as long as there was no objection, that was enough. The White Court is actually located in a forest. It claims to be a military stronghold and ordinary people are not allowed to approach it, thus achieving the effect of isolation from the world. Advertisement therefore, after Uchiha Baiye led Nifuku and Rise out of the White Day courtyard, they were still passing through a forest. Seeing that the outside of the Baiye courtyard was full of various flowers, plants and trees, and occasionally some small animals, Juduo or Fu couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Because this scene was not much different from the scene in the daytime courtyard, and it was not quite what he had imagined. At least Furuta Nifuku didn't show any emotion on the surface, but Kamishiro Rise's disappointment was written all over her face. Is this the way it is outside? It's different from what I learned from the books. Kamishiro Rise's tone also sounded disappointed. Although she had been locked up in the daytime court since she was a child, the servants, housekeepers and the like never told her about what was happening outside, but that did not restrict her from finding relevant books to read. Don't worry, we have just come out of the daytime courtyard. You will see a different scene soon. Uchiha Baiye was also a little helpless. These two little guys were really anxious. Furuta Jifu nodded and calmed down. All right. Kamishiro Rise could only wait a little longer. After a long time, Uchiha Baiye finally brought Nifuku and Rise to the residential area. However, he had to go to CCG first, and couldn't just take Nifuku and Rise around with him. On the way to CCG, Furuta Jifu and Kamishiro Rise finally saw with their own eyes the outside world they had been longing for. Various buildings, bustling crowds, and many new things they had never seen before. In comparison, the daytime court where they originally stayed was too monotonous. It turned out that the world outside was better. Furuta Nifuku and Kamishiro Rise were looking around like curious babies.
Brother Baiye, can you take me to see that thing? At this time, Juduo or Fu seemed to be attracted by the candied haws and pointed at an uncle who was selling candied haws over there.
Okay. Uchiha Baiye did not refuse, as delaying for a while would not cause any harm. Advertisement. He then took her Fu and Li Shi to buy candied haws. He originally wanted to buy 2 skewers, but suddenly remembered that Rise was a ghoul and couldn't eat things like candied haws. So he ended up buying only 1 string and gave it to her Fu. Thank you, Brother Baiye. Juduo or Fu suddenly couldn't wait to taste the candied haws. But just as he was about to take a bite, he noticed Rise's eyes. I saw Rise looking at Nifuku with dissatisfaction. It seemed unfair that she couldn't eat anything except human flesh, and all she had been eating in the daytime court was stale, rotten meat. Fu, however, can taste the candied haws that look delicious. Not to mention Rise, who has a low status in the Washu family. Even important figures in the family like Washu Tsunoyoshi and Washu Yoshidoki use the corpses of CCG investigators as a source of food. In other words, the Shu family often digs up the graves of those CCG investigators who died. Noticing Rise's gaze, Furuta Jifu looked at the candied haws in his hand again, and after consideration, he made a choice. Brother Baiye, I'll give you this candied haws. Furuta Nifuku returned the candied haws to Uchiha Baiye, and then he grinned at Rise. Uchiha Baiye could certainly tell what was going on with the 2 little guys, especially Fu's behavior, which was so easy to understand. Uchiha Baiye appeared in the lobby of CCG headquarters in Area 1, holding Nifuku and Rise's hands respectively. The investigators around were all very curious when they saw this. Who were the 2 children that Uchiha was bringing with him? Maybe they are Uchiha's special brother and sister? Afterwards, Uchiha Baiye arrived at the door of Kazuo Yoshidoki's office. Nifuku, Rise, please wait outside for a while. Uchiha Baiye had no intention of bringing Nifuku and Rise into the office with him.
Because the relationship between Kazuki Kichitoki and Nifuku was rather delicate, it was not appropriate for them to meet, and the subsequent topic between him and Kazuki Kichitoki was not suitable for Nifuku and Rise to hear.
However, I am not worried about Nifuku and Rise running around, because Nifuku and Rise will definitely be monitored in real time here. Good. Furuta Nifuku and Kamishiro Rise were both waiting outside obediently. Chapter 87 Uchiha Special, your wife is here. When Uchiha Baiye entered the office, Kazuki Yoshidoki inside already knew about Nifuku and Rise's situation. Baiye, you really brought Nifuku and Rise out of Berry Court. Hishu Jishi was slightly surprised and said, regarding the rules of Bai writing, I think you know it better than me. The children of Bai writing cannot go out at will before they reach a certain strength or a certain age. From now on, you will be completely responsible for Nifuku and Li Zi. From Kazuo Yoshidoki's perspective, Uchiha Baiye didn't know the true identities of Nifuku and Rise, so he just used the rules of the White Day Court to warn Uchiha Baiye.
I see. Uchiha Baiye nodded calmly. Well, you just need to know it in your mind. Also, Nifuku and Rise's maximum range of activities is limited to Area 1, and try not to take them to remote alleys where ghouls are likely to appear. Hishu Jishi emphasized. Although Area 1 is the base of CCG headquarters, the White Court, the V organization and even the Shu family, it is also a dangerous area where many ghouls gather. To put it bluntly, only the humans within CCG are truly fighting against ghouls. The Kazushige family, who are originally ghouls, only care about their own interests. The Barating and V, who are absolutely subordinate to Kazushige, will of course only obey Kazushige's will. It is not in the interest of the Shu family to completely eradicate the ghouls in Area 1. What they want is a relatively balanced confrontation between humans and ghouls. There's nothing else to emphasize. I'll send someone to take them directly back to the White Sun Court later. Hishuji did not emphasize it too much, as too much emphasis would have aroused suspicion. Next, Uchiha Baiye basically took Furuta Nifuku and Kamishiro Rise around Area 1. Let them experience what the outside world is like. It was not until late afternoon that Uchiha Baiye started training with Nifuku and Rise.
It's just for show, to show my appreciation. In the training ground provided by CCG, Uchiha Baiye and Furuta Nifuku each held a wooden sword, ready to practice sparring. Wow, I'm so lucky today. I get to witness Uchiha special sparring with others. But I didn't expect the opponent to be a child. Could he be the disciple that Uchiha Tokudani accepted at some point? No, I heard it was Uchiha's special brother. Why did I hear it was a son? Is this true? She looks so young, but she already has children? Ever since Uchiha Baiye showed up in CCG with Nifuku and Rise, more and more outrageous rumors began to spread within CCG. Advertisement Uchiha Baiye didn't know when he had a child as old as Erfu. But at this time he ignored the noisy voices around him and said to Juduo Nifuku, "Nifuku, come and attack me." Furuta Jifu nodded seriously. During this kind of battle, even if it was just a sparring match, he was very serious. Then, Furuta Nifuku displayed amazing speed and rushed towards Uchiha Baiye. There was a burst of exclamations from all around, because this little boy who looked to be only in his early 10 years old was actually faster than them. They suddenly felt that they had brought shame to the profession of investigator and were not even as good as the children. It's still not fast enough, Uchiha Baiye said lightly, and dodged the wooden sword attack of Furuta Jifu with ease. Jufu knew that there was a huge gap between himself and his brother Baiye, but he was unwilling to give up easily and continued to pursue hard. Uchiha Baiye discussed with Erfu while giving sharp comments. The strength is also a little bit weaker. This sword is not bad, the angle is quite tricky, but it still lacks some skills. Your physical strength has almost reached its limit, so you need to strengthen this aspect as well. At this time, as Uchiha Baiye said, Furuta Nifuku was already sweating and panting.
Since he had been fighting brother Baiye with all his might from the very beginning, he naturally became very tired very quickly. However, he didn't even touch brother Baiye once. He was either easily blocked by the wooden sword in the other party's hand, or easily dodged.
Honestly, I felt that boy was much better than me, but he was beaten so badly by Uchiha. After all, he is the fastest man to be promoted to Special Investigator, and he is also the youngest Special Investigator in the history of our CCG. That boy is worthy of being Uchiha's special brother. He has such amazing strength and potential since he was a child. He is obviously the son of Uchiha Special, and has inherited Uchiha Special's talent very well. The investigators around had long lost interest in training and were all watching the sparring between Uchiha Baiye and Furuta Nifuku. The shock it brought to them was undoubtedly huge. Advertisement: if we only talk about physical fitness, almost no one present can compare to that little boy. As a result, the little boy was powerless in front of Uchiha. If it were them, there would be no need to think about it, it would definitely be even worse. They now deeply realized how far the gap between themselves and Uchiha Special was. Moreover, if Quink is used in actual combat, this gap will be magnified exponentially. After all, the Uchiha Special is said to be equipped with the strongest SSS class Quink in the entire CCG. While the investigators were already chatting and laughing, assuming that the sparring was over, Furuta Jifu was still tightly gripping the wooden sword in his hand. Even though he was exhausted, he still wanted to persevere. But the next moment, he was not paying attention and a wooden sword was against his neck. Erfu, you've already lost. Uchiha Baiye talks. Only then did Furuta Erfuku have to give up. He looked a little depressed because he felt that he had performed poorly. But at this time, Uchiha Baiye said, although you lost, your performance was already very good. Don't be discouraged, you can be more confident. He was not trying to comfort him deliberately, Erfu's performance was indeed very good. Instead, he was a bit of a bully, especially with that pair of Mangekyō Sharingan. Juduo Erfu's mood suddenly improved because he got the recognition from brother Baiye. Kamishiro Rise sat there in a daze, she had no interest in training. Just now when Erfu and Baiye were sparring, she paid a little attention. At this moment, an investigator suddenly walked in hurriedly from outside. Excuse me, Uchiha, there's a lady outside who claims to be your wife looking for you. Name? Uchiha Baiye asked calmly. He had roughly guessed who it was, so he didn't show any confusion. That lady is Uchiha Ite. Chapter 88. I wish you a son soon.
I knew it was indeed at. Uchiha Baiye was not surprised at all. Let her in, Uchiha Baiye said to the investigator.
Okay. The other party immediately retreated. Uchiha didn't deny it. Does that mean his wife is really here? You're really married? That's impossible. I thought you were joking when you said the boy was the son of Uchiha Special Class.
Could it be that the Uchiha Special Class only looks young, but is actually in his 20s or even 30s?
Uchiha Baiye's conversation with that person immediately caused quite a stir. Just at this time, Mado Wei and Mado Wushu appeared at the training ground with Mado Xiao. We just came in and heard some incredible news.
Mado said with a slightly surprised smile. The rumor that Uchiha Tokudani had a pair of children also reached her and Mado Wusuo's ears. Of course they didn't believe it. After all, they knew that Uchiha was only 18 years old, and the two children were said to be around 10 years old. In addition, they originally thought that Uchiha was still single, but they didn't expect that he was already married. No, it's... Uchiha Baiye was just about to say that the guy was playing a prank when Fankenite happened to come in. Honey, it's almost time to go home for dinner, Fankenite spoke as soon as he came in.
The tone gives people a soft and charming feeling. When the investigators around saw the appearance of Fankenite, they were all stunned. Although Yoshimura 8 seemed to have dressed more maturely today, her petite figure and cute face that had not yet lost its childishness made the investigators' first reaction that something was wrong. This immediately made them suspicious. Is this really the wife of Special Master Uchiha? This is clearly a crime, right? Something is wrong, this is really wrong. Could it be that Uchiha Special Class is really this kind of person? Advertisement. At this time, Uchiha Baiye could feel all kinds of gazes coming from all around him. He was completely speechless, thinking that this guy 8 had succeeded again. Just think about it and you will know that it must have come to tease him on purpose. Not only that, even Mado Wei and Mado Wushu looked at Uchiha Baiye with disbelief. Mado Akira was a little too precocious and immediately hid behind his parents, not daring to get close to Uchiha Baiye. Only Nifuku and Rise were the simplest, they didn't understand what was happening. What happened? Why did they all look so strange? Rise couldn't help but ask Nifuku. I don't know, I just know that this beautiful older sister seems to be Brother Bai's wife. Juduo or Fu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Brother Baiye was already married. Where's the beautiful older sister? Or Fu, do you think she's prettier than me? Kamishiro Rise suddenly gave a very fatal interrogation. It took Furuta Jifu a while before he reacted. He was glad that he didn't rush to answer. Of course not. Rise is definitely prettier, Furuta Jifuku said in a decisive tone. These words immediately made Li Zi feel comfortable. Cough. At this time, Uchiha Baiye coughed, but did not panic and explain to others. Instead, he said to Fankunit with a calm face, please stop it for a while. Ah, are you angry? Fankunit was a little worried that he had gone too far and angered Uchiha Baiye. I'm not angry, it's just that the trouble you caused me was a bit big. Uchiha Baiye said in a calm tone. Okay, although Fankunit wanted to tease Uchiha Baiye, she didn't mean to go too far. I hope everyone doesn't misunderstand me. I'm actually of legal age. Fankunit immediately clarified the misunderstanding. It's just that there are some ways to clarify the misunderstanding. Ah, so that's how it is. I was really shocked. In that case, Uchiha Tokuden and this person should be newlyweds, so the boy named Nifuku should not be Uchiha Tokuden's son. Next time, please don't spread rumors like this. But then again, this is a big blow to some of my female colleagues. Many of them have feelings for Uchiha. Advertisement. Quote. A word from Yoshimura immediately resolved the investigators' misunderstandings. But it only resolved part of the misunderstanding, and everyone still thought that Yoshimura 8 was Uchiha Baiye's wife. Some of the girls present were especially heartbroken. Before this, they were still thinking about when to confess their love to Uchiha Special, but today, Uchiha Special suddenly had a wife. In fact, Fankunit deliberately did not completely resolve the misunderstanding. While teasing Uchiha Baiye, she can also eliminate the women in CCG who pose a threat to her. Sorry, we just had a preconceived idea. My eyesight isn't working well. I'm really sorry. On the other side, Junhu Wei and Junhu Wushu immediately apologized to Uchiha Baiye. Even Mado Akira was sensible enough to bow his head and admit his mistake, I'm sorry. It's okay. It's mainly because of 8's mischief that misled you. Uchiha Baiye didn't take it to heart at all. Mischief. Junhu Wei and Junhu Wushu were immediately confused. Because in their perspective, Yoshimura Ito is Uchiha Baiye's wife, so they have no impression that Yoshimura Ito has done anything wrong. Ah, yes, you don't know yet, she actually. Uchiha Baiye was just trying to clear up the misunderstanding once and for all. As a result, at this moment, Fankunit quickly poked the soft flesh on Uchiha Baiye's waist. Although Uchiha Baiye dodged with a faster reaction, Yoshimura Ito had already successfully interrupted him. He immediately looked at Fankunit with a puzzled look, wondering what Fankunit was trying to do. Does this mean that he has to keep pretending to be a couple? But what is the purpose? What is the purpose? Fankunit didn't explain, but just glared at Uchiha Baiye, signaling him not to say anything more. She was just about to make those women with bad intentions give up completely, and such a good opportunity could not be ruined. Although he couldn't figure out what Fankunit was trying to do, Uchiha Baiye still let her do it. She actually likes playing pranks and deliberately uses makeup to look like a little girl. Uchiha Baiye changed his words very naturally and logically, with almost no loopholes. Gen Huei did not doubt it, but blessed with a smile. Oh, anyway, congratulations to Uchiha, I wish you guys a baby soon. Chapter 89 A Gentle Kiss. Hearing Madoka's blessing, Uchiha Baiye suddenly felt a little embarrassed. It's not because I feel embarrassed about the early birth of a baby. It's because the Mado family, especially Mado Wei and Yoshimura Ito, are big enemies. If Uchiha Baiye had not prevented the tragedy from happening, not only would Mado Wei have died tragically, but Mado Wushu would have lived his whole life in blood hatred for the one-eyed owl. So when he heard Mado's micro-blessing to him and Yoshimura, he couldn't help but feel a little weird. Thanks for the blessing. Fang Kun smiled and thanked him. But it was not until then that she noticed that the young woman in front of her looked familiar. It seems that I have seen this woman before in District 24. The next moment she remembered that she had indeed seen him in District 24, and she remembered that she had fought with Uchiha Baiye at that time. The woman was right next to them, and it seemed that Baiye fought with her to protect her. Even though he recognized Mamoru Wei, Yoshimura did not show any abnormality on his face and continued to smile. Shao, come here and say hello to your sister. Since Mado Wei has already tacitly accepted that Yoshimura is Uchiha Baiye's wife, after all, Uchiha Baiye has done a favor for their Mado family, so she has a high opinion of Yoshimura. Hello, sister. Mado Akira immediately said obediently. So good. Yoshimura then touched Mado Akira's head. Although they seemed to be having a great time, no one could have imagined that Yoshimura Ito and the Mado family were almost in a blood feud. Looking at Yoshimura Ito and the Mado family talking and laughing, although Uchiha Baiye felt a little strange, wasn't this exactly what he expected? He sighed in his heart for a while, and suddenly said, by the way, you came to see me for something, right? This was the first time that Yoshimura had come to CCG to find him, and it was at the CCG headquarters in Area 1, so he subconsciously thought that something must have happened. Fortunately, who possesses the bloodline of Yoshimura Gongshin, will not be detected by CCG's RC detection gate, and the Hexyu family is completely unaware of Yoshimura-ite's true identity. No, I just want to see my dear, isn't that okay? Fang Kun-ite said. In fact, it was because Uchiha Baiye told her about Nifuku and Rise yesterday. She knew that Uchiha Baiye would bring Nifuku and Rise to the CCG headquarters in Area 1, so she came to take a look. However, there are so many people in this place and she definitely cannot say it directly. Once she says it, it will easily arouse the suspicion of the Hexyu family. Advertisement. Therefore, while speaking, Yoshimura had also glanced at Uchiha Baiye, and glanced at Nifuku and Rise with a look that ordinary people would not easily notice. It is difficult for ordinary people to notice this look, but Uchiha Baiye has a strong insight and immediately realized what Fang Kun had wanted to express. Uchiha and his wife are so loving. It's good to be young. Junhu Wushu immediately sighed. Don't talk like we're old. Junhu said with a little dissatisfaction. Next, Yoshimura went to talk to Furuta Nifuku and Kamishiro Rise who were standing nearby. You two are Baiye's apprentices, right? I've heard him mention you guys. Ah, yes, Sister Et. Furuta Nifuku nodded. Being suddenly addressed by Yoshimura, he suddenly became a little restrained. I remember your name is Nifuku, right? And this little sister named Rise, is she your girlfriend? Yoshimura asked with interest. Furuta Nifuku's face suddenly turned red. No, we are not that kind of relationship yet, we are childhood sweethearts. That means it's almost there, right? Come on, little brother. Fang Kun started teasing her few right from the start. Furuta Jifu responded in a low voice. Rise was right next to him, and he felt a little embarrassed that the topic he was talking about was so explicit. Kamishiro Rise didn't react much. Because she is not the type who is easily shy, she naturally doesn't care too much about this kind of thing. Besides, she has a pretty good relationship with her few, so she doesn't care what others think. The appearance of Fang Kun had only caused a brief episode. Uchiha Baiye continues to train with Furuta Nifuku. As for the fact that Kamishiro Rise was too lazy to train, he certainly wouldn't force Rise. Today's training didn't end until the evening. Advertisement. Uchiha Baiye barely even caught his breath, while Furuta Jifuku collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. Don't push yourself too hard, it's better to be moderate. Uchiha Baiye immediately persuaded her few. It's okay, I can hold on. Furuta Jifu said while panting. Kamishiro Rise squatted beside him and gently poked Nifuku's face with her fingers, as if she cared about Nifuku, but that was all. At this time, Fang Kun came over with a towel. Even though there was no sweat on Uchiha Baiye's face, she stood on tiptoe to wipe the sweat off Uchiha Baiye's face with her own hands. Although this action seems a bit meaningless, Uchiha Baiye will not ruin such a good atmosphere. He just needs to enjoy it quietly. Damn it, I'm so envious and jealous. It makes me want to fall in love, but after I calm down, I think forget it. I might get killed by a ghoul someday. Calm down. No matter how envious you are, you won't be able to find such a cute girl. Only Uchiha has such ability. Quote. The surrounding investigators saw this and suddenly felt like they were being fed with dog food. The key is this youthful love, which is what they find most fatal. As ghoul investigators, it is not easy for them to fall in love, especially get married, because this profession is too dangerous. However, many times, it is also caused by their own sense of responsibility. They are very concerned about the other party's feelings and are unwilling to take the initiative. Many investigators wait until retirement to return home to get married, while others start dating their colleagues, so that neither party has too much psychological pressure. At this time, Kamishiro Rise looked up slightly and looked at Yoshimura Ito's actions. She seemed to be touched and began to imitate Fangkun-at's behavior. She no longer poked her Fu's face with her fingers, but instead used her sleeve to wipe the sweat off her Fu's face. Furuta Jifuku didn't care about Rise poking his face at first, he just wanted to have a good rest, and Rise's sudden gentle gesture immediately startled him. Say, what's wrong with you? Those two little guys seem to be quite affectionate. We can't lose to them. As soon as he finished speaking, Fangkun-at immediately gave Uchiha Baiye a light kiss on the face. Chapter 90 I really like that B*****************. A brief touch for a moment. And the cool and soft touch. Uchiha Baiye's pupils shrank immediately. Fangkun-at's sudden move was obviously beyond his expectations. Uchiha Baiye looked at Fangkun-at with a little surprise. At this time, Fangkun-at's face showed a slight blush, but it didn't seem to be caused by shyness. She had a teasing expression and didn't look shy at all. This scene just now made most of the investigators present feel like they were struck by lightning. How come they ended up kissing while wiping their sweat? How abominable. Could you please stop torturing me like this? As for Mado Wei and Mado Wushu, they had already left with Mado Xiao, otherwise Mado Xiao would have seen this inappropriate scene for children. Seeing this, Kamishiro Rise on the other side suddenly became thoughtful. I guess she's going to start imitating again. Kamishiro Rise held up her bangs with one hand and slowly moved towards Furuta Nifuku in a common sitting posture for Japanese people. As Rise's lips got closer and closer, Furuta Jifu's face became more and more blushing. Rise. Wait. When Rise was only a few centimeters away from Nifuku, Nifuku could almost feel Rise's breath, but he couldn't bear it under such circumstances. Nifuku shyly blocked Rise with his hands. What's wrong? Don't you like this, or phew? Kamishiro Rise was immediately confused. It's not that I don't like you, it's just that we haven't reached that level of relationship yet. Juduo or Phew stammered and spoke. What kind of relationship? Kamishiro Rise immediately asked. That is, Brother Baiye and Sister 8 have a relationship like that. Only they can do such a thing, right? Furuta Nifuku was so shy that he dared not look Rise in the eyes, and could only look elsewhere when he spoke. Yeah, Kamishiro Rise didn't quite understand this kind of thing. If we want to get married, then we really can't do it. Due to her identity, she definitely cannot marry Furuta Nifuku. Rise's nonchalant words immediately silenced Furuta Nifuku. Advertisement. The thought of the painful and cruel things that Rise will have to go through in the future, coupled with this beautiful sour and sweet atmosphere, made her feel even more depressed. The atmosphere between Nifuku and Rise suddenly became a little strange. However, the other people around certainly could not notice this strange atmosphere. In their eyes, Nifuku and Rise were just ignorant children. But it is these kinds of children who deal the greatest blow to them. Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura had already dealt them a heavy blow, and now Nifuku and Rise had added fuel to the fire. No, I want to go out and calm down. I want to have a sweet love too. Alright, I'm going to take you to a newly opened maid cafe tonight. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. It was CCG's off-duty time, and it was time for Uchiha Baiye to let Nifuku and Rise return to the White Day Court. However, there was no need for him to send Nifuku and Rise back personally, as Shujidoki had already arranged the personnel in advance. Brother Baiye, Sister 8, goodbye. Nifuku and Rise said goodbye to Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura at the same time. Well, go back and have a good rest. Uchiha Baiye talks. After Nifuku and Rise were taken away by the half-humans working at CCG, Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura Eto also returned home. Those two little guys are so cute. Halfway through the journey, Fangkun-at said while humming a little tune. Yes, Uchiha Baiye responded. Although the kiss that Yoshimura 8 gave him on the face earlier had shocked him greatly, his thoughts had now shifted to Nifuku and Rise. There is no need to rush to get Nifuku and Rise away from the Kazushi family for the time being, because now is not the right time. But it's almost time. By the way, it seems like you're going to District 24 to investigate tomorrow. At this time, Fangkun-at suddenly asked. Well, the general and I have to go to District 24 every week at this time to deal with those guys. Uchiha Baiye heading. Then you can help us. We have recently encountered a rather troublesome ghoul organization in District 24. Yoshimura said, and now all the ghouls in Area 24 who are unwilling to submit to the Bronze Tree have gone to join that organization. The leader is also the current manager of Area 24. We don't think we can take them down anytime soon. Of course, she was still confident that she could defeat the opponent, it just would take more time. Advertisement. Although her injuries have healed, Bronze Tree is still a new force after all. The other side is an old organization in District 24, and no matter what, they will not be crushed by them. Good. Uchiha Baiye agreed without hesitation. Moreover, he can also gain attribute points at that time, which is completely beneficial to him. Fangkun-at said in a brisk tone. Then it will be up to you, my king. Back home. While preparing dinner, Fangkun-at was a little absent-minded. Because she remembered the kiss. Looking back now, she suddenly felt that she was a little brave at the time, as if she was possessed by a ghost. Fangkun-at didn't feel shy, but thought that she really liked that guy, so she did that kind of thing so naturally. Even if she realized her feelings, she still wouldn't feel embarrassed. Thinking of this, Fangkunet couldn't help but glance at Uchiha Baiye. She thought to herself, this B*************** D is so despicable, he made her become like this without her realizing it. Don't be so distracted when you're cutting vegetables later. At this moment, Fangkunet suddenly heard Uchiha Baiye's reminder to her. With Uchiha Baiye's Mangekyō Sharingan, it was hard for him not to notice that Yoshimura was distracted. What does it matter? Even if I cut my hand by accident, it will heal immediately. Yoshimura said nonchalantly. With her terrifying regenerative ability, this minor injury is not worth mentioning at all. That's what you say, but it will still hurt, won't it? Uchiha Baiye counter-questioned. Ouch. Fangkunet was stunned for a moment. At this point, why would she care about this little pain? The next moment, she reacted. At this time, Uchiha Baiye also said, yes, so I am concerned about you, right? As expected, Fangkunet's mouth corners slightly raised. Okay, now the evidence is solid, Mr. Lolita, don't try to quibble in the future heart. Chapter 91 Exclusive Pillow. No, I'm not a Lolita. Uchiha Baiye still insisted on this fact. He didn't want his innocence to be ruined like this. Quibbling is useless. Yoshimura teased, and even if I'm not careful, I won't cut my hand so hard, so your worry is unnecessary. Ordinary knives can hardly hurt ghouls unless they are hit with great force or at a very tricky angle. This is also the reason why ghoul investigators must use Quink to deal with ghouls. Of course, there are exceptions. In the original work, Arima Takamasa successfully used an umbrella to expel ghouls. Umbrellas are far inferior to ordinary knives. But Arima Takashi's physical fitness is ridiculously strong, and then he uses his fighting skills to defeat the ghoul with an umbrella. That's right. In fact, Uchiha Baiye just subconsciously forgot that it is almost impossible for Fangkunet to be injured by something like a kitchen knife, unless Ite himself intends to hurt himself. It's mainly because I just subconsciously treated you as an ordinary human girl. Uchiha Baiye showed no sign of embarrassment at all. This wasn't the first time he had done this, it had happened once before. You are such an idiot, you can make such a mistake subconsciously. Yoshimura called him an idiot, but there was no trace of disdain in his tone. Although she does not identify strongly with her human identity, she is still very happy to be treated as an ordinary human girl by Uchiha Baiye. In the past, Yoshimura Ito had always lived in Area 24 as a ghoul, with almost no memories other than pain and loneliness. Now that she can live in human society as a human being, she has met such a fool who cares about her. In fact, Fangkunet's sense of identity as a human being is gradually increasing, but she herself is not easy to notice. I can't help it. You are the half-ghoul who is closest to humans and even superior to humans. Uchiha Baiye talks. Not that he was bragging. If humans can really evolve into half-ghouls, it can be considered a kind of ascension of humans. Not to mention the ability to gain powerful strength, the most important thing is that the problem of disease is almost non-existent, and there will be no lifespan problems like those of semi-humans. Advertisement. I'm almost embarrassed by your praise, but I don't think being a half-ghoul is a good thing. Fangkunet's tone suddenly became emotional. She would rather be a pure human or a pure ghoul, at least it wouldn't be so painful. Everything has its good and bad sides. It can't be completely bad, right? Uchiha Baiye talks. I don't want to listen to this kind of messed up philosophy of life. Anyway, I feel that my life is not bad now. Fangkunet said lightly. That'll do. Uchiha Baiye smiled slightly. The refinement of Takafka has basically been completed, and several refined versions including the first draft have been backed up in the computer. Just waiting for the final approval of publication. However, Fangkunet was not idle tonight. She had already started preparing for her next work. She had already decided to use Arima Takashi and Mitsumi Reika as the protagonist templates for the new work, and also had a rough idea of the overall worldview and framework. Now she is working on the outline using Uchiha Baiye's computer. Being able to type on a computer is definitely much more efficient than writing by hand. However, Fangkunet has just started learning to use a computer and is not very good at typing, so she temporarily needs Uchiha Baiye to help her type it down, and she will slowly practice typing when she is free. By the way, you type really fast. Didn't you just start working as an editor over a month ago? Seeing Uchiha Baiye quickly coding up her ideas, Fangkunet was immediately surprised. When she was revising the manuscript before, it was mostly just a small paragraph or a few words, and she often tried to type it out on the computer herself, so she didn't feel it so obvious. In fact, I was already quite good at this before I became an editor. Uchiha Baiye explained casually. In fact, he was the author before he traveled through time, so his muscle memory and brain memory were of course preserved. Fangkunet didn't care that much, as that's so. That saves more time. Later, with the help of Uchiha Baiye, Fangkunet has constructed a long plot line that runs through the entire text, as well as a series of main and branch lines, all of which are briefly recorded in the form of outlines in computer documents. The first outline of the new work was thus finalized. Advertisement. Of course, those main and side plots do not cover the entire text. Fangkunet only temporarily conceived the general content. Moreover, The thoughts in the brain are different every day, and new inspirations may come at any time, so the outline must be constantly changed and improved accordingly. Therefore, Fangkun does not like outlines that are too complete and detailed, as this can easily limit thinking, curb the brain's inspiration, and easily get stuck during the writing process, and in the end, the detailed outline that was originally thought to be perfect will have to be overturned. Especially since she is an inspiration-oriented player, an overly detailed outline would only stifle her strengths. That's about it for today. After a few more days of preparation, we can start writing the main text. After saying that, Fangkun drank a glass of water. Well, I have already foreseen the day when this new work will become a hit. Having understood the general idea of Yoshimura, Uchiha Baiye commented. Come on, the situation of the first work is still unclear. Fangkun still doesn't have much confidence. She started writing articles just to make some money, and even now she still feels that making some money is enough. I can guarantee that Mr. Takatsuki's, Takofka, and now this new work will be hot sellers. This is the confidence that the God's perspective brings to Uchiha Baiye. It's really hard to understand. You have more confidence than me, the author. Fangkun Ite said. And you forgot again, you should call me Ite. ... Late at night. This time, Uchiha Baiye hadn't fallen asleep yet, and he felt that he was hugged by Fangkun again. He thought Fangkun fell asleep so quickly, but at this time Fangkun chin was directly on his shoulder. Such an action means that he is definitely still awake. I thought you were asleep. Normally you only act like this in the middle of the night when you're sound asleep. Uchiha Baiye couldn't help but say. Fangkun said in a calm tone. Is that not possible? From now on you will be my exclusive pillow. Chapter 92 The Power of Hollow. Tokyo, 24 wards. The Ghoul organization that currently rules almost all of Area 24 is called Labyrinth. The leader is called the King of the Maze, and is also the manager of Area 24. Since the CCG has limited manpower to send to investigate Area 24, and they usually return empty-handed, the ghouls in Area 24 have no external enemies, which makes Area 24 extremely chaotic. However, due to the lack of food sources, the ghouls in Area 24 either have to risk running to other areas to prey on humans, or they can only eat together. Even though the flesh of their own kind is unpalatable to ghouls, they have no choice but to survive. Therefore, there are many extremely dangerous ghouls lurking in Area 24, especially ghouls at the level of half Hakusha and Hakusha. One-eyed owl. Who would have thought that little brat with only one red eye would grow up so fast and even become a threat to us? Tisk. If that Noroku guy hadn't gotten in my way, I would have eaten that brat a long time ago. But I always feel that her Kagun and Kagun look a bit like that of a certain incredible guy. Quote. At this time, several cadres of the Maze organization were discussing the matter of the one-eyed owl. Obviously, they had seen this one-eyed owl a long time ago, but it could not be called the one-eyed owl at that time. By the time they realized something was wrong, the other party had already grown to the point where it was difficult to kill. Now, the bronze tree, built by the other party posed a serious threat to them. At this moment, the leader, the king of the maze, also entered the meeting room. The base of the Labyrinth organization was built by themselves. It is not difficult to go to human society to steal some building materials, which is much less risky than preying on humans. Those guys from Bronze Tree should be launching a large-scale offensive against us. Are you all ready? The king of the Labyrinth, Ishikari Takeshi, was a tall male ghoul wearing a plain black mask with no pattern on his face. He said to the cadres. They nodded immediately. Yes, enough RC cells have been replenished. As for the method of replenishment, it is naturally co-eating. The Labyrinth organization's rule over District 24 has always been brutal. But in addition to the one-eyed owl, the Bronze Tree is said to have a one-eyed king. It seems that it was this one-eyed king who captured Kuklia in Area 23 last time. His strength should not be underestimated. At this time, one of the cadres said in a heavy tone. Advertisement. It's indeed a difficult existence, but our place is easy to defend but difficult to attack. We can use the advantage of the terrain to wear them down and let them know that they will pay a price for having ideas about us. The bright eyes of King of the Labyrinth, Ishikari Takeshi, suddenly flickered, and a ferocious murderous intent was revealed in his already scarlet blood eyes. Meanwhile, Uchiha Baiye has already appeared as the one-eyed king, alongside Yoshimura Ito. He is about to lead the combat members of Bronze Tree to launch an offensive against Labyrinth. Of course, it is impossible for all members of the Bronze Tree to be S-level or above at present. There are a large number of B-level and A-level ghouls among them. As long as the ghouls are willing to join the Bronze Tree, they are willing to accept them. Those who can be defined as combat members are naturally at least A-level. Those below level A will stay in the stronghold and do not need to participate in this battle. As for Fan Shiroma, she is currently working in the stable area of District 20. Uchiha Baiye thinks there is no need to call her back because they do not need her as a fighting force. Our king has finally shown up. Now we will definitely be able to successfully conquer that maze. It seems that it was this one-eyed king, who freed me from Kuklia last time. Yes, and it was the one-eyed king who conquered the city from the inside all by himself. We did almost nothing. It's a pity that we didn't see the king in person. We should have a chance this time. Quote. With the appearance of Uchiha Baiye, the morale of all the Bronze Tree members soared. Because the one-eyed king is already the strongest ghoul in their minds. It's time to go. At this time, Duoduoliang reminded them. Yes, Master Tadera, the ghouls said respectfully. But then, there was a scene that made them feel concerned. They saw it sitting on the shoulders of the one-eyed king, which made them feel a little. It feels like Ed and our king have a special relationship. He almost sat on his head. Could they be father and daughter? After all, the names of One-Eyed Owl and One-Eyed King make one feel. I don't think so. The Kagun of Ed and the king are too different. If they are father and daughter, their Kagun will definitely be very similar. It seems a bit ambiguous. Advertisement. Keep your voice down. If you're heard, you're dead. Many ghouls in the back began to discuss the ambiguous behavior between Ed and the One-Eyed King in a low voice. Although Duoduoliang was walking in front, he could vaguely hear the voices of these guys. But he didn't say anything, but thought to himself, a bunch of idiots. In fact, Fang Kunite also heard it, but she didn't care. When Uchiha Baiye and Fang Kunite led the Bronze Tree to a certain depth in Area 24. Fang Kunite suddenly jumped off Uchiha Baiye's shoulder. My king, those guys are just ahead. There was a dark area ahead, but a faint light could be seen in the deepest part. It was obvious that there should be a ghoul over there. Get ready to start the fight. Tadera whispered a reminder to everyone. About 100 combat members immediately launched an attack. After a while, Uchiha Baiye suddenly raised his hand, signaling the ghouls behind him to stop. Because the passage ahead is very narrow, and the walls made of Kagun look a bit weird, different from the Kagun walls in other places. Just then, some figures appeared in front. The ghouls standing in the front seemed to be cadres of the maze, and their attire was obviously different from that of other ghouls. I knew you would come, so I specially prepared something good for you to see how capable you are. As one of the cadres finished speaking, as if a mechanism was activated, layer after layer of thick Kagun walls moved out from the side, blocking Uchiha Baiye and the others. Not only that, there are countless tiny sharp objects on the surface of the wall. The next moment, those sharp objects were suddenly fired, which was clearly Yuhi's long-range attack. However, Uchiha Baiye showed no sign of panic, and his Mangekyō Sharingan suddenly emerged. Countless sharp knives pierced through his body, but not even his clothes were torn. This is the power of Hollow. Chapter 93 Studying the Whole Body. Uchiha Baiye completely ignored those Yuhei Kakuko. As for the ghouls behind him, they also reacted quickly. The ghouls with Kagus type immediately stepped forward and blocked Yukaku's attack with their Kagus with strong defensive power. It was a close call. I almost got caught. I didn't expect they had transformed this place into this. But, why does it feel like our king wasn't attacked at all? It seems like those Kagun went right through him. Really, what kind of ability is this? I can't figure it out at all. Quote. Many ghouls have already noticed that something is wrong. If the regenerative ability was strong enough to ignore this kind of damage, they could still understand it. But the one-eyed king didn't even react to the attack, and the speed of those feathers passing through his body didn't slow down at all. This is another concept. This ability is completely beyond their understanding. Of course, while they were shocked, it also boosted their morale. The stronger their king is, the more at ease they will be and the more motivated they will be to fight. Not to mention them, even Yoshimura didn't understand Uchiha Baiye's ability. She had never seen Uchiha Baiye use this ability before, and she was immediately curious. This B********* D Lolita Khan really has a lot of secrets. I must dig him out completely afterward. Fang Kunite thought to himself. She had always felt that this guy still had many secrets, and now it seemed to be true. And it's not a simple secret. This ability was something she had never seen before, and it was completely different from Noro's. Moreover, the principle of Noro is that she made him into a Kagun monster. With Kagun all over his body, his regeneration ability is extremely terrifying, which will give the enemy the illusion that his attack is ineffective. On the other hand, Uchiha Baiye is not an illusion, but truly unhittable. This made Fang Kunite very interested, and he wanted to study this guy from head to toe. Just then, Uchiha Baiye took a step forward. By using Hollow to ignore all physical damage, he can also move freely. Now his entity has actually automatically transferred to the Kamui space, and now his body is similar to a conscious body. Seeing the one-eyed king take action directly against Yuhei's attack, the ghouls in the back were immediately curious about what the king was going to do. However, what happened next made them all dumbfounded. Advertisement. I saw Uchiha Baiye pass directly through the Kagun wall. The Kagun wall that was supposed to be extremely solid and thick was actually walked right through like that. All the ghouls were stunned and felt incredible. What's the principle behind this? Why did you pass through it so easily? Well, no wonder the king was so elusive in Kuklia before. I suddenly have a feeling that this time it will be the same as last time, and we will have nothing to do with it again. Quote. In addition to these ghouls, Tadera was also shocked. He couldn't help but wonder, is this really an ability that a ghoul can have? Fang Kunite became more and more interested, she really couldn't wait to find out how this guy did it. The other side of the Kagun wall. The cadres of the Maze organization were still talking and laughing. They are too naive to attack us. We have dominated District 24 for so many years. How could we not have some tricks? One of the cadres said proudly, there are 5 layers of walls in total, all made of the strongest armor. It will take them a long time to tear them down. Besides, in such a narrow passage, it is difficult for a large armored. And this is just the first line of defense. If these 5 layers of the Kagun wall are about to be broken through, they can immediately retreat to the second line of defense. Their Maze organization has ruled District 24 for so long that they have already made sufficient preparations for defense. Yes, we can use multiple lines of defense to consume their bronze trees. No matter if they are One-Eyed Owl or One-Eyed King, they will be useless when they run out of energy. These cadres burst into laughter immediately. The minions behind him also felt stable, and they were all relaxed without any tension at all. However, the next moment, they suddenly heard a cold voice. Yeah, suddenly, a strange voice appeared, and it came from the front. But the problem is, there are 5 layers of Hezi walls in front. The laughter of the cadres stopped abruptly when they realized something was wrong. When they looked closely, they saw a black figure walking out directly through the wall of the Kagun, wearing a one-eyed tiger skin mask on his face. Advertisement. You, how did you get here? The cadres of the Maze were suddenly surprised. Uchiha Baiye didn't continue talking, his bloodshot eyes narrowed slightly. The next moment, he instantly moved in front of those cadres. The transfer speed of double Kamui is faster than that of single Kamui. Even if there is a feeling of space distortion, the opponent will not be able to react at all. The One-Eyed King was suddenly right in front of them, and the cadres were frightened again, backing away in fear. At this moment, Uchiha Baiye directly turns on Susanoo. Huge blue-green ribs suddenly appeared around his body, and a pair of Susanoo arms also appeared. Boom. Boom. Even though the passage was very narrow, Susanoo broke through it. With Susanoo's power, even in its initial form, no Kagun wall can withstand it. Moreover, Uchiha Baiye went straight to the face and immediately grabbed one of the cadres with his Susanoo arm. Let me go. The other party's reaction was also quite fast. He shouted angrily and suddenly turned into a half-hero. He has 3 Kagun on his body, which cover half of his body, and they are the scale Kagun with the strongest attack power.
However, scaled is exactly what Uchiha Baiye meant. One of his Susanoo arms held the opponent tightly, and even though he was half horse-like, he could not break free. The other Susanoo arm grabbed the opponent's scales. Immediately exert force. Shish. He simply pulled out the scales along with part of the heron bag. Ah! With a shrill cry of pain, the ghoul could no longer maintain his half-Kakusha transformation. Uchiha Baiye threw it away and fell to the ground, dying. He couldn't even struggle to get up. He didn't even look at this guy, but turned his gaze to the other ghouls and said in a cold tone. Who do you think is trash now? Chapter 94, A Crushing Defeat. Ding! Host defeated the SS level ghoul, and received a reward, 40 attribute points. The level of the half-ghoul just now was naturally defined by the system. CCG did not have very detailed information about the ghouls deep in Area 24.
Uchiha Baiye pulled out the ghoul's scaled Kaku and used it, temporarily using it as Susanoo's weapon. It is equivalent to an unprocessed Quink. It is not as convenient and durable as Quink, but its attack power is still sufficient. He held the scaled blade in his Susanoo hand and pierced through the abdomen of another, Labyrinth, cadre with his backhand, nailing him to the ground. However, the higher the level of the ghoul, the more tenacious they are, and this guy has not lost his ability to move.
As the body twisted strangely, a tail was released from the herb, wrapped around the scales that pierced through its body, and then forcibly pulled out. Then more and more Kagun were released from his body. It was roughly estimated that there were 4 or 5 Kagun packs. In the blink of an eye, a large number of Kagun covered his entire body. This guy is obviously at the Hercule level. However, his Kagun form was squeezed in this narrow passage, and his mobility was restricted. He was not as exaggerated as the One-Eyed King, who could directly break through the Kagun wall above. At the same time, the other 3 cadres also began to act, and they were all half-transformed. The cadres who can become Labyrinth, or at least half-her. Go to hell. They immediately joined forces to attack Uchiha Baiye. Especially the cadres who have transformed into Hijay. The position of their chests is composed of a large number of Hijay forming a huge muzzle, and these Hijay are released by Ujay's He-Bag. At first, he was born with a tail horn, but after reaching the level of a horn user, he also possessed a wing horn. Bang! At this moment, a cannonball, made of concentrated RC cells suddenly fired out from the muzzle, and the recoil alone made the Huja's body retreat a step back. The seemingly powerful blow actually went straight through the body of the One-Eyed King, and hit the mechanical wall behind the One-Eyed King. In a blink of an eye, 3 of the 5 layers of the Hezi wall were blown away. At this moment, Fankin Et, who had already transformed into a Kagoon, destroyed the last 2 layers of the Kagoon wall and almost hit the cannonball head-on. Fortunately, the cannonball disappeared when it blasted the 3rd layer of the wall. However, those cadres did not notice that the members of One-Eyed Owl and Bronze Tree were about to attack them, and they were still concentrating on attacking Uchiha Baiye. But none of their Kagoon could touch the One-Eyed King, and some even passed through the body of the One-Eyed King. Advertisement, what the hell is this? Why can't I touch him at all? Damn it. This guy's ability is so weird. There's nothing we can do. The situation is not good. Let's quickly retreat to the second line of defense. The maze cadres realized that something was wrong and they immediately wanted to retreat. Is this all you can do? At this time, Uchiha Baiye said lightly. His Mangekyō pupils suddenly burst into bloodshot, and 2 space Uzumaki opened at the same time. These 2 spatial Uzumaki are located at the necks of 2 half Kakusha cadres. Double Kamui is different from single Kamui and has the ability to open multiple space Uzumaki at the same time, but the consumption will be greater. This is, before the 2 half Hertz could react to the strange spatial distortion, their heads had been twisted off. As their heads hit the ground, they temporarily lost their ability to fight. With their regenerative abilities, the head will definitely not be able to grow back for a while, especially the neck part which has been torn to pieces by the space Uzumaki. Even if their accomplices help put their heads back on, there is no way to recover quickly. Ding! Host defeated the SS level Ghoul, and received a reward, 30 attribute points. Ding! Host defeated the SS level Ghoul, and received a reward, 40 attribute points. Fankin Et and others who rushed over happened to see this scene. Such a magical and outrageous ability shocked them deeply. Then, Uchiha Baiye used the scaled karaoke again, and Susanoo held 2 scaled karaoke in both hands and pierced the karaoke bag of another half karaoke cadre. Ding! Host defeated the SS level Ghoul, and received a reward, 30 attribute points. Now, a total of 4 half-hurt level, Labyrinth, cadres were all defeated by Uchiha Baiye. Only the last one is left. However, the guy ran away decisively when he saw the situation was not good. As the passage was too narrow, many of his men who blocked his retreat were even squeezed into meat paste by him. Advertisement: the cadres were either defeated or fled, and the rest of the minions were naturally also defeated, fearing that they would not escape fast enough. Uchiha Baiye didn't chase them immediately because these guys were already trapped in a jar, and there was no need for him to waste the power of Double Kamui to chase them. At this time, he had already released Susanoo, otherwise Susanoo would have continued to consume the RC cells in his body. After the battle just now, more than half of his RC cells have been consumed. Aren't you going to hunt them down right away? At this time, Fankin Et came over and asked Uchiha Baiye. No hurry, let's deal with these guys first. Uchiha Baiye glanced at the 4 Banheja cadres who were lying half dead on the ground. They are not actually dead yet. Next, it will be handed over to Fankin Et and others to deal with. As for whether to kill or tame, Uchiha Baiye didn't care.
Fankin Et ate all the meat of these 4 guys without saying anything.
Once the herbivores were eaten, it would be impossible for them to regenerate, and they would basically be doomed. These guys have a smell I hate. After eating, Fankin Et did not forget to explain to Uchiha Baiye. She had seen these guys when she was a child and had a grudge against them back then, and now she was just seeking revenge. Fine. Uchiha Baiye nodded slightly. He guessed that these guys had a grudge against Fankin Et before. They, the Bronze Tree, are not short of these 4 half-Huja, especially since the system tasks require numbers rather than strength. Moreover, now that Yoshimura Ito has eaten the Kakubo of 4 sulfur monosulfide level ghouls, his strength will be greatly enhanced. Instead of keeping these 4 guys who may not be loyal, it is better to make Ito stronger. Sure enough, at this time, another Kagoon grew on Fankin Et's body and the released Kagoon made his Kagoon form bigger. When there are enough Kagoon bags in Kagoon, the Kagoon form of Yoshimura Ito will be able to change into a giant monster like in the original work, with a completely different style from other ghouls. Chapter 95. It's almost time to end. Soon, the Bronze Tree, led by Uchiha Baiye, reached the second line of defense of the Labyrinth Organization. The Huja level cadre who had escaped before did not appear at the second line of defense. Without a cadre in charge, the strongest ghoul in the second line of defense is only S+ level. There is no need for Uchiha Baiye to take action. Fankin Et can kill everyone here by himself. The second line of defense was quickly torn apart by the Bronze Tree. Uchiha Baiye took a break and, while waiting for his RC cells and pupil power to recover automatically, he also distributed the existing attribute points.
Open black lens bracket ding. Host added points successfully. Close black lens bracket. Constitution +5.
RC cell value +200. Attribute points -250. Current attribute points 30. Now, Uchiha Baiye can almost maintain the original form of Susanoo for a while. Except for those who had been killed, almost all the ghouls guarding the second line of defense were incorporated into the Bronze Tree. According to the information provided by these captives, the next step is to go to the maze S lair. This is terrible.
I'm afraid all 4 of them are in danger. That Hudja-level cadre has already fled back to his lair in the maze, and his Hudja form has of course been released. The 4 of them, he mentioned, naturally referred to the other 4 cadres. And he is now talking to the king of the maze, Takeshi Ishikari. Arai, you're the only one back? Ishikari Takeshi said in a deep voice.
Many of my men have already retreated to the second line of defense, but I'm afraid that the second line of defense won't hold out for long. The one-eyed king of the Bronze Tree is too weird.
Arai said in a somewhat urgent tone. As for abandoning his companions and running away, he did not mention a word.
Ishikari Takeshi is not in the mood to care about such things now. He cares more about the so-called one-eyed king.
How strong is that guy that you are all helpless? Advertisement: if there was only the one-eyed owl, Ishikari Takeshi would still be very confident. But now there is the unknown factor of one-eyed king, and the battle situation is obviously not good, which makes him uneasy.
Just as Arai was about to describe the bizarre abilities of the one-eyed king, his subordinates suddenly broke in. King, it's bad. The second line of defense has been breached, and the Bronze Tree is heading towards us.
No matter what, get ready for battle. Ishikari Takeshi immediately stood up and said sternly.
Although there is a way to escape at the base, he has dignity as the king of the maze, and would rather die in battle than live in hiding.
Afterwards, Ishikari Takeshi led the ghouls of the maze to fight the Bronze Tree outside the base. He saw the one-eyed owl at first sight, because Yoshimura has not yet released his Heger form. Ishikari Takeshi frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the one-eyed owl had grown to such a large size.
Next to the one-eyed owl, he also saw a one-eyed ghoul wearing a red tiger skin mask. This guy should be the real king of the Bronze Tree, the one-eyed king.
At this time, Yoshimura didn't intend to say any nonsense, and directly attacked Ishikari Takeshi. Ishikari Takeshi's pupils shrank and he immediately turned into a red monster. A humanoid Kagoon who was about the same size as the one-eyed owl suddenly appeared, with dark red Kagoon all over his body and several human faces with painful expressions growing on various parts of his body. It seemed that these were all ghouls that he had eaten with his kugu. Then, Yoshimura Ito and Ishikari Takeshi almost engaged in hand-to-hand combat with their bodies as haiku. It's purely a competition of who has stronger attack power and regeneration ability. The other ghouls on both sides did not act rashly, and Uchiha Baiye was not in a hurry to take action. As the second leader of the Labyrinth Organization, Arai is apparently on guard against the powerful enemy of the Bronze Tree, but in fact, at this moment, while both Yoshimura Ito and Ishikari Takeshi were injured to a certain extent, Arai suddenly attacked. However, his target was not the enemy Yoshimura Ito, but Ishikari Takeshi. It was seen that Arai did not transform into a Kakuji, and only used his tail Kakuji to attack Ishikari Takeshi from behind. This kind of sneak attack takes the opponent by surprise, especially since it specifically targets the most vulnerable position of the Hekubao. It is indeed enough to use only the tail Hekahezi. If you transform into a Heikuzer, it will easily waste time and cause the sneak attack to fail. Ishikari Takeshi's attention was completely focused on the one-eyed owl, and he never expected that Arai would launch a sneak attack on him. But at this moment, Uchiha Baiye suddenly appeared out of nowhere behind Ishikari Takeshi and blocked Arai's sneak attack. Advertisement, what? Seeing the one-eyed king suddenly blocking his way, Arai had no time to stop, and his tail was about to pierce the one-eyed king. This was not his original intention. He just wanted to show his loyalty to the Bronze Tree by launching a sneak attack on Ishikari Takeshi. Because he knew that their maze was definitely no match for the one-eyed king, and if he continued to resist foolishly, he would be waiting for death. When the tail Kagoon was about to pierce his abdomen, a chain stretched out from Uchiha Baiye's sleeves, and he used the chain to directly block the tail Kagoon. It's almost time to end. As Uchiha Baiye finished speaking, 2 spatial Uzumaki suddenly appeared. The root of Arai's tail was directly torn off by an invisible force. Ishikari Takeshi's Kakushi shell was also torn open like thin paper.
Gah! Arai cried out in pain, and even part of his knuckles was torn off.
After the outer shell of the Hezer was destroyed, Ishikari Takeshi turned back suddenly, his face full of horror. He had no idea when the one-eyed king appeared behind him, nor did he know what means the other party used to destroy his Hudja shell. He only knew that he was doomed to fail. I lost. Ishikari Takeshi was straightforward. He did not continue to struggle in vain, but directly released the Hezer form. At the same time, he also realized that Arai seemed to be trying to launch a sneak attack on him, but this didn't matter now. Regarding the scene just now, although it was not the first time that the ghouls on the Bronze Tree side had seen this ability, they still couldn't help but be shocked by it. They couldn't help but be thankful that they had joined the Bronze Tree, otherwise having a terrifying existence like the one-eyed king as an enemy would be too scary. The ghouls of the Labyrinth Organization were all confused. Arai's sudden attack on the king of the maze had already made them unable to react, and now Uchiha Baiye's shocking method made their brains crash. The 2 strongest Hercules in their maze were killed instantly? What the hell is this? There is no fun at all. Chapter 96 Control of Area 24, Ding. Host defeated the SSS level Ghoul, king of the labyrinth, and received a reward,
200 attribute points. Ishikari Takeshi admitted defeat directly, and Uchiha Baiye of course also gained attribute points. It seemed that Ishikari Takeshi admitted defeat a little too early. With his regenerative ability, his Heager form would be restored to its original state soon. But in fact, during the time when he was regenerating, Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura could kill him n times. So when he realized that he did not have the upper hand against the One-Eyed Owl, and that there was a One-Eyed King, who was even more mysterious and unpredictable than the One-Eyed Owl, he knew that he had no chance at all. No, I just wanted to pledge my loyalty to the Bronze Tree. At this time, because he had just unintentionally attacked the One-Eyed King, Arai was afraid that the One-Eyed King would misunderstand him, so he hurried to explain. Although he was a little worried, he felt that the problem should not be serious. Because he knew what the Bronze Tree had done in Kuklia before, and after conquering Kuklia, it took away all the ghouls it could. And the behavior in Area 24 is similar. All obedient ghouls are captured, and only the disobedient ones are killed. In addition, he considered himself to be a powerful Hujja, so the Bronze Tree should accept him. Seeing Arai's ugly face, Ishikari Takeshi couldn't help feeling a little angry, but he didn't say anything. In this situation, there is no point in saying anything. At this time, Uchiha Baiye glanced at Arai lightly and said in a cold tone, I'll leave this guy to you. He had no good feelings towards this kind of pure traitor, so he handed the matter over to Ed directly. Okay, my king. Fankin At's tone was slightly pleased. Well, Arai was suddenly confused. Wouldn't it be enough for the One-Eyed King to just say a few words? Why should we give it to that One-Eyed Owl? At this moment, he has not realized the seriousness of the matter and is in a state of confusion. It was not until the One-Eyed Owl approached him step by step and did not release the Hujja form that he began to feel something was wrong. Advertisement. But at this moment, the One-Eyed Owl suddenly exploded, moving in front of Arai at high speed in an instant, and the Hezer's arm swept directly across. Although Arai managed to react, he couldn't keep up with the speed of his transformation. In addition, one of his Hekuban was just injured by Uchiha Baiye, so the speed of Hekubanen was even slower.
Arai's Kagun had just covered half of his body when it was cut in half by the One-Eyed Owl, and the Kagun on his waist was destroyed along with it. Arai's body suddenly separated, and he propped up his upper body with both hands with a painful look on his face, looking at the One-Eyed Owl in front of him in disbelief. Why? I will never forget the old account. There was a cold murderous intent in Fankin At's joyful tone. Quote. Arai's eyes suddenly widened. He didn't expect the other party to be so vindictive. He had indeed chased Noro and the young One-Eyed Owl before, but he gave up halfway through the chase. How come the other party had remembered it for so many years? But in reality, it's not just about holding a grudge. When Fankin had heard Uchiha Baiye's tone just now, she understood what Uchiha Baiye meant, and secondly, she could get revenge at the same time. No, Arai was about to beg for mercy, but Yoshimura didn't give him the chance and beheaded him directly, and his voice stopped abruptly. After dealing with this guy, Fankin ate all the blood bags on his body. With 4 kakuza in total, after the cuckoo, Yoshimura was strengthened again. Seeing Arai being killed by the One-Eyed Owl and having his kakubo eaten, the other ghouls in the Labyrinth Organization couldn't help but feel fear, as they were afraid that they would suffer the same fate.
Ishikari Takeshi felt a little relieved, and now he could die more comfortably. Give you 2 choices, surrender or die. At this time, Yoshimura spoke to Ishikari Takeshi. She had no old grudges against Takeshi Ishikari, and Uchiha Baiye had not expressed his stance, so she gave Takeshi Ishikari a chance. Ishikari Takeshi didn't expect that the other party would give him a chance to live, but he would rather die than be inferior to others. After a moment of silence, he said firmly, I choose the latter.
Okay, then I'll give you a quick death. Advertisement. Yoshimura Ito showed no mercy and beheaded Ishikari Takeshi directly. Of course, all the kukuri on Takeshi Ishikari's body were eaten by her. After devouring 2 Hecate at once, another Hecate grew on Yoshimura's body. Her Hujj form has also grown a little bigger, and it is estimated that her current size has surpassed her father's. Next, it's time to deal with the remaining ghouls. It's still the same as before, those who are willing to surrender will surrender, and those who are unwilling will die. Basically without exception, except for the king of the labyrinth, Ishikari Takeshi, who was more resolute, the rest of the ghouls all surrendered. The number of personnel in the Bronze Tree has further expanded, and it is getting closer and closer to the goal of 1,000 members. However, we will not be limited to Area 24 in the future. It will be difficult to recruit 1,000 ghouls in Area 24. The underground maze in Area 24 is too large, and there are many ghouls hiding there that are not easy to find.
Now the Bronze Tree has taken control of Area 24. Once it has taken root stably, it can slowly expand to the other 23 areas, just like in the original novel. Zone 1. Now Uchiha Baiye and Fankin have moved and rented a relatively high-end suite. Area 1 also has an entrance to Area 24, or to be more precise, each of the 23 areas, as Area 24 is essentially the underworld of Tokyo. The reason is that the first-generation One-Eyed King almost destroyed the entire Tokyo when he turned into a dragon. The original Tokyo sank directly into the ground,
and the current Tokyo is the rebuilt appearance.
So no matter where he is, Fangkun can get back to Area 24 very quickly. If we expand next, which area will we expand to first? Fangkun at first asked Uchiha Baiye for his opinion. Then we will definitely prioritize areas where the CCG is weaker. Let's go to Area 19 first. Uchiha Baiye talks. With his current identity and status within CCG, he is of course aware of CCG's distribution of power in each region. It is basically proportional to the strength of the ghouls in the corresponding area, or the degree of threat. The power allocated by CCG in Area 19 is very average, which also means that there are few strong ghouls in this area, making it very suitable for the Bronze Tree to expand. Okay, I'll do whatever the king wants. Chapter 97 Old Couple. Today, Uchiha Baiye's wages are very high, so it is time for his living conditions to improve. Fangkun was lying on the sofa with his legs directly on Uchiha Baiye's thighs. It's so comfortable lying on this sofa. Fangkun sighed.
No matter how comfortable it is, it's almost time to take a shower and go to bed. Uchiha Baiye is going to take a bath. I've been busy in Area 24 for a long time today, and it goes without saying how dirty a place like the underground maze is. Only then did Fangkun move his legs apart. However, just as Uchiha Baiye took off his clothes and was about to start bathing, he suddenly heard the sound of brisk footsteps. There is no doubt that it was Fangkun. Since Uchiha Baiye has a locked door, after Fangkun tried and found that the door could not be opened, he immediately knocked on the door.
I'm taking a shower, please wait a moment. Uchiha Baiye awakening path. But I want to rub your back as a reward, is that not okay? Fangkun said bluntly. Quote. Uchiha Baiye was silent for a while, but still went over and opened the door for Fangkun. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Fangkun's teasing smile. You are indeed a Lolita complex. As soon as you heard about this, you opened the door for me. Although Fangkun was only wearing a long bath towel at this time, she did not look shy at all and was teasing Uchiha Baiye very enthusiastically. Quote. Then you should go out and wash after I finish. Uchiha Baiye's expression suddenly changed. Of course he refused to acknowledge the slanderous title of Lolita complex. Come on, I was just joking. My king has worked so hard today, so I must reward him well. Fangkun stuck out her tongue mischievously. Uchiha Baiye felt a little helpless. He really couldn't do anything about this guy. Who made him like it? Because I like it, I am more tolerant. Advertisement.
Next, Uchiha Baiye started to take a shower, naturally without any clothes on. Fangkun was not shy at all. Instead, she watched with great interest. This made Uchiha Baiye feel a little embarrassed. Although he did not act coyly, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. So the question is, who is committing the crime in this case? At this time, Uchiha Baiye was sitting on a chair, and Fangkun was rubbing his back behind him.
Although Fangkun was very frivolous at first, he became serious when he started rubbing his back. I don't usually feel it when you're wearing clothes, but now I realize that your back is quite broad. Fangkun suddenly said, it's not the first time you've looked at my back. Uchiha Baiye talks. It was different before. That time I was checking your herbal ute. Fangkun said. Speaking of Kakuba, last time Uchiha Baiye was able to transform into Kakuji even though he didn't have Kakuba. Yoshimura immediately remembered that this time Uchiha Baiye had revealed many secrets. Now that she was almost done washing, she decided not to ask this question for now. She would definitely ask this guy clearly later. They were all in the bathroom, and of course Fangkun also took a shower together. Then they brushed their teeth together, sharing the same toothbrush cup like an old married couple, and there was hardly any sense of incongruity. In fact, it was because they were temporarily using disposable tooth cups. After all, there was basically nothing in the rented house in a place like Japan. They gave priority to purchasing the more important furniture and accidentally overlooked such small items. Moreover, the disposable toothbrush cups were placed in a relatively high cabinet. Fangkun was too lazy to get them, so he just took the cup that Uchiha Baiye had already taken. As they were getting ready to sleep, Yoshimura Eto couldn't wait to speak. We should review what happened today. The methods you demonstrated are not abilities that normal humans or ghouls can possess, right?
Indeed. Uchiha Baiye had anticipated that Yoshimura Eto would ask him about this, but he couldn't reveal too much to Yoshimura Eto. Those are the abilities of my eyes. I told you that my eyes are upgraded, but this is all I can reveal. The secret of the double Kamui is as unrevealable as his identity as a time traveler, so he spoke more directly to Yoshimura et al.
Quote. All right. Although Yoshimura felt a little regretful, she was rational and thought that Uchiha Baiye must have some difficulties. Advertisement. So she didn't ask any further questions and didn't care. Then I won't ask about this matter anymore, but in return, you have to compensate me. Fangkun said in a calm tone. Compensation for what? Uchiha Baiye asked with some curiosity. Fangkun directly opened his arms to Uchiha Baiye and said, hold me. Uchiha Baiye was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but smile faintly, okay. Then the two fell asleep in each other's arms. District 19. Fangkun-ite brought Uchiha Baiye here early in the morning to scout the area in advance, in preparation for the expansion of the bronze tree, here. Let's go over there and take a look. However, at this time, Fangkun-ite was shopping in a large shopping mall. Are you here to check out the area or to go shopping? Uchiha Baiye was speechless for a moment. What's the big deal? We can check out the places and go shopping at the same time. We have plenty of time today anyway.
Yoshimura Ito said nonchalantly. Ever since defeating the Labyrinth Organization, they, the Bronze Tree, have planned to recuperate in Area 24 for some time. In addition, the obstacles in Area 24 have been basically cleared, so there is no need for her to stay at the Bronze Tree. Okay, at least don't have so much fun that you forget the time.
Uchiha Baiye is more accustomed to Fangkun's. But he couldn't accompany Fangkun-ite to scout District 19 for too long, otherwise it would easily arouse the suspicion of those guys from Hexyu. Half a day or a day is okay, but 2 or 3 days is not okay. As for the Hexyu family and the V organization, they certainly already knew that he seemed to have such a wife. The misunderstanding in CCG at that time has not been resolved until now, and everyone really thought that he was married. He originally wanted to clarify the matter, but Fangkun-ite wouldn't let him do so, and the matter ended up being left unresolved. Even he, Shu, and the others seemed to have taken it seriously, because Uchiha Baiye found that there was an additional Uchiha in the relative column of his personal information within the CCG system. Chapter 98 The Nutcracker. Of course, the Shu family also asked the V organization to conduct a brief investigation into the identity of Uchiha Ito. However, they did not investigate the authenticity of the marriage. After all, Uchiha Baiye has never denied this matter, and it would be quite troublesome to investigate this specifically. They only knew that there was nothing suspicious about this Uchiha and that he could pass the RC detection gate normally, so they did not conduct an in-depth investigation.
They had never thought of the only possibility, that is, Uchiha Ite's true identity was actually the daughter of Yoshimura Kosen, which was why she would not be detected by the RC detection gate. After all, both Wasu and V trusted Uchiha Baiye very much. How could they have imagined that their most trusted and capable subordinate would secretly team up with the most threatening half-ghoul? Besides, the V organization can only conduct investigations in secret, and it is not easy to conduct an in-depth investigation of a half-ghoul with a legal human identity. Only CCG can openly conduct an in-depth investigation on a suspect, provided that there is sufficient evidence to suspect that the suspect is a ghoul. This is also why, in the original work, Yoshimura had signed a contract with Shuisha under his real name and worked as a writer for more than 10 years without being discovered. It is easy to imagine that the V organization would not blatantly ask Shuisha for a writer's private information.
In the end, it was Sasaki Hase, Ken Kaneki, and Furuta Jifuku who launched an investigation into the suspect, Takatsuki Izumi, on behalf of CCG. Moreover, Uchiha Baiye has always been very obedient in the eyes of Shu and V, so they don't intend to impose too many restrictions on his private life, unless he can't control his mouth and tells Shu's secret to his wife, and the prerequisite is that Shu and V know that he has leaked the secret. If Yuna's investigation into the secrets of the V organization had not been discovered, the V organization would not have interfered with Yoshimura Kosen's marriage to a human. At most, the child born would have been raised in the Duya court. In any case, based on the probability, it could only be half human. It's a rare trip to the mall, so let's buy some more paper and pens. Fangkun-ite took several notebooks and pen refills at once. Although she has a computer, she is still used to writing down her inspirations on paper, and this makes it convenient for her to record her inspirations anytime and anywhere. You can choose whatever you want. You can buy as much as you want. Uchiha Baiye said casually. Love you. Fangkun's tone was also very casual. Then your love is really a bit cheap. Uchiha Baiye couldn't help but complain.
Advertisement, and since Fangkun had said such things to him in public, who knows if someone would call the police directly. How is this cheap? Our current husband and wife relationship is already established in the eyes of those people in CCG. Isn't it normal to say I love you?
Yoshimura said with a smile. At this moment, Uchiha Baiye fell silent. But he saw a girl who looked vaguely familiar. The girl looked to be only about 10 years old, with short black hair, a dirty body, and was wearing only very old clothes, without even any shoes. At this moment, she was sticking to the glass outside a women's shoe store, staring at a pair of red high-heeled shoes inside. Her eyes were full of hope, and she seemed to really want the pair of red high heels. Uchiha Baiye quickly recognized that this should be the Nutcracker from his childhood. Because of the tragic experiences in her childhood, the Nutcracker became twisted and used all means to make money and become beautiful, and she also developed some outrageous habits. Seeing that Uchiha Baiye ignored him and that he was still looking at a little girl over there, he narrowed his eyes and said, "You dead Lolita control, you are so obsessed with that little girl over there that you can't even hear me, right?" "No, I just feel that she might be a ghoul," Uchiha Baiye said in a low voice. So as not to be heard by passers-by. Ghoul. Fangkun-ite originally thought that this was just an excuse made up by Uchiha Baiye, but when she went over and smelled the scent carefully, she found that the smell of this little girl was really unusual. Although it is rather dirty and smelly, the smell cannot cover up the smell of rotting corpse on the body, indicating that he has been eating rotten meat recently. There is also a faint smell unique to ghouls, which is not so easy to smell, especially for ghouls who have been in human society for a long time, whose smell is covered by the smell of humans.
This little sister is really a ghoul, so what do you want to do? Fankanet was even more curious about what Uchiha Baiye wanted to do, and looked at Uchiha Baiye with a strange look. Are you trying to kidnap this little sister? Uchiha Baiye's mouth twitched slightly. Who do you think I am? Advertisement. Lolita Control. Yoshimura had immediately replied.
Stop it. Uchiha Baiye was speechless. Just then, the clerk of the shoe store came out. She saw this dirty and poor little girl who kept staying at the door of the store and refused to leave. She was worried that this would affect the business, so she planned to drive the little girl away. Little sister, I'll give you a coin to buy some candy, and then just go home nicely, okay? The female clerk then gave the little girl a coin, and her tone was quite calm. Quote. Thanks. Little Walnut took the coin with a complicated expression and said thank you. Although she was very reluctant to part with the beautiful pair of high heels, she had no choice but to leave. Because she knew that if she tried to rob here, she would definitely be killed by those white pigeons. At this time, Fankanet walked over and said to Xiao Hutao, little sister, I can help you realize a wish. Just tell me what your wish is. Looking at the strange older sister who suddenly appeared in front of her, little Hutao's first reaction was that she was such a beautiful older sister. Not only was she very pretty, but she was also wearing beautiful clothes that she could never dream of. Little Walnut was stunned for a long time before she reacted. After all, she didn't expect someone to suddenly say they would help her realize her wish or something. The female clerk next to her was a little confused and didn't react for a moment what was going on.
If I could, I'd like that. Little Walnut then pointed his finger at the pair of red high heels in the store. Okay, let's go in together. Fankanet immediately grabbed Hu Dao's little hand and walked into the shoe store with Hu Dao. Little Walnut's expression was a little stunned. She thought she was dreaming. Chapter 99. Why not come to our house? Uchiha Baiye remembered that the Nutcracker was indeed from the Ghoul in Area 19.
It was quite a coincidence that I ran into the young little Walnut when I just came to District 19 for shopping. What Uchiha Baiye didn't expect was that Fankanet directly pulled Xiao Hutao into the shoe store. He followed in immediately. At this moment, the female clerk who didn't understand the situation couldn't help but said to Uchiha Baiye, excuse me, are you the relatives of that little girl? No, but her parents are our friends. Uchiha Baiye explained in a calm tone. It doesn't look like he's trying to fool people at all. Oh, so that's how it is. The female clerk believed it immediately. As a female shop assistant, she had no reason to doubt such a thing. She was just curious about what had just happened. Little sister, these are the shoes you want. At this time, Fankanet had brought little Walnut to the pair of red high heels and said, but you are still young, so I guess you are not suitable for wearing this pair. These high heels are clearly meant for grown women. She immediately asked the salesgirl, do you have any other high heels like this? But I want children's style. Yes, please wait a moment. The salesgirl immediately went to look for a pair of high heels that met the requirements. Little Walnut has been confused ever since he was pulled into the store by a strange beautiful older sister.
Because she really found it incredible that this beautiful older sister didn't mind the dirty smell on her body, and directly grabbed her hand and even said that she would help her realize her wish. The high heels just now were too big for you to wear, so I asked the clerk to get this for you.
As the female clerk brought a pair of children's red high-heeled shoes, Fankanet took them and said to Xiao Hutao, come on, I'll take you to wash your feet first, and then try them on to see if you are satisfied.
Oh, Little Walnut is still a little confused until now. Then, with the help of the female clerk, Little Walnut used tap water to wash his dirty little feet. While cleaning, she couldn't help but say to Fankanet, big sister, why are you so nice to me? You should ask that nosy guy, he wanted to help you, so I did it. Fankanet looked towards Uchiha Baiye, advertisement.
Little Walnut followed Fankanet's gaze and saw the big brother who was also a stranger.
This was the first time she met such a nice person. However, little Kurumi couldn't help feeling a little uneasy, because her real identity was a ghoul. If her older brothers and sisters found out that she was a ghoul, they would definitely hate her. So she was very afraid that her true identity would be discovered. Fankanet had already noticed that Xiao Hutao's expression suddenly became a little frightened and restrained, and he guessed what Xiao Hutao was worried about. However, she saw through it but didn't say anything, and still looked at Little Walnut with a smile on her face. After washing his feet, Little Walnut also washed the stains off his face. She couldn't wait to try on the high heels, her face full of joy. Although Fankanet helped the little girl mainly because of Uchiha Baiye's wishes, she couldn't help but feel a little relieved when she saw the little girl like this. How is it? Do you like it? Yoshimura had asked with a smile. Little Walnut nodded vigorously, his face full of joy. But she seemed to think of something and her expression became depressed again, but I don't have money. Although she didn't know how much the pair of high heels cost, she knew it was definitely not cheap. It's okay, sister. Didn't I tell you at the beginning that I can help you realize your wish directly? Fankanet said. Thanks. Little Walnut was immediately surprised.
Of course, it was that big brother who paid for it, so you should thank him even more. Fangkun had corrected it slightly. Is that big brother your friend? Little Walnut asked with a little curiosity. Fangkun 8 shook his head slightly with a mysterious look on his face and said, no, can you guess again? Isn't it? Then, this immediately touched upon Little Walnut's blind spot in knowledge. He had never considered anything other than survival since he was a child. She thought hard for a long time but couldn't figure it out. I can't guess. Advertisement. You'll know when you grow up. Fangkun still did not directly tell Xiao Hutao the truth. At this moment, Little Walnut suddenly thought of something. Could it be like mom and dad? Maybe it's the feeling of family. Yes, congratulations, you guessed it right. Fangkun nodded immediately. That's enough. Don't instill some weird things into others. At this time, Uchiha Baiye reminded Fangkun. Hey, I'm not instilling anything weird, I'm just telling the truth. Fangkun said playfully. Little Walnut still understood almost nothing. He could not understand the conversation between his older brother and sister at all. He just sat there with a bewildered look on his face.
Later, Uchiha Baiye helped Xiao Hutao buy the pair of high heels. It just so happens that Little Walnut has no shoes to wear, so from now on he can just wear this pair of red children's high heels.
After leaving the shoe store, Fangkun asked Xiao Hutao, by the way, where are your parents? Do you want us to take you home? My parents are gone. Little Walnut said this. However, there was not much sadness in her expression and tone, as if she was used to it. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought up this topic. Fangkun said apologetically. No, it's nothing, and I don't have a home to return to, so I won't bother you anymore. Little Walnut smiled and said, thank you so much, big brothers and big sisters today. I have never been so happy. She felt like she was dreaming today. Not only did she meet such nice older brothers and sisters, but she also got the beautiful shoes she had always dreamed of. After saying that, Little Walnut prepared to leave alone. Ever since her parents died, she has been wandering around alone, looking for human corpses to fill her stomach and barely survive. In fact, compared to those white pigeons, she usually needs to worry more about her own ghouls. They can easily kill each other in order to compete for food. Her parents were even killed by their own kind. At this time, Fangkun thought about it for a while and invited Xiao Hutao.
Why don't you stay at our house first? Chapter 100. Take it home. Little Walnut was stunned. She couldn't believe that this older sister actually let her stay overnight at the other person's house. But her true identity is a ghoul. If we live together, it will be easy to be exposed. So after Little Walnut came to her senses, she immediately showed a worried expression. This was what she was most worried about.
Even Uchiha Baiye was a little surprised. Fangkun's move was somewhat unexpected to him. At this time, Fangkun guessed what Xiao Hutao was worried about, and she whispered in Xiao Hutao's ear, little sister, I know what you are worried about. You are afraid that we will know that you are a ghoul, right? Upon hearing this, Little Walnut was immediately shocked and his face turned pale with fear. No, it's not. Little Walnut denied it outright. She was very afraid of what might happen next. However, the reaction on her face gave it away. Little sister, lying is not a good thing. Yoshimura said with a smirk, my intuition is very accurate, and my husband is also an investigator of the CCG. Although Little Walnut didn't quite understand the word husband, she could guess that it was the older brother next to her who said it. Now Kurumi was even more frightened. She had already thought about running away, feeling that if she didn't run away she would be killed by the ghoul investigator. But at this time, Fangkun spoke again. Actually, you don't have to be so scared. We don't mean to hurt you, otherwise we would have done it a long time ago. This sentence made Little Walnut hesitate for a moment. Is this true? Of course it's true. Fangkun nodded. But don't ghoul investigators treat us as enemies?
Little Walnut couldn't help but express his doubts. That's not necessarily true. Not every investigator hates ghouls, like this guy. Fangkun said, anyway, we won't hurt you, don't worry. Advertisement, yes, although we are the CCG, we are not responsible for expelling every ghoul. Uchiha Baiye also explained to Katori, as long as they haven't done anything to harm humans, we won't hurt ghouls at will.
Oh, Xiao Hutao believed what Uchiha Baiye said quite easily. After all, she is still young and doesn't have any savvy. Kurumi still found it more and more unbelievable that there would be such a good person who was willing to help her even though he knew she was a ghoul. She is now helpless and has no idea how long she can survive in District 19 alone. She doesn't dare to leave District 19 and go to other completely unfamiliar areas. She felt very insecure and really wanted to find a place of refuge. In this way, Little Walnut was brought back home by Fangkun. It was a direct taxi ride back to District 1. This was the first time that Little Walnut had ridden in a human car and also the first time that he had entered a human house. Little did she know that the older brother and older sister in her eyes were not real human beings. We're home now. Little Walnut, go take a shower first. As for clothes, you can wear mine first. Fangkun had just asked about Xiao Hutao's name. Since Kurumi's parents are both low-level ghouls, they cannot obtain human surnames and identities through various means like the more powerful ghouls and then blend into human society.
Since she had no surname to inherit, she could only use the two words, Walnut, as her name, which was also an unrecognized name in human society. At this time, Fanka Knight found a set of his own clothes for Xiao Hutao.
Her figure is not much bigger than Xiao Hutao, so it doesn't look ill-fitting. Thanks. Little Walnut was immediately flattered. Because this dress looks very beautiful and cute on her, she never thought she could wear such beautiful clothes. While Hutao was taking a bath, Uchiha Baiye couldn't help but ask Fanka Knight, why do you suddenly want to take her home? In response, Fanka Knight immediately smiled faintly, can't I guess what you were thinking? I guess you want Xiao Hutao to accept the help of District 20 again, right? Indeed. Advertisement. Uchiha Baiye couldn't deny that his idea this time was guessed by Fanka Knight. So I just brought her home. Isn't this more convenient? I can just send her to District 20 later. Fanka Knight said, but she wasn't just influenced by Uchiha Baiye. Because of her own childhood experiences, she also felt a little sympathy for Little Walnut, so she also wanted to help Little Walnut a little. I see. But I was thinking of convincing her to go to District 20 right away. Uchiha Baiye talks. It's okay. When my work is successfully published, I will take her to the Anping district. The old man will definitely be happy to take her in. Fanka Knight has already made plans and will meet his father at that time.
The old man she was referring to was of course Fankin Gongshan.
That's fine, but before that, we still have to take good care of her. Uchiha Baiye talks. Isn't it just rotten meat? We at Bronze Tree often go to various areas to collect the bodies of people who committed suicide. We have stored a large amount of rotten meat in the base in Area 24. If we distribute it properly, it will be enough. Fanka Knight planned to return to Area 24 to get some rotten meat for Xiao Hutao. She herself does not need dead meat, nor does she need fresh human flesh to replenish RC cells for the time being. The co-eating behavior during the previous attack on the Labyrinth Organization greatly increased her strength, and she no longer needed to eat for a period of time. Moreover, Fanka Knight was also concerned about Uchiha Baiye's feelings. She knew that this guy definitely didn't want her to hurt innocent humans. Now the unfathomable strength displayed by Uchiha Baiye also allowed her to trust and rely on him, so there was no need for her to eat human flesh crazily anymore. Moreover, eating human flesh cannot improve one's strength much. The real way to become stronger is co-eating. Eating human flesh is largely for the purpose of filling the stomach, and it is indeed helpful for maintaining the RC cells in the body, that's all. The filling the stomach point is also unnecessary for Fanka Knight, she can eat normal human food. Especially when one reaches the level of a high-level Heezer like Yoshimura Ito, there is no other way to become stronger except by doing a lot of ko-ko. Well, that's fine. Uchiha Baiye nodded slightly.
The Fankin store manager will definitely accept Xiao Hutao. He himself needs to think carefully about how to explain it to the manager of Fankin when he meets him. Chapter 101 Happy to be a father. By the way, I'm a little worried about whether Kurumi-chan can take a good bath by herself. At this time, Fanka Knight suddenly thought of this problem. I guess Little Walnut has never used those bathing tools. This is really hard to say. Uchiha Baiye talks.
I'd better go in and take a look. When they were about to reach the bathroom door, Fanka Knight suddenly turned around and said, you can't come in and peek, or I will call the police. It was obvious that Yoshimura was joking, but Uchiha Baiye still responded without getting tired. Not happening. Afterwards, Fanka Knight went into the bathroom to check the situation. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hutao didn't even close the door. She wanted to knock on the door first, but she ended up knocking it open with just a light knock. Little Walnut stood there blankly, at a loss as to what to do. She only knew that she could take a bath with water, but she didn't see where the water was. Do I have to use the faucet in the sink to take a shower? Little Walnut, it looks like you don't know how to take a bath. As expected, Fanka Knight's worries were correct. Ah, I have never used these things before. Little Walnut's face showed a somewhat embarrassed blush. It's okay, let me help you wash it. ... About
10 minutes later, Fanka Knight helped Xiao Hutao clean with a bath towel and changed her clothes. She pulled Little Walnut in front of a mirror and said, how do you feel? Although it's a little big, it still looks good. So pretty. Little Walnut was immediately amazed by his current appearance. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Just stay at our house for now, and we'll help you find a good place to go later. Fanka Knight said. The place she was talking about was actually the stable area in District 20. Advertisement. Hearing these words, Little Walnut suddenly felt a little reluctant.
Because this sentence means that she will still have to part with her older brother and older sister, but her older brother and older sister are the best people she has ever met. But she didn't show it. After all, it was very good that the other party could help her so much, and she didn't want to trouble him too much. Little Walnut was too embarrassed to even show that he was hungry. In her opinion, asking humans for human flesh was too absurd, even if it was just rotten meat, it was definitely inappropriate. So she decided to go outside and look for any human corpses. But the area she was in now seemed to no longer be District 19. She couldn't help but feel uneasy in such a completely unfamiliar place. After thinking for a while, Little Walnut decided to find a way to fill his stomach. She was heard saying to Uchiha Baiye and Fanka Knight, Brother Baiye, Sister Ite, I want to go out for a while and may be back late. Based on her usual experience, it was very difficult for her to find human corpses without the ability to have a fixed eating place. It was very likely that she would not get anything in the whole day, and she had to try her best to avoid other corpses of the same kind. Fangkun had immediately guessed, are you hungry? Ah, little Hutao was completely stunned. How could Sister At see through everything?
Little Walnut was shocked. Sister Ed was really too scary. I'm hungry. The last time I ate was many days ago, and I didn't eat much then. Having been seen through, Little Walnut had no choice but to admit it, but I don't want to trouble you. You must be disgusted by this kind of thing. I can go out and look for it by myself. It's just a small matter. Please wait for me for a moment. I will be back soon.
After saying that, Fangkun went out directly. Of course, she returned to the base in Area 24 to get some rotten meat that was stored there. Little Walnut was a little at a loss. Because she had not emphasized that she could only fill her stomach by eating human flesh, she was a little worried that Sister Ed would buy human food for her, which would be a waste of Sister Ed's kindness. But then I thought, Brother Baiye is a ghoul investigator, so Sister Ed should also know some characteristics of ghouls, right? Don't worry, she's going to bring you some rotten meat. At this time, Uchiha Baiye said to Xiao Hutao. Little Walnut immediately smiled. Advertisement. After all, this older brother is a ghoul investigator, but he didn't make her feel scared. Instead, she felt full of security. Brother Baiye, even though you are a ghoul investigator, you really don't hate ghouls, right? Little Walnut couldn't help but ask. It depends on the situation. If it's a very cruel ghoul who kills innocent people indiscriminately, I would definitely hate it too. Uchiha Baiye said frankly. But if it's someone like you, Kurumi-chan, I think there's no difference between you and an ordinary human girl. It's not your fault that you were born a ghoul. Oh, Little Walnut felt more and more that this older brother was really gentle, and he even treated her as an ordinary human girl.
Before this, she had always thought that white pigeons were very scary enemies because that was how other ghouls described them. At this time, Little Walnut suddenly asked curiously, Brother Baiye, do you and Sister Ite have a baby too? Just like my parents gave birth to me. Ahem. Uchiha Baiye coughed immediately. No, how should I put it? Anyway, not yet.
He wanted to explain, but after thinking it over he decided not to. All I can say is that the guy named it said too many things to Little Walnut that could easily lead to misunderstandings, and the kid was such an innocent and pure one. Okay. Little Walnut hesitated for a moment, but decided to say, then can I call you, Mom and Dad? It wasn't a sudden idea, but Brother Baiye and especially Sister Ate gave her a feeling of being like a father and mother. Uchiha Baiye, this feels a bit bad, right? If CCG knew that he suddenly had a daughter, it would cause even more confusion and might also arouse the suspicion of, Shu. No, I'm sorry I was so presumptuous. Little Walnut immediately admitted his mistake pitifully. She was even more afraid that she would be disliked by Brother Baiye and Sister Ate. As for this, let's wait until Sister Ate comes back before deciding. Uchiha Baiye felt a little sorry for the pitiful look on Little Walnut's face. He would wait for Fangkun to come back and explain things to Ite.
As long as Fangkun Ite does what he did last time, like taking Xiao Hutao to CCG or calling him Daddy in public, there won't be any big problem. Chapter 102 Brother Baiye. It didn't take Fangkun too much time to return from Area 24. She soon brought back almost a suitcase of rotten meat. And Little Walnut was watching TV with relish on the sofa.
I'm back. Fangkun walked in dragging a suitcase. Little Walnut subconsciously wanted to call her mom, but when she thought about the fact that the other party hadn't agreed yet, she quickly changed her words and said, Sister At. Little Walnut, come and eat. Fangkun immediately opened the suitcase and took out box after box of rotten meat. The storage box still feels cool to the touch because it has been stored in the refrigerator. This can slow down the loss of RC cell activity to the greatest extent. Little Walnut's eyes suddenly widened. Unlike the long rotten body parts and pieces of meat that she had had great difficulty finding in the past, these boxes of rotten meat were well preserved and looked very appetizing. Sister Ite, how did you find so many? Little Walnut couldn't help but ask with a look of surprise and admiration. This is a secret. I have all kinds of tricks at my disposal. Yoshimura Ito has no intention of telling Kurumi about his ghoul identity. It would be troublesome if little Hutao couldn't control her mouth and accidentally spread the news, so to be on the safe side she must not tell little Hutao everything. Amazing. Little Walnut exclaimed, but didn't ask any more questions. She couldn't wait to fill her stomach, but she still asked Fangkun carefully, can I really eat it?
Silly, I brought it back especially for you to eat. If you can't eat it, who else can? Fangkun was immediately amused. Little Walnut nodded happily. She then opened the lid of the food container. Although she was very hungry, she did not eat voraciously. Instead, she ate in small bites. In a sense, she was quite ladylike. At this time, Uchiha Baiye came over and said to Fangkun Ite, little Hutao said she wanted to call us Mom and Dad, you.
Before he finished speaking, Fangkun said, isn't this pretty good? The problem is not this. The problem is that you should not make it known to the public casually in the future. Uchiha Baiye explanation. Advertisement. Oh, this, I know. Of course, Fankunai could hear what Uchiha Baiye was saying. Little Walnut should have heard it too. Don't call mom and dad casually when you are outside. Yoshimura had immediately reminded Kurumi, because your father is a high-ranking ghoul investigator. If the CCG knew that your father suddenly had a daughter, they would definitely be curious and investigate. If you are found to be a ghoul, you will be in a lot of trouble. Of course, this explanation was specifically for Little Walnut. Not that she and Uchiha Baiye were really concerned. Yeah, okay, I definitely won't talk nonsense. Kurumi assured as he nodded seriously. How about this, when you're outside, just call us brother and sister normally. Fankunai said, well, can I call you mom and dad now?
Little Walnut asked cautiously. Sure, I want a cute daughter too. Yoshimura had said with a smile. Mother, Little Walnut was immediately delighted. Then she also called out to Uchiha Baiye, Dad, in fact, Xiao Hutao never knew the real age of Fankunai, and she gave her a very mature feeling. Little Hutao had no idea that the mother she was talking about was actually not much older than her. Yeah. Uchiha Baiye root. Suddenly having a daughter, he had an indescribable feeling. ... After Little Walnut filled his stomach, there was still a lot of rotten meat left that Fankunai brought back. The rotten meat can continue to be stored in the refrigerator and will be enough for Walnut to eat for a while. Rest for a while first, and then we'll go out and buy you new clothes. After all, you can't keep wearing my clothes. At this time, Fankunai said to Xiao Hutao. Okay. Little Walnut nodded. She suddenly felt very happy, this feeling of having family and being loved. Advertisement, but she couldn't help feeling concerned that she had been receiving kindness from Dad and Mom without giving anything in return. She felt that she should do something, at least to help her parents a little bit. By the way, if you have any clothes you really want, we can just go over there later. Fankunai asked Xiao Hutao. Yes, but it's in District 19. I haven't been anywhere else so. Little Walnut said a little embarrassedly. It's okay, can't we just go to District 19 again? Fankunai said casually. If you take the subway, it's actually very quick to get from Zone 1 to Zone 19, so it's not really inconvenient.
My dear, you won't refuse to come with us later, right? At this time, Fankunai said to Uchiha Baiye. Well, I don't have anything else to do anyway.
Uchiha Baiye nodded slightly with a calm expression.
Afterwards, he and Fankunai had dinner and prepared to leave. As for Little Walnut, he was just sitting on the sofa watching TV. Seeing that his parents could eat normal human food, Little Walnut became even more certain that his parents were both human beings. At present, the popularity of RC detection doors is not high because it is very expensive. Therefore, there are no RC detection gates in subway stations yet, and priority is given to setting them up in some more important places. In fact, the Shu family itself would not support the popularization of RC detection doors. If the living environment of ghouls is compressed, it would not be conducive to the balance between humans and ghouls that they hope for. This is also why in the original work period, there are still many ghouls living in human society. Today, Little Walnut has seen a lot of the world. She had never had the chance to take the subway, buy clothes, or buy toys before. At this time, Uchiha Baiye and Fankunai brought Xiao Hutao to the mall in District 19 again. Little Walnut found the clothing store she wanted to go to by herself. She had often peeked at the beautiful clothes outside this clothing store before, so she had a deep impression of this place. This is it. Little Walnut pointed at the clothing store in front of him.
Little Walnut, just pick whatever you want. Daddy has money anyway. Oh no, you should call me brother outside. As he was talking, Fankunai had suddenly teased Uchiha Baiye, isn't that right, Brother Baiye? Chapter 103 Leave the rest to me. Uchiha Baiye felt a little numb when hearing the charming voice of Fankunai.
Brother, is it really possible? Xiao Hutao asked Uchiha Baiye first. Well, anything you like is fine. Uchiha Baiye heading. Good. Little Walnut entered the clothing store happily. She is now washed clean, put on mom's beautiful clothes, and goes out with mom and dad. She will no longer be despised and driven away by the adults in the store as before. Xiao Hutao now looks very fair and cute. The clothing store clerk who had seen Xiao Hutao several times before did not recognize her at first. In Uchiha Baiye's eyes, although the nutcracker in the original work left a deep impression on him. The meaning of nutcracker is actually the egg crusher. But for now, Little Walnut probably won't develop in that direction. After a while, the clerk felt that the little girl looked more and more familiar, and she finally remembered the little beggar who often peeked outside the store. But even though she recognized him, she didn't say anything. Although she didn't know why, the little girl suddenly turned into a little princess of a wealthy family. There was no point for her to care about such things, as long as the other party could bring her sales.
The clerk pretended not to know Xiao Hutao and greeted Xiao Hutao and his family with a smile on his face. Afterwards, Little Walnut was still a little reserved and only chose 2 new clothes that he really liked. Don't you want to choose 2 more sets? Uchiha Baiye questions.
Little Walnut shook his head. She was already very satisfied, and she was embarrassed to ask too much from her parents. Okay, think about what else you want to buy. Uchiha Baiye talks. There is none left, Little Walnut said with a smile. Brother Baiye, Sister Ite, let's go home. As she spoke, she held the hands of Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura Ite respectively.
Advertisement. But then they spent some more time in the mall. Because there are some daily necessities that I haven't bought yet that need to be bought, of course including Xiao Hudao's daily necessities. By the way, I also bought some toys for Lil Walnut, such as dolls. Walking on the road, Uchiha Baiye, Fanken Ite and Xiao Hudao were talking and laughing. It was getting late now and there were fewer and fewer people on the road. While passing by a small path, Little Walnut did not notice the danger approaching quietly from behind because she was chatting happily. On the other hand, Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura Ite had actually already noticed that there was a guy following them. It seems like there is something unclean. I just heard Fanken Ite suddenly say lightly. Yes. Uchiha Baiye responded. Little Walnut looked at them with a puzzled look, obviously not understanding what Mom and Dad were saying. At this moment, the man who had been following them in the dark for a while walked out. It seemed that he had already regarded them as his prey, so he didn't think they could escape under his nose. Oh, isn't this a cute little walnut? The man wearing a blood-red mask seemed to be targeting Xiao Hudao from the beginning. Hearing the voice, Little Walnut turned around suddenly. When she saw this nightmarish man, her face turned pale with fright. She finally realized that this place seemed to be the place where the blood ghost was eating. Little Walnut felt extremely regretful, wondering why he hadn't noticed such an important thing just now. She was so happy chatting with Mom and Dad just now that she didn't realize there was something wrong with her route. Now, the family that I finally had was being taken away by the blood ghost again. Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura Ito looked back at the ghoul, their faces showing very calm expressions.
I still can't forget how your parents felt back then. The blood ghost said to Little Walnut in an arrogant and teasing tone. It's been such a long time since we last met, and you seem to be getting along with two humans. That's really amazing, but it's a pity that they are going to be killed by you. Little Walnut's teeth were biting his lower lip, almost breaking it. Advertisement. Not only did her father die at the hands of a blood vampire, her mother was also brutally D and murdered. This is also the reason why the Little Walnut later became the Nutcracker. Her obsession was to make money and become beautiful, and this tragic experience was one of the important factors that led to her having that quirk. Brother Baiye, Sister Ite, please leave quickly. Little Walnut decisively stood in front of Uchiha Baiye and Fanken Ite. He's very powerful, let me hold him back. She remembered that the blood demon seemed to have been rated as an A+ grade ghoul by CCG, and was also the manager of Area 19. In her eyes, this kind of existence could not be defeated no matter what. Although Brother Baiye is a ghoul investigator, there are also many ghoul investigators who have been killed by blood demons.
After all, little Kurumi has no idea of the true strength of Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura Ite. She only hopes that she can hold back the blood ghost and give Mom and Dad as much time as possible to escape. Even if she died here today, she would have no regrets. Today was truly the happiest day of her life. Her only regret was that she did not pay attention to the route and caused Mom and Dad to fall into this dangerous situation with her.
Want to escape? The blood ghost would not give the opponent a chance to escape and rushed over immediately. Little Walnut was extremely anxious and immediately released his Kagun. Her Kagun is quite special, with two types of Kagun, the first Kagun and the tail Kagun, and of course there are two Kagun bags. However, this is not a Kagun ghoul, but a compound Kagun, inherited from her parents, which means that her parents are the first Kagun ghoul and the last Kagun ghoul respectively. Of course, not every ghoul can inherit this way. Most ghouls only have a single Kagun. Having a compound Kagun is considered a rare talent. The ghouls with the best talents are those who are born with all four types of Kagun at the same time. The only known one is Shikakan. Her two armored Kakashi protected Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura Ito respectively, and at the same time she released a long and powerful tail Kakashi to attack the oncoming blood demon. This is the first one, the last one cannot be posted because the picture is too revealing. Huh, I just realized you have two kinds of Kagun. The blood ghost suddenly became excited. I'm going to eat you up. He had never seen Kurumi release his Kagun before.
Xiao Hudao's power was still too weak, and Wei's attack was easily dodged by the blood ghost, who was about to kill her. Little Walnut's face was already full of despair. At this critical moment, she felt a big warm hand gently pressing on her shoulder. Don't be afraid, leave the rest to me. Chapter 104. Dad is very powerful.
Dad. Because the situation was very urgent, Xiao Hudao subconsciously called out, Dad, forgetting to call Baiye, brother, when going out. Uchiha Baiye appeared in front of Kurumi, with a golden suitcase in his hand, which was the SSS class Quink, Owl. The reason why he didn't take action first was to wait for the other party to reveal his ghoul identity. A ghoul investigator cannot attack anyone without clear evidence. Now that the opponent has released his Kagun on his own initiative, he can take action. Although using an SSS class Quink against an A+ class ghoul is a waste of talent, Uchiha Baiye has no other Quinks on hand right now. He had previously loaned his Moon Shadow and Wind Spirit to Arima Takasho and has not yet asked for them back. He had no plans to come back, so he might as well go to the CCG experimental building and get another S-class Quink. Don't worry, Dad is very powerful. At this time, Fang Kun Et held Xiao Hutao's hand. Apart from them, the only other person in this place was the ghoul who came here to make people laugh. Since this ghoul was going to die for sure, there was no need for them to pay attention to his name. Having said that, Little Walnut still couldn't help but feel a little worried. After all, Kurumi's vision is still relatively short-sighted. Except for today, he has never left Area 19, and the Blood Demon is the strongest ghoul in Area 19.
Just like how Reika Matani is almost the strongest in Area 13, the strength of the ghouls in each area is definitely different. It can be said that apart from Washu in Area 1 and Bronze Tree in Area 24, the only SSS level ghoul is the Unkillable Owl, Yoshimura Kozen in Area 20. So in the eyes of Little Walnut, the Blood Vampire is a powerful enemy that is particularly difficult to deal with.
White Dove, the Blood Demon, immediately recognized the Quink briefcase in Uchiha Baiye's hand. As a White Dove, you knew this guy was a ghoul and yet you still wanted to protect her. He couldn't help but feel strange. He had never seen a ghoul investigator who would protect ghouls before. Uchiha Baiye completely ignored this guy and took out one of the owls. Seeing the Quink in Uchiha Baiye's hand, the Blood Demon could not recognize this Quink and just felt it was a little scary. Advertisement. The Blood Vampire, who was ignored, was immediately a little furious. Then go to hell. 3 blood-red scales were released, and the tips of the scales concentrated at one point and attacked Uchiha Baiye. Dad, be careful, Little Walnut couldn't help but remind him worriedly. However, Uchiha Baiye had no intention of dodging, and even took a step forward. His body shifted to the right in a posture that ordinary people could hardly do. The 3 scales almost brushed past the left side of his abdomen, but actually did not hurt him at all. He raised the owl in his hand directly to the upper left, and the 3 scales were instantly cut off by the extremely sharp owl. Suddenly feeling a sharp pain in the middle of his Kagun, the blood ghost immediately widened his eyes and looked at his 3-scaled Kagun being cut off and falling to the ground in disbelief.
Although his Kagun wasn't particularly strong, it couldn't be cut off so easily, right? While the blood ghost was in shock, Uchiha Baiye had no intention of letting him go, so he slashed at the blood ghost's neck with his backhand and directly cut off his head. This time, it wasn't just a sharp pain. The blood vampire felt a trance in front of his eyes. His perspective was inexplicably moving downwards quickly, and then he fell to the ground with a thump. He could clearly hear the sound of his head hitting the ground, but he still didn't react to what was happening to him. I am still wondering what is going on. Then, Uchiha Baiye destroyed the blood demon's waste bag, making him no longer have the power of revolving heaven. Looking at the scene in front of him, Little Walnut was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. His big watery eyes were wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. She simply couldn't believe that the blood vampire, who had always been rampant in District 19, was killed so easily by Dad. Only then did Kurumi gradually realize that Dad was not only not an ordinary person, but also not an ordinary ghoul investigator. What I just said is correct, isn't it? Dad is very powerful. Fang Kun Et said to Xiao Hutao with a smile. Little Walnut finally smiled. The armor and tail armor on her body had been retracted, and the armor eye had also disappeared. Advertisement. Want to eat? At this time, Fang Kun Et suddenly asked. What to eat? Little Walnut didn't react for a moment to what Mom meant. Eat that guy's Kakuga. I heard that ghouls can become stronger through the act of co-eating. That guy doesn't look too weak. Eating Kakuga should improve his strength a lot. Fang Kun Et explained in detail. Oh, Little Walnut finally reacted, but she showed an embarrassment on her face. But I don't want to do that kind of thing. After all, Kurumi is still young and finds it difficult to accept the behavior of co-eating. What's more, the blood vampire ate her parents in exactly the same way, so she was even more disgusted with that behavior. Now Little Walnut doesn't even dare to release her Kagun, except today when she was forced into a corner, which means she has never taken the initiative to kill anyone. In fact, many ghouls find it difficult to kill people when they are children. The same was true for Fancy Roma when she was young. She had always lived on carrion until she tasted the first bite of fresh meat and then she became addicted. Hearing that Kurumi had no intention of co-eating, Uchiha Baiye planned to call CCG directly and ask CCG to send someone to collect the body of the blood demon. He didn't have the time to deal with the body, and he couldn't leave it in a place where people might pass by at any time. Okay, Mom, I shouldn't talk about such weird topics. You don't have to take it to heart. Fang Kun Et apologized. No, it's all my fault for being too cowardly. There is no way that Little Walnut would blame her mother. She knows in her heart that she is only causing trouble for her parents and will only be a hindrance when they encounter danger. Forcing herself to become stronger through co-eating may be what she should do. Little Walnut hated the fact that she could only be a cowardly burden, so she gritted her teeth and said, why don't I give it a try? No need. Don't force yourself to do something you don't want to do. At this time, Uchiha Baiye spoke softly, and your talent is actually very strong. You have a composite Kagun with both the first and last Kagun. Your potential is very high. Chapter 105. the most recognized investigator, Dad. Little Walnut couldn't help but go over and hug Uchiha Baiye. Yeah, there's no need to force yourself to do something you don't like.
Yoshimura had also said, yeah, I always listen to Mom and Dad. Little Walnut nodded, especially since Dad just praised her talent. Her mood immediately improved a lot. She never had any idea that she possessed two kinds of Kagun and Kagun at the same time. Because her strength was too weak, she thought she was just a little special in this respect compared to others of her kind. After Uchiha Baiye made the call, the CCG branch in District 19 quickly sent a third-class investigator and an assistant investigator to handle the scene. Uchiha Baiye and the other three waited here for a while. Uchiha Special. After arriving at the scene, the investigators immediately showed respect to Uchiha Baiye. Of course, they also noticed Fang Kunite and Xiao Hutao standing nearby, but they did not ask about it, as they felt they were not qualified to ask about such matters. They had just heard that Uchiha was already married at such a young age. This matter had recently caused quite a stir within CCG, especially among the female colleagues. As for the younger girl next to her, she should be a younger sister or something like that. Without giving it much thought, they began to deal with the body seriously. Sister Ite, what does special weight mean? At this time, Xiao Hutao asked Fang Kunite.
Now that there are outsiders around, she will be very careful about how she addresses Mom and Dad. It means special investigator. There are many levels of Ghoul investigators in CCG, and special investigator is the highest level. Fang Kunite explained to Xiao Hutao. At this time, a younger and more outgoing assistant investigator said, Uchiha is now recognized as the strongest investigator in our CCG. A third-class investigator nearby glared at the man and signaled him not to talk too much.
Although almost everyone now believes that Uchiha Special Investigator is the strongest investigator, it is best not to let such words spread to the ears of the other special investigators. Just think about it in your heart. Brother Baiye is the strongest investigator. Little Walnut was a little bit unbelievable. Although she had thought that her father was a very powerful Ghoul investigator, she never imagined that he was so powerful. Advertisement. The strongest Ghoul investigator. No wonder he could defeat the blood demon so easily. Uchiha Baiye gently touched Xiao Hutao's head without saying much. Yes, with Brother Baiye here, you don't have to be afraid of anything in the future. Fang Kunite said, even if Little Walnut is sent to the stable zone, in the future, it will be almost absolutely safe given the combat power there, unless the organization goes all out to attack the stable zone. Seeing what Uchiha did to his sister, the investigators couldn't help but think that Uchiha actually had such a gentle side. They originally thought that Uchiha was a cold-blooded killer. While these investigators were processing the scene, Uchiha Baiye could just leave. He greeted the investigators and went straight home with Fang Kunite and Xiao Hutao. On the way home, Little Walnut still felt incredible.
Her father turned out to be the strongest investigator in CCG, and he was so good to her. Little did she know that her mother was actually the strongest Ghoul. On the surface, they are the strongest human and the strongest Ghoul. A lot of things happened today, and it was already late when I got home.
Little Walnut fell asleep on the bed quickly. Uchiha Baiye and Fang Kunite had no intention of going to bed so early, but sat on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Little Walnut sleeps in the bedroom with the door closed, so the sound insulation is quite good. At this time, Fang Kunite suddenly spoke with an intriguing expression, so you really used my father's arm as a portable weapon. Although she had heard about this before, she still felt a little emotional when she saw Uchiha Baiye making a Quink with her father's Kagun arm. I didn't have any other Quink to use at the time. Uchiha Baiye explained seriously. Why are you being so serious? It's not like I'm blaming you. Yoshimura had always thought that Uchiha Baiye, who was serious from time to time, was very interesting. You must have shown some mercy at that time, otherwise it wouldn't be as simple as having his two Kagun arms chopped off. Indeed, Uchiha Baiye nodded and said, because I have always respected Manager Fangkun. Then you are really tolerant. As a radical, you can still respect a conservative so much. Yoshimura Ito teased in a joking tone. Advertisement. There's no conflict here, and Manager Fangkun is your father. How could I intentionally hurt him?
Uchiha Baiye is a straightforward person. You are just a Lolita lover, how dare you say that? Fang Kunite's mouth corners slightly raised. I'm not a Lolita. Even if he has said it 1,000 times, Uchiha Baiye still wants to emphasize this matter. Yes, Fang Kunite said casually. Although she now basically understood Uchiha Baiye's feelings, she was not in a hurry to make their relationship clear.
Their current status is already very clear, but their relationship has not yet been made clear.
Because Fang Kunite still has something to worry about, that is, her ideal has not yet been realized. As long as Shu does not die and the world does not change, she and Uchiha Baiye may still experience a tragedy like what happened to Gongshan and Yuna. If she had a child, she didn't want her child to repeat her mistakes. By the way, how's the publication of my work going? Fang Kunite suddenly thought of publishing, because she was still thinking about taking her work to meet her father after it was successfully published. She had a lot to say about her father, about whom she had no impression since she could remember. It's almost there. The process is still going very smoothly. The last step will be completed in no more than a month. Uchiha Baiye talks. Of course, he has been following the publishing process. That's good, we should probably go to bed soon. Fankin 8 looked at the time and it was almost 10 o'clock. Well, let's take a shower and go to bed, you first or me? Uchiha Baiye questions. Do we even need to ask who goes first? Fankin 8 immediately teased, and today, Dad, has protected Little Walnut very well, it's time to reward him again. Chapter 106 I'm not used to not having a pillow. Although the home has 2 bedrooms, only one bed is currently occupied. Uchiha Baiye was wondering whether he should make do with the sofa in the living room. Afterwards, after thinking it over carefully, he went to the living room with a pillow and a quilt. Fankin 8, who had just finished drying her hair with a hair dryer, was immediately confused when she saw Uchiha Baiye's action. She immediately followed him and asked, "What are you doing?" "Sleep here." Uchiha Baiye answered casually. Fankin 8 was speechless for a moment. "Why, are you embarrassed to sleep with a new Little Walnut?" "That's definitely a little inappropriate," Uchiha Baiye replied seriously. "You guys are suddenly so particular about this, never mind, whatever you want." Fankin 8 didn't intend to say anything more, because this is a good opportunity. If little Hudao wakes up in the middle of the night and wants to look for Dad, she can go to the living room and wake up Uchiha Baiye directly. This is interesting to think about. After entering the bedroom, Fankin 8 moved gently, trying his best to avoid waking up Xiao Hudao. Lying down in the bed, Fankin 8 felt a little bit uncomfortable because the pillow was suddenly missing. In the middle of the night, Little Walnut suddenly woke up. Because she had a nightmare, when she woke up, she felt the comfort brought by the soft big bed, which instantly calmed her mood. When she opened her eyes, she saw Mom beside her, but she didn't see Dad. "Dad?" Little Walnut couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Uchiha Baiye, who was sleeping on the sofa in the living room, of course couldn't hear Xiao Hudao's voice, but Fankin 8 heard it and woke up. "Dad is sleeping on the sofa in the living room." Fankin 8 said. "Oh, then why doesn't Dad sleep in the bed?" Little Walnut was immediately confused. Advertisement. Although the sofa is very comfortable, it is still far inferior to this big bed. Because Dad is a fool. Wait a minute, I will go and ask Dad to come in and go to bed. Fankin 8 immediately got up from the bed. When they arrived in the living room, Fankin 8 sat directly on Uchiha Baiye, which immediately woke Uchiha Baiye up. Fortunately, Fankin 8 was quite light in weight, and Uchiha Baiye was strong enough, so he could hardly do any harm to him. "What's wrong?" Uchiha Baiye didn't seem to be in a bad mood when waking up, and asked calmly. Little Walnut suddenly woke up and is looking for an incompetent father. Yoshimura had said playfully. Uchiha Baiye turned his head and saw Little Walnut standing at the bedroom door, holding a doll in her hands and peeking at him. "All right," Uchiha Baiye said, "but how long are you going to sit on me?" Fankin 8 kept sitting on his stomach and it was difficult for him to get up. Only then did Fankin 8 jump off Uchiha Baiye's stomach. Then, Uchiha Baiye took the pillow and quilt back to the bedroom. At this moment, Little Walnut looked a little remorseful, because she didn't mean to wake up Dad. Uchiha Baiye gently touched Xiao Hudao's head and smiled slightly. Seeing that Dad didn't look angry at all, Little Walnut felt relieved. "Don't you think about it. When Little Walnut wakes up, he will definitely look for his Daddy. You still want to sleep on the sofa." Yoshimura had teased. Uchiha Baiye originally thought that it might be a bit crowded for 3 people to sleep in the same bed, and it would be a bit inappropriate to sleep with Xiao Hudao. At the request of Fankin 8, Uchiha Baiye slept in the middle. The result was that Fankin 8 and Xiao Hudao on both sides treated him as a pillow. "My exclusive pillow is back." Fankin 8 was still speaking happily in his ear. Advertisement. It has been some time since Furuta Nifuku and Kamishiro Rise came into contact with human society. Uchiha Baiye is always observing the reactions of Nifuku and Rise, and it can be seen that these 2 little guys are increasingly longing for life in the outside world. "I just didn't dare say it directly in front of him, probably because I was afraid he would tell Jiazi." Uchiha Baiye felt that the time was almost ripe, so he said to Nifuku and Rise, "Do you want to leave the Kazushi family?" Upon hearing this, Furuta Jifuku's first reaction was that he thought he was exposed, and he was immediately horrified. No, that. It just so happened that in the past 2 days, his desire to help Rise escape from the Hexio family became stronger and stronger, but he himself had no intention of leaving. Because if there is only one person, there is still a chance, but if 2 people act at the same time, the risk is too great, and once they are caught, all the efforts will be wasted. And with him secretly helping Rise, the chances of Rise escaping would be greater, so he planned to sacrifice himself to help Rise. He had just come up with this idea and hadn't started to make a specific plan, but he didn't expect that Brother Baiye saw through it in some unknown way. He thought he was doomed. Including Rise, like Nifuku, his expression became visibly panicked. "Why are you panicking? I'm asking if you want to, not questioning you." Uchiha Baiye elaborated. "Since they are currently in the daytime court, they will not be monitored intentionally in this situation, so it is okay to talk about this topic directly." Nifuku and Rise still didn't quite react. After a while, Urfu tried to ask, "Brother Baiye, can you help us?" "Yes, I know everything about you, whether it's your identity as the son of the chief speaker or Rise's identity as the mother." Uchiha Baiye said calmly, "I can also see that you are longing for the outside world." Juduo Urfu was immediately surprised that Brother Baiye knew everything. However, he didn't care how Brother Baiye knew this, but became worried. But if this is the case, Brother Baiye, aren't you in danger? It's okay, I'll be careful. Uchiha Baiye said, think about the plan yourself, and I will assist you when the time comes. In the original work, it was Nifuku who assisted Rise in escaping successfully, but it is not known what method he used.
So he planned to let Erfu think about it himself, maybe with Erfu's brain he could come up with a good idea.
As for Uchiha Baiye himself, he was too lazy to waste his brain cells thinking about such things. At worst, he could just use force to take Nifuku and Rise away. Afterwards, Uchiha Baiye took Nifuku and Rise out of the White Day courtyard normally, and took the two little guys to meet Fankenite and Xiao Hudao. Chapter 107 Jealous Little Rise. Since they had agreed to go shopping together today, Fankenite had already brought Xiao Hudao to wait in the lobby of the CCG headquarters in Area 1. If you are just going through the hall, you don't need to pass the RC detection gate, so there is no need to worry about Walnut being discovered. Except for Mado Wushang, who had extremely sharp intuition and hated ghouls to the core in the original work, no investigator would forcibly drag ordinary people through the RC inspection gate. As luck would have it, Zhenhu Wei and Zhenhu Wushu were sitting on the sofa in the hall, talking with Fankenite and Xiao Hudao. Ms. Uchiha, is this your sister or Ms. Uchiha's sister? Mado Wushu couldn't help but ask with some concern. He felt that it was definitely impossible for her to be the daughter of the Uchiha special class. She looked older than Akatsuki. The current Mado Wushi has not yet reached the level of sophistication in the original work, and Yoshimura Ito and Kurumi will not behave abnormally like Kaneki Ken, so naturally they will not arouse suspicion. Yes, this is my sister, Little Walnut. Fankenite immediately said to Xiao Hudao. Come and say hello to Uncle and Auntie. Little Walnut nodded obediently. Uncle, Auntie, thank you for your guidance since this is our first meeting. Although she was brought directly to CCG by Mom, she was not afraid of this place because she knew that Dad was the strongest investigator of CCG. So her performance was very natural. Mado Wei and Mado Wushu also responded with a friendly smile. Just then, Uchiha Baiye came over with Nifuku and Rise. Brother Baiye is here, Fankenite said to Xiao Hudao. Uchiha Baiye chatted with Mado Wei and Mado Wushu for a few words, then left CCG with Yoshimura 8 and the others. On one side is Kurumi, and on the other side are Nifuku and Rise. Both sides looked at each other with curiosity. Although Little Walnut had heard from her mother that she would meet two children of almost the same age as her today, she still didn't know who they were and couldn't help but be curious. The same is true for Nifuku and Rise. Are you Ite's sister, Kurumi? Furuta Jifuku was the first to ask. Little Walnut also spoke up. Nifuku, Rise, hello. Hello. Erfu responded with a smile. Advertisement. Rise looked a little unhappy because she saw Erfu talking and laughing with Xiao Hudao. So she didn't want to respond. At this time, Erfu reminded her. Rise, people are saying hello to you. Li Shi's eyes suddenly changed slightly, and his unhappiness became even more intense. But she is still Kaido. Hello, it's just that his tone was a little unhappy. As long as they are within the confines of Area 1 and are accompanied by Uchiha Baiye, Nifuku and Rise are free to move around. Hishu would not deliberately send people to monitor them anytime and anywhere, because Hishu still trusts Uchiha Baiye enough. Therefore, Uchiha Baiye and Fankenite took their 3 children around and bought whatever they liked. During this period, Xiao Hudao naturally communicated a lot with Erfu and Leash. She had never had a childhood playmate before, so being able to hang out with people her own age was something new and interesting to her. However, Kurumi discovered that the girl named Rise seemed rather cold towards her. Although she didn't know the reason, she also reduced her communication with Rise so as not to make her even more unhappy. But it is also because of this that Xiao Hudao and Erfu get along more frequently. So Kurumi was also very confused. Although she had avoided contact with Rise, she could feel that the other person's gaze had become colder. Uchiha Baiye didn't pay much attention to these children's little fun things, but Fankenite was watching with great interest. We've almost finished shopping, and it's time to send Nifuku and Rise back to Berry Court. Fankenite took Xiao Hudao home first. After all, it was impossible for them to go to a place like Baiwriting together. After returning to Baiwriting, Erfu excitedly said to Uchiha Baiye, Brother Baiye, I will definitely come up with the most comprehensive plan and try not to implicate you when the time comes. Don't worry about getting in trouble with me. I will be able to solve the problem myself when the time comes. Uchiha Baiye didn't think about putting pressure on Erfu. After all, there can be no perfect plan. No matter what, he will be implicated to some extent. When that time comes, it will be time for him to fall out. After Uchiha Baiye left, Nifuku asked Rise, are you feeling unwell today? He vaguely felt that something was wrong with Rise today, but he didn't ask until now. You, on the other hand, seem to be very interested in that guy named Walnut. Rise asked back with a slightly cold expression. Advertisement. Yeah, it's rare to make friends with a human being, it feels very interesting. Erfu nodded straightforwardly. Obviously, he didn't know that Kurumi's true identity was a ghoul. Li Zi's eyes gradually turned cold, and her tone was terrifyingly calm. Nifuku, I want to eat you. Why? Erfu suddenly felt a little confused. Because you smell so good and I hate you. Li Zi said bluntly. Of course, the fragrance she was referring to was the scent of human flesh on Erfu's body. Huh? Fu reacted immediately. Why do you hate me? I didn't do anything. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately thought of the possible reasons. Could it be that Rise hated his contact with Kurumi? I swear, I will never play with other girls again. Fu immediately assured. Then his tone calmed down again, but if Rise really wants to eat me, then I am willing. Now that Brother Baiye is willing to help them, Rise should be able to escape the tragedy of being the mother. He was already satisfied with this, and he was rather indifferent about other things. After hearing Nifuku's oath, Rise's mood improved. But you'll die if you do that, so forget it. Rise changed his words. That's good, because I want to keep playing with Rise like this. Fu said with a smile. If we can really escape then, what should we do outside? Li Zi suddenly thought about this question. It seems that the only way is to eat humans, right? Isn't this bad? I think Brother Baiye will be angry. Fu said, wouldn't it be nice for us to live a normal life together? Like get married like normal people? Chapter 108 Black and Gold Box. Getting married. It doesn't seem to make any sense. Rise said with a bit of boredom. Then let's not get married. Anyway, it's enough for us to live together. Fu compromised with a smile. Rise felt pretty good about living with this guy, Nifuku. Speaking of which, Fu, why do you think Brother Baiye is willing to help us? At this time, Li Zi suddenly asked. This is obviously very dangerous for him, and there is no benefit, right? I don't know, but I can feel that Brother Baiye really wants to help us. I guess Brother Baiye is very kind and gentle. Fu pondered and said. That's right. He is a very good person as long as he can bring us to the outside world. Li Zi nodded slightly. Area 1, CCG Experimental Building. Uchiha Baiye wanted to get 2 S-Class Quinks so that he wouldn't have to use only the SSS-Class Owl. Uchiha Special. The experimenters welcomed Uchiha Baiye early on the first floor. He remembered that when he first met Uchiha Baiye a month or two ago, he was still a senior investigator, but he was promoted to special investigator so quickly. He was shocked by the speed of the other party's promotion. According to the Ghouls that the Uchiha Special Class expelled before, not to mention the Quinks below S-rank, there are several S-rank Quinks that belong to you. The experimenters explained the general situation to Uchiha Baiye. I need a armored Herquinke and a scaled Herquinke. I only need 2 for now. Uchiha Baiye told the experimenters his request. There happens to be a Quinkwe that meets your requirements. The experimenter then took Uchiha Baiye to collect the Quinkwe. This is the S-rank scaled Hekuink, Nida, it's already set in spear form. If you're not satisfied with the Uchiha Special, you can change it to another one. The experimenters first showed Uchiha Baiye a scaled Hercules. Okay, I won't be dissatisfied. Advertisement Uchiha Baiye talks. In addition to swords, he is actually quite interested in spears. At that time, the spear-type Quinkwe I borrowed from Mamoru in Area 24 was very easy to use. That'll do. This is the S+ level Kaihekuink, STK. It can switch between sword and shield forms at will. The experimenter continued the introduction. However, it can be seen that this Okkenki named STK is packed in a black and gold suitcase. In order to make it easier for Uchiha to distinguish Quinkwe, STK uses a black and gold box, while Nida uses a normal white box. The experimenter explained. Okay. Uchiha Baiye accepted the 2 suitcases. In the original work, there are not many Quinks packaged in black and gold boxes, and only a few are known. After all, there are not many Ghoul investigators who can own multiple Quinks at the same time, and if it is a lower level Quinkwe, they are not qualified to use the black gold box.
Uchiha Baiye now has a total of 3 Quinks, all in different colors.
The most special SSS level, Owl, is platinum in color and is much larger than an ordinary suitcase. Uchiha Baiye took the 2 newly acquired Quinks and went straight home. Dad. Hearing the sound of someone opening the door, Little Walnut immediately shifted his gaze away from the TV. She immediately jumped off the sofa and ran to the door to greet Uchiha Baiye. What's this? Seeing that Uchiha Baiye had 2 suitcases in his hands, Xiao Hutao immediately asked curiously.
She felt that he looked familiar, but she forgot when she had seen him before.
This. Uchiha Baiye thought for a moment before explaining. This is the weapon of our Ghoul investigators. It can be used for combat and protection. He didn't explain it in too much detail, not even mentioning the name, Quinkwe. After all, Quinkwe's material is. Little Walnut is still so young and doesn't understand anything, so it's better not to tell him about this for now. Oh. Advertisement. Lil Walnut nodded to show that he understood. At this time, Fankin Ait also came out of the kitchen. My dear, you are back. Take a rest and prepare for dinner. I saw Fankin Ait wearing an apron and seemed to be cooking. Now her cooking skills have improved a lot and she can cook a meal by herself. And in order for Kurumi to eat with her and Uchiha Baiye like a family, Fankin Ait specially processed the meat, stored in the refrigerator, meaning that it was cooked like a normal dish. Although it is the meat of a dead body, it is well preserved and can actually not be considered rotten meat. Afterwards, Uchiha Baiye, Yoshimura Ait, and Katori had dinner together. Placed on the walnut table was a bowl full of roasted meat and a cup of coffee. Fankin Ait is teaching little Hutao how to use chopsticks. It's this grip, you can practice it slowly, don't rush. Fankin had demonstrated to Xiao Hutao how to use chopsticks. If you are not used to it at first,
Try using a knife and fork first. Those are easier to use. Little Walnut then tried the knife and fork. Chopsticks were too difficult to use at first. Sure enough, this one works great. If you don't think about what the ingredients of that bowl of barbecue are, they're just an ordinary family sitting together to eat. After dinner, Uchiha Baiye transferred the 2 suitcases containing STK and Nida into the Kamui space so that they can be taken out and used at any time. Most importantly, he can completely conceal his identity as a CCG investigator while performing his missions.
Unlike ordinary investigators who must carry a Quink briefcase with them to carry out missions, at most they can cover it up in various ways, making it easy for the target ghoul to discover it and react. Xiao Hutao was watching TV and didn't notice Uchiha Baiye's transferability, but Fang Kunite noticed it very well. Fang Kunite immediately came over and stared into Uchiha Baiye's eyes. She had just seen with her own eyes Uchiha Baiye suck the 2 Quink suitcases into his eyes, and there was no trace of the 2 Quink suitcases left. She was very interested in this ability. Rather, normal people would be very concerned when seeing this extraordinary magical ability. Fang Kunite was already very close to him, their noses were just a millimeter apart, and both of them could feel each other's breath. Uchiha Baiye couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Chapter 109. Ghouls, Auction. Fang Kunite sat directly on Uchiha Baiye's lap and stared straight into his eyes. "How did you do that just now? Isn't this ability too foul?" Yoshimura had asked with great interest. Uchiha Baiye naturally realized what Fang Kunite was asking. "This is the ability of my eyes. The details must be kept secret." Although he knew that Fang Kunite was very curious, Uchiha Baiye still didn't want to reveal too many secrets about the double Kamui. "Okay. Then you could always perform for me again, right?" Fang Kunite changed to a lighter request. "Yayuki." This time Uchiha Baiye did not refuse, "Then get off me first, so I won't hurt you later." "Okay." Yoshimura had said okay, but did not get off Uchiha Baiye. Instead, he moved from his thighs to his back. She simply laid on his back so she could observe his abilities from a closer distance. Quote. Uchiha Baiye didn't bother to say anything about it. He suddenly had a thought, and the Mangekyō Sharingan appeared. Then he opened a space Uzumaki with only his right eye, and only transferred out one of the Quink suitcases. After all, this is just a demonstration. So it just came out of the eyes like that. Being able to feel the fleeting sense of spatial distortion, Fang Kunite's tone was amazed. "Yes, and then you can get it back into your eye." As he spoke, Uchiha Baiye demonstrated how to transfer the Quink briefcase into the Kamui space. He used the pupil technique 3 times, but fortunately his current, physique, and RC cell value had reached a certain level, so this level of consumption was nothing to him. It's just like watching a magic show, but the magic is definitely fake, and yours is real. Fang Kunite felt that what he saw was not enough. "Show me more of your eyes' abilities." Advertisement. "Let's not do this. I can't handle using the power of these eyes too often." Uchiha Baiye said somewhat embarrassedly. "Okay. Then quickly change your eyes back. It will be troublesome if Kurumi sees it." Fang Kunite reminded. They were not sitting next to Little Walnut, and Little Walnut's attention was attracted by the TV, so he didn't notice what was happening here. Uchiha Baiye's eyes suddenly turned back to their normal black pupils. Tonight, Uchiha Baiye once again acts as a sandwich and a pillow. Uchiha Baiye, the CCG branch chief of Area 2, has some things to deal with in Area 2 today. Fang Kunite stayed at home with Xiao Hutao. As for the expansion of the Bronze Tree to District 19, just leave it to Tadera and Noro. It's such a small matter that she doesn't have to be involved. It was almost time to get off work, and Uchiha Baiye had just finished what he needed to deal with. On the way to the subway station, Uchiha Baiye happened to pass by a battle scene. His eyesight and perception were extremely strong, and he saw from a distance that a CCG investigator was defeated by a ghoul. However, the ghoul did not seem to intend to kill the investigator, but instead wanted to capture him alive and take him away. Uchiha Baiye immediately took out the black and gold box of Kaiheiquink, STK, from Kamui space and rushed over quickly. Tisk. Another. White dove. The ghoul frowned. His face couldn't be seen clearly because of the mask on his face. But it's not bad to get 2 goods at once. He immediately used Uchiha's long-range attack, and a large number of short blade-like blue Kagun shot towards Uchiha Baiye. At this time, the black and gold box in Uchiha Baiye's hand had turned into a combat form of Quink. A huge black and white shield shaped like butterfly wings blocked the feathered Kagun attacking from the front. This saved him the trouble of dodging and he could just go straight for the ghoul. When the ghoul saw that his Kagun was completely blocked by the shield, he realized that the situation was not as simple as he had imagined. But it was too late for him to react, or even if he did react it would be meaningless because he would have no way out in front of Uchiha Baiye. When Uchiha Baiye got in front of the ghoul, the STK in his hand suddenly changed form, from a shield to a sword. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a black and white double-edged heavy sword. Advertisement. Cut down with one sword. The ghoul had no chance to escape and was cut in 2. Ding. Host defeated the A-rank ghoul, and received a reward, 6 attribute points. Closing square bracket. Although it was the first time to use Quink, STK, Uchiha Baiye felt very comfortable and satisfied with it. If the SSS level, Shao, has the strongest killing power, then the STK has both offense and defense. Uchiha special. At this time, the Ghoul investigator who was almost caught alive recognized Uchiha Baiye. He thought he was doomed and was going to die in agony, but he didn't expect Uchiha to come and save him. Uchiha Baiye saw that this investigator was still a relatively young man, so it was no wonder that he could not defeat an A-rank Ghoul. In fact, under normal circumstances, only high-ranking investigators are capable of dealing with A-rank Ghouls, so A-rank Ghouls are not very weak, it's just that Uchiha Baiye is too strong. Are your injuries serious? Uchiha Baiye questions. No, it's nothing, just a minor injury. The young man shook his head. However, he was not seriously injured only because the Ghoul just now did not attack him too hard and only knocked his B-rank Quink away. Uchiha, wait a minute, I need to report something. The young man immediately said with a serious face. The reason why the Ghoul didn't kill me just now was because he wanted to treat me as a so-called commodity. He also mentioned an auction. Okay, I understand. At this time, Uchiha Baiye's face was calm. Because when he heard the Ghoul mention goods just now, he thought it might be related to the auction in the original book. To put it simply, it was a private auction held by a group of Ghouls, and the items on auction were basically humans. All kinds of people may be auctioned privately by Ghouls, including celebrities, Ghoul investigators, ordinary humans, etc. There is no one that Ghouls dare not auction. For example, Suzuya Juzo was abducted as a child, and then was put up for auction at an auction, and then bought and adopted by an SS-level Ghoul codenamed Madam. Chapter 110 Super Handsome Guy. Area 1, CCG Headquarters. Uchiha Baiye immediately reported the auction to his superiors, namely the CCG director and Shujitoki. Auction. There are indeed rumors about this. People often go missing, and it is said that they are auctioned off privately by some Ghouls. Hishu Jishi crossed his arms, put his elbows on the table, and spoke in a slightly heavy tone. If they had detailed intelligence, they and the Shu family would also like to remove some thorns in the eye at the auction. There are many Ghouls with complicated identities at the auction. They have achieved quite a high position in human society. For example, the president of a certain group may be a Ghoul. Some of them have no conflict of interest with the Hexu family and may even cooperate with them, but some are threatening thorns in the eye. Moreover, although Hishu Jishi is the young master of the Hishu family, he actually has a strong sense of justice to a certain extent, and in his eyes, he does not want such an auction to exist. Can our CCG find out which auctions are about to be held? Those auctions must be reported before they are held. Uchiha Baiye talks. If we talk about auctions throughout the year, there are too many of them. It's impossible to send people to monitor every auction. Hishuji said. But if we talk about the upcoming auctions, the nearest one is on November 11th, and then. He roughly mentioned a few auction dates that he remembered. There are countless auctions of all sizes across Japan. The one on November 11th is worth paying attention to. Uchiha Baiye said calmly. According to my intuition, there should be gains. He had an impression of the auction in the original book, especially the date of November 11th, which left the deepest impression on him. So it can almost be concluded directly. Hishuji was silent for a moment. Okay, I trust your intuition. The auction on November 11th happens to be located in your district too. He remembered that Arima Takashi had once given feedback that Uchiha Baiye's intuition was very accurate, or rather, very sharp. Then you will be in charge of the auction operation. Those who can participate in the auction are generally celebrities and upper-class figures in the Ghoul world. They will probably have Ghouls of higher danger levels as bodyguards. I will have investigators from other areas support you then. Said when talking to Shujishi. Okay. Advertisement. Uchiha Baiye nodded slightly. There are only a few days left until November 11th. He had plenty of time to arrange personnel, formulate battle plans, prepare a suicide note, and so on. Although he and Arima Takashi of Squad 0 were already invincible, the auction venue was large and there were many Ghouls. The most important thing is that their mission this time is not to expel a certain Ghoul, but to rescue those humans who are treated as auction items. Therefore, enough manpower is still needed to complete this large-scale operation. After returning home, Uchiha Baiye also told Feng Kunite and Xiao Hutao about this matter. I think the next few days, until November 11th, will be quite busy. Uchiha Baiye simply explained this to Yoshimura. Is there another large-scale mission that requires so many days? Feng Kunite asked casually. Well, we discovered that some upper-class Ghouls are secretly holding an auction, specifically for auctioning off humans. We definitely can't just sit back and watch. Uchiha Baiye talks. Oh, I know a few of those upper-class Ghouls, such as, Madam, but I'm not on the same side as those guys after all. There was some sigh in Feng Kunite's tone. She is a Ghoul from Area 24 and has no power in human society. Of course, she is incompatible with those so-called upper-class Ghouls. Especially since those guys just play and enjoy themselves all day long, she doesn't bother to have anything to do with them. Anyway, we'll just have to sneak into the auction to rescue people. Uchiha Baiye briefly talked about the action plan. Well, I'll just stay at home with little Walnut. Fangkunite has no interest in this so-called high-class form of entertainment. It would be better for him to stay at home with Xiao Hutao. The date of the auction arrived as scheduled. Advertisement. CCG has already formulated a battle plan. Squad 0 is responsible for infiltrating the auction site, namely Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi. The rest of the combatants were waiting for orders in a hidden place near the auction, ready to charge into the auction at any time. However, the way Uchiha Baiye and Arima Kisho infiltrated was to deliberately let themselves be captured alive by ghouls, and then taken to the auction as goods. Just think about it, this kind of special auction is definitely not open to everyone. Not only must you be a ghoul, you may also need a special invitation letter. If Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi barge in directly, they will be exposed. With the help of Fangkunite, she contacted one of the madams in this special group, madam, under the identity of One-Eyed Owl. This group is a very representative celebrity group in the ghoul world. Whether it is a ghoul group or an auction, such high-end entertainment venues, there will definitely be, madam. I have 2 very nice goods, and would like to trouble you to auction them on my behalf at the auction tonight, as I don't have an invitation. At this time, Fangkunite was wrapped in white bandages and wearing a red cloak. In front of Fangkunite was a woman wearing an upper half mask and luxurious dress, who was a member of the madam. Oh, what is the goods? Tell me about it, madam asked immediately with curiosity. Although she has no connection with the One-Eyed Owl, she is rated as an SSS level tough guy by CCG, which is of course very recognized in their ghoul world. She was very interested in the goods provided by this kind of person. They are 2 ghoul investigators, one of whom is a quasi-special investigator, and the other is a super handsome guy. I'm sure everyone will be very satisfied. There was a hint of playfulness in Fangkun's tone. As for Uchiha Baiye's status as a special investigator, she didn't mention a word about it. Because if you just say quasi-special class it would be fine, but if you add a special class investigator it would make the other party more cautious. Yes, if it's really as you said, it will definitely fetch a good price. Madam was already impatient. Since you want me to replace you, I will take a 5% commission. How about that? No problem. Fangkunite agreed readily. Chapter 111 Auction. Very good. I like straightforward people like you, miss. Madam immediately smiled happily, because she thought she was taking advantage of him for nothing. Little did she know that she was about to send 2 Shinigami to auction. Fangkunite smiled without saying anything. And what about those 2 goods? Just take me to get them. Madam could no longer contain her excitement. Fangkunite then brought his wife to a dark corner not far away, where 2 boxes were quietly placed. I've already packed them in these 2 boxes. You can just take them to the auction in the truck. Yoshimura said. They are still in a coma, and they don't have Quink. Even the strongest ghoul investigators are almost lambs to be slaughtered without Quink. The madam didn't even bother to check the cargo and directly contacted a truck. And in her opinion, there was no need to check, because this was not her goods. In the first place, she was taking it to the auction on behalf of One-Eyed Owl. But even if this madam checked, Uchiha Baiye's Quink suitcase was not in the box, but in his Kamui space. As for Arima Takamasa, he only carried a short blade-shaped Quink with him, without packing it in a suitcase. Then it's a pleasure to work with you. After saying this, Fangkunite jumped away. It had taken her less than half an hour to help Uchiha Baiye contact the madam, and now it was time for her to go home and be with little Walnut. Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi pretended to be dead in the box, and when the time came, they were sent to the auction site in a truck. You could feel someone moving them from the truck into the auction and piling them up in one place, waiting to be auctioned. Night falls. The auction is about to officially begin. This is a magnificent auction venue with 3 floors, surrounded by guest seats, and in the middle is the auction table where the host and auctioneer sit. Advertisement. It was roughly estimated that there were several hundred to 1,000 seats in the venue, but there were definitely not that many upper-class ghouls participating in the auction. A considerable number of seats were occupied by the bodyguards of those upper-class ghouls, or by ghouls who came to watch the fun. Now, a large number of ghouls have begun to pour into the auction site and take their seats in the designated seats. Have you looked at the catalog for today's auction? The lineup of auction items is quite interesting. I heard that there are 2 CCG white doves in the catalog, and one of them is even of quasi-special grade. I'm really curious about which big shot got them. A quasi-special investigator. That's really interesting. I must take a picture of this guy and make him my pet. We will be competitors then. I have prepared sufficient funds today. Don't worry, there may be special auction items that are not in the catalog. It will be hard if you don't have money by then. Quote. Before the auction officially started, these ghouls were already discussing it quite enthusiastically. At the same time, in a hidden place outside the auction, investigators participating in the auction operation were ready. They were waiting for the signal from Uchiha Special or Arima Jun Special, and once they received the signal, they would rush into the auction immediately. Everyone was quite nervous because they knew that those at the auction were not ordinary ghouls. But no matter how nervous you are, you must keep calm and not fail at the critical moment. ... As time goes by, the auction items are about to appear one by one. The box containing the auction items was opened backstage at the auction house. When it was Uchiha Baiye and Arima Kishu's turn, the ghoul in charge of opening the boxes didn't pay any attention to them. Because in the eyes of ghouls, any investigator who has lost his quink, even if he is a quasi-special investigator, is no different from an ordinary human in terms of strength. They weren't even tied up, which was as contemptuous as one could hope for. Quote. Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takashi both said nothing and just waited quietly for their turn to appear. And the auction at the front desk has already begun. An obese middle-aged woman wearing sunglasses and braces sat in the center of the auction. She is the chief figure among the madams, named Big Madam, also known as Big Lady. It's really exciting. Will there be a beautiful and lovely baby? Advertisement. The eldest lady opened her mouth wide, showing her ugly teeth, and laughed. My cute little pet, Mom is waiting for you. At this time, the host and auctioneer came on stage. In the original book, the host and auctioneer of the auction are both members of the Joker, actually Fancy Roma and Bai. However, Fan Shaloma has been arranged to the stable area by Uchiha Baiye, and Bai is probably also in the stable area, so naturally they don't have the time to host this auction. Today's host and auctioneer are two ordinary upper-class ghouls. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Although there are various auctions throughout Japan every year, auctions like ours where we bid for humans are high-class activities unique to our ghoul world. Although this auction site has not been discovered by the white pigeon yet, please be careful not to run into the white pigeon when you leave. Then, please enjoy this pleasant evening. The host has finished his opening remarks. There was warm applause from all around. After the applause ended, the host continued, now, let me introduce the first product to you. Let me see. Although she doesn't look very good, she is actually a well-known local singer. As soon as the host finished speaking, the first item was forcibly driven out by the auctioneer, apparently because it refused to cooperate with the auctioneer. Quick, let me go back. Where on earth is this place? The singer looked terrified and his face was covered in cold sweat. He didn't know how, as if he had suddenly woken up and found himself in this strange place. The starting bid is 5 million yen. If you are interested in bidding, please raise your sign and bid. As soon as the host finished speaking, ghouls immediately started bidding. 5.2 million, 5.6 million, 6.5 million. Quote. In the end, the transaction price was finalized at 10.5 million. The next product is it's a CCG, White Dove, and it's described as a super handsome guy, so let's enjoy it. Chapter 112 Suzuya Juzo. What? Why? What the hell is going on? The singer hadn't yet realized the situation he was facing. The auctioneer thought he was talking too much nonsense and took him back to the backstage. The lots will not be delivered until the auction is over. Immediately afterwards, the next auction item appeared. Uchiha Baiye was wearing a black windbreaker as usual, and a white dove badge, and appeared unarmed in front of many ghouls. Oh, she does look pretty good, and has a nice figure, and she's a CCG, white dove. Such a good pet belongs to me. This guy seems quite calm. He must be no ordinary white pigeon. It's surprising that someone could get such a high-quality product. Those ladies are probably eager to try it out. They like to have this kind of male concubine the most. I'd rather not participate in the bidding. It's simply wishful thinking to compare financial strength with them. Quote. With the appearance of Uchiha Baiye, it immediately attracted the enthusiastic attention of a large number of guests, especially those ladies. The thought of being able to get a male lover who is also an investigator is very exciting and interesting. The auctioneer observed the reactions of the guests around him and saw that everyone was in high spirits. The starting bid is 10 million. Please start bidding. 15 million, 20 million, 30 million. Quote. The bidding is in full swing. Gradually, only the ladies were left competing. And the lady who was cooperating with Fankunite was also deliberately bidding a price. Of course, she didn't really want to buy such a product, but wanted to raise the price as high as possible. She knew that the first lady was very wealthy, and as long as she didn't get out of hand, the first lady would most likely win in the end. Not only does the first lady have the C position, but her number is also the most prestigious number. 1. The bid price for guest number 1 has reached 100 million. The host said passionately. However, there are still 2 ladies who are unwilling to give up and compete with the first lady. Advertisement. In the end, the transaction price was settled on, madam, at over 100 million yuan. Uchiha Baiye watched the show on the auction stage with an expressionless face throughout the whole process. He was not in a hurry to make a bid immediately because the auction had just begun and he wanted to see what other auction items would be next. As the transaction price was finalized, Uchiha Baiye took the initiative to walk backstage. If the auctioneer dared to touch him, he would no longer play along with these guys. When Uchiha Baiye walked back to the backstage, he happened to bump into the next auction item. As soon as he saw the other person's appearance, Uchiha Baiye's pupils shrank slightly. The other person was a child who was only about 10 years old, with slightly long white curly hair, snow-white skin and big watery eyes. He looked very much like a girl. Suzuya Juzo, Suzuya Rei. But in fact it was a boy, and Uchiha Baiye recognized that the child was Juzo Suzuya. At this time, her name might also be Suzuya Ling. At this time, Suzuya Juzo looked confused, as if he didn't know what he was facing and was afraid of the unknown. Don't be afraid, you will be rescued soon. As he passed by, Uchiha Baiye whispered something comforting to Suzuya Juzo. Ah, yeah, Suzuya Juzo nodded, his face still looking a little confused. Ding. The host contacts the important person, Suzuya Juzo, and activates the hidden mission, Ghoul Auction. Closing square bracket. Mission 1. Sabotage the auction, rescue Suzuya Juzo. Task reward. 100 attribute points. This mission also happened to be in line with Uchiha Baiye's wishes. I didn't expect that today's second product has already aroused such great enthusiasm among you. While this enthusiasm has not yet faded, please allow me to introduce the next product to the guests. The host continued passionately on the auction stage. It seems to be a girl with a very ordinary background, or a boy. In any case, she is very cute, and will definitely satisfy many guests. At this time, Suzuya Juzo slowly walked out from the backstage. His face looked a little panicked, but he didn't react much. He just stood there blankly. Oh, she's just as cute as a doll. This is such a cute baby. The First Lady was so excited that she could hardly sit still. If the bidding for the investigator just now was for excitement, then this one was just out of her pure preference. This is great, whether it's a man or a woman, I think it's okay. Advertisement. Yes, it's rare to see such a cute child. I really want to buy one home and take good care of him. But that big lady seems to be very enthusiastic. We definitely can't compete with her. Quote. Even though Juzo Suzuya had no identity or background, his appearance aroused the interest of many guests. Then the starting price is 5 million. As the auctioneer's voice fell, Madam was the first to bid. 50 million. I'm determined to get this baby. Let's see who has the guts to snatch it from me. As soon as the First Lady came on board, she raised the price tenfold. This action immediately frightened the other guests. The whole audience was silent for 2 seconds before the second guest started bidding. 55 million. 61 million. Hearing that someone dared to compete with her, the First Lady raised the price again in anger. 100 million. One could sense the determination of the First Lady to win, and now no guest continued to bid. Some of them can no longer afford a higher price, while others do not want to offend the First Lady. Knowing that the product would definitely be bought by the Big Lady, it would do them no good to continue raising the price and offend the Big Lady. In the end, the deal was closed with the eldest lady's 100 million. The auction is still going on. On the other side, Uchiha Baiye has already started taking action. The backstage is the place where these ghouls are least guarded, and almost all of their bodyguards are at the front to protect the distinguished guests. Uchiha Baiye's scaly Hekunk, Nita, is already in hand. The ghoul who was in charge of guarding the auction items that were about to go on stage in the backstage was beheaded by him before he could react to what was happening. Uchiha Baiye then collected all the auction items and brought them together. He warned those who were abducted and brought here alive, don't run around. Wait here. There will be other investigators to protect you. Then, Uchiha Baiye asked Arima Takasho beside him. General, the next person to take the stage should be you, right? Chapter 113. I want to go with you. Now it's time to introduce the next product, a quasi-special investigator of the CCG. I'm sure you all hate and fear the white pigeons of the quasi-special and special levels. But now, there is a living, quasi-special class, white pigeon, that can be used as a plaything by the guests. The product that the host is introducing at this time is Arima Takamasa. Is this true? A quasi-special investigator can also bring things here for auction. Can you guarantee safety? I have a bad feeling. Don't worry, the goods that were brought here must have been unloaded by Quink long ago. Without Quink, the white dove is nothing to be afraid of. Quote. Amidst the constant discussions, 2 figures walked out from the backstage. It was none other than Uchiha Baiye and Arima Takamasa. He even had a Quink briefcase in his hand. Huh. The host and the auctioneer were stunned and could not react for a moment to what was happening. Even the guests in the audience were stunned. What the hell is this? Are you kidding me? Why is the previous product also out? And they seem to have Quink in their hands. It's not good. The situation is not good. Before these ghouls could come to their senses, Uchiha Baiye had already pressed a tiny button hidden on his body. A secret signal was immediately sent to the investigators waiting outside. At the same time, Uchiha Baiye said to Arima Takasho in a leisurely manner, General, these 2 guys are left to you. Okay. Arima Takashi responded calmly. The box in his hand suddenly turned into a crimson sword, which was the S+ level Quink he had recently equipped in the CCG experimental building. It's a good opportunity to test the power of the host and the auctioneer. Uchiha Baiye rushed into the guest seats. While he was still letting those ghouls bid on the auction table, he had already captured the madam, who was cooperating with Yoshimura Ito. This madam had to be killed first. So his first target was this guy. The madam then gradually realized that she had been tricked by the one-eyed owl, but she couldn't understand why the one-eyed owl wanted to trick her. It could even be said that the one-eyed owl was assisting the white dove of CCG. Advertisement. In any case, it's too late to think about this now. Uchiha Baiye had already reached her, and the spear-formed Quink, Nita, pierced her eyes, directly destroying her brain. But this is definitely not enough. Uchiha Baiye also needs to destroy this guy's Kakusha. Ding. Host defeated the S-rank ghoul, and received a reward, 15 attribute points. Closing square bracket. At the auction stage, Arima Takamasa had already dealt with the host and the auctioneer. The two S-rank ghouls were killed instantly in front of Arima Takasho. The next moment, Uchiha Baiye set his sights on the big lady. The first lady just wanted to auction him off and keep him as a pet, but he doesn't have such a good temper that he can tolerate everything. No matter how good his temper is, it will definitely depend on the person. Damn it, I should have recognized him earlier. This guy is a newly promoted special investigator of CCG. Who the hell brought this special investigator in? I think he's the branch chief of District 2. CCG has mobilized such a large force. Let's run quickly, otherwise we won't have a chance. Quote. The entire auction hall suddenly became chaotic, and the quick-reacting ghouls began to evacuate under the cover of their bodyguards. This auction house has many secret passages for evacuation, just to deal with emergencies like this. At the same time, dozens of search officers poured into the auction hall from outside. Some of the investigators prioritized going backstage to protect those who have been trafficked. In such a chaotic scene, Uchiha Baiye was still able to accurately capture the location of the big lady, with the help of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Beside the first lady, there were 3 bodyguards who looked quite powerful protecting her. Damn it, stop him now. The big madam ordered the 3 bodyguards to block Uchiha Baiye, while she herself fled in a hurry. She was not ready to fight to the death with a special investigator, not to mention that other investigators were pouring in here. If she didn't run away now, it would be too late. Uchiha Baiye easily avoided the interception of the 3 bodyguards and at the same time summoned Owl, once again demonstrating the special abilities of Owl. Part of the Owl splits up and dives underground, while the other part can still release its feathers to attack. Countless sharp blades shot towards the First Lady, and the First Lady hurriedly used her tail to block those feathers. In such a hurry, the madam was completely unaware that an even more terrifying crisis was about to erupt just below the ground. Boom. The half of the owl that broke through the ground exploded inside the eldest lady's body, instantly rendering her motionless. Ding. Host defeated the SS level ghoul, madam, and received a reward, 30 attribute points. Closing square bracket. Advertisement. The danger level of the madam is only SS level, and her combat power is even more inflated. The main reason why she was assigned such a high level by CCG is that the notorious madam has caused many vicious incidents and is also the head of the madam group. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Baiye used Owl to kill the 3 bodyguards instantly. Ding. Host defeated the S-rank ghoul and received a reward, 15 attribute points. Closing square bracket. Ding. Host defeated the S+ rank ghoul. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. If you want to chop melons and vegetables quickly and efficiently, the SSS level Owl is the best choice. Soon, the auction came to an end. Most of the upper-class ghouls escaped, and many bodyguards were subdued by investigators in order to protect them. Although some investigators were injured, there were no deaths. And those who were trafficked were also rescued safely. The result of this auction operation was very successful. Ding. Host successfully completed. Mission 1. Destroy the auction and rescue Suzuya Juzo, and receive the reward, 100 attribute points. Closing square bracket. Just then, an investigator walked towards Uchiha Baiye. Uchiha, wait a minute. There's a kid named Suzuya who doesn't want to go with us. He said he wants to wait for a big brother in black. We guessed it might be you. Just listen to what the other party said. Quote. I'll go over and take a look. Uchiha Baiye thought to himself that it was most likely him. Arrived backstage. Seeing Uchiha Baiye coming in, Suzuya Juzo immediately asked, "Are you here to save me?" "Yes, but actually they are here to rescue you too. Where do you want to go next?" Uchiha Baiye spoke to Suzuya Juzo patiently. Suzuya Juzo thought for a while. Quote. I want to go with you. Chapter 114 Little Brat. Okay, then just follow me. Uchiha Baiye said very casually. Then he extended his hand to Suzuya Juzo. Suzuya Juzo thought for a moment, then reached out and shook hands with Uchiha Baiye. As for the other personnel, you should bring them to CCG first, and then let them do whatever work they are supposed to do. Uchiha Baiye explained to the investigator beside him. If these victims follow the formal procedures, they will at least need to receive psychological counseling. Of course, Suzuya Juzo was no exception, but Uchiha Baiye was the one who took care of Suzuya Juzo alone. Okay. The investigator nodded. After that, there was no Uchiha Baiye at the auction. Someone else will come to handle the scene. Uchiha Baiye first took Suzuya Juzo to the CCG branch, of course, Area 2 where he was. While walking on the road, he also asked Juzo Suzuya some questions. Suzuya, what's your full name? Suzuya Juzo. It seems that Suzuya Ling is the name given to Suzuya Juzo by the eldest lady. Because in the original work, Suzuya Juzo is the name of the disintegrator in the Ghoul restaurant, and Suzuya Rei is the cute girl in the eyes of the eldest lady, and even that part was cut. Even after being adopted by CCG, Juzo Suzuya chose to become an investigator under the name Juzo Suzuya. So where is your home? Do you have the contact information for your parents? Uchiha Baiye continued to ask. I have no home, no parents. Suzuya Juzo replied calmly. It seems like he is just talking about a very ordinary thing. Okay. Then I'll let you live in the CCG's orphan shelter. What do you think? Uchiha Baiye asks Suzuya Juzo what he wants. Suzuya Juzo nodded without any objection. There is no better choice than the CCG orphan asylum. Advertisement. Uchiha Baiye couldn't possibly let Suzuya Juzo live in his house, as that would be very troublesome. One is that Yoshimura Ito's half-ghoul identity cannot be exposed, and the other is that Kurumi's ghoul identity cannot be exposed. It would be fine to bring Juzo Suzuya to his house to play from time to time. Although there is the option of stable zone, Suzuya Juzo is a human, not a ghoul, and it is difficult for him to gain the trust of the stable zone, so this is actually not a good option. At this time, Uchiha Baiye had already brought Suzuya Juzo back to CCG for psychological work. Then you have to go through the relevant procedures for the orphan shelter. As the branch chief of District 2, it was naturally very easy and efficient for him to help Suzuya Juzo with this procedure. You can have Juzo Suzuya report to the orphanage on the same day. But it's still early now, and we can't go to the orphanage until almost evening because the process has not been completed yet. Before that, let Suzuya Juzo rest in his home. I'm back. Uchiha Baiye opened the door with the key. Welcome back. Fangkun had immediately noticed Suzuya Juzo next to Uchiha Baiye, this child. I couldn't tell for a moment whether it was a boy or a girl. As for the unnecessary topics, she did not ask any more questions. She knew without thinking that the child must have been brought back from the auction. He's a boy, his name is Suzuya Juzo. Introduction to Uchiha Baiye. He also briefly explained Suzuya Juzo's current situation, and that he was waiting for the procedures to go through the CCG orphan shelter. Well, this will give Huhu a playmate. Yoshimura had said with a smile. Juzo Suzuya looked up at the older sister without saying anything, thinking that she was also a very kind and gentle older sister. He felt that he should say something, so he said, thank you. Afterwards, Suzuya Juzo and Kurumi watched TV together. The two little guys gradually started to communicate with each other. You are so beautiful. You are a boy, but you are prettier than most girls. Kurumi was amazed at Suzuya Juzo's facial features and skin. She even envied Suzuya Juzo's pretty face. People often tell me this, but I feel like this face is useless. Advertisement. Suzuya Juzo said this nonchalantly. How can it be useless? You are so beautiful that you will definitely be very popular. Little Walnut said with a smile. What's the use of being popular? Suzuya Juzo obviously had no interest in such things. Want to eat? At this time, Kurumi brought a bag of snacks to Suzuya Juzo. Although she can't eat this kind of thing, she knows that humans like to eat it very much, so she uses this thing as a bargaining chip. It just so happens that Suzuya Juzo really likes eating snacks, especially desserts. He immediately began to taste it with relish, a rare happy expression on his face. Thanks. So we are friends now, right? Little Walnut said immediately. Friend. Suzuya Juzo nodded, not quite understanding. When the time was almost up, Uchiha Baiye sent Suzuya Juzo to the CCG's orphan shelter. Almost all the children in this shelter are orphans whose families were killed by ghouls. At the same time, these children will be trained to become investigators, and their treatment will naturally be much better than that in ordinary orphanages. After that, Uchiha Baiye would visit Suzuya Juzo once a day to check on his condition. It can be said that he was very conscientious. Because in the original work, Juzo Suzuya was framed and ostracized. However, it turns out that Uchiha Baiye's worries were a bit unnecessary. Although Suzuya Juzo still likes to be alone, he is much healthier mentally than in the original novel because he has not been abused by the big lady for a long time. He is not as lonely and weird as in the original novel, and he does not have the tendency to self-harm, such as doing body embroidery for himself. Now Suzuya Juzo is not excluded, but he doesn't have many friends either. I heard from the staff at the orphanage that Suzuya Juzo never takes the initiative to get along with other children. Basically, I only play with Little Walnut when I occasionally go to his house. This is also because little Hutao is more cheerful, willing to take the initiative to interact with children of the same age, and cherishes the rare playmates of the same age he has. The little brats nowadays are really getting better and better. Looking at Kurumi and Suzuya Juzo playing games together, Yoshimura sighed. You talk as if you're not a brat anymore. Uchiha Baiye couldn't help but complain. Fangkun had raised the corner of his mouth and said in return, isn't it because a certain Lolita control coaxed me with sweet words every day, making me feel very mature. Chapter 115 Official Date. I have never lied to you. I told you the truth. Uchiha Baiye immediately corrected. Isn't that even more outrageous? You actually said those things to a little brat like me. Lolita control is really disgusting. Fangkun had said jokingly. No, that's not the case. If you insist, I'm also an AT-con, not a Lolita-con. Uchiha Baiye retorted seriously. You are getting bolder and bolder with your words. Fangkun was a little surprised. This guy is really bold and straightforward. But she was becoming more and more certain that this guy's feelings were genuine. So, don't call me a Lolita anymore. Uchiha Baiye said lightly. HMPH, that depends on your attitude and performance. Fangkun suddenly suggested. For example, how about we go on a date tomorrow? Dating. Uchiha Baiye didn't expect Fangkun to suddenly mention this. Yeah, we haven't officially dated yet. Even if we're just nominally married, it doesn't make sense that we haven't dated before, right? Fangkun said. Okay, then let me think about where to go tomorrow. Uchiha Baiye had never thought about dating before, and he had never dated a girl before, so he couldn't think of any good date plans for the time being. Cinema, cafe, amusement park. That was all Uchiha Baiye could think of, but he felt it was a little too cliché. Don't think about it, let's go to the library tomorrow. At this time, Fangkun said directly, going to the library together to read, borrow and buy books, isn't this also quite interesting? Moreover, as a writer, she also needs to accumulate a lot of reading experience. The more successful and best-selling writers are, the wider their reading range tends to be, and most of their time every day is spent reading besides writing. It's really good. Uchiha Baiye nodded. Advertisement. He also likes reading, so he thought this was a feasible idea. That's settled then. Otherwise, why don't you take Little Walnut and Shizao with you tomorrow? It's definitely a good thing for children to read more books. Fangkun said. The next day, Kurumi and Suzuya Juzo both agreed. I went to the largest library in Tokyo with Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura. There is a lot of traffic here, but there is no RC detection gate. They first let Kurumi and Suzuya Juzo borrow some books from the children's area, and then took the books with them to other areas. Fangkun picked some literary classics, and the same is true for Uchiha Baiye. It was called a date, but in fact the two of them just sat together and read quietly. Sometimes I would share my favorite scenes with others and recommend a certain book. In comparison, Kurumi and Suzuya Juzo seemed closer. They sat on the same chair and read the same children's book. Because they are not very literate, the two little guys together have no elementary school education. Little Walnut did learn some words from his mother. Suzuya Juzo barely attended kindergarten, and of course he has also been learning something at the orphanage recently. In order to read a children's book, they all have to help each other understand the words they don't know. At this moment, Uchiha Baiye inadvertently saw two familiar figures out of the corner of his eye. What a coincidence, I actually met them here. Uchiha Baiye's tone suddenly became a little amazed. Yoshimura Eto, who was concentrating on reading a book, couldn't help but look up and saw Arima Takamasa and Mitsumami Reika having a pleasant conversation. Oh, that's quite a coincidence indeed. At the same time, Arima Takashi also noticed Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura sitting in the seats in front of him, but Mitani Reika hadn't noticed yet. Because she was talking to Arima Takasho, Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura Eto were right in her blind spot. We met someone we know. At this time, Arima Takashi reminded Miwa Reika. Where? Sanbo Lihua then looked around and soon found the two of them. Advertisement. Really? Uchiha-kun and Mr. Eto are here too. Let's go sit with them. Sanbo Lihua spoke in a relatively low voice, after all, this was a library. Afterwards, Arima Takashi and Mitani Reika sat at the same table with Uchiha Baiye and the others. They greeted each other like good friends. At this time, Sanbo Lihua was a little concerned about the two children next to her. They should be two little girls, right? Are they all people that Uchiha-kun and Mr. Isu know? Otherwise, they wouldn't just sit together casually, right? Fangkun had noticed the look in Sanbo Lihua's eyes and immediately introduced. This is my sister Xiao Hutao. Baiye and I are taking care of her now. And this is Suzuya Juzo, a very cute little boy. He was almost sold out at a Ghoul auction. When Yoshimura introduced them, Kurumi also greeted Arima Takasho and Mitsumi Rika. After listening, Sanbo Lihua nodded. She couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. She almost thought that Suzuya Juzo was a girl. Fortunately, she didn't express her thoughts directly, otherwise it would be too offensive. I see. But speaking of it, there is such a thing as an auction. Sanbo Lihua is a little ignorant about this kind of thing. She also couldn't get in touch with the upper class of the Ghoul world. Yes, they are all auctioning humans, but fortunately they have been destroyed by Baiye and your boyfriend. Yoshimura said with a smile. Sanbo Lihua responded, but she didn't immediately realize what was wrong with the other party's words. She soon realized something was wrong. Reika Mitsumi's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she quickly denied it. No, no, no. No, Arima-kun and I are not in that kind of relationship. Fangkun made a hush gesture. Please keep your voice down a bit, and Xiaolihua's excited reaction completely betrays herself. It's really not like that. Reika Sanbo lowered her head shyly, too embarrassed to look at Arima Takamasa. Although she did have that idea, it was not that kind of relationship. Arima Takamasa didn't react at all. Maybe he agreed, or maybe he saw through that Yoshimura was joking and didn't care. Really, I thought you guys were also here at the library for a date. Fangkun continued to tease Sanbo Lihua, feeling that it was very interesting, but two high school students in their prime decided to come to a place like this. It's not simple no matter how you look at it, right? Chapter 116. Takovka, published and released. Then, isn't that also true for Mr. Eto and Uchiha-kun? Sanbo Lihua tried to fight back, but she seemed to have forgotten one very important thing. That is, Fangkun would not be shy about such things at all. Yeah, we were dating. Fangkun admitted it casually. Sanbo Lihua was speechless for a moment. She was careless. Before, Teacher 8 told her that they were neither husband and wife nor siblings, but now it seems like they are a real couple. Okay, stop joking and read your book. At this time, Fangkun felt that it was enough, and it would not be good to tease too much. Reika Sanbo responded, and only then dared to glance at Arima Takamasa secretly. It turned out that Arima Takamasa did not react at all, but just looked at the book quietly with an expressionless face, as if nothing had happened just now. Sanbo Lihua suddenly had an indescribable feeling, a little relieved. A little disappointed. Because she still doesn't know what Arima-kun thinks of her. She never dared to ask. As a ghoul, Arima-kun seems to be a quasi-special investigator, so it is rare that he is willing to get along with her normally. If so, maybe you will be disliked. Sanbo Lihua had an indescribable emotion, but she didn't show it on the surface. She opened the book she had just chosen. Before leaving the library, Fangkun had bought some books he wanted to read. Kurumi and Suzuya Juzo also bought some children's books. When saying goodbye to Arima Takasho and Miwa Reika, Yoshimura suddenly said to Arima Takasho, "Young man, pay more attention to the girls around you." Reika Sanrin realized that Teacher Et was talking about her, and she couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Arima Takashi didn't respond, but he listened. In fact, he didn't really want to think about love affairs. After all, he was half human and his lifespan was only about 1/3 of that of a normal human. Advertisement. He looks only 18 years old now, and he actually only has a dozen years or so left to live. Ding. Host has completed sign in and received reward, 1 attribute point. Closing square bracket. As time went by, Uchiha Baiye still did not forget to sign in every day to obtain attribute points. I got some good news today, that is, the publishing process has been completed. The refined version finalized by Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura has also had the first batch of physical books printed and are being sold in various offline physical bookstores. I have finally waited for this day. I have almost written half of my new book. Fangkun immediately showed an expectant look on his face. Let's go to a physical bookstore together. I want to see what my published book looks like. Good. Uchiha Baiye nodded. Only he and Yoshimura Eto went out together. Little Walnut has Suzuya Juzu to play with at home, so he doesn't have to worry about anything. The whole of Tokyo is so big. You can find a physical bookstore without walking far. But Yoshimura Takovka has just been published, and only the first batch of physical books have been printed in limited quantities and do not cover all bookstores. So Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura also went to 2 bookstores, and only found Takovka in the second one. You can find that the placement is rather inconspicuous. After all, the prominent positions must be occupied by those best-selling works or new works by famous writers. This is of course normal. In such a remote location. Seeing this, Fangkun couldn't help but complain. There's nothing we can do. Mr. Takatsuki isn't famous yet. Once he becomes famous, things will be different. Uchiha Baiye explanation. And it looks like not many copies have been sold. Sure enough, sales won't be very ideal. Yoshimura said calmly. She didn't feel lost. After all, she was very rational. For her, being able to publish successfully was already good enough, and she didn't expect any good results. It has just been distributed to bookstores, and there has been no publicity. It is hard to see the results for now, and it will take some time to settle. Uchiha Baiye analysis path. He wasn't really trying to comfort Fangkun but was simply telling the truth. Advertisement. Then let's take a look at it again. Fangkun still didn't hold out much hope, but before that, let's buy a copy and take it back. She had long planned to take her self-published books to the Anting district, and this trip was mainly for this purpose. But at this moment, Fangkun had found that a little boy stopped in front of the location of Takatsuki, and seemed to be attracted by her work. She immediately stopped and pulled Uchiha Baiye. That child seems to have an idea. Fangkun whispered to Uchiha Baiye. Well, it's Takatsuki-sensei's work after all, so it must be very attractive. Uchiha Baiye said as a matter of course. Especially when he saw the boy's face, it seemed more reasonable. Isn't this little boy Kaneki-ken? He has a thin figure, neat black hair, wears ordinary clothes and carries a black school bag. He is probably in primary school and looks only about 10 years old. The reason why it is more reasonable is that in the original work, Kaneki-ken has always liked the works of Takatsuki Izumi. Although I feel happy when I'm praised, I also feel like you're pitying me. Fangkun couldn't understand why Uchiha Baiye was so confident about her work, and felt that she was just comforting her. But let's not go over there for now. I want to see what happens to that child next. Fangkun said something. Seeing with her own eyes that someone was interested in her work and even wanted to buy it gave her a very novel feeling. But then, Kaneki-ken looked a little hesitant. He tried to open Takatsuki and read it for a while. He found it really interesting and then made up his mind to buy it. It was only then that Yoshimura went up to Kaneki-ken and said, "Little boy, do you like this book very much?" Being suddenly addressed by a stranger, the introverted and timid Kaneki-ken was a little scared. After a while, he nodded hesitantly and said, "Yeah, I like it very much." "Yes, kid, you have good taste," Yoshimura said with a smile. Feeling that the other party had no ill intentions and seemed very friendly, Kaneki-ken was no longer so stiff and reserved. Do you like this work too? It's rare to have a topic to talk about reading with someone, Kaneki-ken tried to muster up the courage to ask. Chapter 117 I like Mr. Takatsuki the most. Ding. Host successfully completed. Task 2. Takatsuki was successfully published and sold, and received the reward, 50 attribute points. Closing square bracket. Task 2 has been completed. Activate Task 3. Task 3. Help Takatsuki Izumi become somewhat famous. Task reward. 100 attribute points. This new task is not difficult, or rather, the main difficulty lies in the fact that there are many tedious tasks. For example, holding writer conferences, fan meetings, autograph sessions and other marketing methods can help increase Fangkun-at's fame. Of course, the most important thing is the quality of the work. So in fact, even if Uchiha Baiye didn't use those marketing methods, it would be a matter of time before Fangkun became a well-known writer, but using those marketing methods can complete the task faster. Yes, we like Mr. Takatsuki's work the best, don't you agree, dear? At this time, Yoshimura responded to Kaneki-ken's question. Yes, I like Mr. Takatsuki the best, Uchiha Baiye said with a calm expression. Fangkun immediately heard something wrong, and she immediately pinched Uchiha Baiye lightly. This guy was still so frivolous at this time. However, Kaneki-ken didn't hear anything. He was quite excited to be able to discuss his favorite book with others. Afterwards, Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura discussed Takatsuki with Kaneki-ken. Kaneki certainly could not have imagined that the two people he was communicating with were, one was the contracted editor of Takatsuki, and the other was the author of Takatsuki himself. At this time, Yoshimura Ito was talking to Kaneki-ken, and Uchiha Baiye was looking at Kaneki-ken and fell into a brief contemplation. Although I came into contact with Kaneki-ken, I didn't activate any mission. This is probably because Kaneki-ken is now just an ordinary human being, and Kaneki-ken during this period only has family problems. Kaneki-ken's beloved mother is indeed very gentle to outsiders and never refuses anyone, but she often beats and scolds Kaneki-ken at home, venting and blaming all her misfortunes and negative emotions on Kaneki-ken. However, after his mother died from overwork, Kaneki-ken suffered from selective amnesia. He forgot what his mother had done to him and only remembered her gentle side, thus developing a split personality. So in fact, before being abused by Gecko Jason, Omori Yakumo, Kaneki-ken already had a split personality. However, Uchiha Baiye is not sure whether Kaneki-ken is currently in the period before or after his mother's death, so it is not appropriate for him to interfere in other people's family affairs. Could it be possible that he followed Kaneki-ken home? That would really make him a pervert. From now on, I can interact with Kaneki-ken as a book friend. Advertisement. Mom, those are the older brother and sister from before. At this moment, Uchiha Baiye suddenly heard Kirishima Toka's voice, which immediately interrupted his thoughts. He looked back and found that it was indeed Kirishima Toka, with her mother Kirishima-ko beside her. What a coincidence, we meet again. Uchiha Baiye suddenly felt that there were too many coincidences today. I actually met Kaneki-ken and Kirishima Toka at the same time in such a small bookstore. Yeah, Toka wants to buy some comics to read, so you guys are probably here to buy books, right? Kirishima-ko said with a smile. Uchiha Baiye nodded. At this time, Fangkun also turned around and greeted Kirishima Toka, little Toka, we meet again. The topic was suddenly interrupted, and the two people who came were complete strangers, so Kaneki-ken suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Because he felt like an outsider, and it might be a bit inappropriate to continue staying here. Kaneki-ken has already begun to think about leaving here. At this time, Uchiha Baiye noticed Kaneki Ken's embarrassment and said to him, "By the way, what's your name?" Kaneki Ken. Kaneki Ken said quietly, "Okay, since we both like Mr. Takatsuki's works, we are now friends, or we can also say book friends." Uchiha Baiye talks. Kaneki Ken immediately showed a look of joy, "Okay. Not to mention book friends, he doesn't even have many friends. To be precise, he only has one friend, Nagachika Hideyoshi." But Nagachika Hideyoshi didn't like reading. So it was a pleasant surprise for him to make a book friend. "So do you have any contact information? Or what places do you like to go?" Uchiha Baiye continued to ask Kaneki Ken. Considering that Kaneki Ken is so young and probably doesn't have a mobile phone yet, you can also ask him about the places he often goes. In this way, if Kaneki Ken needs any help, he will be able to help. Advertisement. Moreover, every time Yoshimura mentions a book club meeting, signing meeting, etc., he can directly invite Kaneki Ken and cultivate a loyal fan. I don't have any contact information yet. I usually like to go to the library to read, or sit in a coffee shop and read. Kaneki Ken replied. At this time, Hiroshima Tuka noticed that Uchiha Baiye was talking to a boy she had never seen before, and she asked curiously, "Is this my brother's friend?" "Yeah, we both like reading, so we became friends." Uchiha Baiye nodded slightly. "Reading books. I don't like it. I don't think it's as interesting as comics." Hiroshima Tuka said directly. After all, they are still children and tend to speak their mind. Although Kaneki Ken was a little dissatisfied, he didn't say anything. Since I didn't know the other person at all, I was embarrassed to even talk to him normally. "Look, isn't this comic much more interesting than those books?" At this time, Hiroshima Tuka suddenly came over and opened the cartoon comic in her hand to show it to Kaneki Ken. Kaneki Ken was caught off guard by the other party's sudden action. The other party suddenly approached so close that he couldn't help but take a half step back. Not to mention reading comics so close to girls, he hardly even spoke to them. Kaneki Ken suddenly felt a little shy, but he still read the comic that Hiroshima Tuka asked him to read. But he had no interest in comics, and he couldn't see anything interesting about it after reading just one page. It was a little difficult to understand for him who only liked reading books. "No, I still think it's not as good as the book." Although his tone was weak and low, Kaneki Ken still denied Hiroshima Tuka's point of view. "What? Hiroshima Tuka was also unhappy. It's unreasonable for you to have such an idea. You are the one imposing your own ideas on others." Kaneki Ken complained quietly. "Damn it. Today I have to let you know that comics are the best." Hiroshima Tuka was getting excited and moved closer. Chapter 118 Kaneki Ken and Toka's Promise. Too close. Kaneki Ken's face immediately turned red. "What are you talking about? How can you read comics without getting closer?" Hiroshima Tuka was immediately confused. The next moment, she suddenly realized something, and her eyes became a little disgusted. "You guy, are you thinking about something weird?" Although Kaneki Ken and Hiroshima Tuka are still very young, they already have a vague idea of some things. No, Kaneki Ken quickly denied it. "Yeah." Hiroshima Tuka was relatively simple-minded and didn't think too much about it. "I don't understand you, so are you going to watch it or not? If you want to watch it, then stop wasting time." Kaneki Ken had just retreated and created some distance, but Hiroshima Tuka immediately came over again. "Then let me take a look." Kaneki Ken is not good at rejecting others, especially cute girls. At this time, his expression was a little shy, because Hiroshima Tuka's shoulders were already pressed against his, which made it more convenient for them to read comics together. Watching this scene, Uchiha Baiye said nothing, but felt it was a bit interesting. It seems that Xiao Dongxiang is a very strong girl. #+#=. Fangkunite also said with an interested smile. Yes. Hiroshima Ko smiled slightly. Although Xiao Dongxiang is so young, in her opinion, the relationship between Xiao Dongxiang and that boy is quite pure, so she is not worried about anything. It would be even better if we could become friends. She hopes her daughter can make more friends, whether human or ghoul. ... Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura communicated with Hiroshima Ko for a while and then prepared to leave. Before leaving, Fangkunite went to pick up a copy of Takafka. Of course, she also wanted to buy one to take back. "Yan, we're going to go back first. You and Xiao Dongxiang can take your time reading the comics." At this time, Uchiha Baiye spoke to Kaneki Ken. Kaneki Ken immediately looked up. Oh, bye. By the way, the girl next to me turned out to be Dongxiang." Hiroshima Tuka also said something to Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura, and then continued to force Kaneki Ken to read comics with her. Advertisement. After 10 minutes or so, I had finished reading most of the comic. At this time, Hiroshima Tuka asked, "Well, even if you are stupid, you should know how good comics are now, right?" This. Kaneki Ken scratched his face subconsciously. It feels okay. His perspective on comics had obviously changed a little, but that was all. After reading the relatively complete comic, he was able to find many interesting points, but the desire to read it was still not as great as that of the previous book, Takafka. Is it just okay? Kaneki Ken's answer made Hiroshima Tuka a little unsatisfied. Well, I should almost go home. Kaneki Ken glanced at the clock on the wall and found that it was getting a little late. Although his parents are no longer around, he still abides by the old rules, such as going home at a certain time. Okay, next time I'll let you see better comics. Just wait for me, it will be this time tomorrow. After saying this, Hiroshima Tuka prepared to go home with her mother. By the way, what's your name? Before leaving, Hiroshima Tuka suddenly remembered something and immediately asked Kaneki-ken. My name is Kaneki-ken, what about you? Kaneki-kenya tried to ask. Hiroshima Tuka. Hiroshima Tuka said, don't forget about tomorrow. Good. Kaneki-ken had a dazed expression on his face. Does this mean I will continue to meet this little girl tomorrow? I don't know why, but I feel a little bit of anticipation. Although Kaneki-ken is not very interested in comics, he can still read them if he really wants to. One reason is that the comics are pretty good. Another reason, maybe reading comics with girls gave him an indescribable feeling. Fangkun-ite returned home contentedly with his physical book. Now that the work has been published, do you plan to take this book to the Ending District? Uchiha Baiye brought up this topic. I do have this plan, but I still need to be mentally prepared. Fangkun-ite lay on the sofa, using Uchiha Baiye's thigh as a pillow, flipping through his physical book while thinking about his worries about the Ending District. Advertisement. Then don't be in a hurry, take your time. Uchiha Baiye talks. Tell me, when Gongshin sees me for the first time, will he be able to recognize me? At this time, Fangkun-ite suddenly asked. I guess you wouldn't recognize him. After all, he hasn't seen you in all these years, right? Uchiha Baiye guessed. In the original work, Yoshimura Kozen was able to recognize Yoshimura Ito because at that time Yoshimura Ito was already famous as the writer, Takatsuki Izumi, and Yoshimura Kozen also knew that Ito was Takatsuki Izumi himself. That's true, so I should think carefully about what to say to him when the time comes. Fangkun-ite said softly. Uchiha Baiye didn't say much. He couldn't help Fangkun-ite in this regard, after all, it was a private matter between father and daughter. At night, Uchiha Baiye, as usual, was sandwiched between Fangkun-ite and Xiaohunut, like a sandwich cookie. When little Walnut was already asleep, Fangkun-ite was still not asleep. It's better to go directly there tomorrow. Fangkun-ite suddenly whispered in Uchiha Baiye's ear. She seemed to have thought it through. As for psychological preparation, this kind of thing is actually nothing. Then tomorrow, just think it over carefully. Uchiha Baiye responded. I've thought about it. You should be free tomorrow. Come with me. Fangkun-ite said. She was inevitably a little nervous as she was suddenly going to meet her father, with whom she hadn't seen for many years and with whom she had a complicated relationship. It would definitely be better if Uchiha Baiye could go with her. Of course, didn't I say before that I would go with you? Uchiha Baiye talks. He then began to ponder. Not only was Yoshimura-ite a little nervous, but Uchiha Baiye wasn't much better either. After all, he had previously chopped off the two Kagun arms of the store manager Yoshimura. Now he has to meet with manager Fangkun again, and manager Fangkun knows his identity as an investigator. It will not work if he doesn't explain it clearly. Advertisement Chapter 119 Fangkun father and daughter meet. The next day, before going out, Fangkun dressed up a little. She was wearing clothes of a more mature style, which was her favorite style. When Fangkun-ite was almost dressed, she glanced at Uchiha Baiye and found that Uchiha Baiye was just sitting there waiting for her. You should at least dress up a little. Fangkun-ite couldn't help but say. I feel like this is all right. Uchiha Baiye talks. After looking at Fangkun's article, I still feel that it is a little lacking. She combed Uchiha Baiye's hair with her own hands, and then adjusted the slightly flawed collar. Okay, that's about it. Little Walnut, we're going to go out for a while. You have to stay at home. When they were about to go out, Uchiha Baiye said to Xiao Hutao. He has no plans to take Little Walnut to the stable area for the time being. Although the plan has always been to let Little Walnut accept help from the stable zone, now is not the right time. Because manager Fangkun and Fangkun had met this time, they were not sure what would happen. Good. Little Walnut nodded obediently, but she is very sensible and knows that she cannot run around outside, otherwise it will cause trouble for mom and dad. She would definitely not do anything that would drag down mom and dad. Fangkun had carried with her the copy of Takofka that she had bought earlier and put it in her bag. On the way, Uchiha Baiye asked Fangkun-ite, what gift do you think I should buy for manager Fangkun? He wanted to bring some gifts, but he didn't know what gift to bring to Yoshimura Kozen, who was a ghoul. If it's Kirishima-ko or Tuka, it's easy enough. Just give them some flowers or small gifts or something like that. But Fangkun Gongshin is so old. You ask me this kind of question. I don't know either. Fangkun had said helplessly. You humans like to give gifts that are food and drink, but ghouls can't eat those things. Or I'll just buy scarves, gloves, or something like that. Advertisement. Uchiha Baiye only thought of these as being more feasible. I think you should just not bother yourself with this. It will be a problem whether you can talk normally by then. Fangkun had said casually. Yeah, let's talk about it next time. Uchiha Baiye temporarily gave up the idea of sending gifts. Dot 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 dot. At this time, Uchiha Baiye and Fangkunite have already arrived at Area 20. Although this was not the first time that Fangkunite came here, this was the first time she came here with unspeakable emotions. The peace zone is ahead, Uchiha Baiye said. Fangkunite calmed himself down. When they were almost at the store entrance, Uchiha Baiye first looked through the window to see what was going on inside. I saw the store manager Fangkun talking and laughing with Gujian Yuaner and the others. Although Fangkunite would definitely feel unbalanced when seeing this scene, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, it was normal for a store manager to chat and laugh with the store clerk. It was impossible for Uchiha Baiye to stop Fangkunite from seeing what was happening inside the store. What was going to happen was going to happen. Sure enough, when Fangkunite accidentally saw this scene, he stopped immediately. Her eyes gradually became gloomy, and the hand holding Takatsuki subconsciously tightened slightly. But it was not as serious as in the original book, where not only was his eyes full of hatred, but he also twisted the book in his hand into a ball of waste paper and threw it on the ground. Let's go back. Fangkunite's tone sounded distinctly cold. She immediately gave up the idea of meeting Yoshimura Kausen. Because the happy atmosphere in the stable area made her feel disgusted. Fangkunite still couldn't get over the fact that his father killed his mother and abandoned her in District 24. She said that she didn't care, but when she saw with her own eyes Fangkun Gongshan hiding in such a place and having a warm and happy scene with those people, she still couldn't accept it in her heart. Quote. Uchiha Baiye was silent for a moment. Although something similar happened as in the original book, Yoshimura's reaction was not that extreme. Advertisement. Perhaps because of the existence of Uchiha Baiye and Kurumi, Yoshimura 8 does not feel as unbalanced as in the original book. But it's still hard to accept all this. Uchiha Baiye thought deeply for a while and decided not to say those persuasive words. Of course, he just didn't speak. Let's go. I don't want to meet him anymore. Uchiha Baiye was slow to respond, so Fangkunite urged him coldly. However, the next moment, Uchiha Baiye directly hugged Fangkunite. Fangkunite obviously didn't expect Uchiha Baiye to do this suddenly. She was slightly surprised, her eyes widened slightly, and her body subconsciously stiffened slightly. What are you doing? I won't ask you to forgive me or anything, I just don't want to see you sad. Uchiha Baiye said in a calm tone. Quote. It was rare for Fangkunite to remain silent in front of Uchiha Baiye. If it were any other time, she would have definitely started teasing Uchiha Baiye. Fangkunite seemed to have forgotten that she was still at the door of the Anding District coffee shop. Her originally slightly stiff petite body suddenly relaxed and she even hugged a little tighter. It was impossible for her to cry like an ordinary girl, and even shedding tears was impossible. But at least for now, she wanted the person she liked to comfort her a little like this. This was completely different from the usual jokes. Only at this time did Fangkunite feel for the first time that Uchiha Baiye's embrace was so warm and powerful. At the same time, Furuma Yuaner in the coffee shop accidentally caught a glimpse of Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura at the door of the shop. He was immediately surprised and said, "Look, there is a couple hugging at the door of the store." Oh, Ru Jonshuan immediately became interested, really? They are so loving. It just so happened that Renji Shiho and the Kirishima family were in the store, including Roma Fanshi. However, Roma Fanshio did not know the Ghoul identities of Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura Ito. She only recognized Uchiha Baiye as the black-clad investigator she encountered in Kukuya before. She immediately felt something was wrong. Why did this guy appear here and even do such a thing in front of the store? Of course, Yoshimura Kausen, Shiho Renshi and the Kirishima family have also recognized Uchiha Baiye, and they all have different expressions on their faces. Chapter 120. Would you two guests like to come in and sit for a while? Safang Lianshi's face suddenly changed drastically. He will never forget the black-clad investigator. But why would the other party appear here? Could it be that the secret of the Anping district has been exposed to the CCG? Shikata Renshi was very nervous. The only thing that puzzled him was that the other party was hugging a girl at the door of the store. It didn't look like he was here to drive away the ghouls. Manager, that guy, Safang Lianshi wanted to remind Fangkun Gongshan. However, at this moment, Kirishima Tuka suddenly said, "Mom, are the big brothers and big sisters here to see us?" Kirishima Ko asked in confusion, "But how did they know we were here?" Safang Lianshi only told them about their work in the Anding district, especially some of the secrets of the Anding district, and they did not tell anyone else. Quote. What's going on? Sister, Tuka, do you know him? Safang Lianshi was stunned for a moment and said in a surprised tone. Yes, I have already met the big brother and big sister before, and they are very nice people. Kirishima Tuka said with a smile. Tuka is right. Kirishima Ko also responded. How is this possible? Safang Lianshi suddenly felt incredible. The black-clad investigator should be a special-level investigator of the CCG, if nothing unexpected happens. My sister and Tuka actually know each other and seem to have a good relationship. But after thinking about it, maybe it's because the black-clad investigator didn't know that my sister and Tuka are also ghouls, otherwise it would be dangerous. Lianshi, you look a little weird, what's going on? At this time, Kirishima-ko noticed something strange on Chiffon Renshi's face. No, sister, you and Tuka don't know, but the guy outside is actually the investigator who defeated me and Bai before. Safang Lianshi directly told the truth. Kirishima-ko was stunned for a moment and almost thought he had heard it wrong. Advertisement. That young man turned out to be a CCG investigator, and a very strong one at that. Kirishima Tuka didn't react at first, after all, she wasn't very clear about investigators. Anyway, he won't always be your friend. Safang Renshi didn't have time to explain so much to his sister and Dongxiang, and immediately said to Fangkun Gongshan beside him, Manager, what should we do now? As for Kirishima Rada and Kirishima Ayato, they went out. At this time, Fangkun Gongshan's expression was somewhat solemn. He certainly could not forget the young man who cut off his 2 arms. Furuma Yuaner and Rumi Zan gradually realized that something was wrong, and they both looked at the store manager Fangkun. Fancy Roma hid quietly without saying a word, observing the situation in secret. Since her character in the stable area was that of a weak, ordinary ghoul, she did not discuss the matter of the investigator with the other store employees. If the investigator outside showed any sign of taking action, she would run away immediately. Fangkun Gongshan was silent for a while, still didn't say anything, but slowly walked towards the store door. Would you like to come in and have a cup of coffee, my dear guests? Yoshimura Kausen asked Uchiha Baiye and Yoshimura with a smile on his face. Because Yoshimura had his back to Yoshimura Kausen and was hugging Uchiha Baiye, Yoshimura Kausen did not recognize Yoshimura for the time being. At this time, Uchiha Baiye loosened his arms, but Fangkun seemed reluctant to let go and still held him. Shall we go in for a drink? Uchiha Baiye asked Yoshimura. Fangkun hesitated for a while before responding softly, She could sense that Uchiha Baiye still wanted her to meet Gongshan. The resentment in her heart had subsided a lot compared to before. Although she was not very willing, she still accepted it. At this time, Fangkun slowly let go of Uchiha Baiye, turned around and looked at Fangkun Gongshan with a cold expression. Judging from the expression on her face, people who don't know the situation would never be able to tell that she and Yoshimura Gongshan are father and daughter. After seeing the other person's face clearly, Fangkun Gongshan's expression suddenly changed slightly. Because this girl gave him a feeling that was both familiar and strange. The image of his wife suddenly appeared in Yoshimura Gongshan's mind. Advertisement. This girl in front of me is somewhat similar to Yuna. Could it be? Yoshimura Kausen had an idea. Could the other party be it? But he immediately thought the idea unlikely. After all, he knew clearly that the young man in black was the ace investigator of CCG, and might even be related to the organization. He also knew clearly that Yoshimura Ito was the one-eyed owl of the bronze tree. How could the one-eyed owl hug and cuddle with the CCG's ace investigator like a young couple on the street? Moreover, it can be seen from the previous attacks of one-eyed owl on CCG that one-eyed owl hates CCG very much, especially and he Shu behind it. So Fangkun Gongshan ruled out this unrealistic idea. Fangkun didn't say anything to Fangkun Gongshan in front of her, she just looked at him coldly. Originally she had a lot to say to the other person, but now she had no idea at all, her mind was blank, and she didn't know what to say. Let's go in. At this time, Uchiha Baiye said something to Fangkun and took Fangkun hand and walked into the Anding District coffee shop. Fangkun followed Uchiha Baiye into the coffee shop and sat down in an empty seat. Uchiha Baiye pretended not to know Chiffon Renshi and the others, but waved to Kirishima Tuka and Kirishima-ko normally. Kirishima Tuka also waved back, and at the same time she noticed the look on her older sister's face. It seems that the elder sister is in a bad mood. At this time, Kirishima Tuka said to Kirishima-ko. Because the older sister usually has a smile on her face, is very cheerful and has a good temperament, unlike today when she gave her a cold feeling. Adults also have many things to do. You will understand when you grow up. Kirishima-ko touched Toka's head. Her first reaction was that it was an emotional matter. All right. Kirishima Tuka pouted slightly with a bit of dissatisfaction. At this time, Chiffon Renshi also pretended not to know Uchiha Baiye. He felt that the other party would not be able to recognize him because he was wearing a mask during the fight. At the moment, it seems that the other party is not here to expel ghouls, so he doesn't dare to act rashly. Let's see how the store manager handles it.